Chapter 1 You Are My Dad. In Jiangcheng at the end of August, the temperature was as hot as gold, and even though it was only 10 o'clock in the morning, the temperature was still over 30 degrees. Today is the freshman registration day for Jiangcheng University. After Chen Yang finished registering early, he left the school and prepared to visit Jiangcheng, a famous historical and cultural city. Hiding under the shade of the trees, Chen Yang followed the guide and took the bus all the way. It took him an hour to reach Jiangcheng Museum Station. Because the museum was opposite the bus stop, Chen Yang walked a short distance forward after getting off the bus and stood at the intersection waiting for the traffic light. Hiding from the sun under a billboard, Chen Yang took out his cell phone, looked at other travel guides, and planned his trip for the afternoon and evening. When the traffic light was almost about to turn green, Chen Yang looked up and saw a little girl who was also waiting for the traffic light on the opposite side of the road. The little girl looked about 6 or 7 years old, with 2 ponytails, a small school bag on her back, and a blue gradient Hanfu-style skirt. Chen Yang looked at the Hanfu skirt on the little girl with some curiosity. His sister is just 6 years old this year. If there were adults around the little girl, Chen Yang would like to ask her parents for a link to the clothes later. When the green light came on, Chen Yang walked across the street, while the little girl on the opposite side was still standing there. When he was closer, Chen Yang could see that the little girl seemed to have lost her parents or something. She looked around in panic, with the corners of her mouth pursed as if she was about to cry. Chen Yang didn't know why, but he subconsciously sped up a little. The little girl held the shoulder straps of her backpack tightly with both hands and looked around with a look of panic. Until the moment she saw Chen Yang, her panicked little face instantly lit up with joy, as if she had caught a ray of light in the darkness, and she broke into a brilliant smile. "Dad!" The little girl murmured as she jumped off the curb and ran quickly towards Chen Yang, but she did not notice that a car turning right was coming quickly towards them. "Careful!" Seeing that the car was about to hit the little girl, Chen Yang shouted, and the little girl stood still instantly, and the car that was turning right also slammed on the brakes. "Ha!" Seeing the little girl stopped and the car stopped, Chen Yang hurriedly ran across the zebra crossing and carried the dazed little girl to the sidewalk. "Sir, please drive safely." Because neither of the two people had anything to do with him, after Chen Yang put the little girl down, he looked up at the car owner who had lowered the window and said, I'm sorry, it was this little girl who suddenly jumped out." The car owner was obviously frightened and his voice was trembling. "I'm glad you're okay." Chen Yang nodded. At this moment, a car behind him honked, and the owner of the car just drove away. Chen Yang wiped the sweat off his forehead, looked down at the little girl who was looking at him with her beautiful big eyes, and said with a straight face, "Little sister, you have to pay attention to the vehicles when crossing the road. Didn't your kindergarten teacher teach you that?" The little girl was scolded by Chen Yang with a stern face. Her expression became gloomy. She grabbed Chen Yang's big hand, shook it and said, "I'm sorry, Dad. I know I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again next time." Anyone who sees the little girl's aggrieved expression will feel heartbroken. But wait a minute. You call me Daddy? Although Chen Yang likes people calling him Dad, that is based on the premise that they are his adopted sons. This little girl who looks the same age as my sister and is only 11 or 12 years younger than me, calls me Dad right away. Is this reasonable? Dad, you don't want me and Mom anymore? Chen Yan's already aggrieved expression suddenly became even more aggrieved, and tears flowed down her cheeks. Hiss. Chen Yang scratched his head with a headache, then took Chen Yan into the shade, squatted opposite her, and reached out his hand to wipe her tears. Looking at the little girl who was pouting her lips in grievance and staring at him without blinking with her big eyes, Chen Yang was quite troubled at this moment. This little girl came up to him and said that she didn't want her and her mother anymore, making him look like a scumbag who had seduced them and then abandoned them. But the problem is, in the past 18 years, I have never done anything with a girl, let alone held a girl's hand, let alone have a 6-year-old child. Dad. Chen Yan looked at Chen Yang who was squatting in front of him and called softly again. Come here, little sister, take a close look at me and see if I am your father? Chen Yang put his big face in front of her and pointed at his own face and said, Dad, what's wrong with you? Why don't you recognize Nian? Whoa! Chen Yan was frightened by Chen Yang's sudden fierce look and started crying. The tears that she had just wiped away started flowing again. You are my father, okay? Chen Yang was numb. He shouldn't have come to visit a museum today. It's bad enough that he ran into a little girl who mistook her father for hers, and he even blamed her. It was really... Woo! Chen Yan cried loudly, but it was normal for children to cry on the streets these days, and the chance of encountering a kind-hearted person who would come over to blame him was not high. "Oh, okay, don't cry, be good." Chen Yang sighed and coaxed Chen Yan the same way he coaxed his sister. You know what? The little girl stopped crying soon, but her tears were still twitching, and her little mouth was still pouting. Her aggrieved expression made Chen Yang feel distressed. He took out a pack of tissues from his pocket and wiped the little girl's tears. As he was wiping, Chen Yang suddenly realized something was wrong. Why did this girl look a bit like him? Once the seed of doubt is planted, people will try to use the results to infer. Chen Yang looked at the girl again and found that the girl had a similar nose and mouth to him, and most importantly, the eyes, as if they were the same pair of eyes. Shit! A ridiculous thought suddenly came to Chen Yang's mind. Could this little girl really be his daughter? "Little sister, what's your name?" Looking at the little girl who had stopped crying but was still twitching, Chen Yang asked with a smile. "Dad, my name is Chen Yanin." Chen Yanin grabbed Chen Yang's hand and said in a low voice. She didn't know why her father didn't even remember her name, but since her father asked, she had to answer honestly. "Chen Yanin." Chen Yang muttered when he heard Chen Yanin's name. "Dad always calls me Nyen Nyen." Chen Yanin said with a pout. "Okay, then. Nyen Nyen, you said I am your father, do you have anything to prove that I am your father?" Chen Yang asked. "Dad is dad." Chen Yanin's little head was full of doubts at this time. She didn't understand why her father didn't recognize her and why her father still needed proof. "Do you have any household registration book or something like that?" Chen Yang felt like an idiot after asking this question. Not to mention a child, even a college student like him wouldn't carry a household registration book with him, right? "I don't know." Chen Yanin shook his head. "What is a household registration book?" "Then can you let me see your school bag?" Chen Yang asked tentatively. I wanted to look at the little girl's school bag. One reason was to see if there was anything in it that could prove her identity. The other was to see if I could find her parents' contact information in case the girl had recognized the wrong father. Okay. Chen Yanin was not on guard at all. He took off his small school bag, unzipped it and put it between the two of them. Chen Yang took the school bag and looked through it. There was a water cup, a pack of tissues, an apple, and a pencil case inside. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Chen Yang reluctantly rummaged through the bag again and finally found a kindergarten pickup card in the interlayer of the bag. Below the 6 big characters "Smurf Kindergarten" is a photo of Chen Yanin with his hair down. He looked younger than he is now, and his little face still had a little baby fat. Below the photo are 4 lines of information. Name, Chen Yanin. Gender, female. Class, Class 2. Parent, Chen Yang. A red official seal of the Smurfs Kindergarten is stamped above this information. No. You are really my dad. No, I am really your dad? Chapter 2: The Strongest Nanny System. Chen Yang looked at the pickup card in his hand, then looked at Chen Yanin, then looked at the pickup card again. The photo above is undoubtedly of the little girl Chen Yanin, and the parent's name at the bottom is undoubtedly mine. However, when these two are linked together, it seems a bit ridiculous. Dad. When Chen Yanin heard Chen Yang say that she was his daughter, she smiled happily instantly. She rushed over to hug Chen Yang and gave him a kiss on the face. Such a warm feeling. Feeling the touch of the little one in his arms, and the feeling that was completely different from that of his sister kissing him, Chen Yang had already almost believed that Chen Yanin was his daughter. Dad, I'm hungry. After Chen Yanin kissed Chen Yang, she suddenly touched her belly and said, Are you hungry? There aren't many places to eat around here. Chen Yang looked around and found that there were basically parks or offices near the Jiangcheng Museum, and there was no place to eat. Forget it, I won't visit the museum anymore. Let me take the girl to find a place to eat first. Chen Yang thought to himself. He didn't make this decision on impulse. First of all, it is unlikely that a child of 6 or 7 years old would mistake his or her parents, and Chen Yanin also had a pickup card with her photo and her name on it. Secondly, even if all the above were coincidences, he had been here with the little girl for several minutes. If Chen Yanin was accompanied by his parents, he should have appeared. Finally, if he assumes that he is really Chen Yanin's father, then Chen Yanin is very likely from the future. After all, Chen Yang did not donate sperm or have any experience with women when he was 12 years old. If Chen Yanin is really from the future and is his daughter, then he cannot choose to call the police or let someone find her and call the police. Once the fact of time travel was confirmed, he, a college student whose parents were ordinary working class, would have no way to protect Chen Yan'an. Of course, all this is based on the premise that Chen Yan'an is really his daughter. After quickly reviewing the above information in his mind, Chen Yang took out his cell phone and squatted with Chen Yan'an to look for nearby delicious food. What does Nian Nian want to eat? Hot pot? Barbecue? Or stir-fried dishes? Chen Yang looked at the delicious food on the group buying app and turned to ask the girl. Let's eat some stir-fried food. Nian Nian wants to eat this fried pork with peppers. Chen Yan'an said, pointing to a Hunan restaurant on his phone. Can you eat spicy food? Because Chen Yang's sister can't eat spicy food, Chen Yang subconsciously asked when Chen Yan'an wanted to eat spicy food. Dad, have you forgotten? I can eat spicy food just like Mom. Chen Yan'an had a proud expression on his face. Okay, let's go with this one. Chen Yang reached out and pinched the little girl's face, then placed a group buying order, opened the taxi app, and called a Didi. After waiting for about 3 minutes, the car arrived. The two got in the car. Chen Yang reported the last digit of his cell phone number and then headed towards the restaurant. On the way, Chen Yan'an leaned on the car window and looked at the city scenery. He was curious but didn't make any noise. He was very well behaved. When they arrived at the place, Chen Yan'an was carried out of the car by Chen Yang. The two entered the mall and took the elevator to the 6th floor. The two were lucky enough to catch the last seat. After purchasing the meal, Chen Yan'an suddenly raised her hand and said, Auntie, can we have steamed buns as the staple food? My dad and I both like steamed buns. Chen Yang was stunned when he heard this. This was the first time that Chen Yan'an mentioned that they had the same hobbies. Okay, Auntie will serve it to you. The waiter looked at the delicate and pretty little Nian Nian with a smile. After making a note on the menu, he put down an hourglass and went to serve the dish. Within half an hour, all 3 dishes were served. When the steamed buns were served, the waiter looked at Chen Yang and said in surprise, Sir, I thought you were her brother. I didn't expect you were so young, but your daughter is so big? Chen Yang smiled shyly and started talking nonsense. Don't look at me because I'm young. I'm already 28 this year. I can't believe it, the waitress said with envy. She took the hourglass off the table and said, Enjoy your meal. After watching the waiter leave, Chen Yang looked across at Chen Yan'an and found that the little girl was looking at him with her hands covering her mouth and laughing. He asked curiously, Nian Nian, what are you laughing at? Chen Yan'an wiped the chopsticks with a tissue and handed them to Chen Yang, saying with a smile, Dad is the same as Mom, but Mom says she is always 18 years old. You are such a smart kid. Chen Yang took the chopsticks and poured a cup of sour plum soup for the little girl. Eat quickly. Aren't you hungry? Okay, let's eat. Chen Yan'an held the steamed bun in his left hand and chopsticks in his right hand and started eating. Chen Yang had breakfast at 7:30 in the morning. He was hungry now. Looking at the fried pork with peppers in front of him, Chen Yang took a steamed bun and started eating. Half an hour later, the father and daughter finished their meal. Chen Yang went to buy 2 cups of Mishue Bingchang. Chen Yan'an drank and danced at the same time, looking very happy. Chen Yang held her little hand, fearing that she would get lost. After dancing for a while, the little girl suddenly stopped and grabbed Chen Yang's big hand and shook it. Dad, Nian Nian is sleepy and wants to sleep. It's lunchtime for the little girl. There's no place to sleep here. Can I hold you while sleeping? Chen Yang said. Okay, I like to sleep in Daddy's arms the most. Chen Yan'an jumped happily, then threw herself into Chen Yang's arms. Okay, Daddy will hold you while sleeping. Chen Yang looked at the little girl lovingly and picked her up with a smile. Trojan horse. Chen Yan'an kissed Chen Yang on the face, then lay in Chen Yang's arms and closed his eyes. Chen Yang held the little person in his arms, and his heart suddenly calmed down, as if he felt particularly safe holding her. No matter whether it is true or not, at this moment, I am Nian Nian's father. Chen Yang thought to himself. Bite. It is detected that the host has the idea of taking on the responsibility of a father, and the strongest nanny system is activated. The system is binding. Binding completed. This system aims to train the host to become a qualified and strongest nanny. Dear host, the strongest nanny system is at your service. A series of electronic sounds suddenly appeared in his mind, and Chen Yang was almost scared to death into losing his daughter. Chen Yan'an felt the change in Chen Yang's strength, wrinkled his nose, arched his back in Chen Yang's arms, and continued to sleep. Chen Yang patted Chen Yan'an on the back, coaxed the little girl to continue sleeping, and then began to communicate with the system. After some understanding, Chen Yang roughly understood the functions of the system. This system allows you to get rewards by completing tasks. The rewards are all-encompassing and can include anything. There is no penalty even if the task is not completed. As a student, Chen Yang had naturally read online novels and knew about the existence of the system. It was impossible for Chen Yang not to be excited when the system was suddenly activated. After all, he was just an 18-year-old boy. It would be strange if he was not excited to get the golden finger of the system that treated him as a protagonist. However, this system was activated because I had the idea of becoming Nian Nian's father. So is it because I became a nominal father or a de facto father that I met the conditions for activating the system? System, is Nian Nian really my daughter? I mean, in the biological sense, she is my daughter at the genetic level, not in the ethical sense. Chen Yang asked the system in his mind. Yes. The host is Chen Yan'an's biological father, his real father. The system replied. Call. Then do you know why Nian Nian appeared in front of me? Did she travel from the future or a parallel time and space? Chen Yang asked. The system cannot determine, but from common sense, the host has not had any offspring with other women in the past 18 years, so it is possible that the Chen Yan'an mentioned by the host is from the future or a parallel universe. The system could not give Chen Yang an answer, and a trace of confusion flashed in Chen Yang's eyes. Through the system, he has confirmed that Chen Yan'an is really his daughter, his biological daughter. But how should he take care of her next? He is a poor freshman with no more than 8,000 yuan in total. Moreover, he just reported for school today and will start military training soon. He can't just keep Nian Nian in the dormitory, right? Bite. As a college student, the host naturally cannot raise a daughter in the dormitory. Please rent a house with an area of no less than 50 square meters near Jiangcheng University. Task reward, Chen Yan'an's legitimate legal identity. Chapter 3, My daughter's legal status is obtained. Just when Chen Yang was thinking that he couldn't keep Nian Nian in the dormitory, a system prompt suddenly rang in his mind. The system has sent a task. And it was the reward for this task that dealt Chen Yang a heavy blow. Yes. The most important thing now is not how to raise my daughter, but her legal status. In today's era, a child's file is created before he or she is born, and once born, all subsequent information will be entered into the household registration system. Chen Yan'an is now a complete illegal resident. Her daily life is not a big problem, but she still needs to go to school, travel long distances by high-speed rail or plane, and go to the hospital if she is sick. All of these require a legal identity. Chen Yang was shocked by the sudden appearance of his daughter in the system, and his mind was unable to recover for a while. Now he was reminded by the system and finally realized the problem. System, thank you for being here. Chen Yang thanked the system in his mind. If there was no system, even if I realized this problem belatedly, I would not be able to solve Nian Nian's identity problem by myself. Even if the issue was resolved using the excuse of being an illegal resident, Chen Yan'an would not be able to become his daughter legally and ethically. An 18-year-old cannot adopt a child, let alone a child of the opposite sex. When the system heard Chen Yang's thanks, it placed a dog head emoticon in front of Chen Yang. You can still make a picture? Chen Yang was stunned. Almighty. Do not disturb. Thank you. The system replied in a cold tone, and then disappeared. Chen Yang smiled, then carried Chen Yan'an to the cinema and sat down. It was a little quieter here than the noisy shopping mall. Looking at Chen Yan'an sleeping soundly on his shoulder, Chen Yang gently kissed the little girl on the face, then took out his cell phone and started looking for an apartment. Jiangcheng University is very large and there are many houses nearby, but the houses larger than 50 square meters required by the system are basically non-apartments. The starting price of such houses is 1,800 yuan, and many of them require a deposit of 1 year and one payment. There are very few that require a deposit of 1 year and one payment, and even fewer that require a deposit of 1 year and 3 payments. Chen Yang looked around and finally gritted his teeth and decided on a 2-bedroom, 1 living room apartment with a 1-year deposit and rent of 2,800 yuan a month. Chen Yang had no choice but to choose this one. Other houses either required quarterly or semi-annual payments or the environment was too bad. If Chen Yang lived alone, he could just make do with it, but now he has a daughter. Another reason for choosing this one is that it is rented directly from the landlord, not a link posted by a third party, otherwise you would need to pay the agent an agency fee. After confirming, Chen Yang called the landlord. The person who answered the phone was a middle-aged woman who sounded very kind. They agreed to meet at the gate of the community at 2:30 in the afternoon. Chen Yang looked at the time. It was only 1:10. The mall was not far from the community, and it would take less than 10 minutes by taxi. So, Chen Yang hugged Chen Yan'an and thought about what to do next. The first thing he must do is to find a way to make money. When he was a child, he didn't realize how expensive it was to raise a child. Now he feels that money is not enough. He looked at his balance, which was more than 7,800 yuan. He would have to spend 5,600 yuan in one go on renting a house, and then he would have to buy bedding and daily necessities for the house. He would also have to buy some clothes for Chen Yan'an, and he and Chen Yan'an would also have to eat. With all the expenses, he felt that the money he had was not enough. If the system can't solve my problem, then I may have to find a part-time job this afternoon. Chen Yang thought. Sitting on the chair, Chen Yang kept thinking about random things until 1:50, then he picked up Chen Yan'an and prepared to go out to get a taxi. As soon as he stood up, the little girl woke up. Dad! The little girl's originally hazy eyes instantly brightened up the moment she saw Chen Yang. After calling Dad sweetly, she kissed Chen Yang on the face. Come, get down and walk around by yourself. Daddy's arms are numb. Chen Yang put the little girl on the ground and rubbed his arms. Chen Yan'an saw Chen Yang rubbing his arm, so he stood on tiptoe and stretched out his little hand to rub Chen Yang's arm, but found that he couldn't reach it. Chen Yang squatted down with a smile, letting the little girl rub him clumsily. Okay, after being rubbed by Nian Nian, Daddy feels much more comfortable. Chen Yang stood up and touched Chen Yan'an's little head, and said, He. Chen Yan'an laughed happily, then reached out and grabbed Chen Yang's big hand. Looking at the little girl who was so easily satisfied, Chen Yang couldn't help but pinch her little face again. Then the father and daughter went downstairs and took a taxi to the community where they wanted to rent a house. Along the way, Chen Yan'an, who had eaten, drunk and slept well, still sat very obediently. The little girl held the car window with one hand and held Chen Yang's big hand with the other hand. She was in a very good mood. After getting off the car, Chen Yang took out his cell phone and called the other party again. The landlady replied to wait a moment, and less than 5 minutes later, she appeared at the gate on an electric scooter. Hello, I'm calling you to rent a house. Chen Yang said with a smile. Okay, you are a student of Jiangcheng University, right? The landlady asked with a smile. Yes. Chen Yang nodded. Just got into college? This is your sister, right? She's so cute. The landlady parked the electric bike on the side of the road and locked it, then said as she led the way. Auntie, I am Daddy's daughter. Don't look at my young age, he is actually 28 years old. Chen Yan'an shouted in a soft voice, and then she winked at Chen Yang. I really can't tell. You must be a doctor, right? The landlady looked Chen Yang up and down and said in surprise. Yes. Chen Yang looked at the smart little Chen Yan'an and nodded at the landlady awkwardly. I really can't tell, I can't tell. The landlady could only sigh that Chen Yang had taken good care of it, and then changed the subject and started talking about the house. Chen Yang listened carefully. It was his first time to rent a house, but he also knew that some things had to be said in advance and written in the contract. The previous lantern damage assessment incident was still vivid in his mind. After that, everything went smoothly. The house was better than the one in the photos. It had all kinds of home appliances and they all worked. It also had an elevator, so it was convenient to go up and down the stairs. It's all right, Auntie. Let's sign the contract directly. Chen Yang nodded and said. Okay, I've brought the contract, you can fill in the information yourself. Said the landlady. Okay. Chen Yang took the contract, simply filled in the relevant information, checked it again, and handed it to the landlady after confirming that it was correct. The landlady took the contract, glanced at Chen Yang's ID number, looked Chen Yang up and down, then looked at Chen Yan'an, then shook her head. This young man has no idea of striving for success at all. He has become someone's stepfather at such a young age. Chen Yang looked at the strange look in the landlady's eyes and suddenly remembered that he had just filled in his ID number. Wouldn't the lie that he was 28 years old be exposed? But why did this aunt look at me like that? Soon, the contract was signed. Chen Yang added the landlady's WeChat and transferred 5,600 yuan to her. After leaving the 2 keys and the payment numbers for water, electricity and gas, the landlady left. Nian, this is our home for the time being. Chen Yang sat on the sofa, turned on the air conditioner to let the cool breeze blow, and said to Chen Yan'an, who was looking at him curiously in the room. Chen Yan'an looked at Chen Yang curiously. Don't we have a home? Why did Dad say this is our home? Upon hearing this, Chen Yang hooked his finger at Chen Yan'an, and the little girl ran over and sat next to Chen Yang. Looking at the beautiful and well-behaved Chen Yan'an, Chen Yang took out a tissue and wiped the sweat off her forehead, then said, "Nian, you are still young and don't understand, but don't worry, Dad will never let you suffer." After Chen Yan'an heard this, his little brain struggled to process what Chen Yang said, and then came to a conclusion. "Dad, is our family bankrupt?" Chen Yan'an pouted and whispered to Chen Yang. "The little guy also knows about bankruptcy?" Chen Yang had a new understanding of Chen Yan'an's intelligence. "I'm very smart, and the teachers in kindergarten all praise me," Chen Yan'an said proudly. "Then just think of our family as bankrupt." Chen Yang smiled, reached out and tapped the little girl's nose, and said, "It's okay, Dad. Even if our family goes bankrupt, Nian will always be with you. Wherever you are, that is Nian's home." Chen Yan'an grabbed Chen Yang's big hand with her small hand and comforted Chen Yang with a soft voice. "Nian." Chen Yang reached out and hugged the little girl in his arms, feeling deeply moved. Bite. It is detected that the house rented by the host meets the standards, and the mission is completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Chen Yan'an's legitimate legal identity. The initial modification of Chen Yan'an's birth and growth traces has been completed. If necessary, the system will forcibly modify the host's cognition according to the host's wishes. The relevant documents have been placed in the host's backpack in the Jiangcheng University dormitory. Chapter 4. If I get 10 times the return on my spending, I won't be sleepy anymore. Gulp. Awesome. Listening to the introduction of the system, Chen Yang could only say that the system was awesome. It completed the initial modification, and it was not enough to provide the certificate. It could even forcibly modify the other party's cognition. It was simply awesome. The system is designed to train the host to become a qualified nanny, and will not let these little things disturb the host and your daughter. A small matter? Chen Yang could only say that the system was awesome. What was a big deal to him was a trivial matter to the system. "Dad? Where's Mom?" Just when Chen Yang was praising the system in his heart, Chen Yan'an suddenly asked, "Mom?" Chen Yang thought quickly about how to explain to Chen Yan'an. "Think quickly, you stupid fool." "I got it." Chen Yang suddenly thought of an idea, then stretched out his hand and pinched Chen Yan'an's little face and asked, "Nian, Daddy wants to test you. What are the names of your father and mother?" Chen Yan'an's attention was quickly diverted, and he said with a little pride, "My father's name is Chen Yang, my mother's name is Yue, and Nian's name was given by my father, because he missed my mother and wanted Nian to be safe all the time." The little girl spoke very quickly, and it was obvious that she had been taught by an adult since she was a child. "Hey, hello?" This was Chen Yang's first thought when he heard the name of Nian's mother, his future wife. Who would have such a name? However, although the little girl's attention was diverted, her mother's problem still had to be solved. Even if he lied to the girl and told her mom that she was at work, what about at night? What if he told her that she went back to her parents' home? What if Chen Yan'an wanted to video chat with her mom? Therefore, Chen Yang was thinking about how to use a gentler method to tell her that her mother is not her mother yet. After thinking for a while, Chen Yang began to organize his words in his mind and said, "Nian, for some reason you don't understand yet, Daddy lost Mommy. So, maybe Nian and Dad will need to work together to find Mom, okay?" After Chen Yang finished speaking, Chen Yan'an's mouth pouted and she almost cried. But the little girl thought about it and thought that maybe her mother left her father because he went bankrupt. So she felt that her father might be more upset than she was, so she forced a smile and said, "It's okay, Dad. Let's work together to find Mom back." Seeing that the little girl was about to cry but was still comforting herself, Chen Yang reached out and hugged her tightly in his arms. Whoa, I'm sorry, Dad, I don't want to cry, but I can't help it." Whoa, the little girl cried loudly, very sad. "Don't cry, baby, don't cry. Daddy promises you that I will find Mommy back, I will." Chen Yang patted Chen Yan'an on the back and said comfortingly, Yeah. Chen Yan'an nodded vigorously, then raised his hand and touched his tears, looking very strong. After Chen Yang held the little girl in his arms and comforted her for a while, he began to ask why the little girl appeared here. After organizing his words a bit, Chen Yang tried his best to make the 6-year-old girl understand and asked, "Nian, why were you alone at the intersection just now?" Chen Yan'an didn't cry this time. When she heard Chen Yang asking her a question, she thought for a moment and replied, "Dad sent Nian Nian to school," but just as Nian Nian walked past the school gate, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she appeared there. Chen Yan'an couldn't understand in his little head why he was supposed to go to school, but ended up on the side of the road after passing the school gate. "But fortunately, my father is still here. As long as my father is here, it doesn't matter where Nian Nian is. The school gate has turned into a time tunnel?" Chen Yang muttered to himself, but then he began to worry about his future self. If Nian Nian traveled through time, how worried would his future self and his wife be? But after thinking about it, Chen Yang threw this idea out of his mind. He was in a difficult situation now, so why should he worry about other people? Dad knows, so don't think about those things anymore. Chen Yang said with a smile. Yeah. Chen Yan'an nodded, then he opened his small school bag, took out his water cup, unscrewed it and drank some water. After taking a few sips, Chen Yan'an handed the cup to Chen Yang again. "Dad, drink some water." Chen Yang smiled, nodded, then picked up the cup and took a sip of water from the future. It was normal boiled water with no special taste. After drinking the water, Chen Yang prepared to go out to buy things. Although the house was fully equipped with appliances and clean, there were no daily necessities in it. You can still eat out for the time being, but at least you need a quilt, sheets, duvet cover, and things like brushing your teeth and washing your face, right? There is also toilet paper, laundry detergent, and Chen Yan'an's spare clothes that need to be bought. Bite. Although I have rented a house, it is empty inside. How can I do this? Please buy some basic necessities for your daughter, and at least 2 sets of clothes for her. Task reward: Chen Yan'an's status as a student at the Jiangcheng University affiliated primary school. Note, during this mission, all the host's consumption will be returned tenfold. The system may have seen that Chen Yang was so poor, so it rewarded Chen Yan'an by allowing him to go to school, and also returned 10 times the amount of his consumption this time. System: if you said I would get a tenfold return, then I won't be sleepy anymore. Chen Yang opened WeChat and sent a message to several friends. "Brother, help me, lend me some money." After that, I opened my Huabei again. The credit limit was 1,800 yuan, and the WeChat payment limit was 1,200 yuan, which added up to nearly 3,000 yuan. A tenfold return would be 30,000 yuan. Among the friends who came to borrow money, only 3 of them transferred money in the end. One transferred 500 yuan, one transferred 1,500 yuan, and the one who transferred the most was Chen Yang's cousin Chen Bo, who directly transferred 5,000 yuan and asked why he wanted to borrow money. Chen Yang replied and said that he had broken his roommate's computer and was going to get it fixed. If it couldn't be fixed, he would have to buy a new one for his roommate, so he didn't dare tell his parents. Chen Bo did not suspect anything and told Chen Yang not to rush to return it and to ask him for more if he ran out of money. Chen Yang replied with a thank you, and Chen Bo said he was busy and went offline. The other 2 were his high school classmates. Both of them were newly enrolled college students, so there were few transfer students. Chen Yang silently memorized them all in his heart. Then I replied, "Thank you, son." The 2 people sent a 60-second voice message directly to each other. Chen Yang knew what they were talking about without listening, so he chose not to reply. Watching Chen Yan'an eating an apple, Chen Yang calculated his current assets. The original 7,800 minus the rent of 5,600 left more than 2,200, and then there was the 7,000 borrowed from my cousin Chen Bo and 2 adopted sons, plus the 3,000 from Huabei and WeChat Pay, a total of more than 12,200. The tenfold return is more than 122,000. If the online loan platforms had not been rectified and the regular online loan platforms did not lend money to freshmen, he would have wanted to take out an online loan. Illegal online loans cannot be promoted, so the protagonist is not allowed to borrow illegal loans. I really want my parents to give me some gold coins. But, oh, forget it, this is all. 120,000 is enough for a while. We have the system, so we are not afraid of running out of money. Let's just leave it at that. Chen Yang suppressed his greed in time. After returning the 12,000 yuan tenfold, he would still have more than 110,000 yuan left, which would be enough to cover his expenses for this year at least. That's it. Come on, Nian Nian, let's go out and buy something. After Chen Yang made up his mind, he stopped thinking about it, stood up and walked to Chen Yan'an, wiped the corner of her mouth, and said, "Okay. P.S. The return is 10 times, and the rate is not high. The protagonist cannot ask his parents for money for the time being, nor can he take out illegal online loans. It is already very good that I wrote to let the protagonist borrow money to open Huawei payment. Some SB colleagues can't even think of this, so please scold me lightly. I think this is not too vicious. If you have better ideas, please discuss in the comments section. Chapter 5 Nyen Nyen, Mom, that's Mom. Before going out, Chen Yang called a taxi and went to a nearby shopping mall with the goal of spending 12,245 yuan. After getting off the car, Chen Yang took Chen Yenin to the Huawei Experience store on the first floor and bought a children's watch for Chen Yenin. Speaking of which, Chen Yang himself is also a student. Although Chen Yenin will be going to school soon, if there is a last class in the afternoon, it will be too late to pick her up from school. Therefore, having a children's watch that can locate and make calls can also prevent Yenin from getting lost. After shopping around, Chen Yang bought her a children's electric toothbrush. After paying, Chen Yang removed one of his own mobile phone cards and put it into the watch. After setting it up, he put it on her. Looking at Chen Yenin, who was wearing a pink children's watch and had a happy face, Chen Yang touched her little face lovingly, and then took her to the children's clothing area on the third floor. Chen Yang didn't know much about children's clothing brands, but thinking that the little girl would go to school soon, it would be better to buy sports brands. From Anta Children's Clothing, Chen Yang bought 3 sets of clothes for the little girl from head to toe, and then he took a look around and bought some inner clothes for the little girl. When passing by a store selling traditional Chinese-style children's clothing, Chen Yang went in and spent another $700 to buy a traditional Chinese-style skirt. After a round of shopping, they had spent more than 5,000 yuan, including the watch, but the two now had a problem: they could no longer carry it. There was no other way, so Chen Yang deposited the clothes and shoes first, and then continued shopping with Chen Yenin. In the home furnishing store, Chen Yang bought 3 4-piece sets, a soybean cotton quilt, and 2 buckwheat pillows, spending another 1,500 yuan. The purchase was not much, mainly because the quilt took up more space. Chen Yang deposited these things at the service desk on the first floor with great difficulty. For the first time, he felt how tiring it was to take care of a child. Chen Yenin was very excited and didn't care about the hard work at all. He jumped and danced with joy. Chen Yang temporarily deposited the things in the home furnishing store, and then took Chen Yenin to the supermarket again. They filled 2 large carts with various daily necessities, toiletries, school supplies, toilet paper, snacks, drinks, fruits, and milk. But after buying all these things, there was still more than 3,000 left. Chen Yang thought about it, then went up and bought a few more sets of clothes and shoes for Chen Yenin. After he had only about 200 yuan left, Chen Yang gave up and took out his cell phone to call a Hualala. Phew, luckily this is an elevator building. If it was stairs, we would have been exhausted today. Turning on the air conditioner to let the cool breeze blow on his body, Chen Yang took out the bottle of mineral water he bought and drank it in one gulp. Only then did he feel better. Thank you for your hard work, Dad. Chen Yenin looked at Chen Yang, who was sweating profusely. Although she was a little tired too, she still took out a tissue from her bag, walked up to Chen Yang and wiped his sweat. Thank you, Nyen Nyen. Chen Yang reached out and pinched Chen Yenin's little face. After resting for a while, he began to clean up the house. Chen Yang first unpacked a set of 4-piece suits and threw them into the washing machine to let it spin. He had pressed the self-cleaning button on the washing machine when he left, so he could use it directly now. Chen Yenin moved all the fruits, drinks, and other things to the kitchen. After Chen Yang finished cleaning up, he went over and put all these things in the refrigerator. Then, the father and daughter simply cleaned the room and it became a small home. Bite. It is detected that the host has completed the purchase of daily necessities and clothes. Mission completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Chen Yenin's status as a student at the Jiangcheng University-affiliated primary school. Chen Yenin's admission information and corresponding personnel memory have been modified. The relevant documents have been placed in the host's Jiangcheng University dormitory bag. Host, please take Chen Yenin to report to the primary school affiliated to Jiangcheng University after 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. It was detected that the host spent a total of 12,223.8 yuan on this shopping trip, and the tenfold return received 122,238 yuan, which has been deposited into the host's account through legal channels. Chen Yang had just hung out the washed sheets and quilt covers when he heard a system notification sound. At the same time, a message notification sound came from his mobile phone, indicating that the money had arrived. Dad, Nyen Nyen is hungry. Just when Chen Yang was about to pay his brothers back, Chen Yenin, who had just finished his work, touched her belly and said, "Now that you mention it, I'm hungry too. Come on, Dad will take you to dinner." Chen Yang looked at the upper left corner of the phone screen and found that it was already 6 o'clock. No wonder Chen Yanin was hungry. Let us go eat. Chen Yanin smiled sweetly at Chen Yang, then went to put on her shoes. After taking Chen Yanin to a nearby noodle shop to have some noodles, Chen Yang also paid back all the money he owed to Chen Bo, saying that the computer had been repaired and it only cost over 100 yuan. Chen Bo told Chen Yang to find him if he had any problems and then went back to work overtime. Well, as a college student, Chen Yang doesn't understand the life of a cow and a horse yet. After dinner, Chen Yang looked at his phone and prepared to go back to the dormitory to get Chen Yanin's ID and his own luggage. With Chen Yanin here, Chen Yang naturally can't live in the dormitory. He plans to talk to the counselor after sending Chen Yanin to school tomorrow. It was past 6 in the afternoon and the sun was still hanging in the sky of Jiangcheng. The temperature had not dropped much compared to noon and was still as hot. Chen Yang held Chen Yanin's hand, and the two of them walked through the school's woods and headed towards Chen Yang's dormitory. As they were walking, Chen Yanin suddenly grabbed Chen Yang, pointed at a girl walking towards them and said to Chen Yang, "Dad, it's Mom, it's Mom." Chen Yang was stunned when he heard this, and looked in the direction Chen Yanin pointed. The girl walking towards me was wearing a white short-sleeve top, ordinary jeans, a pair of white sneakers, her hair was tied in a ponytail, she was about 1.7 meters tall, and had a good figure. As the girl came a little closer, Chen Yang could see her face clearly. Her unmade-up face revealed a hint of youthfulness, and her eyes seemed a little embarrassed. She always looked at her feet, and only occasionally would she look up to look at the road. But the occasional time or two when he looked up really amazed Chen Yang. "Mom, Mom." Chen Yanin broke free from Chen Yang's big hand and ran towards the girl just like he did when he saw Chen Yang on the street before. And Yue, who was about to return to the dormitory, saw the delicate little girl running towards her while calling for her mother, and subconsciously hid to the side. As a result, when the little girl ran up to her, she immediately hugged her legs. "Mom!" Chen Yanin hugged in Yue's legs, raised her head to look at her, blinked her big eyes, and said very happily, Little sister, I." And Yue was frightened by the little girl. "Well, I was mainly scared by the sudden voice of Mom. How could I be scared when I was hugged by such a cute little girl on the road? Mother." Hearing Yue calling her little sister just like Chen Yang did at the beginning, Chen Yanin pouted and was about to cry, but when she thought of what her father said about finding her mother again, she held back the urge to cry and turned to look at Chen Yang who was walking towards her. "Nian Nian." Chen Yang shouted at Chen Yanin. "Dad." Chen Yanin reluctantly let go of Yue's legs, took 2 steps back, and leaned on Chen Yang's legs. Chen Yang reached out and picked up Chen Yanin, then looked at Yue opposite him. "Sorry, classmate, I disturbed you." Chen Yang looked at Yue and said apologetically, "No. It's okay." Although Yue was a little curious as to why Chen Yang looked about the same age as her, but her daughter was so big, due to the system, she did not have too many doubts. She just waved her hand awkwardly, then lowered her head and walked past Chen Yang. "Dad, Mom, why doesn't Mom recognize me anymore?" Chen Yanin looked at Yue's departing back and said to Chen Yang aggrievedly, "Mom is having a conflict with Dad, so we have to coax Mom first, okay?" Chen Yang comforted Chen Yanin. "Okay." Chen Yanin nodded heavily. Bite. It is detected that the host's daughter is eager to have a mother, but the current host and Yue do not know each other. Host, please get Yue's contact information. Mission reward, 1 WenJM9. Chapter 6, Nian Nian's mother who is a bit socially anxious. Ask about the M9? Chen Yang stared at the system panel in front of him in shock for a moment, then he was overjoyed. As a boy, and a boy who has had his driver's license for less than a month, he loves to study cars the most. As the benchmark of domestic new energy vehicles, the Wenjie M9 can be said to be Chen Yang's dream car. That's great. With a car, I can easily pick up Nian Nian from school. After the excitement, Chen Yang's first thought was that with a car, he could easily pick up Chen Yanin. He had really gradually stepped into the role of a dad. However, I need to get Yue's contact information first. Chen Yang muttered to himself, then hugged Chen Yanin and quickly chased after Yue. Wait a moment, classmate. It was the first time that Chen Yang asked for a girl's contact information, and he was quite nervous. But when he thought that this was the mother of his child and that her contact information was worth more than $500,000, he suddenly became less nervous. What happened? Hearing someone calling her from behind, Yue turned around and looked at Chen Yang who was holding Chen Yanin. She replied nervously and then lowered her head. I'm sorry, classmate, my girl has caused you trouble just now. How about this? Let's add each other's contact information, and I'll treat you to a meal tomorrow and apologize to you. How about that? Although I have never asked for a girl's contact information, I have never seen pork, but I have seen a pig run, right? Taking advantage of what just happened, find a reasonable excuse, and then be a little thick-skinned, then the opportunity will come, right? It's okay. It didn't cause me much trouble. You don't have to apologize to me. And Yue waved her hand, took 2 steps back, and spoke while shaking her head. An apology is a must. As an adult, I have to set a good example for the children. Chen Yang looked at Yue and said with a smile as if in spring breeze. Is this like this? And Yue raised her head and looked at Chen Yang, then at the lovely Chen Yanan. She originally wanted to continue to refuse, but when she saw Chen Yanan's expectant eyes, for some reason, she suddenly softened her heart. Okay. And Yue nodded, and crossed her hands in front of her body nervously. Then let's add each other's contact information. After I register the child tomorrow, I will treat you to lunch at noon. Chen Yang said as he took out his cell phone and specified the time again. Okay. And Yue nodded and took out her cell phone. Let me scan you. Chen Yang looked at the Honor 30 released 5 years ago in Yue's hand, looked up and down at the girl in front of him, and had some vague guesses in his heart. Good. And Yue speaks very little, and one could even say that she is very frugal with words, but Chen Yang can see that she is not aloof, but simply, socially phobic. When Chen Yang was communicating with her just now, he could clearly feel that Yue was unwilling to communicate with her, but seemed to be forcing herself to communicate with others. This is a girl who loves spicy food and wants to break her social phobia but doesn't know how to do it. Beep. The code was scanned successfully. And Yue's nickname is Anan, and her avatar is a real rainbow hanging on the top of the mountain, which is very beautiful. Your nickname is Anan, is your surname An? Chen Yang looked at Yue and asked even though he knew the answer. Chen Yanan, who was held in Chen Yang's arms, looked at his father and then at his mother. He was very confused in his heart. Are his parents playing some kind of house game? You are such a grown-up, but you act like a child. However, Chen Yanan did not say anything to disturb them. His father said that he had made his mother angry, so he wanted to find her again. He was a child and did not know how to find a wife, so he could only rely on his father. My name is Yue, and means safe, you means young, and Wei means rose. And Yue stuttered only at the first word I. She said the rest very smoothly and it seemed like she had calmed down her nervous mood. And Yue. Your name is so nice. My name is Chen Yang, Erdong Chen, the Yang of the sun. Chen Yang was still smiling as if bathed in the spring breeze. He was 1.83 meters tall, and looked sunny and handsome. When he was in high school, several girls wrote him love letters. However, at that time he was only focused on studying, and women would only affect his speed in doing the questions. When Yue heard Chen Yang say that her name was nice, she raised her head and looked at Chen Yang seriously for the first time. From childhood to adulthood, the first impression of others when they heard her name was oh my god. Chen Yang was the first person who heard her name for the first time and praised her. What's wrong, classmate? Chen Yang looked at Yue who was staring at him in confusion. Nothing, your name is very nice too. And Yue was stared at by Chen Yang. She lowered her head a little embarrassedly, and then praised back with Chen Yang's words. Thank you. Chen Yang smiled. This was the first time he communicated with the child's mother, his future wife. It seemed like it was going well. And Yue lowered her head and didn't dare to look up at Chen Yang again although she felt that Chen Yang was staring at her. She held the phone tightly and changed the note for Chen Yang. The girl used the 9-key keyboard, but her typing speed was not slow, like a post-90s generation who came from the era of feature phones. Chen Yang also changed the note for Yue, and the two became friends, and then. And Yue sent Chen Yang a dog head emoticon. Chen Yang was stunned and looked up at Yue. This girl seemed to be a little conflicted. And Yue, who had just sent the dog head emoticon pack to Chen Yang, was also extremely nervous. Her family was not well off, and because of her name, she was always laughed at by her classmates at school, which shaped her inferiority complex and social phobia. Before going to college, her grandmother told her that she must make friends at school, and it would be best if she could find a reliable boyfriend and bring him back to her. However, when she registered today, she, who suffers from social anxiety, even had difficulty communicating with the teacher. How could it be like her grandma said? And when she met Chen Yang, whose first impression was not that of a boy who would laugh at her name but instead would praise her name, she wanted to have a good communication with him and be friends with him. So, she sent him a dog head in the same way as her classmates did before. Chen Yang chuckled in his heart, and then gave Yue a dog head in return. Seeing Chen Yang's reply, Yue suddenly laughed. "You look very beautiful when you smile. Smile more often." Chen Yang looked at Yue and said with a smile. "Thank you, I will try my best." And Yue nodded firmly. "Well, classmate, let's say goodbye here for now. I'll send you a message tomorrow at noon, okay?" Chen Yang said. "No problem." And Yue might have relaxed and subconsciously spoken Sichuan in Chongqing dialect. "Goodbye. Goodbye." After saying that, Chen Yang turned around and left, hugging Chen Yanin, who was somewhat reluctant to leave her mother. Chen Yanin in Chen Yang's arms turned his head and lay on Chen Yang's shoulder, waving at Yue. And Yue looked at the delicate and pretty Chen Yanin, raised her head and waved at her. Bite. It was detected that the host successfully obtained Yue's WeChat, mission accomplished. The system defaults to the highest configuration of the M9. Please select the body color and interior color. The task was completed, and the system prompt sounded. At the same time, a configuration interface popped up in front of Chen Yang. It was obviously copied from the interface of the AITO app. Choose Jinrue red for the exterior and amber brown for the interior. Chen Yang made his choice in his mind. The selection is completed. Please go to the AITO authorized user center in Jiangqing tomorrow to pick up the car. Do you still want me to go to the 4S store to pick up the car? System, you just booked a car for me, but didn't pay the balance? Chen Yang thought the system could directly drop the car off nearby, but he didn't expect he still had to go to the 4S store. All formalities have been completed, the balance has been paid, and the license plates have been installed. The system replied. Phew, that's good. Chen Yang breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, a call came in from Jiangcheng. Chen Yang picked up the phone and was about to hang up, but then he thought that he was in Jiangcheng now. What if it was a counselor or something? Hello, Mr. Chen Yang. I am Xiao Yan from our Wenjie user center. Your Wenjie M9 has arrived at the store. Your assistant has completed the relevant procedures for you. Do you have time to pick up the car tomorrow? It turned out to be from a 4S store. If I have time, I'll come over tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Please send me the address of your store. Chen Yang said. Okay, Mr. Chen, you can actually check your order directly in your Huawei Mall app or AITO app, which has the address of our store. Xiao Yan replied. Okay, I got it. Chen Yang nodded and prepared to read it after hanging up the phone. Okay, I'll wait for you in the store tomorrow morning. I wish you a happy life. Goodbye. Goodbye. Chapter 7 tell us about the storm. In Jiangcheng in the summer, it gets dark very late. Even when it is almost 7 o'clock, the sun is still hanging in the sky. All the way to the dormitory of the School of Computer Science, Chen Yang took Chen Yanin to the 3rd floor. After entering the dormitory, some curious eyes were cast on Chen Yang and Chen Yanin, father and daughter, but no one asked much questions. Walking to room 316, Chen Yang stretched out his hand and pushed open the door. Suddenly, 6 pairs of eyes looked at Chen Yang. But when they saw that Chen Yang was holding the hand of a little girl who was looking around the dormitory curiously, they were almost dumbfounded. Classmate, are you from our dormitory? The boy with glasses sitting in bed number 1 near the door looked at Chen Yang, pushed his glasses up and asked. Yes, my name is Chen Yang. I should be the first one to report to our dormitory. I was busy all day today. Chen Yang looked at his 3 roommates, took Chen Yan into his bed, and let the girl sit on his chair. I was wondering why bed number 3 was already made when I arrived. My name is Li Rue, and I'm from Jincheng. Where are you from, classmate? The person who spoke was the bespectacled young man in bed number 1. He was tall and thin, about 1.8 meters tall. We are half fellow villagers. I'm from Jiangju. Chen Yang said with a smile. How can I be called a half fellow villager? I'm a complete fellow villager from my hometown, Liangcheng. Li Rue said and started speaking in dialect. You are all from the northwest, can you say wind and cloud surge? Just then, a slightly shorter boy in bed number 2 said. How offensive, buddy. Chen Yang and Li Rue immediately looked upset. Hey, we all know each other now. My name is Zhang Jianwu, and I'm from Guangxi province. Zhang Jianwu is the one that made Chen Yang and Li Rui talk about the turbulent situation. Zhang Yutian, from Heilongjiang province. Chen Yang's roommate in bed number 3 stretched out his hand towards Chen Yang. Zhang Yutian was a little fat and the shortest in the dormitory, barely 1.7 meters tall. Jianwu, when we say storm's rising, you can say cousin, I'm out, is that okay? Looking at Zhang Jianwu, Chen Yang said with a grin. Okay, you are all Lao Lu, right? Zhang Jianwu's face also turned dark. Then what should I say? Zhang Yutian really wanted to know what outsiders thought of people from northeast China. Just say 1, 2, 3, 4 and keep counting until you reach 10. Li Rui thought for a while and said. I think I have an accent too. Zhang Yutian scratched his head. Ha ha ha. The 4 roommates all seem to have cheerful personalities, and they aren't the kind of people who would get angry over a few words. After introducing himself, Zhang Jianwu took out some longanians and shared them with Chen Yang, and also gave a few to Chen Yenin. Thank you, uncle. Chen Yenin looked at Zhang Jianwu and said with a smile. Little sister, call me brother. Zhang Jianwu looked at Chen Yenin and scratched his head, feeling a little confused. Chen Yenin looked at Chen Yang, not knowing what to call him. Nian Nian, call me brother. Chen Yang smiled and reached out to touch Chen Yenin's head. Chen Yenin listened to his father and looked at Zhang Jianwu. Thank you, brother. Oh, so good. Zhang Jianwu was very happy and reached out to touch Chen Yenin's head. Hey, stop touching me. Chen Yang grabbed Zhang Jianwu's hand. He said that he could only touch his own daughter, and at most his wife. How stingy. You don't even let me pat your head on such a good sister? Zhang Jianwu rolled his eyes but didn't continue. By the way, Chen Yang, is there something wrong with your parents? Why do they ask you to take care of your sister? Li Rui asked curiously. This is my daughter. Chen Yang opened his mouth and ate a longan peeled by Chen Yenin, saying with a smile. What? The 3 were shocked instantly. No, you are kidding, is this really your daughter? Li Rui looked at Chen Yang carefully, wanting to know if Chen Yang was already 28 years old instead of 18 years old. Really? I have no money to spend if I lie to you. Chen Yang shrugged and communicated with the system silently. As the system worked, the 3 of them gradually accepted this fact, and the topic was quietly revealed. No. She is your daughter, and you just asked her to call me brother? You bastard, you deserve to die. Zhang Jianwu looked at Chen Yang and said swearingly. It was you who made my Nian Nian call you brother. Chen Yang spread his hands, the smile on his lips was harder to suppress than AK. Ha ha ha. There was a burst of cheerful laughter in the dormitory. Brother, you have to take care of your daughter, so you probably can't stay in the dormitory at night, right? Li Rui asked. Well, I went to rent a house in the afternoon. I came back to get some things and will be out soon. Chen Yang said. Okay, let's all leave our contact information. We've set up a group and we'll add you in. If it's urgent, we'll send you a message or call you. Li Rui said. Thank you, brother. I'll treat you guys to dinner tomorrow afternoon. Chen Yang bowed to several people. At this moment, everyone was Nian Nian's adoptive father. Well, you have to take care of our daughter, so let's split the bill for meals. If you really want to treat us, just treat us to a glass of Mishue Bingcheng. Li Rui said. That's right, let's just split the bill. If you didn't have a daughter, you would have to treat me to a meal. Zhang Jianwu also nodded. Can I drink some yellow peach fruit super? Zhang Yutian raised his hand. Only brother lemonade. Chen Yang smiled at Zhang Yutian. Fuck, men are different when they become fathers, so stingy. Zhang Yutian scolded with a smile. Ha ha ha. There was laughter in the dormitory again. Chen Yenin was sitting on Chen Yang's stool and laughing happily. Several people added each other as friends, left their phone numbers with each other, and then gathered together to study each other's mobile phones. Boys are like this, they like electronic products, like beautiful women, and like electronic products endorsed by beautiful women. I checked when registering this afternoon and found that only 2/3 of our class had signed up. There should be some people who will register tomorrow, said Zhang Yutian. The registration period for Zhangcheng University is 2 days. I hope there can be a few good-looking girls in our class. Zhang Yutian shouted dejectedly. Brother, the male-to-female ratio in our School of Computer Science is 5-to-1. If you want to find a partner, you'd better consider other colleges as soon as possible. Chen Yang patted Zhang Yutian on the shoulder and said, "It's over, the sky is falling." Zhang Yutian suddenly felt that he would not be happy at all in the next 4 years. While the few of them were chatting, Zhang Jianwu saw that Chen Yanan was bored, so he found a cartoon called Boonie Bears on his computer and played it for Chen Yanan. The little girl watched it with great interest and laughed happily from time to time. "What's your daughter's name?" Li Rui pushed his glasses and asked. "Chen Yanan, my nickname is Nian Nian." Chen Yang replied. "Nian Nian, you're so cute. How old are you?" Li Rui asked. 6 years old. At 6 years old, it's time for him to go to primary school, right? Zhang Yutian asked. "Yes, it has been arranged before. I will send her to the number 1 primary school affiliated to Jiangda to register tomorrow." Chen Yang nodded. "Number 1 primary school affiliated to Jiangnan University, brother, you have some ability. Can you arrange for your child to attend number 1 primary school affiliated to Jiangnan University?" Li Rui said in surprise. "I don't have much ability, this was arranged by a friend of mine." Chen Yang smiled. "Well, Tonzi is also a brother." System, slanting eyes and smiling expression pack. Several people gave a thumbs up. Several boys sat together, and at first they were talking about senior girls from school, but then the topic gradually turned to national affairs and the possibility of the S3 season. After watching the cartoon for 40 minutes, Chen Yanan took the initiative to pause the video and ran to Chen Yang for a hug. "Why don't you continue watching?" Chen Yang asked, touching the little girl's head. "Mom said that we can't watch TV for more than 40 minutes at a time." Chen Yanan said obediently. "So good." The other 3 boys were so touched by Chen Yanan's cute look. "Guys, it's getting dark. I have to go back and pack up. I have to take Nian Nian to register tomorrow morning. Let's make an appointment tomorrow afternoon, okay?" Chen Yang said while holding Chen Yanan and looking at his 3 roommates. "No problem. Be careful on your way back. We will message you if anything happens." Li Rui nodded. "Okay, thanks brothers." Chen Yang nodded, then opened the cabinet, took out the school bag and computer bag, took out a few sets of clothes and put them in the bag, then took Chen Yanan's hand and left the dormitory. Chapter 8 in Yue, made a friend. Holding Chen Yanan's hand, I left the dormitory. It was already completely dark outside. The campus of Jiangnan University was brightly lit. The street lights illuminated the trees on the road, and all kinds of shadows were painted on the ground, which looked very beautiful. "Nian Nian, don't you know those 3 uncles?" Looking at Chen Yanan who was stepping on the shadows of the leaves, Chen Yang asked curiously. "I don't know him." Chen Yanan shook his head and continued to hold Chen Yang's hand and step on the shadow. After hearing this, Chen Yang had some guesses in his mind. First, after Chen Yang graduated, he did not live in the same city with the other 3 roommates, and they even had very little communication. Or since Chen Yanan could remember, he and the 3 roommates had never met in front of Chen Yanan, and he had never even mentioned them in front of Chen Yanan. The second is that Chen Yanan did not come from the future, but from a parallel world. In that world, there were himself and An Yue, but his college roommate was someone else. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. If we follow the system task step by step, we will eventually find the truth. Chen Yang muttered to himself, and then followed Chen Yanan to play with shadows. The 20-minute journey took the 2 of them almost half an hour to arrive. The first thing they did when they entered the door was to turn on the air conditioner and water heater. "I sweated a lot today and I can't sleep at night without taking a shower." While waiting for the water in the water heater to boil, Chen Yang took a quick look at the reasonable and legal information that the system had provided to Chen Yanan. The ID card and household registration book show that Chen Yanan was born on March 3, 2019, a cute pig baby. The system directly opened a household registration book for Chen Yang and put the 2 of them in the same household registration book. The column for Chen Yanan's relationship with the head of the household was also a daughter, which was directly awesome. The rest, like birth certificate, vaccination certificate, ID card, kindergarten diploma, and social security card, are all available. Another admission notice from the number 1 affiliated primary school of Jiangnan University is also very complete. Basically, you just need to go to enroll with the certificate. However, when seeing these things, Chen Yang suddenly thought of a question. When he met Chen Yanan, her bag contained a kindergarten pickup card, but now she is going to elementary school. Is this right? Nian Nian, have you finished kindergarten? Chen Yang asked Chen Nianen. I'm done with the class. I'm still the best kid in our kindergarten. Chen Nianen said proudly. Well, according to adults, he is an excellent child. Then why do you have a kindergarten pickup card in your bag? Chen Yang said, pulling Chen Nianen's bag and taking out the pickup card. I don't know. Maybe I put it in the school bag before? Chen Nianen shook his head. Okay. Chen Yang nodded and didn't dwell on it anymore. Anyway, as long as Chen Nianen finished kindergarten, it would be fine. Thinking of this, Chen Yang put the ID back into his bag, then took out the charger to charge his phone. Dad, the water is ready. Can we take a bath? Chen Nianen ran to the bathroom to check the water temperature, then stuck his head out and said to Chen Yang. Sure. Chen Yang nodded subconsciously, and when he looked at his daughter, he was suddenly stumped. Chen Nianen is already 6 years old. Although I can wash her, the child is grown up after all, and I still have to avoid suspicion when necessary. It seems that we have to capture the child's mother as soon as possible, so that she can handle some things that need to be handled by the mother. Chen Yang muttered, and then looked at Chen Nianen. Nian Nian, can you take a shower by yourself? Chen Yang looked at Chen Nianen and asked with a smile. Of course, Dad is a boy and cannot take a bath with Nian Nian. Chen Nianen looked at Chen Yang with the look of a little adult. Okay, our Nian Nian is the best. Dad will test the water temperature for you first, and then you can wash yourself. Chen Yang walked into the bathroom, adjusted the water temperature for Chen Nianen, and then took out the clothes that had been washed and dried in the afternoon and gave her a set of bath towels. Nian Nian, I seem to have forgotten to buy you pajamas. Chen Yang said with a smile as he looked at Chen Nianen, who had taken off her hanfu skirt and was left with only a small vest and shorts. It seems so. Chen Nianen said, tilting his head. Forget it, let's just make do with it tonight. Daddy will take you to buy it tomorrow, okay? Chen Yang walked up to Chen Nianen, reached out to untie her ponytail, and took off the hairpins and other things on her head, and said, okay. So, Chen Yang washed Chen Nianen's hair first, and then let her take a bath by herself. The little girl had a lot of hair, and her little hands definitely couldn't wash her hair well. While Chen Nianen was taking a shower, Chen Yang started to put on the quilt cover and make the bed sheets. By the time Chen Nianen finished showering, more than 20 minutes had passed. Chen Yang smiled and carried Chen Nianen to stand on the chair, then took out the hairdryer he bought in the supermarket in the afternoon and blow-dried her hair. It was almost 9:30. Ha! Chen Nianen, who was wearing the pure cotton short-sleeved shirt and shorts bought in the afternoon and had his hair loose, yawned and rubbed his eyes, obviously sleepy. Dad, go to sleep. Chen Nianen grabbed Chen Yang's arm and said. Okay, go to sleep. Chen Yang nodded, carried Chen Nianen to the bed, and went to turn off the lights. Nian Nian likes sleeping with Daddy the most. With the dim light from the phone screen before it went out, Chen Nianen lay on top of Chen Yang, gave him a kiss on the face, and laughed. Be good, go to sleep. Chen Yang smiled and nodded, then reached out and patted Chen Nianen on the back. The little girl fell asleep in less than 3 minutes. Lying on the bed, Chen Yang, who had calmed down, stared at the ceiling light which had just been turned off but had not yet completely dimmed, in a daze. Looking back, it seems like this day has not been long, but it feels like I have experienced many things in my life. Suddenly I had a daughter, and then activated the system, even though I had just entered college and had not yet turned 19. By the way, I also met a girl from Sichuan and Chongqing whom I really like. She seems to be my daughter's future mother. Thinking of this, he picked up his phone, turned down the brightness, and then clicked on Yue's homepage. He originally planned to check out the girl's moments, but he found that Yue didn't even have a moments option, which meant that she had never posted a moments. Chen Yang shook his head, exited Yue's homepage and clicked on it again, only to find that the homepage that didn't have the moments option suddenly had it again. Chen Yang thought it was stuck or something, so he clicked on it and saw the words 1 minute ago. The content of the moments is also very simple, with no pictures or videos, just one sentence. I made a friend today, so happy. Chen Yang smiled and gave a thumbs up. In room 406 of the female dormitory of the School of Arts, and Yue is the only one there tonight. The other 3 roommates have not come to register yet and are expected to arrive tomorrow. After meeting Xu Lin and Shen Yang, she went straight back to the dormitory after finishing her meal. She had social phobia and could only order food with her hands when she went to the cafeteria, let alone walking around the campus. After returning to the dormitory, and Yue began to clean the dormitory, then took a shower, and came back to do laundry. After she had tidied everything up, she took out her vocabulary book and started memorizing English until after 9 o'clock. After going to bed, and Yue took out her cell phone and opened WeChat. She only had a few WeChat friends: her grandmother, her high school class teacher, her college counselor, a senior who applied for a campus card, and Chen Yang. So after she opened her circle of friends, the person she came across the most was Chen Yang. Seeing Chen Yang getting his driver's license, hosting a graduation party, and posting his admission letter to friends, and Yue couldn't help but smile. So, she searched for some tips, and then fumbled to post the first moments of her life. I made a friend today, I'm happy. Chapter 9. Dad, I'm scared. The next day, Chen Yang was awakened by the itch. In a daze, he felt an itchy sensation in his nostrils. He subconsciously reached out and rubbed his nose. Then, when he opened his eyes, he saw a super cute little girl looking at him, tickling her nostrils with the end of her hair, and smiling happily. Dad, the sun is shining on your butt. Chen Yanin saw Chen Yang open his eyes and shouted at him with a smile. Oh. Chen Yang was confused for a few seconds, and was stunned for a moment before he realized that the little girl in front of him was his daughter. Nian Nian, pull Dad up. Ouch. Chen Yang stretched out his hand, and Chen Yanin pulled Chen Yang's big hand with a little force. Chen Yang sat up, then reached for the mobile phone on the bedside and checked the time. It's 7 o'clock. Let's go brush our teeth and wash our faces. The little girl had already dressed herself. She was so smart. When she heard Chen Yang say to wash up, she slipped out of bed, wearing her blue slippers, and ran over to Chen Yang and put his slippers in order. Love you so much, baby. Chen Yang put on his slippers, bent down and was about to kiss Chen Yanin. Dad's mouth stinks, brush your teeth first. Chen Yanin pushed Chen Yang away with disgust and covered his nose with his other hand. Hey, you still despise me? Chen Yang picked up Chen Yanin and kissed her little face several times, causing little Yanin to roll her eyes. Carrying the little girl to the bathroom, Chen Yang originally wanted to help her wash up, but the little girl brought a small stool over and stood on it, squeezing toothpaste, brushing her teeth, and washing her face. It was not until the time to comb her hair that the young girl came to Chen Yang with a comb, hairband, and hairpins. Dad is not very good at combing hair, so don't be disgusted, Nian Nian. When Chen Yang was at home, he practiced with his sister's hair, so it's just that he's not very good at it, not that he can't do it. It's okay. Chen Yanin smiled sweetly at Chen Yang, then turned around and sat on a small stool, handing her hair to Chen Yang. Chen Yang picked up the comb and simply braided 2 small pigtails for Chen Yanin. After taking a look and feeling satisfied, Chen Yang took out new clothes for Chen Yanin to change into. Today's little girl is wearing a white short-sleeved shirt, black shorts and a pink hat, which is simple yet beautiful. Chen Yang was dressed similarly to Chen Yanin, also in a white short-sleeved shirt and black shorts, but without a hat. After putting the documents and other things that Chen Yanin needed for registration into his backpack, Chen Yang took Chen Yanin out. Although it has officially entered September today, the weather in Jiangcheng at 8 o'clock in the morning is still hot and muggy. As soon as Chen Yang left the air-conditioned room, he felt that his clothes were sticking to his body. They went out and found a breakfast shop, where they had a simple breakfast. Then Chen Yang took a taxi and took Chen Yanin straight to the user center of Wenjie. The pickup point given by the system was the one closest to Jiangcheng University, but because it was rush hour, it was already 9:10 when we arrived at the Wenjie user center. The so-called assistant, that is, the system, has completed all the formalities for Chen Yang, even the license plate has been prepared. The license plate is also very interesting, Zhang AFN 0303, Nian Nian's N plus her birthday. The system is a real daughter slave. The car pickup process was quick, taking less than half an hour. The Wenjie user center gave out a lot of small gifts, but Chen Yanin's favorites were the 2 Wenjie little bears, which he couldn't let go of. Mr. Chen, if you have any follow-up questions about the car, you can contact me at any time, or you can contact our user centers across the country. We will be at your service at any time. Xia Yan looked at Chen Yang, who was sitting in the car, had already torn off the film and was touching the steering wheel with excitement on his face, and said with a smile. Thank you. Chen Yang smiled and nodded. You're welcome, this is what we should do. Oh, by the way, please wait a moment. Having said that, Xiao Yan turned around and went to find his colleague. After whispering a few words, Xiao Yan soon came over with an amber-brown cushion of the same style. Mr. Chen, your daughter needs some cushioning when she rides in the car, otherwise the seatbelt will squeeze her neck. Chen Nianen is already 6 years old and is not suitable for a child safety seat. However, if she uses a normal car 3-point seatbelt, it will squeeze her neck, so she needs to raise the seat a little bit. This is the case for some girls who are not too tall but are learning to drive. Thank you, you are very thoughtful. Chen Yang looked at Xiao Yan and thanked him with a smile. Then I wish you a happy life. If you need any help from me, you can call me. Xiao Yan smiled, and then began to guide Chen Yang to drive the car out of the user center. Chen Yang is not an experienced driver, but he is not a novice either. Right after he finished the college entrance examination, his father enrolled him in a driving school. After getting his driver's license 42 days later, he drove around in the family La Vida for the entire holiday, and he has quite a few driving skills. You have to drive the car for 100 kilometers before you can use the smart driving function. By then, the L3 level of autonomous driving will make driving much easier. Chen Yang muttered to himself, then went to fill up a tank of gas, then navigated to the number 1 elementary school affiliated to Jiangda University, and soon arrived near the elementary school. After finding a place to park the car, Chen Yang took Chen Nianen's hand and walked towards the school. Today is the registration day for Jiangnan University number 1 affiliated school, so there are a lot of people. Several senior elementary school students wearing red volunteer vests and red hats stood at the school gate to lead the way for the parents of the first graders. However, when Chen Yang and Chen Nianen just walked to the school gate, the little girl suddenly stood still. She looked at the school gate, grabbed Chen Yang's big hand, and hid behind Chen Yang. What's wrong, Nian Nian? Chen Yang lowered his head in confusion and looked at the frightened little girl. Dad, I'm scared. Chen Nianen looked at Chen Yang timidly and said with a frightened face. What's wrong? Talk to Dad. Seeing that the little girl was about to cry, Chen Yang squatted down, reached out and touched Chen Nianen's little face, and said comfortingly. I'm afraid that once I enter school, I won't be able to find my parents. Chen Nianen thought of what happened before, hugged Chen Yang's neck, and whispered. This. Chen Yang understood immediately after hearing this. Nian Nian traveled through time because she wanted to go to school, so now she is afraid of going to school. System. When in doubt, ask the system. Chen Yang began to consult the system in his mind. The existence of space-time wormholes has not been detected within the Earth, nor has the technology that can create space-time wormholes been detected within the Earth. The possibility of Chen Nianen traveling through time again is 0. The system said. I see. Hearing the system's reply, Chen Yang smiled and patted Chen Nianen on the back. Don't worry, Nian Nian, Daddy will be with you the whole time today. Even if I disappear, Daddy will still be by your side. Nian Nian is the bravest girl, right? Let's go and defeat this school monster and make it listen to us, okay? Chen Yang said with a smile. Chen Nianen smiled. Let's go. As long as we defeat the school monster today, the school won't bully Nian Nian when she goes to school in the future. Chen Yang said. Go, go, go. Chen Nianen smiled and nodded, then followed Chen Yang towards the school. Chapter 10 Xiao Nian Nian's new friend. Jiangda number 1 primary school is a primary school with a history of 100 years. It can be traced back to before the founding of the People's Republic of China. It has many famous alumni. Generally speaking, only the children of Jiangcheng faculty and staff or their children, as well as the children of Jiangcheng local residents living near Jiangcheng University, can be admitted. However, the existence of the system makes it easier than ever for ordinary people to meet the conditions that they would struggle to meet. After showing the relevant documents, Chen Yang successfully registered Chen Nianen. Little Nianen was assigned to Class 1, Grade 1. Her classmates were basically the children or second-generation children of Jiangnan University's faculty and staff. After Chen Yang tricked Chen Nianen into defeating the school monster, he became more and more lively. While Chen Yang was chatting with the teacher, he started chatting with a little girl next to him who was dressed like a tomboy. However, some of the things Chen Nianen said many years later were difficult for her friends to understand. Chen Nianen didn't quite understand what her friend was saying. But the two little guys get along very well together and it's quite interesting. Mr. Chen, your daughter and my daughter are getting along very well. A young woman in her 30s wearing glasses looked at Chen Yang and said with a smile. My daughter has no friends in Jiangcheng. If she can make friends like your daughter, she won't be bored. Chen Yang said with a smile. Dad. Seeing that Chen Yang had registered for him, Chen Nianen, who was happily chatting with his friend, ran over holding his friend's hand. Yan Yan. Chen Yang reached out and touched Chen Yan'an's head, then asked, "Did you introduce yourselves?" "Yeah. Her name is Yang Yufei. She likes playing football and she likes Ultraman and Armor Hero." Chen Yan'an pointed at the little girl named Yang Yufei and said to Chen Yang, "Yan Yan." Yang Yufei looked at Chen Yan'an with some resentment, as if she felt a little ashamed of being told that she liked boys' things. This child has liked boys' things since she was young. The toys she played with when she was little were toy guns and the like. Yufei's mother looked at Chen Yang and said embarrassedly, "It's okay, Yufei's mom. If your child likes football, it means she loves sports and is healthy. If she likes Ultraman and Armor Hero, it means she has a bright future. You should be proud." Chen Yang looked at young Yufei, a girl with short hair, wearing a blue short-sleeved shirt, shorts and sneakers, who was a centimeter or two taller than Chen Yan'an, and said with a smile, "Really, uncle? Do you think so, too?" Yang Yufei looked at Chen Yang, her eyes shining. "Of course, I like Ultraman and Armor Hero too." Chen Yang nodded. "I like it too." Chen Yan'an raised his little hand. The two friends found a common topic and started chatting. "I feel like they can become very good friends," Yufei's mother said with a smile. "They are already very good friends." Chen Yang smiled. "My name is Su Meng, and I'm a teacher at Jiangcheng University. What about you, Mr. Chen?" Su Meng, Yufei's mother, looked at Chen Yang and said with a smile, "Chen Yang, a student from Jiangcheng University." Chen Yang stretched out his hand. "Mr. Chen is so lucky. His daughter has grown up so fast at such a young age. It will be much easier to take care of her in the future," Su Meng said with a smile. Because of the system, no one now questions the age difference between Chen Yang and his daughter. "I feel lucky too." Chen Yang was also feeling emotional. In the blink of an eye, he had a daughter this big and so well behaved. He felt a little dazed. "Let's add each other's contact information so that if the two children want to make an appointment to play together in the future, it will be convenient to contact each other." Su Meng took out his mobile phone and said to Chen Yang, "Okay." So, the two of them added each other on WeChat and left their phone numbers with each other. Then Su Meng said that she had to go back to work and said goodbye. The two children looked at each other reluctantly, but since they had to go to school the next morning, they were not that reluctant. "Nian Nian, who is older, you or Yufei?" Chen Yang looked at Chen Yan'an and asked with a smile. "I don't know. I'll ask Yufei tomorrow." Chen Yan'an shook his head, a little confused. "Okay, then you can go ask after school tomorrow. Let's go get mom now. We made an appointment to have lunch with mom yesterday, so we can't be late," Chen Yang said with a smile. "Yeah." Arriving at the parking lot, Chen Yang was fully alert and drove the car onto the main road with great effort, then drove all the way to the gate of Jiangnan University. Chen Yang had been planning to stop and register, but just as he reached the door, the sensor door automatically rose up. The access control system of Jiangcheng University and the community where the host currently lives has been entered for the host. Before Chen Yang could speak, the system took the initiative to prompt. "There is no doubt about it, the after-sales service of this strongest DAD system is simply amazing. You are truly the best system I have ever seen." Chen Yang smiled, found a parking lot, parked the car, and then made a video call to An Yue. At this time, An Yue was helping her roommates pack their things in the dormitory. It was around 11 o'clock now, and only one roommate had arrived, and the other two had not arrived yet. Although An Yue is relatively introverted and has a little social anxiety, she still musters up the courage to face her roommates. After all, they are the ones she will be living with for the next 4 years. The roommate's personality is exactly the opposite of An Yue's. She came to register alone, and she is outgoing and lively, looking carefree. Facing An Yue's enthusiasm, she responded positively. Gradually, An Yue was also infected by her generosity and revealed a faint smile. Ding ding dong dong. Suddenly, a series of WeChat phone calls rang. An Yue was startled and turned to look at the phone charging on the table. "Wei Wei, someone is video calling you." Ding Joshua looked at An Yue and said, Yeah. An Yue nodded, ran over to pick up the phone and saw that it was Chen Yang calling. She turned her head and glanced at Ding Joshua quietly, and found that Ding Joshua was packing her clothes and hanging them in the closet, so she pressed the answer button. "Student and I'm at school. Which college are you from? Where is your dormitory? I'm here to pick you up." Chen Yang looked at Yu Wei in the video, who was barefaced and a little timid, and said confidently, "No. No need, just tell me where to eat and I can take the bus there myself." And Yu Wei waved her hands hurriedly. "It's okay. Since we are here to apologize, we must see it through. Let's go out early while there is less traffic at the school gate at noon," Chen Yang said with a smile. "Well, okay then. I'm from the College of Arts, and I live in room 406, building 17. If you're coming quickly, wait for me for a while I change my clothes." And Yu Wei said in a low voice, "Okay, take your time packing, no rush." Chen Yang smiled and nodded, then hung up the phone. Boyfriend, or suitor? As soon as Yu Wei hung up the phone, Ding Joshua came over and asked with a smile on her face. No. No, it's just that a classmate bumped into me by accident yesterday, and wanted to apologize to me and treat me to a meal. And Yu Wei waved her hand and said with a blushing face. Your face is blushing. At least you're a boy I like, right? I'll go down with you later and check it out for you. Ding Joshua is quite outgoing. Ah? And Yu Wei was stunned for a moment. What? Why don't you hurry up and change your clothes? Forget it, I'll pack for you. How are you going on a date like this? Ding Joshua looked at the rustic girl, thought about it, and then took action. 10 minutes later, and Yu Wei, who had changed her hairstyle and a white chiffon dress, stood in front of Ding Joshua. Well, you have good skin and a good figure. Apart from your slightly inferior hair quality, you are absolutely beautiful and impeccable. This kind of Bai Yue Guang dress is the most attractive. I'm sure I can turn the other person into a fool. Come on, let's go downstairs. Ding Joshua said with great satisfaction. But, I'm wearing your clothes, what if they get dirty while eating? And Yu Wei said timidly. Oh, it's dirty, so what? Pinduoduo sells it for 69.9 yuan and includes free shipping. I can just throw it away. Alright, let's go. Ding Joshua waved her hand, then picked up her cell phone and pushed Yu Wei out of the dormitory. Chapter 11. A different Yu Wei. Dormitory 17 of the School of Arts of Jiangnan University is located at the southernmost end of the dormitory area of the School of Arts. There are many lush trees planted on both sides of the road, and there are dense bushes between the trees, which makes people feel as if a snake will suddenly jump out. The car was parked downstairs, the air conditioner was blowing quietly. Chen Yang did not open the window, but sat in the car and stared quietly at the entrance of the apartment building. More trees mean more mosquitoes. If you open the windows and let mosquitoes in, they will be really happy. Dad, when will Mom come down? Chen Yan sat quietly in the back seat. She was short and couldn't see out the window. Plus, she was tied to the seatbelt, so she could only ask Chen Yang. Girls are very slow in packing, aren't they? Nian, you have to be patient. Chen Yang said with a smile, looking back at Chen Yanan. But Mom is always quick at packing things up, said Chen Yanan. Chen Yang was stunned. He turned his head because his neck was uncomfortable, and then he saw Yu Wei in a white chiffon dress standing with a girl in a JK dress and black stockings. Nian, you sit in the car, Daddy will get off to pick up Mommy. Chen Yang turned around and gave Chen Yanan some instructions. Good. Chen Yanan nodded obediently. Chen Yang opened the car door, got out and walked towards Yu Wei. At this time, Yu Wei and Ding Joshua, who had just walked out of the building, looked around curiously. They only saw a few cars parked around the dormitory, but no boys, let alone Chen Yang, whom Yu Wei was familiar with. Jia, we may have come down too early. And Yu Wei said in a low voice. That's right. Jiangnan University is so big. He just entered the school. If he went through the main gate, it would take him at least 20 minutes to walk here. And if he takes the wrong road, it would be even slower. Ding Joshua also experienced how far it is to walk from the school gate to building 17 today, so she can understand Chen Yang. So, the two of them decided to stand a little further inside the building. After all, there was air conditioning in the dormitory building and it was cooler. Student in. Just as the two were about to return to the dormitory building, they saw Chen Yang getting off a large gold and red car, waving at them and calling out student in as he came over. No. Wei, this is your crush? Isn't he so handsome? Putting aside the fact that Chen Yang drives an M9 worth more than 500,000 yuan, Chen Yang's appearance is completely in line with the aesthetic taste of contemporary women. With a height of over 1.8 meters, well-toned calf muscles when he walks, and a sunny and handsome face, he is simply stunningly handsome. Chen Yang. And Yue touched Ding Joshua gently, then raised her little hand and called out softly. Chen Yang walked up to Yue and stood in front of them. And Yue took the initiative to walk down the stairs and stood next to Chen Yang. Hello, my name is Ding Joshua, and I'm Weiwei's roommate. Ding Joshua watched Yue take the initiative to approach Chen Yang, and her sweet eating nature instantly came up, and she also walked down the stairs with a smile. Hello, my name is Chen Yang. Chen Yang smiled and nodded, then turned to look at Yue. Does your roommate want to go with you? And Yue shook her head when she heard this. Jia said she wanted to come down to help me check things out. Ding Joshua slapped her forehead when she heard that. Her roommate was extremely beautiful, but just too stupid. You just casually said, I came down to throw away the trash or buy some water. Ha, it's time to check it out. Chen Yang smiled. Instead of being angry, he was quite happy. It has come to the level of screening, which proves that I have appeared in the topic of conversation between Yue and her roommates, and at least it is a positive image. Otherwise, with Yue's socially anxious personality, it would not be about screening, but about catching a scumbag. Well, classmate Ding, we'll leave first. Today's meal is to apologize to classmate N. Next time there's a chance, after the military training is over, I'll treat all of you in the dormitory. Chen Yang glanced at Yue who was blushing, then looked at Ding Joshua and said. No problem, let me ride in a car worth more than 500,000 yuan when the time comes, hee hee. When Ding Joshua mentioned 500,000, she winked at Yue calmly. And Yue naturally noticed and heard it. Student Ding knows a lot about cars. Okay, then I'll let you all sit down. Chen Yang smiled and nodded, then turned around and brought Yue to the front of the car. After walking around, he first came to the passenger seat and opened the door for Yue. And Yue secretly memorized Chen Yang's operating steps. When he walked around to the driver's seat, Chen Yang saw Ding Joshua still looking. He waved at her, then opened the door and got in. After watching Chen Yang and Yue leave, Ding Joshua smacked her lips, turned around and went upstairs. In the car, Chen Yang watched Yue fasten her seatbelt and drove out of the school. Mother! Just when Yue was about to ask Chen Yang where they were going to eat, a voice of mom suddenly came from the back seat, which scared Yue. And Yue turned her head and looked at Chen Yan who was looking at her hopefully. She wanted to be angry, but she couldn't be angry at all. She thought that it might be her personality, but she also felt that she should be the child's mother. But she also confirmed that she had never given birth to a child and had never even held a boy's hand. Hearing Chen Yan calling her mom, Chen Yang also had a headache. He could explain to Chen Yan that her parents were having a conflict, but he couldn't stop the little girl from calling her mom. Unfortunately, he has already become a dad at a young age. If he pursues Yue with his child, the difficulty will increase 100 times, and it will be even later for Nian to recognize her mother. Little sister, why do you keep calling me mom? I don't know why, but when Yue saw Chen Yan again, all her nervousness, social phobia, and inferiority complex disappeared. She spoke to Chen Yan very gently and confidently. I'm sorry, Mom. Seeing that her mother was still angry with her father and refused to recognize her, Chen Yan's tears flowed down. And Yue felt a sudden pain in her heart as if being stabbed by a needle when she saw this scene. Chen Yang, stop the car. And Yue turned to look at Chen Yang and said in a low voice. Student and I. Chen Yang thought that Yue wanted to leave because she was angry because Chen Yan called her mother. Stop the car. And Yue didn't know where she got the courage from, and her voice suddenly became louder. Chen Yang parked the car obediently, punched in the passenger door on the central control screen, and then his eyes wandered between the crying Chen Yan and the angry Yue, not knowing who to coax first. At this moment, Chen Yang was thinking, this should be the century-old problem that every married man with a daughter will encounter, right? And Yue unbuckled her seatbelt, pushed open the car door and got out. Just when Chen Yang thought that today's date was going to be ruined and Chen Yan was upset for disrupting the reconciliation process between his father and mother, and Yue, who had got out of the car, opened the back door and got in, sitting next to Chen Yan. Drive. And Yue said. Oh. Seeing that Yue asked the car to stop because she wanted to go to the back seat to coax Chen Yan, Chen Yang's nervousness disappeared instantly, so much so that he didn't even notice the completely different tone of voice in Yue's voice. Chen Yan looked at Yue who was sitting next to him and instantly burst into laughter. Mom! Chen Yan opened his arms towards Yue, wanting his mother's embrace. And Yue approached Chen Yan'an and gently held her in her arms. At this moment, she thought of herself, the earthquake 17 years ago, her mother with only half of her face in the photo, and how she had also imagined having a father and mother to protect her when she was bullied and laughed at. It was not until she hugged Chen Yan'an that Yue's heart began to calm down. After she calmed down, Yue realized that she just seemed. Thinking of this, Yue, who was just a strong mother, blushed instantly. She looked at Chen Yang, who was driving timidly, and whispered, "Chen Yang, I'm sorry, It's okay, you're also concerned about Nian Nian." Chen Yang was in a good mood. And Yue would care about Chen Yan'an, which meant that Chen Yan'an was not a stumbling block on the road to pursuing his wife, but a great help instead. It would have been better if she didn't say it. After Chen Yang said that, Yue blushed even more. Her social phobia attributes returned, and at this moment she was even a little unable to speak. "Dad, what are we going to eat later?" Chen Yan'an was very happy to see that his mother no longer hated him, and when the child was happy, he only thought about what to eat. What to eat? Chen Yang was stunned. He really didn't know what to eat. He had just eaten Hunan cuisine yesterday, so he had to change the taste today, right? "Studentin, is there anything you want to eat?" Chen Yang only knew that Yue liked spicy food just like Nian Nian. From what he heard her say that day, she should be a girl from Sichuan in Chongqing. "So, I encountered the last bit of tenderness from Sichuan in Chongqing?" Well, Yue's sudden loud speech just now didn't seem very gentle. I can do anything." Yue actually wanted to suggest eating hot pot, but she had used up all her courage just now and was now completely timid. Bite. It was detected that the host's daughter's mother wanted to eat hot pot, in order to pursue Yue as soon as possible, so that the daughter can have a mother. "Host, please take your daughter and Yue to eat an authentic Sichuan hot pot." Mission reward: Peak Human Physical Fitness. Chapter 12: I Family of 3 Eats Hot Pot. Peak Human Physical Fitness. Bull. The system is awesome. Although Chen Yang didn't know how strong the peak physical fitness of humans was, he could roughly imagine it. That could be a 100-meter burst speed that exceeds Bolt's, a full marathon that easily goes under 2 kilometers, a terrifying power that can knock out Tyson with one punch, and a recovery ability that is even more terrifying than Lin Dan's. Putting aside the skills, after receiving this reward, Chen Yang's physical fitness will be at the pinnacle of human beings. Thinking of this, Chen Yang said casually while driving seriously, "How about we go eat hot pot?" When they heard the word hot pot, the two beauties in the back seat swallowed their saliva instantly and nodded in unison. Okay, let's go eat hot pot," Chen Yan'an said, clapping his hands. I'm fine too, let's just eat hot pot," and Yue also said in a low voice. So, Chen Yang asked Xiaoyi to help him find a more authentic Sichuan hot pot restaurant near Jiangcheng University, and then navigated to the mall. At this time at noon, there is still a lot of traffic in front of Jiangda University. Looking at the bustling crowd outside the car window and all kinds of life, and Yue's embarrassed heart gradually calmed down. Thinking of the question she wanted to ask when she first got in the car, and Yue said softly, "Chen Yang, is this car really like Jia said, it costs more than 500,000 yuan?" Chen Yang nodded, and took advantage of the traffic jam to not move. He turned his head to look at Yue, who had become a little reserved, and said with a smile, "That's about right. Your roommate knows a lot about cars. Most girls only know about Mercedes-Benz and BMW. Oh." And Yue nodded, and the car fell into silence again. Chen Yan'an looked at her father, then at her mother, her little heart filled with confusion. As a 6-year-old girl, she did not have a clear concept of 500,000. She only knew that the number should be very large. Seeing the two beauties, one big and one small, sitting silently in the back row through the rearview mirror, Chen Yang took the initiative to start a conversation. "I'm a freshman majoring in computer science. How about you, N?" Up to now, Chen Yang only knew that Yue was from the College of Arts, but he had no idea which grade or college she was in. "I'm majoring in Chinese language and literature, and I'm also a freshman." And Yue replied, "I heard you speaking Sichuan and Chongqing dialect yesterday. Are you from Sichuan and Chongqing?" Chen Yang didn't know what to say, so he just chatted casually to get to know each other. "Yes, I'm from Sichuan." And Yue nodded. "It seems that we made the right choice of hot pot today. Eat more later," Chen Yang said with a smile. "My claws will do." And Yue waved her hands hurriedly, trying to hide her desire to eat hot pot, but ended up speaking in Sichuan and Chongqing dialect. After saying this, and Yue blushed instantly. I'm from Long Province. Do you want to listen to me speak the Northwestern dialect? Chen Yang asked with a smile. Ah. And Yue was stunned for a moment before she realized that Chen Yang said this just to take care of her emotions. Her heart instantly warmed up, and Yue smiled faintly. Is it that kind of, I let you go, like that? Chen Yang was a little surprised when he heard Yue's dialect. Yes, it's almost the same. Dad, I can say that too. Ha coward, old coward, dog coward, cold coward. Alright, stop talking. Who did you learn all this from? Chen Yang's face instantly turned dark. It couldn't be that he was the one who taught him, right? My aunt taught me. Chen Yenin was still counting on his fingers, and said subconsciously after being interrupted by Chen Yang. Okay, when I go home during the holidays, I will beat Chen Min's ass to pieces. What has he taught my daughter? Chen Yang cursed. And Yue covered her mouth and chuckled. Along the way, the family of three chatted casually and their relationship quickly became closer. And Yue also gradually relaxed in this warm environment. In addition, since it was a closed space, her social phobia was greatly reduced. She no longer stuttered when speaking and her voice became a little louder. However, everything returned to normal after Yue got out of the car. Looking at the densely parked cars in the shopping mall's underground garage, and Yue subconsciously lowered her head a little, and her whole state became listless. Nian, hold mommy's hand. Chen Yang looked at Yue's condition, carried Chen Yanin out of the car, and whispered in her ear. He could see that Yue not only did not hate Chen Yanin, but instead had an inexplicable liking and care for her. The mother and daughter are connected by heart. Even if Yue had not gone through 10 months of pregnancy and given birth, the feeling of blood connection would make Yue subconsciously care about Chen Yanin. Just like when I hugged Chen Yanin after I calmed down. Aha! Chen Yanin nodded, then ran to Yue and gently held Yue's hand. She learned from the lesson and didn't call her mother easily. When Yue saw Chen Yanin, who looked like a little angel, she gradually became braver instead of being timid and nervous at first. Let's go! Chen Yang walked over, took Chen Yanin's other hand, and the family of three walked towards the elevator. There were only 3 of them in the elevator, but Yue still subconsciously stood in the corner. After getting out of the elevator, a chill hit her face. Looking at the crowded people in the mall, Yue subconsciously wanted to back off again, but when she saw Chen Yanin jumping and dancing in front of her, she hurriedly grabbed the little girl's hand. Don't run around, Nian. And Yue called out softly. Good. Chen Yanin nodded obediently and calmed down. Then, she was led by Qin Yang and Yue to the hot pot restaurant. It's probably hard to find an authentic Sichuan hot pot in Jiangcheng, but Xiaoyi said this is the authentic one, so let's try it. If it doesn't work out, we can try another one next time. After ordering the dishes and the soup base, Chen Yang looked at Yue with a smile and said, It's okay, for me, this is already very good. As far as she could remember, this was probably her first time eating hot pot in a hot pot restaurant in a shopping mall. In the past, she either made it at home or ate it at a roadside stall. You deserve better. Chen Yang looked at Yue's impeccably beautiful little face and said seriously. No matter how socially anxious, inferior, or cowardly Yue was, she could understand the meaning of Chen Yang's words. If you have time, could you tell me about your past? Chen Yang looked at Yue and continued to hit the straight ball. Don't say things like scaring girls away. Do you know what top modeling is? Okay. If you're willing to listen. And Yue raised her eyes to look at Chen Yang and said in a low voice. I think I'd be a good listener. Chen Yang smiled and gave himself a thumbs up in his heart. Be more proactive and love will come to you. Chen Yanin looked at this scene and couldn't help but clap his hands inwardly. Judging from the situation, he would have a mother soon, right? Soon, the soup base and various meat dishes were served. Chen Yang couldn't eat anything too spicy, so he ordered a medium spicy and tomato hot pot. As a result, his cheeks were numb when he saw the densely packed small chili peppers floating on the medium spicy dish. However, when Chen Yanin and Yue saw the spicy soup base, they swallowed their saliva immediately, worthy of being mother and daughter. Chen Yang shook his head, then looked at the 3 people who were all dressed in white, smiled and asked the waiter for 3 aprons to wear. When Yue found out that there was an apron for eating hot pot, she breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that she would get Ding Joshua's clothes dirty and couldn't wash them clean, even though Ding Joshua said that the skirt was only 69.9 yuan. Chen Yang looked at the beautiful girl beside him and the beautiful girl opposite him, and began to take the initiative to act as a waiter. Nian Nian, she's eating spicy food with me, is that okay? And Yue looked at Chen Nianen, who was eating the same food as her, and was stunned for a moment. Don't worry, it's okay for you two to eat the same thing. Chen Yang smiled bitterly, scooped a piece of beef from the tomato pot and put it into a small bowl, then said, Children should not eat such spicy food. It is bad for their stomachs. Ask for a bowl of cold water to rinse it for them. And Yue said, What do you say, Nian Nian? Chen Yang looked at Chen Nianen. Woo. I'll listen to Mom. Although Chen Nianen really wanted to eat spicy food, he had to be a good boy now so as not to make his mother dislike him, so it was right to listen to his mother. Okay. So, Chen Yang asked the waiter for a bowl of cold water, poured the food over Chen Nianen's bowl, and then put it in her small condiment bowl. Chapter 13 Shopping. Facts have proved that children still cannot eat food that is too spicy. Even though Chen Nianen inherited in You's gene for being able to eat spicy food, her tongue can handle it, but her little stomach may not be able to. Next time we'll order mild spicy. The base here is pretty good, but medium spicy is too spicy. Looking at Chen Yang breathing out continuously and drinking sour plum soup to relieve the spiciness, and Yue said in a low voice, Okay. Chen Yang nodded subconsciously, and then suddenly realized that what Yue said was to eat next time. Doesn't that mean there is still a chance to ask her out? Why don't we go to Hey De Leo next time? Although the price is a little bit higher, I can accept the taste. As we all know, Hey De Leo is also a Sichuan hotpot, but Sichuan people don't seem to eat Hey De Leo. It's alright. I'll follow your arrangement. And Yue used a serving chopstick to pick up a piece of beef that had been boiled in water for Chen Yang, put it in Chen Nianen's small condiment bowl, and whispered, Thank you, Mom. Chen Nianen said to Yue with a smile. Be good, eat. And Yue smiled. Now she didn't seem so disgusted by Chen Nianen calling her mother anymore. Maybe it's because she has no mother in her memory, so she doesn't want such a cute little girl to be without a mother. Chen Yang smiled and reached out to touch Chen Nianen's little head, then continued to serve them sour plum soup. When the shrimp paste in the pot was almost cooked, he fished out the shrimp paste for the two beauties. The entire dining process was Chen Yang serving his wife and children, and Yue taking care of Nian Nian. After eating almost everything, Chen Nianen suddenly tugged at the corner of Chen Yang's clothes. Dad, I want to go to the bathroom. The little girl had a circle of red paint on her lips and she pouted and spoke in a low voice. Chen Yang pulled out a piece of tissue to wipe her mouth, then stood up and prepared to take Chen Nianen to the bathroom. I'll take Nian Nian with me. I also want to go to the bathroom. And Yue suddenly said, Okay. Chen Yang looked at Yue, smiled and nodded. So, Yue took Chen Nianen's hand, and the two beauties, one big and one small, prepared to go to the toilet. But as they walked, Yue suddenly remembered that they didn't know where the toilet was. Looking around blankly, Yue, holding Chen Nianen's little hand, didn't know what to do. She wanted to ask other people, but because of her social phobia, her palms started sweating at the thought of talking to strangers. Mom! Looking at the timid Yue, Chen Nianen called out softly. Nian Nian. Yue glanced at Chen Nianen, then looked at a waiter walking towards her, and finally plucked up the courage to greet him. Excuse me. Excuse me, please. Where is the toilet? This sentence seemed to have exhausted all the courage of the girl. She felt that her tone was trembling. The toilet is over there, please follow me. The waiter did not show a bad expression because Yue stuttered, but turned around with a smile and led the way. Yue breathed a sigh of relief, smiled at Chen Nianen, then followed the waiter around a few corners and soon saw a sign with the bathroom sign. Thanks. Yue said thank you to the waiter, then lowered her head and took Chen Nianen into the bathroom. After 5 or 6 minutes, Yue came back with Chen Nianen. At this moment, Chen Yang was holding his mobile phone and buying things on the Douyin Mall. Pretty clothes, shoes, accessories, in short, anything suitable for his daughter, he wanted to buy them for Chen Nianen. I'm back. Chen Yang put down his phone and looked at the mother and daughter. And Yue nodded and sat in her seat. This time, Chen Nianen did not sit next to Chen Yang, but sat in front of Yue. Yue was stunned for a moment, then reached out and touched Chen Nianen's little head, then raised her hand and pointed at Chen Nianen's tableware. Chen Yang handed the food over with a smile, and the three continued eating. Are you busy this afternoon? The few of them ate for a few more minutes. After they had almost finished the meat, Chen Yang looked at An Yue, who had just wiped her mouth and was wiping Chen Yan'an's mouth, and asked, "I'm fine, do you need help?" A trip to the toilet brought about some changes in An Yue's mentality. She discovered that not everyone in this world liked to laugh at her as much as her former classmates. There are Chen Yang and Ding Joshua who never laugh at my name, there are waiters who never refuse to help me even when they see me stuttering, and there is a cute little girl who always likes to call me mom. It seems that there is still kindness in the world. So, An Yue tried to muster up the courage to finish a complete sentence, trying to get closer to and understand this boy she had a crush on even though they had only known each other for less than 24 hours. "I want to buy some clothes and some school supplies for Nian Nian. She is going to school tomorrow," said Chen Yang. "Okay." And Yue nodded, indicating that there was no problem. After paying the bill, Chen Yang went downstairs with Chen Yan'an and An Yue and started walking around. Passing by a cosmetics store, Chen Yang looked at An Yue's fair face, and suddenly remembered that the military training was about to start, so he took the two of them in. "Sir, do you want to buy cosmetics for your girlfriend?" A clerk looked at the trio and asked with a smile. "Buy some sunscreen for military training," Chen Yang said. "Okay, I recommend these to you." Chen Yan doesn't know much about cosmetics, and An Yue knows even less. Shan Yanyan's skin is at its best now, so she doesn't need it even more. In the end, Chen Yang spent more than 500 yuan to buy 2 bottles of sunscreen that said it was SPF 50 plus PA++++. Seeing that Chen Yang and An Yue didn't understand, the clerk almost swore on his ancestors. For the sake of the other party's ancestors, Chen Yang bought the sunscreen and gave a bottle to An Yue. No, I can't have something so expensive." When An Yue saw that Chen Yang also gave her a bottle, she immediately waved her hand to refuse. "Here. I had dinner with you before to apologize to you, and this is a thank you gift for accompanying me shopping." Chen Yang stuffed the sunscreen into An Yue's hand and said seriously, "I." An Yue didn't know what to do and looked at Chen Yan'an helplessly. "Mom, just take it." Chen Yan'an blinked his big eyes and looked at An Yue with an innocent look on his face. Okay, but no more sending me off," An Yue said seriously. "What else do you want?" Chen Yang rolled his eyes deliberately. I like nothing and I want nothing." An Yue quickly shook her head. Chen Yang was not in a hurry. Through preliminary understanding, he knew that for a girl like An Yue, he had to pursue her in a down-to-earth manner and try to be direct. Even if he gave her something, he had to give it to her where she could use it. It would be best if he could find a reason to convince her to accept it. Then, the family of 3 went to a men's clothing store, and Chen Yang bought himself several sets of clothes and 2 pairs of shoes. Then the 3 of them went to a boutique to shop. This time, An Yue paid for herself a bottle of bee flower conditioner, the one with the classic yellow bottle, which cost 9.9 yuan a bottle. The reason I bought this is because Ding Joshua said her hair quality was not very good. Finally, the 3 of them went to a stationery store, and Chen Yang bought Chen Yan'an a new school bag. The one he brought from the future or a parallel world, he would keep it as a souvenir. In addition, Chen Yang also bought some pens, notebooks, and children's books with pinyin, which filled 2 plastic bags in total. After buying these, Chen Yang waved his hand and went home. Chapter 14, the boys' dormitory is talking about a social gathering, and everyone is listening to their father's voices. The 2 beauties, big and small, are tired of shopping now. Although Chen Yan'an was in high spirits today after seeing his mother, he was still a child after all and felt sleepy quickly. Although An Yue has temporarily overcome her social phobia, it is a disease that cannot be cured all at once, so Chen Yang also saw An Yue's increasingly panicked eyes and forehead covered with sweat. So after buying the stationery, he directly suggested going home. This time when getting in the car, An Yue did not sit in the back seat, but sat in the passenger seat. Shan Yanyan was sitting in the back seat. After Chen Yang adjusted the seat for her, she fell into a deep sleep. As the car drove out of the underground garage, An Yue's tense mood improved a little. "What's Nian Nian's name?" An Yue asked after the car had been driving for a while. "Shan Yan'an." Chen Yang turned his head slightly to glance at An Yue and said with a smile, "Chan Yan'an." An Yue muttered twice and wrote down Yan'an's name. At the same time, she was muttering in her heart that she and Nian Nian seemed to have a connection since both of their names contained the word "in." "Are you taking care of Nian Nian alone?" And Yue didn't dare to ask about Nian Nian's mother, or maybe there was a reason she didn't want to ask, so she changed her angle. "Yeah." Chen Yang nodded. And Yue nodded when she heard this, and then did not continue the topic. Chen Yang did not say anything either, but instead turned the topic to an area where the two of them had some overlap. For example, the upcoming military training, the freshman welcome party, and the like. And Yue also said that she has found a part-time job in the Jiangnan University Library and can earn nearly 900 yuan a month. The two chatted casually and soon returned to school. After parking the car downstairs, and Yue took the conditioner she bought and the sunscreen given by Chen Yang, and unbuckled her seatbelt. Then, "I'll leave first, see you next time." And Yue looked at Chen Yang and said in a low voice, "See you next time." Chen Yang nodded. "Bye-bye. Bye-bye." And Yue nodded, then followed Chen Yang's instructions, opened the car door, got out and walked towards the dormitory. When she arrived at the dormitory building entrance, and Yue turned around and waved to Chen Yang, then walked into the building. Bite. It is detected that Yue is very satisfied with today's hot pot. Mission accomplished. Congratulations to the host for obtaining peak human physical fitness. Improving your physical fitness in all aspects. Upgrade completed. The host's physique, strength, speed, endurance, flexibility, sensitivity, metabolic capacity, and body control have all reached the peak of human capabilities. The system will assist the host to complete the control of the body, which will take about half a month. The system prompt sound suddenly rang when Yue disappeared from sight. And Chen Yang also felt a huge change in himself in an instant. The process was very easy. There was no process of expelling impurities from the body or pain all over the body. It was as if in an instant, Chen Yang possessed something that originally belonged to him. Comfortable. The all-round improvement of physical fitness brings not only changes in data, but also the most obvious feelings of oneself. Modern people are basically all in sub-health due to the intake of various genetically modified foods, changes in the environment they have lived in since childhood, and the impact of the previous mask epidemic. Even though Chen Yang's physical fitness was good, he still felt a bit depressed. However, with the arrival of the system rewards, Chen Yang felt refreshed throughout his body and mind. Looking back at Chen Yan, who was still sleeping, Chen Yang smiled and drove to the dormitory of the School of Computer Science. It took nearly 3 hours in total to eat and go shopping. Including the time spent on the road, it was almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It didn't seem cost-effective to go back home and then come to school. So, Chen Yang simply went straight downstairs to the dormitory building. Coincidentally, Chen Yan woke up at this moment. "Wow. Dad, where's Mom?" Chen Yan muttered and looked at Chen Yang, who was looking at his phone. "Mom is back in the dormitory. Are you awake?" Chen Yang put down his phone and turned to look at Chen Yan. "Wake up." Chen Yan didn't pester her mother and was very well behaved. Chen Yang asked Xiaoyi to adjust the back seat, then got out of the car and opened the back door. Chen Yan stepped off the electric pedal and jumped on the ground. "Let's go to Dad's dormitory." As a college student, one has to be a bit social. Chen Yang carried 3 bottles of cheap sunscreen bought at a boutique and went upstairs with Chen Yan in his arms. With the arrival of the system reward, Chen Yang, who had originally found it a bit strenuous to climb to the 3rd floor while carrying Chen Yan, now did not feel anything at all. He estimated that even if he held Chen Yan in his arms and carried Yue on his back to climb Mount Tai, he wouldn't even need to breathe heavily. Not Superman, but almost like Superman. I arrived at 316. My 3 roommates were all there. It was so hot outside. It was so comfortable to lie in the dormitory and enjoy the air conditioning. "Hey, Brother Yang is back." Li Rue, who was standing at the door, saw Chen Yang push the door open and come in, then he poked his head out from the bed and said with a smile, "Give." Chen Yang put Chen Yan down and threw a bottle of sunscreen in his hand to Li Rue. "Brothers, go ahead." Chen Yang also threw it to the other 2 people who were lying on the bed playing with their cell phones. "Brother Yang, wait for me to put on a vest." Zhang Yutian was quite fat, so he had a slow heat dissipation. He was lying shirtless under the air conditioner. Seeing Chen Yan there, he pulled on a red vest and put it on. "Guys, please try to wear some clothes in the dormitory from now on. If Brother Yang comes back with Nian, it won't be good for us to be shirtless." After putting on his clothes, Zhang Yutian said, Yes, pay attention to this." Zhang Jianwu nodded. Li Rue also agreed. "Thank you, brothers. Let's pack up and go out for dinner later," said Chen Yang. "Okay, it's still early, let's set off at 5:30. Li Rue nodded. Brother Yang, what did you bring for us? Zhang Yutian put on his vest and looked at Chen Yang sitting on his stool while taking out sunscreen from the quilt and asked. Sunscreen. Military training will start soon. I bought it for you when I was shopping today, said Chen Yang. Brother Yang, let me transfer this amount to you, Li Ruwei said. That's right. We are not short of money. It's not easy for you to raise a child. Zhang Jianwu took out his mobile phone and was about to transfer money. Yes, this bottle of sunscreen is enough for Nian Nian to eat milk powder for several days. Zhang Yutian also said. Uncle Yutian, I'm 6 years old and I don't want to drink milk powder anymore. Chen Nian heard Zhang Yutian cue him and hurriedly raised his hand and said. Uncle forgot, sorry Nian Nian. Zhang Yutian was also shocked by his own stupidity. Okay, don't worry about it. I'm a little richer than you think. Just take the things and use them. One more thing. If nothing goes wrong, after the military training is over, I can contact a girls' dormitory in the College of Arts for us, so that our 2 dormitories can have a get-together. Oh, by the way, you guys don't have a partner, right? Chen Yang looked at the 3 of them and put his feet on Zhang Yutian's table with a big sword and a golden horse, looking like the children were about to call him godfather. No? Liberal college? Girls' dormitory? Social? Is this something I can listen to? The 3 of them looked at Chen Yang, as if they saw their adoptive father. No, Brother Yang, we both don't have a partner, but you. Li Ruwei looked at Nian Nian and then said, do you still want to have a social gathering with the girls in the dormitory? That's Nian Nian's mother's dormitory, just don't worry. Chen Yang said with a smile. Fuck, then you are the real godfather. Godfather, please accept my greetings. Several people jumped out of bed, bowed to Chen Yang and shouted loudly. Chapter 15 316 Group Darling. Looking at the funny looks of his 3 uncles and father, Chen Nian couldn't help but laugh out loud. When we first met, Jianwu insisted that Nian Nian call him brother. Now, she really has become brother. Chen Yang stood up and walked to his seat, picked up Chen Nian and held him in his arms, then looked at the 3 grown-up boys and said with a smile. Go away, whether you are our godfather or not depends entirely on whether you can let us attend the social gathering with the girls in the Faculty of Arts dormitory. It has nothing to do with the fact that we are Nian Nian's uncles. Li Ruwei rolled his eyes and subconsciously reached out for a cigarette while sitting on the chair, but when he saw Chen Nian sitting in Chen Yang's arms, he resisted the urge to smoke. Schrodinger's father, right? Chen Yang looked at Li Ruwei, speechless. At most, Jianwu can be considered your adopted son. Zhang Yutian betrayed his brother without hesitation. Hey, Yutian, I blocked a bullet for you when we were eating chicken last night. Do you think you deserve the burst of bullets from M4 that hit me? Zhang Jianwu, who was peeling longan, was stunned for a moment. Good brothers are meant to be betrayed, right? Jianwu, for the happiness of your brothers, you have to make some sacrifices, okay? Li Ruwei looked at Zhang Jianwu with a smile. Ugh, Li Ruwei, spit out all those longans you ate of mine yesterday, spit them out. Zhang Jianwu grabbed Li Ruwei's neck and shook him hard. Ah, help, help. Li Ruwei pretended to be dying and stretched out his hands to several people. Jianwu, if we kill Li Ruwei, we'll have one less strong competitor. Come on. Zhang Yutian was still fanning the flames from behind. Puff. Li Ruwei burst out laughing. Is it too late for him to change dormitories now? Ha ha ha. Chen Yang and Chen Nian were amused by these 3 funny guys and couldn't stop laughing. It turned out that university dormitories are really fun. After the 3 of them played for a while, Zhang Jianwu brought his computer over and placed it on Chen Yang's desk, and continued to show Boonie Bears to Chen Nian. Zhang Yutian contributed his Waha AD calcium milk. Li Ruwei looked around and took out a fidget spinner from his bag and gave it to Chen Nian to play with. Little Nian Nian shouted thank you uncle to each of them, which melted the hearts of the 3 men. Looking at this scene, Chen Yang thought, my daughter has become the darling of the 316 group? Chen Nian sat on Chen Yang's chair and watched Boonie Bears, while the 4 male students gathered together to chat. Because there was a little cutie in the dormitory, everyone spoke quite politely. Registration is over today. When is our military training? There are always some students who don't read the admission handbook carefully, such as Li Ruwei, who is turning a lighter at this moment. This year it's the 4th, which is the day after tomorrow. It seems that we will be organizing a military parade the day after tomorrow. It's all in the admission handbook, Zhang Yutian said. Then let's go for a physical examination tomorrow morning. Remember not to eat tomorrow morning, Chen Yang said. Okay, let's meet at the school hospital tomorrow morning. Li Rui nodded, and Zhang Jianwu and Zhang Yutian also nodded in agreement. Let's see if we have time after the physical examination tomorrow and pick up the military training uniforms. Zhang Jianwu took out the admission handbook from his desk, looked at it, and then said, Okay, but we should have a class meeting before the military training. Is there any notification in the group? Chen Yang said as he took out his mobile phone. Logically, it should be tomorrow afternoon or evening, or maybe the day after tomorrow afternoon or evening. Zhang Yutian shrugged. I have to find time to talk to the counselor. I heard that freshmen in our school are not allowed to live off campus. It's a bit troublesome. Chen Yang smacked his lips. He was not worried that the idiots in the student union would cause him trouble. He was more concerned that if the counselor was difficult to talk to and he had to call his parents, that would be a bit of a pain in the ass. We can still cover for you in the first few days of school, but you really have to think of a way after that. If it doesn't work, see if you can ask the leader for help. Li Rui said. Let's wait and see after it's over. Chen Yang shook his head. It is actually not a big problem for college students to live off campus. For a 985 university like Jiangnan University, as long as there are no safety issues, the counselors would rather you not come to the dormitory for 4 years of college. So it's actually better not to tell the counselor about this. But this thing is like this, if you don't weigh it, it's less than 4 taels, but once you weigh it, it can't even weigh 1,000 kilograms. If you happen to meet a school leader who is bored and comes to the dormitory late at night, and then finds that there is no one in the dormitory, then you are doomed. The others couldn't think of a good solution for the time being, so they could only pray that Chen Yang had better luck and didn't run into the counselor or leader checking the dormitory. After watching for 40 minutes, Chen Yan took the initiative to click pause, then slipped down from the chair and ran into Chen Yang's arms. Looking at the lovely Chen Yan, the 3 boys all wanted to rush to hug her, but Chen Yang, the new daughter slave, would never let them succeed, and the 3 men were so angry that they grimaced. After staying in the dormitory until 5:30, Li Rui and the other 2 packed up, got dressed and prepared to leave. When he came downstairs, Li Rui was instantly attracted by the Wenjie M9 in golden and red colors parked at the entrance of the building. Fuck. The Wenjie M9 in Jinrui Hong, the one who buys this color combination has great taste. Li Rui couldn't help but get closer to the car, looking left and right, then reaching out and touching it. What kind of car is this? It's so big and beautiful. Zhang Yutian looked at Li Rui, who was squatting in front of the wheel hub looking at the red caliper, and asked in confusion. Wenjie M9, one of my dream cars. Li Rui stood up and said with a smile. This is the Wenjie M9. Although Zhang Yutian doesn't know much about cars, he has heard of it. More than 500,000 yuan. I don't know when I can afford it. Li Rui sighed. I can't say when you can afford it, but you can sit in it and experience it now. Chen Yang smiled and walked over. As he approached the car, it unlocked automatically. Fuck, brother Yang, is this car yours? Li Rui looked at Chen Yan with a shocked look on his face. What do you think, brother has good taste, right? Chen Yang nodded and said with a smile. Godfather, please let me drive it for a while, please. Li Rui looked at Chen Yang and almost knelt down. Do you have a driver's license? Chen Yang looked at Li Rui and asked. No. Li Rui reacted instantly and realized that he seemed to not have a driver's license. Then why are you driving? Get in the car and go eat. Chen Yang rolled his eyes, then brought Chen Yan's seat cushion from the back seat to the front row and put it on the passenger seat for Chen Yan. Let's go. Li Rui smiled and sat in the back seat, followed by Zhang Yutian and Zhang Jianwu. The rich guy is actually my roommate. I feel bad for brother Yang's meal money. We must fight the rich today. The milk tea later must be made from Shanghai ante. Li Rui said with a smile. That's right, let's each have another cup of Luckin coffee, and we can play in the Canyon of Kings all night long. Zhang Jianwu shouted. Brothers, we have a physical examination tomorrow morning and will be working all night tonight. Do you plan to have a blood pressure of 180 tomorrow? Chen Yang said speechlessly. Then we have to have a cup of Luckin coffee too. We won't drink it, we're just here for fun, oh. Zhang Yutian said with a smile. Okay. Chen Yang rolled his eyes, then drove to a shopping mall near the school. As the others had researched, there was a barbecue restaurant there that had received high reviews. Chapter 16, Flirt and Run Away, so exciting. It turns out that the highly acclaimed food near the university is still very good. Everyone enjoyed the barbecue very much. Brother Rue, how much did you spend on the group purchase? I'll transfer it to you. After finishing the meal, Chen Yang took out his cell phone and looked at Li Rue, who had just placed the group purchase order, and asked. You've already treated us to milk tea, so if we still ask you to pay for the meal, that would be a bit inhumane. As for you and Nian Nian, the three of us just need to get A. Li Rue looked at Chen Yang with a smile. The other two also nodded in agreement. When you and Nian Nian went to buy milk tea, the three of us paid for the meal. Zhang Yutian said with a smile. You bastard, we agreed to split the bill. Chen Yang rolled his eyes, but his feelings towards these three roommates had increased a lot. It is said that time reveals a person's true character, but sometimes details can also reveal a person's true character. Now Chen Yang actually doesn't care about the meal money or anything like that. It's okay as he has already paid for the meal and milk tea. After all, the three of them were really nice to Nian Nian. They would bring her computer, drinks, and toys in the dormitory. Considering that they were Nian Nian's sworn brothers, he had no problem treating them to meals and milk tea. However, these three guys actually took the opportunity when I took Nian Nian to buy milk tea and embezzled the money for the meal. Okay, I will forgive you this time. If you do this again next time, the social gathering will be cancelled. Chen Yang said. No, next time, let Brother Yang show off, okay? Li Rue said hurriedly. Grass. Chen Yang scolded with a smile. Ha ha ha. Zhang Jianwu and Zhang Yutian laughed non-stop. Little Nian Nian was drinking a glass of pure squeezed watermelon juice, watching her father and three uncles' brothers talking curiously, not understanding why they were so happy. After dinner, the three said they planned to go shopping in the mall. Chen Yang had to go home to pack Nian Nian's things for school tomorrow, so they parted ways in the mall. There is no dedicated parking space downstairs in the rented house, so if you want to park, you can only find a gap. Chen Yang was lucky enough to find a gap. After parking the car, Chen Yang and Chen Nian moved things home. Once you have the peak physical fitness of a human being, this little thing won't be much of a stress. If he wasn't afraid that he couldn't carry the bag in one hand, Chen Yang could even carry the things in one hand and hold Nian Nian in the other. Seeing that his father was working hard, Chen Nian took the initiative to help carry his own small school bag and also carried a bag of Chen Yang's clothes. The two took the elevator back home and began to pack their things. Although it's called packing, there is actually not much that needs to be prepared. There is not much that needs to be prepared for the first grade of elementary school, and the textbooks seem to be distributed only tomorrow, so Chen Yang packed some stationery for Xiao Nian. The father and daughter had a lot of fun playing with the fingerprint pencil case and electric pencil sharpener. Chen Yang had never had fine food when he was a child. Today's student stationery is so advanced that even the pencil cases can be unlocked by fingerprints. The first time he came into contact with fingerprint unlocking was on a mobile phone. Dad, you are so old and still playing with Nian Nian stationery, shame on you. Chen Nian looked at Chen Yang, who was having more fun than herself, and said with a pout. Ah, Dad is a child too. Chen Yang smiled and held Chen Nian in his arms, saying with emotion. Yes, although I have been a father for 2 days, I am essentially an 18-year-old boy. Although he became a father at the most carefree age, Chen Yang did not feel disgusted at all. Nian Nian was an angel sent to him by God, and he must protect her no matter what. Dad. Chen Nian hugged Chen Yang, stood on tiptoe and kissed Chen Yang on the face, then giggled. Good boy. Chen Yang reached out and touched Chen Nian's little head, then began to unbraid her hair. Come, Dad will wash your hair first, and then you can take a bath by yourself. Chen Yang carried Chen Nian into the bathroom and said. Okay. After taking a shower, Chen Yang threw his clothes into the washing machine. He then ordered 2 underwear washing machines online, one for washing underwear and the other for washing socks. It was still early and it was not time for Chen Nian to go to bed yet, so the little girl started reading the phonetic notation version of Hans Christian Andersen's fairy tales that she had bought today. Chen Yang took out his cell phone, thought about it, and sent a message to An Yue. Studentin, what are you doing? Chen Yang asked in a message. On the other side, in Dormitory 17, room 406 of the School of Arts, An Yue's other 3 roommates had arrived. Wei Wei, your phone is ringing. Ding Joshua, who was sitting on the bed and placing orders online for various dormitory supplies, looked at Yue, who was washing clothes at the sink, and shouted, "Oh!" Yue nodded, then rinsed and dried her hands under the faucet, then walked to her desk. Picking up the phone and seeing that it was a message from Chun Yang, Yue sat on the chair and began to reply, "I'm doing the laundry." Seeing Yue start replying to messages while she was washing clothes, the other three girls were very curious. Who could make Yue, who rarely talks, put down what she was doing and reply to him? When Chen Yang saw Yue's reply, an image instantly appeared in his mind of a girl washing clothes, wiping her hands on her lapel and then replying to the message. "You wash the clothes first, we'll talk after you're done." Chen Yang was stunned for a few seconds before replying. "If you have something to say, just tell me. I can wash it later." Yue replied quickly. "It's okay, just wash first and we'll talk after you're done." Chen Yang continued to reply, "Okay." Yue stared at the phone for a moment, then replied with an okay, and then went to do the laundry. Ding Joshua and the others watched Yue reply to the message and then go back to wash clothes, and asked curiously, "Wei, was this a message from Chen Yan?" Yue nodded and washed the clothes faster. "It's really him. It seems you are making rapid progress." Ding Joshua teased. "No. We didn't." Yue's face turned slightly red. She turned to look at Ding Joshua, wanting to explain that they had no relationship, but she held the words back when they came to her lips. "It will be gone soon." Ding Joshua smiled and stopped teasing Yue. The other two roommates were not familiar with the matter and did not take the initiative to ask. Like Ding Joshua, both of them come from well-off families, but they are kind-hearted girls and they don't do anything just because Yue is not well-off. Of course, in a girls' dormitory, the relationship at the beginning does not represent the future relationship. It depends on how it develops later. Yue finished washing the clothes in less than 5 minutes, then picked up her phone and told Chen Yang that she had finished. "So fast?" Chen Yang replied immediately. "I was almost done washing." In fact, they had just started washing, but Yue sped up. "I see. Are all your roommates here?" Chen Yang typed with a smile and started to talk about the topic. "Well, everyone is here." Yue didn't stutter at all when typing and replied very quickly. "How are you getting along?" Taking advantage of the topic of roommates, Chen Yang started chatting with Yue. The two chatted about their afternoon meal and how they got along with their roommates. Yue also asked about Nian Nian. Chen Yang also clearly felt that there was a kind of contrast between Yue when she was chatting by typing and Yue when she was talking face to face. No wonder she chose the major of Chinese language and literature. The two forgot about time while chatting. Ding Joshua and the other three were stunned when they saw Yue smiling from time to time while holding her phone. "Is this still my roommate who subconsciously lowers his head even when talking?" It was not until Chen Yan shouted that he was sleepy and wanted to take a nap that Chen Yang took the initiative to end the topic. "Student N, it's getting late. You should go to bed early and we can talk tomorrow." When they were chatting most happily, Chen Yang took the initiative to end the topic. "Okay." Yue replied. "Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you, you are very beautiful today. I think I will remember it forever." Seeing Yue only replying with a single word "okay," Chen Yang couldn't help but feel playful. After sending a flirtatious message, he threw down his phone and went to coax Nian Nian to sleep. Chapter 17, Meeting Yue during the physical examination. Brush. In room 406, building 17, the female dormitory of the School of Arts, Yue, who was about to wash up and go to bed, suddenly had a red face. She stared blankly at the message sent by Chen Yang on her phone, feeling dizzy as if she was drunk. Wei, what's wrong with you?" Ding Joshua walked down the ladder and prepared to wash up, looked at Yue who was still sitting in the chair with her back to her, and asked in confusion. Nothing. Yue hurriedly pressed the screen off button, turned around and looked at Ding Joshua as if nothing had happened. "You said it was okay, but look in the mirror, your face is as red as a monkey's butt." Ding Joshua thought Yue had a fever, so she hurried over and reached out to touch Yue's head, even wearing her slippers backwards. "Really, it's really okay." Yue explained hurriedly, but didn't know how to explain. "I don't have a fever, but my face is red." "Oh. Did Chen Yang tease you?" Ding Joshua reacted instantly. She looked at Yue teasingly and asked with a wicked smile. No. I won't tell you anymore." And Yue stuttered even more after hearing what Ding Joshua said. She reached out to pick up her phone and put it in her pocket, then ran to wash up. Ha ha ha. Looking at Yue running away, cheerful laughter rang out in dormitory 406. At 6:50 the next day, the alarm clock Chen Yang set rang. Starting today, Chen Yang will begin to send little Nian Nian to school every morning during the week. Nian Nian arrives at school around 7:50 and finishes school at 4:30 in the afternoon. Actually, it is still in time for her to get up at 7 o'clock, but Chen Yang is a parent for the first time and is afraid of being late for Nian Nian, so he set 3 alarms at 6:50, 7 o'clock, and 7:05. Hearing the alarm clock ringing, Chen Yan rubbed his sleepy eyes, turned over and looked at Chen Yang in a daze, then called out Dad sweetly. Hey, baby, let's get up. Chen Yang reached out and touched Chen Yan's little head, and then they both got up and washed up. Today, Chen Yang combed Chen Yan's ponytail, which was refreshing and cool. The little girl wore a pink short-sleeved shirt and beige wide leg pants. After all, there were many waters, trees and mosquitoes near Jiangda University, so wearing long pants would prevent mosquitoes from biting her legs and leaving scars all over. After getting dressed, Chen Yang picked up the small school bag he had bought for Chen Yan yesterday and went downstairs. Passing by a breakfast shop, Chen Yang bought some breakfast for Chen Yan. The little girl looked at her father who had not eaten breakfast and thought that her family had become poor again. She almost cried. Chen Yang quickly explained that he had a physical examination this morning and could not eat, and the little girl laughed out loud. While eating the dumplings, Chen Yan reminded Chen Yang to remember to eat after the physical examination, which warmed Chen Yang's heart. The gate of Jiangnan University is still quite crowded in the morning. Going to school is not like going home from school. Different grades have staggered breaks, and parents have fixed working hours, so they can only rush to send their children here before they go to work. Chen Yang parked the car about 200 meters away from the school gate, then took Chen Yan to the school. The second time she came to school, Chen Yan was not as scared as she was yesterday, because she knew that her father had defeated the hateful school monster and the school would no longer let her lose her parents. Moreover, she was also looking forward to spending time with Yang Yufei today. After all, she was a new friend she just made yesterday. After handing Chen Yan over to the teacher, Chen Yang watched the little guy walk towards his classroom, looking back every few steps, and then drove to the dormitory. When he arrived at the dormitory, his 3 roommates were still sleeping soundly. Chen Yang quietly opened Douyin, found teacher Tang's video How Can You Sleep, and turned up the volume to the maximum. Ah! Who is here so early in the morning? I want to die. Jianwu, turn off your alarm clock. Li Rue and Zhang Yutian were light sleepers, so they started shouting loudly after being woken up. Zhang Jianwu was still sleeping like a dead pig and couldn't be woken up at all. Get up, brothers. If you go early and come back early, you can have breakfast. Otherwise, you can only have lunch. Chen Yang shouted loudly with his hands on his hips. Brother Yang? Can you please turn that off, please? Li Rue grabbed the quilt to cover his head and shouted in a muffled voice. Hurry, hurry, get up, get up. I've just come back from sending my daughter to school, and you're still sleeping. Hurry and get up. Chen Yang pulled them up one by one, and then received 3 pairs of white eyes. Hurry up, if you go early you might be able to see beautiful women in short skirts and shorts. If you go late you will only see the backs of killers wearing sun protection clothes, holding umbrellas, and wearing masks. Chen Yang had no choice but to use the method he used to deal with LSP to mobilize the enthusiasm of his comrades. Swish, swish, swish. In less than 5 minutes, 3 boys who had washed, dressed neatly, and even put on perfume and hairspray stood at the dormitory door. Let's go, Brother Yang, why are you standing there? Li Rue raised his eyebrows at Chen Yang and said. Wait till I finish watching this video. Chen Yang was neither hurried nor slow. Look at my aunt, hurry up and leave. Zhang Yutian dragged Chen Yang downstairs, and Zhang Jianwu locked the door. Grass. Going downstairs, Li Rue looked left and right, but didn't see Chen Yang's Wenjie M9. Where's your car? Li Rue looked at Chen Yang in confusion. Look, they're charging in the parking lot of the School of Information across the street. Chen Yang said, pointing to the parking lot of the School of Electronic Information not far away. Brother, walk more and exercise. Look at you, you're like a thin dog. Even if you have a date, you can't give them a sense of security. Zhang Jianwu patted Li Rue on the shoulder and said. Go! 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 Li Rue rolled his eyes. It wasn't that he was lazy, he just simply wanted to see the cars. Zhang Yutian took out his cell phone, navigated to the school hospital, and the group headed for the physical examination. After walking for about 15 minutes, they arrived at the school hospital. At this time, there was already a long queue in front of the school hospital. Everyone was rushing to cool down in the morning and were preparing to go back to the dormitory to lie down after the physical examination. Chen Yang and his friends could only line up at the back of the team and move forward bit by bit. As he moved forward, Chen Yang suddenly saw a familiar figure in the next team. She was wearing the short-sleeved jeans and white shoes that Chen Yang was familiar with, and had a ponytail that Chen Yang was also familiar with. And Yue did not talk or play with her phone like the others. Instead, she stood quietly with her head slightly lowered. Sometimes she would look up to see the progress of the team and then continue walking forward. Chen Yang's team was a little faster, and soon he caught up with Yue. "Hello?" Chen Yang reached out and patted Yue on the shoulder. "Brush." And Yue turned her head quickly like a frightened little rabbit. "Who are you? Are you a hooligan in school?" The girl standing behind Yue saw Chen Yang attacking Yue directly, so she pulled Yue behind her and shouted loudly. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to look over, even Chen Yang's roommates who were playing with their phones in front and behind him looked at him curiously. No, Lulu, hee. And Yue grabbed her roommate's hand and tried to explain anxiously, but she was so nervous that she couldn't speak. Chen Yang was a little confused by the sudden words of Yue's roommate. He scratched his head. He was about to explain when Ding Joshua, who was standing in front of Yue, spoke. "Lulu, you misunderstood, he is Weiwei's crush. It was him and Weiwei who were chatting last night." Bai Lu was stunned by Ding Joshua's explanation, and then she turned to look at Yue. And Yue nodded quickly and looked at Chen Yang apologetically. "Ah. I'm sorry, I thought we were bullied by some hooligans. Weiwei is a bit introverted." After confirming that it was a misunderstanding, Bai Lu quickly apologized. "It's okay. I feel relieved that Anan has such a good roommate like you," Chen Yang said with a smile. "Hey. Anan, you call me so affectionately." Ding Joshua teased with a smile. Jia. And Yue's face turned red again. Chapter 18. Doctor, go out with your girlfriend more often. On Chen Yang's side, Li Rui and the other two looked at Chen Yang, then at Yue, and cursed in their hearts. "We are all college students, and we have all just been admitted to Jiangnan University. How come you, Chen Yang, found a partner so quickly? And so beautiful." Chen Yang looked at Yue, who was blushing with shyness, and smiled knowingly. Then he turned to look at a boy standing behind the girl named Lulu. "Brother, can we switch places?" When the boy saw Chen Yang cueing him, he was stunned for a moment, then turned his head to look at the 7 pairs of eyes staring at him, swallowed his saliva, and nodded. "Thanks, brother." The two exchanged positions, and Chen Yang successfully joined Yue's team. Bai Lu took the initiative to stand in front of Yue, and then pushed the still blushing Yue in front of Chen Yang. "Here, your Anan is in your hands." After saying that, Bai Lu turned around and went to whisper to Ding Joshua and the others. Chen Yang smiled, and he and Yue stood slightly sideways so that they could see each other in the speed at which the team was moving. Li Rui and the other two were so angry when they saw Chen Yang betraying his brothers. But they also know that Chen Yang is carrying the future happiness of the entire dormitory. If Chen Yang cannot win Yue, then they will not only not be single, but the dormitory party will also be cancelled. "Your roommate is very nice." Chen Yang approached Yue and whispered. "No. I'm sorry." Lulu was just too concerned and confused. Changing the subject from being called Anan, and Yue recovered a little, lowered her head, intertwined her hands, and spoke in a low voice. "It doesn't matter. I should be happy that you met such a good roommate," Chen Yang said with a smile. Thank you." And Yue didn't know why, but she suddenly said thank you. Chen Yang was stunned for a moment, smiled, reached out and pushed Yue forward, and the two of them caught up with the team. And Yue did not feel disgusted by Chen Yang's sudden touch, and he immediately let go of her hand after Chen Yang pushed her over. It was the kind of touch with a strong sense of boundaries. She caught up with the group and looked at her 3 roommates who were talking together. She was thinking one thing in her mind. It seemed that the few friends she made after entering college were all very good. And all this seemed to have started with Chen Yang. And Yue turned her head and looked up at Chen Yang slightly. She found that Chen Yang was also looking at her, so she immediately lowered her head. No matter what, everything got better starting with Chun Yang, and he was no longer the person who was hated and isolated. Nian Nian. Did Nian Nian go to school? And Yue thought about it and found a reason for turning around. Well, I just sent him there this morning. The little guy is quite active. Chen Yang nodded with a smile, then said, Do you have anything to do this afternoon? Let's go pick up Nian Nian from school together. And Yue thought about it, and then said, If there is no class meeting in the afternoon, I will go with you. Okay. Chen Yang nodded, indicating that there was no problem. Seeing the two of them chatting so happily, Ding Joshua and the other two who were whispering together turned around. Wei, why don't you introduce us to your Chen Yang? Another girl besides Bai Lu and Ding Joshua said with a smile. I'll introduce you to each other right now. And Yue said. Then, Chen Yang knew the names of the other two girls. Apart from Ding Joshua, the other two are a little bit fatter and have some baby fat, and her name is He Dandan. The girl who called Chen Yang a hooligan was called Bai Lu. She was an ordinary-looking girl, but she was tall and the tallest among Yue and the others. From her accent, she sounded like a girl from northeast China with a very generous personality. Student Chen Yang, you are not here for the physical examination alone, right? Where are your roommates? He Dandan glanced at the place where Chen Yang was originally standing and said with a smile. They are there. If you don't have a partner, I will introduce you to them. Chen Yang said with a smile. We worked so hard to get into Jian University, how can we have the time to find a partner? Hey, Chen Yang's roommates, do you want to come over? Bai Lu shouted at Li Rue and others in a carefree manner. This shout made everyone dumbfounded. Looking at the three men standing there in a daze, Bai Lu confirmed their identities and shouted again, Gentlemen, why are you hesitating? Are you coming? Well, after hearing this, Li Rue and the other two had no choice but to come over. Let me introduce you to my roommate, Li Rue. He's from the northwest like me. Zhang Jianwu is from Guangxi Province. Zhang Yutian is from Heilongjiang Province. Chen Yang briefly introduced the three people who had gone around to the back of the team. Hello. Hello. After a brief acquaintance, I have a preliminary impression of them. The rest depends on them themselves. If there is destiny, you might really be able to find a partner. If there is no destiny, then there is really no destiny. Because many people in the row where Chen Yang was standing thought it was too slow and went to the next row, Li Rue and the other three stood behind Chen Yang. Because Chen Yang's roommate and her own roommate were present, and Yue stopped talking to Chen Yang. After a little struggle at the front of the line, their line was actually faster than Chen Yang's original line. The guys who changed lines were all dumbfounded. After waiting in line until about 9:30, several people finally got the physical examination. Height and weight, blood pressure, vision, blood tests and X-rays were much more serious than Chen Yang's physical examination for the college entrance examination. Soon, Chen Yang and others lined up in front of a female doctor. The doctor first listened to Yue's heart rate, and then asked a few questions. And Yue answered hesitantly, so the doctor told her not to be nervous. But how could Yue not be nervous? From childhood to adulthood, what she feared most was doctors. The doctor looked at Yue, asked a few simple questions, then frowned, took out his cell phone and called another doctor. Classmate, could you please stay for a while? The doctor, who was originally very strict, suddenly became gentle. Doctor, what happened to my friend? Seeing that the doctor not only called for off-field assistance but also became gentle, Chen Yang asked hurriedly. The doctor glared at Chen Yang, then said to Yue, Classmate, please get up first, I will do it for him first. And Yue nodded, then stood aside and waited. Chen Yang looked at Yue with a little worry, and sat down with trepidation to complete the examination. Less than 10 seconds after Chen Yang finished the examination, a young female doctor in her 30s came over. Dr. Lin, this is the girl. Classmate, can you go with Dr. Lin to have a look? The doctor doing the examination looked at Yue and said with a smile. I. And Yue turned her head nervously and looked at Chen Yang, her hands nervously intertwined. Can you guys come together? Dr. Lin was knowledgeable and could tell at a glance that Yue was somewhat dependent on Chen Yang, so he said. Okay. As Dr. Lin's voice fell, Yue nodded as if relieved. So, Chen Yang took Yue and followed Dr. Lin away, while Li Rue, Ding Joshua and others looked at the scene in confusion. Dr. Lin took the two of them upstairs and came to a psychological counseling room, and Chen Yang finally understood. After entering, Dr. Lin smiled and poured a glass of water for both of them, and then began to chat with Yue about family matters with a smile. After talking for about 10 minutes, Dr. Lin breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, you are not depressed. And your social anxiety has shown signs of improvement. It's because of him, right? Dr. Lin smiled and looked at Chen Yang, who was also relieved. And Yue turned her head to look at Chen Yang, and nodded a little embarrassedly. Classmate, go out with your girlfriend more often. Did you hear that? Dr. Lin looked at Chen Yang and gave instructions. Oh, I remember, Doc. Chen Yang nodded hurriedly. And Yue blushed again because of Dr. Lin's words, your girlfriend. Chapter 19. Let us pick up Nian Nian from school. After leaving the psychological counseling room, Chen Yang and Yue went to complete other examinations, and then met up with their roommates at the entrance of the school hospital. What's wrong, Wei? What did the doctor take you to do? When Ding Jiaxue and the other two saw Yue, they hurried over and asked worriedly. Although Li Rui and the other two didn't say anything, they also cast inquiring glances. The two doctors suspected that Anan might be suffering from depression, so they did some psychological counseling. Seeing Yue's helpless look, Chen Yang explained to her. After hearing Chen Yang's words, Ding Jiaxue and the other two girls looked at Yue. And Yue gave Chen Yang a grateful look and nodded. And what happened next? Yeah, what was the result? Wei doesn't have depression, right? The three girls were chattering, and it was obvious that they were really worried about Yue. No, Dr. Lin just said, let Chen Yang accompany me out more. And Yue said in a low voice. Why should it be him? Why can't we? Wei, we are your crush too. We can also call you Anan. Ding Jiaxue grabbed Yue's hand and spoke coquettishly in a teasing manner. Don't do this, Jia. And Yue blushed and turned to look at Chen Yang for help. Okay, classmate Ding Jiaxue, please don't bully our Anan. She's finally getting better. If you mess her up again, I'll kill you. Chen Yang said with a smile. Hey. I'll give you your Anan, tsk. Ding Jiaxue continued to tease. Jia. I'm ignoring you. And Yue's ears turned red. She glared at Ding Jiaxue with eyes that did not contain any murderous power and said with an angry look on her face. Okay, I was wrong. Wei, Chen Yang's roommate just said that they agreed to go get their military training uniforms after the physical examination yesterday. Should we go too? Ding Jiaxue smiled and changed the subject. Okay. And Yue nodded, and the four of them formed two teams and headed towards the gymnasium according to the navigation. Stadium. There were not many people receiving military training uniforms at this time. After all, it was already past 10 o'clock and almost 11 o'clock, and the weather was very hot. The two groups of people came to the windows of their respective colleges and reported their sizes. Brother, don't try to be so pretentious. You can just wear 170 centimeters. There's no need to wear 175 centimeters, really? Looking at Zhang Yutian, who was 175 centimeters tall, Chen Yang said helplessly. Is it not okay if I'm fat? Zhang Yutian rolled his eyes, then tried it on the spot, only to find that everything was big. Please change it to size 170 for me, thank you. Zhang Yutian changed to size 170 with a gloomy face and tried it on. Sure enough, it fit him well this time. After trying on the military training uniforms and shoes, the two groups agreed to go to the cafeteria to have a meal. After all, they had not eaten in the morning. Jiangnan University has a total of 16 canteens. They have been enrolled for less than 3 days and cannot even afford 4 meals a day, so today they explored one that neither of the two dormitories had been to. Seeing that Yue only ordered 2 vegetarian dishes and a portion of rice, Chen Yang silently ordered 8 chicken legs. 8 chicken legs, are you celebrating the new year? Seeing Chen Yang taking a bowl to hold the chicken legs, Li Rui's mouth twitched. Hey, Dad originally wanted to treat you to chicken legs, but if you don't want it, forget it. Chen Yang glanced at him, then picked up the bowl and walked towards a round table that could seat 10 people. No, Godfather, you are my godfather now, okay? Li Rui hurriedly chased after him with a tray of food. On the dining table, Chen Yang placed the bowl of chicken drumsticks in the middle. Come on, one for each person. If it doesn't taste good, please throw the chicken drumsticks on the cafeteria auntie's face. Thank you. If the food is not cooked well, it's the chef's job. What does it have to do with the cafeteria auntie who serves food? Bai Lu rolled her eyes. If the cafeteria lady didn't shake her hands, one portion of braised pork would be enough for me. Would there be a need to buy chicken legs? Chen Yang said confidently. You're right. That makes sense. He denned and picked up a chicken leg and nodded. And Yue saw that everyone else was picking up chicken legs, so she picked one up too. While Chen Yang was chatting with his 3 roommates and the other 3 girls, he reached out his chopsticks to pick up Yue's cold cucumber. And Yue moved her plate a little closer to Chen Yang, and then nibbled on the chicken leg in small bites. She was a kind-hearted woman, and she could see that Chen Yang treated everyone to chicken legs just to treat her. I'll treat you to chicken legs and you'll treat me to cucumbers, so we're even. Chen Yang moved closer to Yue and whispered. No. And Yue turned her head and looked at Chen Yang, who was so close to her. She wanted to say that this was not the case, but was glared back by Chen Yang. I just did it the first time. And Yue muttered, then lowered her head and ate her meal in silence. Chen Yang smiled, picked up a few pieces of braised pork from his plate and gave them to the girl, then quickly finished 3 steamed buns with the cucumber from the girl's plate. After dinner, everyone went back to their respective dormitories. At present, the 2 parties are not very familiar with each other. Although Ding Joshua, a socially phobic person, chatted with Li Rui and others for a while when Chen Yang and Yue were not around, they have not yet reached the point where they can go out and play. Moreover, Ding Joshua and her friends also plan to visit the clubs on the square in the afternoon and learn about the student union and the like. After returning to the dormitory, Chen Yang lay down on the bedding that he bought for 500 yuan for the first time. Yushiner, check the group messages. Do you have any plans for the afternoon? Chen Yang sat on the bed and shouted at Zhang Yutian. It seems like there are no arrangements. Everyone in the group is making appointments to go for physical examinations and collect military training uniforms. Zhang Yutian said, looking at his phone. Okay, right now, I'll call my parents. Taking advantage of the fact that the old couple were at home at noon, Chen Yang prepared to make a video call to his parents in case they called him in the evening and Nian Nian was still around. Although the system can reasonably handle Nian Nian's existence, as for her parents. Stinky boy, what have you been busy with these few days since school started? You finally remembered to give your mom a video call, didn't you? Li Ru shouted with her eyes wide open. These past few days, I've been busy with registration, physical examinations, and getting my military training uniforms. I'm so busy that my heels are almost falling off. Chen Yang said helplessly. I thought you disappeared to college. The old man Chen Wu on the side rolled his eyes. I'm such a grown-up. Really, only the person opposite is his father, otherwise. The 3 of them were talking on video. Li Ru and Chen Wu teased Chen Yang and also showed concern for his life in school. Finally, the 2 elders gave the same old advice and then hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yang set an alarm and took a nap. It was already 2:30 when I got up. I lay on the bed and played with my phone for a while. At 3:30, Yue sent me a message. And then, Chen Yang, I don't have a class meeting this afternoon, shall we go pick up Nian Nian? Chen Yang, okay, pack up a bit, I'll drive over to pick you up. And then, okay. Chen Yang got out of bed and washed his face, then went downstairs to the parking lot opposite to get his car, and drove all the way to Building 17 of the School of Arts. And Yue, still dressed the same way she was in the morning, was already standing downstairs waiting for him. Get in the car. Chen Yang asked Xiaoyi to open the car door, and then greeted Yue. And Yue ran over, got in the car and fastened her seatbelt. Walk. Chen Yang said with a smile. Chapter 20. Nian Nian wants to eat the food cooked by her parents. We drove to the gate of Jiangda No. 1 affiliated primary school, where some parents were already waiting. At this time in the afternoon, Chen Yang found a nearby spot to park the car. The 2 of them sat in the car, chatting while waiting for Nian Nian to finish school. Nian Nian would definitely be very happy if she knew you were here to pick her up from school. Chen Yang looked at Yue with a smile. Am I that special? And Yue asked in a low voice. You are Nian Nian's mother. Chen Yang looked at Yue. And Yue was silent for 2.5 minutes after hearing this, and then she said softly, Chen Yang, I have always wanted to ask, Nian Nian's mother. And Yue is a person who has lost both parents, so she knows the pain of a child losing his mother. This is one of the reasons why she always calls Chen Nian and mom and does not refuse. If I say that you are Nian Nian's mother, would you believe it? Chen Yang said to Yue with a smile. Stop joking. How could I be Nian Nian's mother? Yue hurriedly shook her head. Let me tell you this, Nian Nian's mother can only be you, and only you can be Nian Nian's mother. This time, Chen Yang looked at Yue seriously and said this. I? And Yue's heart trembled. She didn't know if Chen Yang's words were a confession, but she really couldn't hate Chen Yan or Chen Yang from the bottom of her heart. If she could really become Nian Nian's mother, she thought, she would be willing. Silence, a long silence. Chen Yang didn't know if Yue understood, but he thought she probably didn't. Looking at the girl leaning on the queen's chair and playing with her hands in confusion, Chen Yang felt that he shouldn't push her too hard. This is a little girl who can't even take care of herself. How can we let her take on the role of a mother at this time? At 4:30 in the afternoon, the school bell rang for the end of the school year at the first affiliated primary school. It's time for staggered school dismissal for grades 1 and 6. Few parents pick up older children in the 6th grade, and some just go there on their way home from get off work. There are more parents of first graders at the school gate, such as Chen Yang and Yue. Chen Yang, are you here to pick up Nian Nian? Just as Chen Yang was looking at the campus, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Teacher Su, are you here to pick up Yufei too? Chen Yang turned to look at Su Meng and said with a smile. Well, Yufei was talking about Nian Nian for half the night last night. I wonder how the two little guys are getting along today. Su Meng chuckled with her hands covering her mouth. They should get along well. Chen Yang is tall, so he happened to see two children walking out of the classroom holding hands. They were Chen Nian and Yang Yufei. Soon, the two children came to the school gate under the guidance of their teacher, and Chen Yang and Su Meng went to greet them. Dad! Mother! Chen Yan and Yang Yufei happily ran to Chen Yang and Su Meng, and when Yan saw Yue standing behind Chen Yang and looking at her quietly, a happy smile appeared on her face. Mother! The little girl ran towards Yue excitedly, then hugged Yue's thighs and raised her head, looking at her mother with her big, sparkling eyes, unable to hide her happiness at all. Nian Nian! Yue reached out and touched Chen Yan's little head, then reached out and took Chen Yan's slightly heavy little school bag. Chen Yang, is that Nian Nian's mother? Su Meng looked at Yue and asked with a smile. Yes, Teacher Su. Chen Yang nodded. You are such a great family of 3. After the system took effect, Su Meng did not feel that there was anything strange about this young family of 3. Teacher Su, we'll leave first. Chen Yang smiled and prepared to leave. If he waited any longer, he would not be able to get out of the school gate. Yufei, say goodbye to your uncle, aunt, and Nian Nian. Su Meng reached out and picked up Yang Yufei's school bag and said to her daughter. Goodbye, uncle. Goodbye, auntie. Goodbye, Nian Nian. Yang Yufei shouted to the 3 people in a calm and confident manner. Nian Nian. Yue touched Chen Nian's little face, and little Nian Nian understood what she meant and looked at Su Meng and Yang Yufei. Goodbye, auntie. Goodbye, Yufei. After the 2 children said goodbye to each other, Chen Yang took the 2 beauties, big and small, into the car. Nian Nian, what do you want to eat tonight? While fastening his seatbelt, Chen Yang looked at the mother and daughter in the back seat. Well, I want to eat the food cooked by mom and dad. Chen Yan hugged Yue's arm, touched his lips with his other little hand, and said cutely. Bite. I detected that my daughter wanted to eat the food cooked by her parents. As a qualified father, how could I not agree to her simple request? Host and Yue, please prepare dinner for Nian Nian together. Task reward, Lei bus level computer level. Okay, I, Mr. Lei, have also become a unit of measurement, right? Looking at the system panel, Chen Yang couldn't help but laugh. But then again, there are definitely people in this world who are better at computers than Mr. Lei, but they are definitely not many. As a technical leader software engineer, Lei's level was definitely world-class in his time. The evaluation comes from DeepSeek. Even though so many years have passed and technology has developed so rapidly, Chen Yang's computer skills at the level of Lei Jun are enough for him to graduate easily. Besides, who knows if Mr. Lei has been secretly learning and improving over the years? Thinking of this, Chen Yang put the system reward aside for now, and turned to look at Chen Yan. Okay, but we have to go buy vegetables, seasonings, and kitchen utensils first. We don't even have a pot at home now. Chen Yan listened and clapped his hands happily. Great, let's go shopping with mom and dad. So Chen Yang drove to a large shopping mall, where there was a supermarket with a full range of products and a JD counter selling home appliances. The three of them pushed 2 shopping carts, and on them were rice cookers, induction cookers, electric steamers, woks, bowls, plates, basins, chopsticks, spoons, kitchen knives, chopping boards. The 2 carts were full, but in the end they didn't even buy any vegetables or seasonings. So Chen Yang went to pay the bill first, then pushed 2 carts and loaded all the things into the cars. After getting up, the 2 beauties, big and small, had already chosen the seasonings, rice, flour, grains, oils, as well as simple vegetables and fruits. Buy some steamed buns. Nian Nian and I both like to eat steamed buns. Looking at the shopping cart, Chen Yang thought for a while and said, "Over there." And Yu Wei pointed to the pastry area and said. So, the family of 3 went to buy a few more steamed buns. After making sure that there were not too many left out, the 3 of them paid the bill and drove home. Downstairs, Chen Yang found a place to park his car and started moving things into the house. However, although Chen Yang now has the peak physical fitness of a human being, he does not have 8 hands. Even with Yu Wei and Chen Yan in helping, they only took 1/3 at a time. So Chen Yang carried the heaviest things such as vegetables and seasonings first. The mother and daughter each held an electric rice cooker, and the other carried a wok and a steamer. After going upstairs, Yu Wei wanted to go down with Chen Yang to get them, but Chen Yang pointed at these things and said, "You guys pick these up first. I'll be done in 2 trips. Let's hurry up." Nian Nian's little belly must be bulging with hunger. Yeah, Nian Nian has been hungry for a long time. Chen Nianen said with a pout. Okay, then the 2 of us will pick and wash the vegetables first. We'll make something simple tonight, and I'll clean up for us when we're done. After entering the private space of home, Yu Wei seemed to have completely lost her nervousness, especially when she talked about cooking. She was full of confidence. Okay, let's clean up together when we're done. Chen Yang nodded, then went downstairs to move things. Chapter 21 Nian Nian, Dad, Mom, will you sleep with us tonight? It took 2 more trips before Chen Yang managed to move all the things up. In fact, it doesn't look like there are that many things, but some things cannot be put into the bag, such as the chopping board, which takes up 1 hand, and the elevator in this old house is too dirty. Chen Yang has to hold them in his hands all the time, otherwise someone will block the elevator and he can move them all into the elevator and transport them up again in 1 trip. On the last trip, Chen Yang came in carrying a chopping board and other kitchen utensils and closed the door. Have you finished moving everything? And Yu Wei poked her head out of the kitchen and asked. We've finished moving. Where's Nian Nian? Chen Yang asked casually. I'm here, Dad. Chen Nian stuck his head out of the bathroom, his hands still covered in foam. Wait for me to wash my hands too, and then we can cook together. Chen Yang smiled, changed into slippers, and went to the bathroom to rub hands with Chen Nian. After washing, Chen Yang took the things to the kitchen door. During this period of time, Yu Wei had almost sorted out some things. Can you cook? Chen Yang asked Yu Wei while sorting out the fruits and other things he had just bought. When I was a child, my grandmother went out to work, so I cooked at home. I learned it over time. Yu Wei said in a low voice. Can you take me to see Grandma during the holidays? Chen Yang said with a smile. Yu Wei was silent for a few seconds, then nodded and hummed softly. Chen Nianen took out all the books from his heavy little school bag. The teacher said they needed to be covered with book covers, so Chen Yang also bought some book covers when he was in the mall just now. While flipping through the book she had just received, which still smelled of ink, she curiously looked at the 2 adults busy in the kitchen. Her little heart was filled with great confusion. Because they both needed to finish the meal quickly, Yu Wei washed the rice, cleaned the rice cooker and cooked the rice. Considering that Chen Yang and Chen Nianen both ate steamed buns, she only cooked a little. Nian Nian, how about we have fried pork with peppers tonight? Chen Yang looked at the piece of pork belly he bought in the bag and shouted with a smile to Chen Nianen, who was sitting on the sofa flipping through a Chinese textbook. Okay, I like the fried pork with peppers cooked by my father the most. Chen Nianen happily put down the book, jumped off the sofa, ran to the dining table and said. Okay, let's go read a book and wait. The Huawei smart screen that Chen Yang bought online will not arrive until tomorrow, so Xiao Nian can only read a book for the time being. However, the little girl didn't seem to be that addicted to TV. Thinking of this, Chen Yan looked at Yu Wei curiously. He really didn't know how she would educate Nian Nian in the future. If this were given to me, I would have spoiled my daughter to the sky. You can cook too? Seeing Chen Yan running to the sofa and reading again, and Yue looked at Chen Yang curiously and asked, I like cooking. My mother is a pretty good cook, so I pestered her to learn from her. Chen Yang said with a smile. You're amazing. And Yue praised sincerely. She really thought Chen Yang was amazing, as he could drive a car worth more than 500,000 yuan at the age of 18, could cook, and was admitted to a 985 school like Jiangnan University. He. Chen Yang chuckled, and then added, but I also have a shortcoming, that is, I like to cook, but I don't like to wash pots. Chen Yang was really afraid of washing the pot, as if it was some terrible beast. Then I'll wash them. And Yue washed a few peppers, took out 2 heads of garlic and started peeling them, saying, Let's clean it up together. We can't let you do it alone. Chen Yang shook his head. It's okay, I can do it alone. And Yue looked at Chen Yang seriously. Chen Yang was stunned for 2 seconds, then reached out and rubbed in Yue's head as she sat on the stool, and said seriously, if I say we're together, got it? Facing Chen Yang's sudden dominance, and Yue subconsciously lowered her head to avoid Chen Yang's hand, then raised her head to look at Chen Yang's unquestionable eyes, then lowered her head to continue peeling garlic, and uttered a few soft Sichuan and Chongqing dialects from her little mouth. I know. Chen Yan got out of school at 4:30, and the family of 3 came home around 6, and dinner was ready at 7. A dish of stir-fried pork with peppers, a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, a plate of smashed cucumbers and a dish of cold mixed pork head were quickly placed on the table. The pork head was cooked food bought from the supermarket, and the sauce was prepared by an Yue in Sichuan style, but not too spicy. After all, we had to consider Nian, a child, and Chen Yang, who loves spicy food. Woo! I can finally eat. Nian is so hungry. Chen Yan looked at his parents who were almost starving him to death, and his little mouth was as puffy as a lotus flower. Okay, let's eat. Chen Yang smiled, reached out to turn on the restaurant lights, and then called Shan Yan to the table. During the meal, Chen Yan ate 2 steamed buns and almost finished half of a plate of fried pork with peppers. She looked really hungry. And Yue also ate a lot. She finished all the rice she cooked for herself. It was obvious that she was quite satisfied with Chen Yang's cooking skills. 3 people, 4 dishes, 6 steamed buns and a big bowl of rice, all eaten up, with only a little cucumber juice left. Hi! Chen Yan patted his full belly, slipped off the chair, and started to happily carry the dishes to the kitchen. Chen Yang and Yue looked at each other, then stood up and took the rest to the kitchen. Then, Chen Yang and Yue cleaned up the kitchen together, and Shan Yan also took a rag to wipe the dining table. The family of 3 was quite harmonious. After cleaning up, it was completely dark outside. You go and have a rest, I'll wrap a book cover for Nian. And Yue looked at Chen Yang, who put a rag on the pot lid, reached out to wipe the sweat from her forehead, and said, Although the air conditioner is on in the living room, it is still very hot in the kitchen. Of course, parent-child activities have to be done together. What's the point of me lying down and watching? Chen Yang smiled, then pushed in Yue to the living room. At this time, in the living room, Chen Yan had already placed the books and book covers on a coffee table, and was looking at his parents with his big eyes blinking. This thing is too advanced now. I remember when I was in school as a kid, books were first wrapped with a layer of craft paper inside, and then covered with a cover outside, and then a clip was clamped on the spine. Chen Yang looked at Chen Yan's book cover and felt that the times have really progressed. Us too. And Yue smiled, reached out and pinched Shan Yan's little face, then sat on a small stool and began to wrap Chen Yan's book cover. Chen Yan watched Chen Yang and Yue wrapping the book covers carefully. Suddenly, he moved closer to Chen Yang and whispered in his ear, Dad, will Mom sleep with us tonight? Nian's voice was not very loud, but at that moment the only sounds in the room were the sound of 2 people wrapping book covers, and Yue was not sitting far away, so she could naturally hear it. Hearing this, Chen Yang looked up at Yue, who pretended not to hear but whose ears were red. He then looked down at the little girl with hopeful eyes, and quietly approached her and said, Mom hasn't completely accepted Dad yet, so Dad has to take Mom back to the dormitory later. Chen Yan nodded when he heard this, feeling a little disappointed, but not particularly disappointed. Mom and Dad can now cook for Nian together, and Dad also touches Mom's head, so they will definitely reconcile soon, and then they can coax Nian to sleep together. Thinking of this, Chen Yan ran over, hugged Yue, and kissed her on the face. Chapter 22 I'm afraid you'll get lost, so I'm holding your hand. Chen Yan's kiss made Yue, who was wrapping a book cover, smile. Then she turned around and hugged Nian and kissed her. He. The little girl laughed happily, but she never mentioned that she wanted her mother to stay and sleep with her and her father. And Yu Wei was relieved to see that the well-behaved Nian Nian didn't mention it. She really had no way to refuse the request of this cute little elf. Since Nian Nian didn't mention it now, she pretended not to hear it. It's okay to let her sleep with Nian Nian now, but with Chen Yang. Thinking of this, she secretly glanced at Chen Yang and found that Chen Yang was wrapping the book cover seriously. He looked quite handsome from the side. Chen Yan noticed that her mother was secretly looking at her father, and she smiled secretly. She was already looking forward to her father and mother sleeping with her in the near future. After reporting the book covers, all will be delivered by 8:30. It was completely dark outside. Let me take you back. Chen Yang stood up and looked at Yu Wei and said, And Yu Wei nodded, then stood up and touched little Nian Nian's head. Nian Nian, be good. Chen Nian also nodded like her mother, yeah. After they changed their shoes, Chen Yang took the key and went out first. Nian Nian, Dad will come back with the key to open the door. No matter who knocks on the door or what they say, don't open the door, understand? Chen Yang gave his child the same instructions as his parents gave him when he went out as a child. I know. Chen Yan stood at the door, holding Yu Wei's hand. Say goodbye to Mom, said Chen Yang. Goodbye, Mom. Chen Yan raised his head and looked at Yu Wei, his eyes full of reluctance. Let Daddy take you to see Mom after school tomorrow, okay? And Yu Wei has gradually gotten into the role of a mother, and she really wants to see Nian Nian every day. Great. Chen Yan nodded happily. Chen Yang went out, locked the door from the outside, and then went downstairs with Yu Wei. And then, is it okay for me to call you that? In the elevator, the two of them were alone in a small space, and Chen Yang suddenly asked with a smile. No. You can scream whatever you want. When there were only two of them left, and Yu Wei's social anxiety problem came back again. Don't be nervous, the doctor said you are not sick. After the military training is over, I'll take you out for a walk, just the two of us, okay? Jiancheng is so big, but Chen Yang hasn't visited any place yet. He had planned to go for a walk on the first day of school, but the appearance of Nian Nian killed all his plans in the cradle. If he went shopping again, he felt that he was no longer alone. I'm not nervous either, but I just can't control myself. And Yu Wei also felt that she was useless. She clearly felt at ease with Chen Yang, but why could she not help but stutter when talking about ambiguous topics? Well, it's okay for you to go out and play, right? This is the doctor's order. If you don't listen to me, you have to listen to the doctor. Chen Yang said softly. Okay, you arrange it. And Yu Wei nodded. After getting out of the elevator, the two got in the car. Along the way, Chen Yang told Yu Wei about the interesting attractions in Jiangcheng that he saw on Douyin and Meituan, in order to arouse Yu Wei's curiosity. And Yu Wei, who grew up in the mountains of Sichuan, yearns for the outside world. He has only heard about and seen the famous scenic spots in Jiangcheng on his mobile phone and in ancient poems, but has never been there. Throughout the whole process, Chen Yang was talking about happy things and tried his best not to mention his own family or Yu Wei's family. In all her conversations with me, Yu Wei only mentioned her grandmother and never mentioned her parents. So, Yu Wei was either abandoned by her parents or lost her parents when she was young. Although he also wanted to know about Yu Wei's past, he also knew that now was not the time to hear about it. Perhaps, once she has helped Yu Wei to completely come out of this situation and made her become cheerful and lively, she will be able to tell her story with courage. Driving into the school, the campus was brightly lit and the tents of various clubs in the square were crowded with people. Yu Wei's personality destined her not to join in the excitement, but she still cast a curious look while sitting in the car. Do you want to go down and take a look? Glancing at Yu Wei's curiosity, Chen Yang slowed down the car and asked. Forget it, Nian Nian is home alone. Yu Wei shook her head, her soft voice was very pleasant to hear. Chen Yang was stunned when he heard this, then he smiled and said nothing more. The reason why Yu Wei said this was that she subconsciously felt that she needed him to accompany her when shopping, and if he didn't accompany her, she would rather not go shopping. The car moved forward and Chen Yang found a place to pull over and stopped. It's no problem to just walk around for a dozen minutes. Let's go. Chen Yang stopped the car and turned to look at Yu Wei. Just 10 minutes. Yu Wei said in a low voice with a surprised smile on her face. Just a dozen minutes. Chen Yang nodded, then pushed open the car door and got out. After the two got off the car, Yu Wei walked up to Chen Yang and stood in front of him. Chen Yang smiled, took her hand and walked forward. And Yue was stunned for a moment, staring blankly at the little hand held by Chen Yang, and subconsciously followed him. By the time she realized what was happening, her pretty little earlobes had turned red like rubies. Hold you, what if you get lost? Chen Yang smiled and said. Oh. And Yue pouted, then took a few quick steps to catch up, but she had no intention of breaking free from Chen Yang's hand. After all, being held by Chen Yang made her feel at ease. Walking between the tents, and Yue also saw various clubs such as the Literature Club, Debate Club, Roller Skating Club, etc. Students who were interested in these would come up to ask. The night was not as hot as the day, and almost all the freshmen in the school came out to watch. You don't want to join any club? And Yue leaned closer to Chen Yang and asked in a slightly louder voice. What did you say? There were quite a lot of people here, and although Yue raised her voice, he still couldn't hear clearly. I say, don't you want to join any club? And Yue pulled Chen Yang to stop, stood on tiptoe and spoke close to his ear. I won't join. I'm not interested, and mainly because I don't have the time. Chen Yang really has no interest in these clubs, and because he has to take care of Nian Nian, he doesn't have much time. Okay. And Yue nodded. She also thought of Nian Nian. Taking care of children does take time. She has to accompany the children in the evenings and weekends, and club activities are basically held in the evenings and weekends. After walking around, Yue dragged Chen Yang away. My curiosity has been satisfied and I have taken a big step towards bravery. I am very happy today. Chen Yang sent Yue to the downstairs of the dormitory and was about to get off the car, but was stopped by Yue. She turned to look at Chen Yang, her bright eyes sparkling with joy in the darkness. You should go back early, Nian Nian is alone at home. See you, tomorrow. After Yue finished speaking, she turned around, opened the car door and got out. Chen Yang rolled down the car window, ready to see Yue off, but Yue stood outside the car door and said in a whisper, I'm looking forward to visiting those places with you. Bye. After saying that, Yue left as if escaping. Ah, this silly girl. Chen Yang shook his head and smiled, watching Yue leave. Bite. It is detected that Nian Nian is very satisfied with the dinner made by the host and Yue, which meets the conditions for completing the task. Mission completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Lay Bus Level Computer Level. Chapter 23. When fellow villagers meet, they reach for their crotches. Hiss. As Chen Yang was about to turn around, a large amount of computer programming knowledge suddenly appeared in his mind, including various computer languages, the development and application of artificial intelligence. Even his fingers felt a little itchy. The system even has the hand speed that a software engineer should have. I don't know. What is the level of my current computer skills? Chen Yang muttered softly. All his current computer knowledge is limited to the microcomputer classes he took in elementary, middle, and high school over the years. As we all know, in the schools in the remote counties in the Northwest, the computer systems used in the classes are still the outdated Windows 7, or even the ancient XP system. As for high school students, if they don't play games on their computers at home, they are already good students. Why do they still teach you programming? It's a joke. Therefore, Chen Yang currently has no concrete idea about the so-called Lei Jun level computer skills. Forget it, we'll know after the class starts. Chen Yang shrugged, then turned around and went home. After arriving home, Xiao Nian Nian was sitting on a small stool in the living room flipping through her textbooks. It seemed that this small textbook was full of great temptation to her. Dad. Seeing Chen Yang opening the door and coming in, Xiao Nian Nian left her subordinates and ran over, then threw herself into Chen Yang's arms. Baby. Chen Yang bent down, picked up Nian Nian, and gave her a kiss on the face. Dad, the place you kissed just now seems to be the place where Mom kissed me just now. Chen Nian looked at Chen Yang and said in surprise. Children are always happier when they receive the same love from both their parents. Yeah? That means Mom and Dad are in tune with each other. Chen Yang reached out and pinched the tip of the little girl's nose and couldn't help laughing. He didn't expect that his first indirect kiss with Yue would fall on Nian Nian's little face. We. Chen Nian smiled happily. After finishing the work today, it was a little late, so Chen Yang put a shower cap on Chen Nian and the little guy took a simple shower. Chen Yang also finished the shower in less than 5 minutes and went to bed. At about 9:50, Chen Nian had already fallen asleep. When Chen Yang was about to put down his phone and go to sleep, a message suddenly popped up on WeChat. Good night. Chen Yang was stunned for a moment, then a smile appeared on his lips, and he replied, "Good night." On the other end of the phone, and Yue looked at the message from Chen Yang, smiled sweetly, then put the phone next to the pillow and quickly fell asleep. The next morning, Chen Yang got up early and made breakfast for Chen Yanin. There were eggs, milk, and the steamed buns bought yesterday. If Chen Yang had nothing to do in the afternoon, he would ask Yue to buy some beef or something for Nian Nian. He also forgot about buying pajamas for Nian Nian last time. Chen Yanin finished her breakfast happily, and after Chen Yang sent her to school, he went back to school. After parking the car in the parking lot of the School of Information opposite to charge it, Chen Yang went upstairs to the dormitory. As expected, his 3 roommates were still sleeping soundly. This time, Chen Yang did not wake them up, but lay on his bed and played with his mobile phone. At about 8:30, Zhang Yutian's alarm clock rang. "Get up, get up. Hey, brother Yang, when did you come back?" Zhang Yutian put away the alarm clock, sat on the bed and started greeting other roommates. When he saw Chen Yang, who was also lying on the bed playing with his mobile phone, he asked with a smile, "It's almost 8 o'clock. Let's get up and go downstairs to have a meal and go to the auditorium early to reserve seats," said Chen Yang. "Today is September 3rd. We will organize a military parade at 10 o'clock. I heard that some instructors will also be here. This can be regarded as a military training mobilization meeting of Jiangnan University." "Okay." Li Rui and Zhang Jianwu also got up from their beds while Chen Yang and Zhang Yutian were talking. They rubbed their sleepy eyes, still immersed in the dream they had just had. "Rise!" Chen Yang shouted, shocking the 2 confused men. "Fuck, Chen Yang, you're such an idiot." Li Rui got out of bed cursing and was about to wash up. When he passed by Chen Yang's bed, he suddenly reached out his hand and planned to launch a sneak attack. However, with Chen Yang's current reaction ability and speed, it would be strange if he could sneak attack Chen Yang. Chen Yang grabbed Li Rui's arm and hand, and pulled him to the bed with his backhand. "Brother, I was wrong, I was wrong." Li Rui felt pain and quickly admitted his mistake. "Call me Godfather," Chen Yang said jokingly. "Chen Yang, we are fellow villagers and share the same roots. Why are you so eager to hurt me?" Li Rui said, gritting his teeth. "When fellow villagers meet, they reach for their crotches, right?" Chen Yang rolled his eyes. He. Li Rui chuckled. Chen Yang let go of Li Rui, thus letting him off the hook. The remaining 2 just smiled and watched the show without saying a word. At about 9 o'clock, the 3 men finally finished washing up after a long time. They were completely different from yesterday when the 3 of them finished washing up, dressing and going out in just 5 minutes. After going downstairs to have breakfast, lunch, the 4 of them went straight to the auditorium. After arriving, the 4 found that quite a few people had already arrived. Unfortunately, the auditorium they came to was for the Department of Information Science. In such a large auditorium, 9 out of 10 people had short hair, and the remaining 1 had long hair, who might also be Xiao Nanyang. There were very few girls. A few of them found a place to sit down and waited for 10 o'clock to come. At about 9:30, teachers, soldiers in military uniforms, and leaders of various colleges and departments came in one after another. At around 9:50, the big screen in the auditorium lit up and the relevant personnel began to debug the live broadcast of CCTV1. The process of watching the military parade lasted for more than an hour. It was quite shocking and made the group of boys very excited. After the training, a colonel came to the stage and began to speak before the military training. Later, the department leaders came to the stage to arrange the specific time for the military training. After listening, Chen Yang frowned slightly. Because the military training lasted for 2 weeks, a total of 15 days, with gathering at 7:50 every morning, training starting at 8 o'clock, training until 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and even activities in the evening. This morning was not a big problem for him. He could rush over after sending Nian Nian to school. But in the afternoon and evening, Chen Yang shook his head helplessly. It seemed that he could only find someone to help. After watching the military parade, Chen Yang wandered around the school while thinking of a solution. Li Rui and the others said they were going to buy some necessities for military training. Chen Yang originally said he would go with them, but these guys said they had girlfriends and asked their girlfriends if they wanted to go. Chen Yang didn't understand at first, but after taking 2 steps, he realized that these guys were talking about sanitary napkins. Well, the sanitary pads at school might be sold out today. Chen Yang shook his head helplessly, squatting under the shade of a tree on the side of the road and began to daydream. Hey, Chen Yang? Just when Chen Yang was thinking about how to find a way to deal with Nian Nian, a familiar voice appeared in his ears. He looked up and suddenly felt that the world was bright. Life-saving straw, Teacher Su. Chapter 24 solves two problems at once. The person named Chen Yang is Yang Yufei's mother, Teacher Su Meng. Su Meng might have just finished class, so she was carrying a beige canvas bag with the words Jiangcheng University printed on it. She had long hair draped over her shoulders and wore glasses, looking intellectual and generous. What's wrong? Su Meng looked at Chen Yang's anxious and excited expression and asked puzzledly. I wonder if you are busy right now, Mr. Su. Can I treat you to a meal? After finding someone who could help, Chen Yang was not so anxious anymore. Besides, if you ask someone to do something for you, you should at least treat them to a meal, right? If you have any problem, just tell me. We are both teacher and student as well as parents. I will definitely help you if I can. Su Meng smiled and walked to the shade, reaching out to push the hair behind her ears. Okay, then I'll be frank. So Chen Yang briefly told Su Meng about the problems he was facing now, mainly about taking care of Nian Nian in the afternoon and evening. Okay. No problem. After listening to it, Su Meng agreed without any hesitation. The school didn't schedule evening classes for me this semester, so Yufei can play with Nian Nian after school. Su Meng continued. Thank you, Teacher Su. You just finished class, so I'll treat you to a meal. Chen Yang was instantly relieved when he heard Su Meng agree. If it were anyone else, he would really be worried, but Su Meng was not only a teacher at Jiang University, but also the mother of Nian Nian's good friend. Nian Nian and Yang Yufei 1T feel lonely when they are together, and they can also have fun, killing two birds with one stone. As for this meal, after you finish your military training, I will bring my daughter and you bring your daughter, and we will eat together, okay? Su Meng said with a smile. Okay then, after Nian Nian finishes school this afternoon, I will take her to visit your home. Said Chen Yang. No problem, see you in the afternoon. Su Meng nodded. Well, goodbye, Teacher Su. Goodbye. Looking at Su Meng's departing back, Chen Yang was really relieved. This was really good news. If Su Meng didn't agree, he would have to find a way to find daycare or hire a nanny. But he was not very confident about the daycare agency and the nanny. He couldn't really call his mother and ask her to take leave and fly from the northwest to Jiangcheng overnight, right? After finishing this matter, Chen Yang drove to the parking lot, found a large shopping mall and bought some gifts, mainly for Yang Yufei. The little girl liked Ultraman and Armor Hero, so Chen Yang found a Bandai counter and bought a bone sculpture at Shining Zero and a Tiga's astronomical rod, both of which were authentic, and spent more than 1,000. Well, Chen Yang also bought an astronomical rod for himself. He thought this thing was really rare. After buying it, Chen Yang returned to school. Just now, a message was sent in the class group saying that a class meeting would be held at 2:30 in the afternoon. So Chen Yang's original plan to asking Yue out was ruined. The girl had started working part-time at the library and could only go out in the afternoon for an hour and a half after lunch every day. But Yue and her classmates also had class meetings in the afternoon. So, the two of them made an appointment to pick up Nian Nian from school together later. At 2:30 in the afternoon, 4 people from Chen Yang's dormitory strolled to the building of the School of Computer Science. When they arrived at the classroom for the class meeting, the counselor had not arrived yet. A few people found a place to sit down, and after a while, the counselor who they had met on the day of registration came in with a stack of information. Chen Yang's counselor is Lu Shadong, a young man in his 20s who just graduated with a master's degree. He stuttered when talking about some school arrangements. There were 80 people from 2 classes sitting in the classroom, all of whom were the students that Lu Shadong would teach in the next year. Well, Jiangnan University is a 985 university, and its policy is to learn comprehensive courses in the freshman year and choose a major in the sophomore year. Therefore, after the sophomore year, Lu Shadong may not necessarily guide some of them anymore. Lu Shadong spoke very quickly and finished everything in half an hour. After reminding everyone not to be late for military training tomorrow, Lu Shadong left. Seeing this, Chen Yang hurriedly chased after him. Seeing this, Li Rue and the other 2 also left the classroom and stood outside the door waiting for Chen Yang. Teacher. Lu Shadong looked at Chen Yang, thought for a moment and said, You are Chen Yang, right? You are from the computer class 1. I remember you. Chen Yang was the first student to register for the School of Computer Science. When he just arrived at the school tent, he met Chen Yang who came to register. At that time, there were only a few freshmen in the entire campus, so Lu Shudong still had some impression of Chen Yang. "Thank you, teacher, for remembering me. I have something to discuss with you." Then Chen Yang told her that he needed to take care of his daughter and could not stay in the dormitory at night. After listening to this, Lu Shudong was silent for a while. Chen Yang thought that he didn't believe that he had a daughter, so he took out the household registration booklet. This was also what Chen Yang prepared in advance because he knew there would be a class meeting today. "You really have a daughter." Looking at Chen Yang's household registration book, Lu Shudong was originally wondering why Chen Yang, 18, had a 6-year-old daughter. However, under the influence of the system, Lu Shudong's doubts only lasted for less than a second. "I'll have to trouble you, teacher, to think of a solution," Chen Yang said. "How about this, you don't have to apply for off-campus accommodation. It's too troublesome. You, an outsider, won't be able to get it approved in your freshman year. Then, do what you have to do. If you are checked in the dormitory, just say that you informed me in advance, and I will help you get through it. When you get back, tell your roommates to make sure they don't mess up the performance," Lu Shudong said quickly. "Okay, thank you, teacher. I have to look after the children at night. After the military training is over, I will treat you to a meal. Please be sure to come." Chen Yang looked at Lu Shudong and said with a smile, "Let's talk about dinner later. I heard that you don't live far away. Just be careful and don't call me one day to ask which building is the tallest in the school." "Thank you." Lu Shudong patted Chen Yang's arm and said with a smile, "Ha ha, that won't happen. I have such a good daughter, I can't bear to abandon her." Chen Yang smiled and shook his head. "Okay, let's add each other on WeChat. Send me your phone number. If you have anything to say and I don't reply to your WeChat messages, just call me," Lu Shudong said, taking out his cell phone. "Good." After the two added each other's contact information, Chen Yang said goodbye to Lu Shudong. "Brother Yang, are you planning to be the squad leader?" Zhang Jianwu looked at Chen Yang and asked with a smile. "What's the point of being a squad leader? This is Nian Nian's business. I talked to the instructor about it," Chen Yang said. "Oh." Several people reacted. "Let's go, let's talk while we walk." Chen Yang gave some instructions to a few people while going downstairs. Li Rui and others assured him that there would be no problem. "By the way, Brother Yang, our military training will not end until 6 in the afternoon, and there are activities in the evenings of a few days. What should we do with Nian Nian?" Zhang Yutian suddenly asked as they walked. "I asked a friend to help pick up Nian Nian and take care of her," said Chen Yang. "That's good." Li Rui and others nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. "Let's go, I'll treat you all to ice cream. It's too hot today." Chen Yang was in a good mood. He waved his hand and led everyone straight to the supermarket. Come on, I want to eat the ice cream assassin. It's not me who was stabbed anyway." "Me too." Several people surrounded Chen Yang and ran straight to the supermarket. "Ah. You guys are just a bunch of bastards, damn." Chapter 25, For the person who likes you, you are her heart. At the supermarket entrance, Chen Yang and 3 other people were squatting in the shade, one of them eating an ice cream in his hand. The area around the Department of Information Science is so terrible. 9 out of 10 people walking on the street are men. The gender ratio is seriously unbalanced. I think we should go to the Faculty of Arts and Sciences. There are only men on this road, and very few women. Li Rui said. If you want to go, go by yourself. I'll wait for others. Chen Yang said, holding his cell phone in one hand and sipping ice cream in the other. Waiting for classmate in? Zhang Jianwu turned his head and asked. Ah. Chen Yang nodded. He had just sent a message to An Yue. Her class meeting was over and she was now walking towards the School of Arts. It was a distance of 500 or 600 meters and it would only take a few minutes to get there. Will her roommate come too? Zhang Yutian suddenly asked. 3 pairs of eyes looked at Zhang Yutian at the same time, giving him a mixture of doubt and mocking looks. Yutianer, are you attracted to Yang's girlfriend's roommate? Which one do you like? Tell the truth, please? Zhang Jianwu looked at Zhang Yutian. He didn't even want to eat the ice cream, he just wanted to gossip. No. I was just asking. Why are you making so much noise? Zhang Yutian took a quick sip of the ice cream and looked very calm, but his wandering eyes betrayed him. Young man, I'm worried. Don't say it. Forget it, I'll tell Anan's roommate not to come over. Chen Yang stood up and walked towards the trash can with the popsicle stick in his hand. As he walked, he took out his cell phone to send a message. No. I was wrong, brothers, I confess, isn't that enough? Seeing that Chen Yang did not seem to be lying, Zhang Yutian quickly confessed. After Zhang Yutian finished speaking, everyone was stunned. He Dandan? No, you like her? Brother, I'm not belittling her. Among the 3 roommates of Brother Yang's girlfriend, He Dandan is the most ordinary. Why don't you choose that girl from Northeast China? You two don't have any accents when you talk together. Li Rui looked at Zhang Yutian, first folded his armor, and then said. You ordinary people only care about people's appearance and don't care about their inner qualities at all? Zhang Yutian said. Brother, listen to me. He Dandan is from the county next to ours. The bride price he gave is almost as high as that in Gan province. You can't control it. Chen Yang patted Zhang Yutian on the shoulder and advised him. No, what on earth is this, a betrothal gift? There's not even a hint of this. Besides, my family doesn't lack that little money. Zhang Yutian said helplessly. Well, everyone has their own preferences. If you are really interested, I will be your wingman. Chen Yang shrugged. Everyone has the right to like someone, and everyone has the right to be liked. Chen Yang analyzed the situation for him from a brother's perspective. If he really likes someone, then he should boldly pursue love. If it really works, it would be a great thing. If it fails, at most we brothers can just have a drink and be done with it. After several people threw away the popsicle sticks in their hands, Chen Yang's phone rang. He took out his phone and looked at it, then stood up and walked to the road. He saw 4 beautiful girls with different postures standing under the shade of a tree not far away. Ding Joshua is still wearing a JK suit, looking young and beautiful. The tallest Bai Lu stood out from the crowd in a pink short-sleeved shirt and black shorts. He Dandan, who is barely 1.6 meters tall, is wearing denim shorts and a gray short-sleeved shirt. The most beautiful one was in Yue. Although she was only dressed in striped long-sleeved shirt and jeans, she was the most beautiful scenery standing there. The male students passing by could hardly help but glance sideways, but no boy came forward to ask for her contact information yet. Here. When Ding Joshua saw Chen Yang, she jumped up and waved at him. Chen Yang turned around, hooked his fingers at his 3 roommates, and then walked towards Yue and the others. Several girls stood under the shade of the trees and did not come out. The weather today was no different from yesterday and the day before yesterday. The temperature was always around 37 or 38 degrees, which was hot enough to kill people. Anyone who can go out for a stroll at this time is definitely in love. You ladies have worked hard. Let's find a milk tea shop to cool down. I'll treat you to some milk tea. Chen Yang walked forward and looked at the few people, pointing at the Mishue Bingqing next to them and said. We just want to send an in here. There are too many people on the road and we are afraid she will get lost. Now that we've delivered the people, we'll go back. Ding Joshua said with a smile. I can come. And Yue pouted and looked at Ding Joshua with a face full of resentment. Yes, you can come by yourself next time, okay? Ding Joshua shook her head helplessly. I'm not that timid anymore, and... Besides, I'm going to see Chen Yang, no matter how many dangers there are on the road, I'm not afraid. And Yue quietly hid the second half of the sentence in her heart. She raised her head and looked at Chen Yang, and found that Chen Yang was also looking at her, so she lowered her head again. Chen Yang smiled knowingly, then looked at Ding Joshua and the others. Now that we are here, if you leave like this, I'm afraid you will bother me with an in the dormitory at night. Ding Joshua quickly waved her hands and said no. If not, then please go ahead, everyone. Chen Yang made way and pointed to Mishue Ice City opposite. Well, it would be disrespectful to refuse it. Ding Joshua smiled, then walked towards Mishue Ice City. I heard that Mishue Ice City uses overnight lemon slices to make lemonade. Is that true? He Dandan asked Ding Joshua as they walked. The apples my mother bought in November can be kept until March of the following year. How could I not know whether the water soaked with lemon slices overnight is drinkable? They use real lemons for the $4 lemonade. I think they're losing money by using lemon essence. Before Ding Joshua could say anything, Bai Lu took the initiative to talk. I have an idea. Zhang Yutian, who was following, saw an opportunity to talk and spoke hurriedly. What do you think, sir? He Dandan looked at Zhang Yutian and asked with a smile. If they're open 24 hours a day, it doesn't count as staying overnight. Zhang Yutian looked at me and asked if I was being witty. Oh, don't tell me, this is indeed a good idea. Bai Lu agreed with her expression. Yutianer, you haven't practiced your brain secretly, have you? At the same time, Li Rui laughed and joked. Go! 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 Chen Yang and Yue, who were at the back, looked at each other and saw joy in each other's eyes. Chen Yang quietly reached out and grabbed Yue's little hand. Yue tried to break free in panic. After all, it was broad daylight, not last night, and she couldn't get lost now. I was afraid you'd get lost. Chen Yang used the same routine again. And Yue was very obedient and stopped struggling. There is no way. I am socially anxious and have poor navigation skills. What if I really get lost? Seeing that Yue stopped struggling, Chen Yang smiled slightly. As for routine, it's not about how you use it, but about who you use it on. If a girl likes you, even if you tell her that your cat can do backflips, she will go with you to watch it. If a girl doesn't like you, she will ignore you even if you tell her that your cat can perform controlled nuclear fusion. So, there is no such thing as a trick to win people's hearts. For someone who likes you, you are her heart. Chapter 26 Chen Yang, the question of seniority must be sorted out even on the day of death. In the milk tea shop, Zhang Yutian expressed himself like a peacock with its tail spread out, with a northeastern accent that fully demonstrated what it means to have a natural sense of humor. It was not until Chen Yang walked in holding Yue's hand that the chattering stopped. They all stared at Chen Yang and Yue holding hands, stunned. You guys. Is this reasonable? School starts on August 31st, and today is September 3rd. Even if you two progress very quickly, you can't hold hands in just 3 days, right? Yue saw that everyone was looking at her, so she quickly broke free from Chen Yang's hand and ran behind Ding Jiaxue. Chen Yang smiled, then put his hands in his pockets and asked, Have you chosen what to drink? Yellow Peach King. 3-pin Ba Ba. Peach Season Spring. Several people were chatting among themselves, while the clerk was placing orders on the screen. After placing the order, Chen Yang was about to take out his mobile phone to pay, but Zhang Yutian got there first. That's unnecessary, bro. You're being too obvious. Chen Yang looked at Zhang Yutian and muttered helplessly in his heart. When several thoughtful girls saw this scene, they couldn't help but giggle. How could they not see that this fat boy from Northeast China seemed to have fallen in love with one of the three of them? By the way, where is your military training arranged? While the waiter was making milk tea, Chen Yang looked at the girls and asked. West Garden Playground, what's going on? Ding Jiaxue said. No, your dormitory is in the northeast direction. You come to the West Garden Playground for military training and run 1,000 meters every morning, right? Chen Yang was shocked. Is the leader of the Faculty of Arts and Science an idiot to make such arrangements? There's nothing we can do. The Faculty of Arts and Science is mainly here. If we talk about convenience, we'd definitely go to the Beiyuan playground because it's closer. Bai Lu shook her head helplessly. No, since you are asking us this, your Department of Information Science is not also having military training in the West Garden Playground, right? He Dandan said. We must be at the West Garden Playground, the headquarters of our Department of Information Science, okay? Chen Yang pointed to the West Garden Playground just outside the door. Won't we be able to meet a lot of handsome guys then? Bai Lu looked infatuated. Student Bai, the 4 most handsome boys in the entire Department of Information Science are standing in front of you, and you are just turning a blind eye? Oh, I'm so sad, Tianer, let's go with the milk tea, we won't treat them to any. Chen Yang looked disappointed and pretended to pull Zhang Yutian away. Okay, you are handsome guys, all of you are handsome guys, okay? Wei, quickly hold on to your husband, or they will run away if you wait any longer. Ding Jiaxue had no choice but to push Yue out and asked her to hold on to Chen Yang. Yue puffed up her little face and reached out to gently grab Chen Yang's arm. Chen Yang looked at the thin layer of sweat on her forehead, reached out and grabbed her little hand, rolled up both of her sleeves, revealing 2 white arms. Student Ding, what you said sounds good. You haven't seen the scene of us watching the military parade this morning. Wow, there were more than 1,000 people in an auditorium, and the number of girls was visible to the naked eye. Sometimes you saw a girl with long hair, and she turned out to be a little girl. Can you believe it? Chen Yang said with an exaggerated look on his face. Is it that exaggerated? At least 30% of our liberal arts and science department students are boys. Ding Joshua rolled her eyes. You'll know when training starts tomorrow. After getting the milk tea, Chen Yang looked at Zhang Yutian, who looked anxious, smiled secretly in his heart, and then took out his mobile phone. Let's add each other on WeChat so that we can keep in touch if anything happens in the future. In case I can't find Weiwei and you can't find me, you can ask my roommates. As soon as Chen Yang said this, Zhang Yutian instantly felt that Chen Yang was more like his long-lost adoptive father. Okay. Ding Joshua did not object, and Bai Lu and he Dandan naturally did not refuse. So, the 8 people added each other's contact information. The question is, if 2 of the 8 people already have each other's contact information, how many times do they need to scan the code for everyone to be each other's friend? At the entrance of Mishui Ice City, Ding Joshua took a sip of a fresh orange and waved to Chen Yang. Chen Yang, Weiwei is in your hands. Don't worry. Chen Yang nodded with a smile. Zhang Yutian beside him also raised his hand and said goodbye to the 3 girls. After the 3 girls left, Zhang Yutian looked at Chen Yang and almost knelt down. Brother Yang, I'm grateful for your kindness. If this works out, you will be my son's adoptive father in the future. Zhang Yutian said gratefully. Shouldn't I be your son's grandfather? Chen Yang couldn't help laughing. You want to take advantage of this too? Zhang Yutian's mouth twitched. Of course not. As for the issue of seniority, I have to sort it out before I die. Chen Yang was so happy. Fuck. Zhang Yutian cursed. Ha ha ha. A few people teased Zhang Yutian a few more times, and then Chen Yang looked at Li Rui and Zhang Jianwu. You two, don't you have any plans to take action? The 2 shook their heads when they heard this. Not yet. Ding Joshua and Bai Lu are both pretty girls, but neither of them is very interested. Okay, then we'll go pick up Nian Nian first, and you guys go have fun on your own. Chen Yang took out his cell phone and checked the time. It was already 4 o'clock, so he said. Okay. Be careful on the road. After Li Rui gave some instructions, he went towards the dormitory with Zhang Yutian and the others. After getting in the car with Yue looked at Chen Yang curiously. Does Zhang Yutian from your dormitory like Dandan? Chen Yang turned his head and looked at Yue in surprise, then smiled and nodded. Actually, Dandan also told us that she has a crush on Zhang Yutian in your dormitory. And Yue suddenly said. Really? TSK. Interesting, very interesting. Chen Yang suddenly felt that this world was so interesting. Neither of us should talk about this matter, let them talk about it themselves. Chen Yang started the car with a smile and said. Aha! And Yue nodded. It was quite interesting to watch others fall in love. By the way, how did you take care of Nian Nian during our military training? And Yue turned her head to look at Chen Yang, who was driving seriously, and suddenly asked. I asked Teacher Su, whom you met last time, to help take care of her. We will visit her home later. Chen Yang said. I see. That's fine too. By the way, have you bought a gift? And Yue nodded and asked again. I bought it. Chen Yang turned his head to look at Yue again, and was also particularly curious about Yue's grandmother. What kind of old man could teach such a lovely girl who understands the ways of the world? Soon, the 2 arrived at the school gate, then looked among the crowd and saw Su Meng. In the afternoon, Su Meng wore the same clothes as at noon, except that she didn't have her bag. She held her cell phone in her hand and looked down at something. Teacher Su. Chen Yang stepped forward and greeted Su Meng. Chen Yang, you are here? Su Meng nodded. Well, I drove here. Can I take Yufei with me later? Chen Yang said. Okay. Su Meng nodded. Chapter 27 Nian Nian, Dad, please don't sell me out, okay? At 4:30, the bell for the end of get out of class at the number 1 elementary school of Jiangnan University rang on time. Soon, 2 cute little babies, Chen Yanan and Yang Yufei, walked out of the teaching building. Dad. Mom. Mother. The little ones snuggled into their mother's arms like young swallows returning to their nests, and were extremely affectionate with each other. Nian Nian only hugs mommy and not daddy? Chen Yang looked at this scene, smiling and teasing Chen Yanan. Daddy, give me a hug. Chen Yanan opened her arms and spoke coquettishly to Chen Yang. Okay, Daddy, hug my baby. Chen Yang reached out and hugged Chen Nianen into his arms and kissed her on the face. He. The little girl laughed happily. Let's go, Teacher Su. Chen Yang said with a smile as he watched Su Meng take over Yang Yufei's school bag. Good. After walking a few steps to the car, Su Meng looked at the Wenjie M9 in golden red color in front of him with some surprise. This car is so beautiful. Su Meng doesn't know much about cars, but she knows that this car looks good. It's mainly to pick up the children. Teacher Su, please get in the car. Chen Yang opened the back door for Su Meng and said with a smile. So, Su Meng carried Yang Yufei into the car first, and then took Chen Nianen in as well. And Yu Wei got on the passenger seat, and Shen Yang followed Su Meng's instructions and drove all the way to the faculty and staff quarters of Jiangda University. There were some old buildings in this area, some with 6 floors and some with 8 floors. Su Meng's home was on the west side of the School of Computer Science, less than 300 meters away from Chen Yang's dormitory. I forgot to ask, Chen Yang, which college are you from? Su Meng asked as he got off the car. From the Institute of Planning. I just took a look and it seems, it's right next door. Chen Yang scratched his head and said. That's really close. Su Meng said with a smile. Chen Yang nodded, then went to the trunk to take out the gifts prepared for Su Meng and Yang Yufei and held them in his hands. Come on, what else do you want to bring? Su Meng looked at Chen Yang and said complainingly. It's just toys bought for Yufei, and some fruits and so on. Chen Yang looked at Yang Yufei and said with a smile. You, don't bring it next time, okay? Su Meng admonished in a teacher's tone. Of course. Chen Yang laughed and then carried the things and went to Su Meng's house with Yu Wei and Chen Nianen. The decoration inside the room is in the style of the 2000s, with a very compact layout. There is a painting of part.Reward's hard work hanging on the wall, and some photos are placed on the cabinet at the entrance, making this home look warm. Please sit down. My husband doesn't get off work until 6 o'clock, and he will be home at 6:30. I will cook later and we will eat at home in the afternoon. Su Meng said as she sat on a stool in the dining room. Then I'll trouble you, Teacher Su. Shen Yang nodded and did not refuse. It's okay. You two can help the child taste the food and see if it suits his appetite. Su Meng looked at Chen Nianen with a smile on her face. The little girl looked left and right, and had a hard time understanding the conversation between her father and Yufei's mother. Teacher Su, my military training usually ends at 6 in the afternoon. I will then pick up Nian and take her to the cafeteria to eat. When Chen Yang heard this, he realized that Su Meng was planning to take care of Chen Nianen's dinner for the next half month. How can that be? You young people eat in the cafeteria and outside. You can't let the children eat in the cafeteria with you. Don't I know the quality of the cafeteria? Listen to me, after Nian has eaten here, you can come and pick her up. Su Meng reappeared his teacher's majesty and said without any doubt. Teacher Su, this. Chen Yang felt a little embarrassed. If you think of me as your teacher, you should listen to me. After Su Meng said this, Chen Yang had no way to refuse and could only say thank you twice in a row. When Chen Nianen watched the conversation between Chen Yang and Su Meng, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have been betrayed. She carefully grasped Chen Yang's hand and whispered in his ear, Dad, please don't sell me to Yufei's mother, okay? Chen Yang was stunned when he heard this, then he smiled and touched Shan Nian's head. Silly girl, who wants to sell you out? Dad and Mom have military training during this period, and it will not end until 6 o'clock in the afternoon. We can't pick you up after school, so let your Aunt Sue pick you up. After 6 o'clock, Dad will come to pick you up, okay? When Chen Nianen heard this, she finally understood. Although she didn't understand what military training was, it was basically just like her parents going to work, right? Well, now Yufei's mother is like the grandmother before. I understand, Dad. I will listen to Aunt Sue. Chen Nianen said obediently. Nian is so good. Chen Yang reached out and scratched the tip of Nian's nose, saying lovingly. He. Chen Nianen smiled, then ran into Yu Wei's arms and raised his little face. And Yu Wei was stunned, turned around and looked at Chen Yang with a bewildered look on her face. Chen Yang laughed, she also wants you to scratch her nose. This little guy really knows how to treat everyone equally. And Yu Wei looked at the little girl and reached out to scratch her little nose lovingly. After receiving the reward, Chen Nianen let go of Yu Wei and prepared to find her good friends to share the good news. Nian, take the gift that your parents gave to Yufei. Chen Yang said, pointing at the 2 boxes on the coffee table. Okay. So, Chen Yan'an ran into Yang Yufei's room holding the bone sculpture of Shining Zero and the Tiga astronomical stick. Soon, the happy laughter of two little girls could be heard from the room, and Su Meng also smiled when she saw it. Yufei has different hobbies from other girls, and she doesn't play with boys, so she didn't have many friends since she was a child. Now they can play together, it's really fate. Su Meng said. That's great. And Yue sighed. She thought about herself and her childhood. It was really a good thing that Nian Nian had a good friend now. Chen Yang heard the strangeness in Yue's voice, reached out and grabbed her little hand, silently comforting her. And Yue felt the warmth from the big hand and felt much more at ease instantly. Although she had no friends when she was a child, now, she seems to have made a lot of good friends because of Chen Yang. At around 6:30, a man who looked to be in his late 20s, wearing glasses and a white polo shirt, opened the door and walked in. Chen Yang could vaguely see some of Yang Yufei's appearance from the man's face. Wife, are there guests at home? Looking at Chen Yang and Yue sitting in the living room, Yang Wenhao shouted towards the kitchen. Didn't I send you a message? Didn't you see it? Su Meng's voice came from the kitchen. I had a meeting all afternoon this afternoon, and I ran home as soon as I got off work. How could I have the time to watch it? Yang Wenhao shook his head helplessly, then changed into slippers and looked at Chen Yang and his wife. Hello, Teacher Yang, I'm Chen Yang, a student of Jiangnan University. Chen Yang had already stood up, and as he watched Yang Wenhao approach, he smiled and stretched out his hand. Hello, please sit down. Yang Wenhao nodded with a smile. Wash your hands and help serve the food. Yufei, Nian Nian, clean up, wash your hands and eat. Chen Yang had just finished introducing himself when Su Meng's voice came from the kitchen again. Okay. Here I come. The voices of Yang Wenhao and Yang Yufei came from two different places at the same time. However, what made Yang Wenhao a little surprised was that wasn't Nian Nian the good friend that Yufei had just made? She was here too? Curious, Yang Wenhao went to the bathroom, washed his hands, took out his phone, and checked the message from Su Meng. Chapter 28 and Yue's Little Gift. So that's what happened. After reading it, Yang Wenhao shook his head and smiled. It turned out that these were two college lovers who had no time to take care of their child due to military training, so they asked their wives to help take care of the child. Under the influence of the system, Yang Wenhao did not doubt at all why two 18-year-old college students had a 6-year-old child. It can only be said that the first task bound to the system solved the biggest trouble for Chen Yang and Nian Nian. After coming out of the bathroom, Yang Wenhao saw a pretty little girl standing next to his daughter. Well, a very little girl. There's nothing I can do. I don't know who my own daughter is with. She has liked boys' things since she was young and doesn't behave like a daughter at all. Su Meng's cooking skills are very good, but the staple food is only rice, so Chen Yang and Chen Nian didn't enjoy the meal very much. Of course, you can't ask for too much when asking for help from others, just don't let Nian Nian go hungry. After dinner, Chen Yang took in Yue and Chen Nian and prepared to leave. They had planned yesterday to go shopping and do some shopping today. See you tomorrow, Nian Nian. Yang Yufei stood at the door and said goodbye to her good friend. See you tomorrow, Yufei. After the little girl said goodbye to her good friend, Chen Yang carried Chen Nian downstairs. At Su Meng's house, Su Meng and Yang Wenhao came to Yang Yufei's room and saw the Shining Zero figurine and the Tiga transformation device on the desk at a glance. It's not groundless that Yang Yufei likes Ultraman and Armor Hero. Yang Wenhao himself likes these things, but he doesn't collect them much. However, he is knowledgeable about them. Why? Are these two things expensive? Su Meng said in a low voice. If it's true, these two together would be worth less than $1,000. Yang Wenhao also replied in a low voice. Chen Yang is still a student, why did he buy such expensive things for Yufei? Su Meng complained. I can see that Chen Yang has high emotional intelligence, speaks in an orderly manner, and the children he taught are also very polite. Well, during this time when Nian Nian is staying at our house, you can cook more delicious food, and try to make it more to the little girl's taste. Now that you have accepted the gift, you naturally cannot return it, so you can only return it in other ways. Okay, I'll ask Nian Nian what she likes to eat later. Su Meng nodded. After the family of three got in the car, Chen Yang drove east this time. After walking straight ahead and turning right to the south for less than 50 meters, Chen Yang pointed to the West Garden playground next to him and said to Chen Nian, Nian Nian, Mom and Dad will start military training on this playground tomorrow. Chen Yan'an nodded and secretly memorized the route in his little head. Dad, what is military training? Chen Yan'an asked curiously. Military training is like your physical education class, but it's also different. It's like the training of the PLA uncles, but we don't work as hard as the PLA uncles. Chen Yang didn't know if Chen Yan'an could understand what he said. He could only explain to this extent. Oh. I see. It's just like the military parade we watched in class today, right? The teacher told us that we are all flowers of the motherland, and the PLA soldiers work so hard just to protect us all. Mom and Dad are training like the PLA uncles, is it to protect Nian Nian? The little girl said happily. Yes. Nian Nian is really smart. Chen Yang looked back at Yue and Chen Yan'an in the back seat and said with a smile. Yue also reached out and touched Chen Yan'an's little head, and responded to Chen Yang with a smile. Nian Nian is right. Chen Yan'an was praised by both his parents and immediately smiled happily. Driving all the way, Chen Yang came to the shopping mall he visited yesterday. The two first selected a few sets of pajamas for Chen Yan'an, which looked pink and tender and super cute. After that, the three of them went to the supermarket again. Chen Yang first bought some cooked beef, and then Yue took Chen Yang to the sanitary products area, went in and quietly took out a few packs of sanitary napkins. Chen Yang thought Yue was about to have her period, so he didn't say anything. Then, Chen Yang went to get 2 boxes of mineral water and prepared to put them directly in the car. During the next few days of military training, the most needed thing is water. There is a heating and cooling box in the car, so he can put the water in the car refrigerator to cool it down. It will be a nice thing to have a sip after the training. After buying these, Chen Yang took Yue and Chen Yan'an home first. After returning home, Chen Yang first threw Chen Yan'an's pajamas into the washing machine, and then looked at Yue who was playing with Chen Yan'an. Anan, I have to ask you to help Nian Nian take a bath. Before, I always washed Nian Nian's hair and she washed her body by herself. I was worried that she wouldn't wash it clean enough, so I'm asking you, her mother, to do it. And Yue nodded. She no longer had any aversion to the role of mother, so whether Chen Yan'an called her mother or Chen Yang said she was Chen Yan'an's mother, she was happy with it. Nian Nian, pack up. Mom will give you a bath and then Dad will have to take Mom back to the dormitory. Chen Yang looked at Chen Yan'an. Chen Yan'an nodded heavily, then stood up and took off his short-sleeved shirt and shorts, leaving only a pair of shorts in an instant. Yue reached out and touched Chen Yan'an's dry belly, then reminded her, Nian Nian, don't move around later. Mommy didn't bring any clothes with her. If they get wet, you'll catch a cold. Chen Yan'an nodded heavily. I'll buy you a few sets of clothes to keep at home, so that next time you give Nian Nian a bath, we can take a bath together. Chen Yang looked at Yue with a smile. I'll do it myself. Yue waved her hands shyly. Taking a shower here at Chen Yang's place? She didn't dare to think about it at all. After giving Chen Yan'an a bath, Chen Yang sent Yue back to the dormitory. When getting off the bus, Chen Yang looked at the black plastic bag that Yue had left on the seat and suddenly shouted, Anan, your stuff. Yue paused when she heard that, then turned to look at the black bag in Chen Yang's hand. That's for you, use it as a cushion under your feet during military training. After saying that, Yue left as if escaping. Under the light of the street lamp, Chen Yang keenly discovered that Yue's little ears seemed to have turned red. Watching Yue leave, Chen Yang couldn't help laughing as he looked at the sanitary napkin in his hand. If it were before, he would have really needed some of this stuff to pat his back. After all, standing in military posture for a whole day was really tiring. But now, with his physical fitness at the peak of human level, he doesn't need it at all. Shaking his head, Chen Yang stuffed the bag into the storage box under the central console. This way, he could provide emergency assistance in case Yue suddenly got her period when he took her out to play. After finishing these, Chen Yang went home. He moved the 65-inch Huawei smart screen that he had arrived in the afternoon but had not had time to pick up to the express delivery station in the community into his car, and then Chen Yang took it back. The 65-inch one is more than enough for the elevator to lower, and the weight is also light for Chen Yang. After moving back home, Chen Yan'an became happy immediately. There was a TV at home and she could watch cartoons in the future. Chen Yang quickly finished unpacking, installing, and debugging. After finishing, he let Chen Yan'an play freely in the living room. After Chen Yang took a shower, he packed up and went to bed. The next day, Chen Yang got up early and made breakfast for Chen Yan'an. After sending her to school, he drove to the playground. At the edge of the playground, his 3 adopted sons had already brought military training uniforms and shoes to Chen Yang. Chen Yang quickly changed in the car and then headed straight to the gathering point of the School of Planning. At exactly 8 o'clock in the morning, the instructors arrived and the military training began. Chapter 29. The more people lack something, the more they care about it. Because Jiangda's military training is mainly organized by the Jiangcheng Garrison and a naval university, all the camouflage uniforms used in Jiangda's military training are naval uniforms. Moreover, because the temperature in Jiangcheng is over 30 degrees, students are generally not required to wear coats unless it rains. They can just wear short sleeves for military training. So, at this time, the playground was all navy blue, which formed a sharp contrast with the green lawn and the reddish-brown track. After the classes lined up, the battalion commander, who held the rank of major, quickly assigned instructors to each class. The instructor of Chen Yang's class was a cadet, who should be a student at a naval university. Facing the rising sun, Chen Yang and others began military training. The content of the first day mainly covers the most basic subjects such as standing at attention, and at ease. Chen Yang stood in the team and completed these projects easily. He didn't even sweat much after a whole morning. After the group dispersed at around 11:30, Li Rui looked at Chen Yang, who only had a little sweat on his back, with a confused look on his face. He was stunned. "No, you only sweated a little this morning. Is there something wrong with you?" Chen Yang rolled his eyes, and while standing on tiptoe to search for Yue's location on the playground, he scolded with a smile. "I see you are sweating so much. Are you suffering from kidney deficiency? You are the one who is weak. Your whole family has kidney deficiency, damn it." Li Rui looked at him and shouted while cursing. Chen Yang shrugged. The more a person lacks something, the more he will care about it. While they were joking, Chen Yang also found in Yue. There was no way. 2 girls over 1.7 meters tall were still very conspicuous in the crowd, and in Yue always walked with her head down subconsciously, which made it even more obvious. Chen Yang ran over quickly and called everyone in Yue's dormitory over. "Hello? Hello?" After greeting each other, Chen Yang went to get a few bottles of water and gave one to each person. The rest of the people also brought water, but they had drunk it all in the morning. Seeing the water, even in Yue drank most of the bottle, and Bai Lu drank it in one gulp. The boring and tedious day passed quickly. During this period, there was no case of Yue fainting due to poor health. Although Yue's family was poor and she could not eat much good food, she had been working with her grandmother since she was a child, and her physical fitness was much better than that of ordinary college students. Throughout the day, Ding Joshua had to help Yue walk, but Yue acted like nothing happened. After having a small dinner in the cafeteria, Chen Yang went directly to pick up Nian Nian because there was no training tonight. "Dad." Downstairs, Su Meng brought Chen Nian to Chen Yang. When Chen Nian saw Chen Yang, he happily threw himself into Chen Yang's arms. Did Nian Nian listen to Aunt Su? Chen Yang picked up Chen Nian, pinched her little face, and asked. "Well, Nian Nian is so well behaved." Chen Nian nodded heavily, lying in Chen Yang's arms, and said in a muffled voice, but he didn't dislike the smell of Chen Yang at all. "Nian Nian is very well behaved. She even helped me serve the dishes." Su Meng said with a smile. "Sorry to trouble you, Teacher Su. I will take Nian Nian back first." Chen Yang nodded to Su Meng and said. "It's okay, you should go back and rest early. You've been training all day." Su Meng nodded, then turned and went upstairs. Chen Yang held Chen Nian's hand and walked along the campus road until they came to the parking lot. When the military training had just ended, cars could not drive out of the playground, and the cafeteria was right next to it, so the few of them went to eat first. After the meal, Chen Yang came directly to pick up Nian Nian. "Dad, is this where you have your military training?" Chen Nian pointed to the large playground and said. "Well, Nian Nian, do you want to go in for a walk?" Chen Yang said with a smile. "Well, let's go home. Dad is tired all day today, let's go back and rest early." Chen Nian grabbed Chen Yang's hand and walked towards their car like a little adult. Okay, then let's go home." Chen Yang nodded, and then drove Chen Nian home. After arriving home, Yue sent a message to Chen Yang as soon as he entered the house. "Have you received Nian Nian?" Chen Yang turned on the light and replied, "Received, just got home." In the girls' dormitory, Yue couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw Chen Yang pick up Nian Nian. Although she had only known Nian Nian for a few days, she was still very worried about this little girl. In the next few days, Chen Yang's life rhythm was to get up at 6 in the morning to make breakfast for Nian Nian, go downstairs at 7:30, send Nian Nian to school at around 7:40, and then go to military training. On weekends, Chen Yang would send Chen Nian to Su Meng's house in the morning, so that she could have a good time with Yang Yufei. In addition, he would have lunch with An Yue in the afternoon. Sometimes if there were military training activities in the evening, An Yue would go along to pick up Nian Nian and let Nian Nian see her mother. Such ordinary and warm days lasted until September 13th. Entering the middle of the month, due to the showers and cloudy days in the previous 2 days, the temperature in Jiangqing finally dropped a little. The maximum temperature dropped from 37 or 38 degrees to 27 degrees. Although it is still very hot, compared with the previous few days, we can carry out some outdoor activities during the day. Saturday, September 13th. After getting up in the morning, Chen Yang sent Chen Nian to Su Meng as usual, and the one who was responsible for picking up little Nian Nian was Yang Yufei. Yufei, good morning. Chen Yang, wearing blue camouflage, looked at Yang Yufei and asked with a smile. Good morning, uncle. Yufei shouted to Chen Yang with a smile. I'll leave Nian Nian in your care. Chen Yang said, reaching out and touching Yang Yufei's shoulder-length hair. No problem, uncle, don't worry, I will take good care of Nian Nian. Yang Yufei nodded heavily. Okay, then you guys go up, uncle is leaving. Nian Nian, dad is gone. Chen Yang looked at the two little ones and said with a smile. Goodbye, uncle. Goodbye, dad. The two kids waved at Chen Yang, then turned and went into the building. Chen Yang smiled, drove to the edge of the playground, found a parking space to park the car, and then came to the gathering point. After more than a week of training, the students have basically become familiar with the rhythm of each subject. After arriving in the morning, they will consciously stand in line at the appointed time without the instructor's instruction. It was afternoon and Yang Wenhao had to work overtime at the company today, so he went to work instead of staying at home with his wife and children. Su Meng drove to go shopping. At this time, there were only two little ones left at home. Nian Nian, can you play football? In Yang's room, Yang Yufei looked at the football poster on the wall and looked at Chen Nian and suddenly said. No. Chen Nian shook his head. Then let's go play football. It doesn't seem too hot outside today. Yang Yufei took out a football from under her desk and looked at Chen Nian with a smile. But what if we get lost when we go out? Mom and Dad will be worried. Chen Nian said worriedly. Don't worry, I've run from home to the football playing place many times, it's okay. Yang Yufei looked confident. In fact, Yang Yufei is indeed familiar with Jiangcheng University, especially the road from her home to the football field. After all, she grew up here, so it would be strange if she was not familiar with it. It was because it was too hot during that period. When the little girl had just graduated from kindergarten, she often ran to the football field with a football in her arms. Well, then we can't run too far. Chen Nian was still afraid that he would get lost. If his parents were worried about him, he would be scared too. Don't worry, we can see the place to play football when we go downstairs. Let's go. Yang Yufei finally found a peer who she could play football with and whom she didn't dislike, so she was naturally very happy. Yeah. Chen Nian also yearned for the outside world and wanted to try what it felt like to play football. So, the two little ones put on their hats, each wore a children's phone watch, and went out with a football in their arms. Chapter 30, The Cute Baby on the Playground. Today, Chen Nian wore a rose-red short-sleeve top, a white pleated skirt, and Antes white sneakers. She looked cool and cute. Little Yang Yufei wore a black short-sleeved shirt and black shorts, and looked very sporty. She even changed into a pair of children's football shoes for playing football. Although Su Meng and Yang Wenhao always tell others that their daughter is like a tomboy, they have never been stingy when it comes to supporting their daughter's interests and hobbies. After going downstairs, Yang Yufei pulled Chen Nian and pointed to the east and said, Nian Nian, look, that's where we play football. As long as we go around that building, we can see a huge football field. Yang Yufei pointed to the area behind the School of Computer Science and said. Ha! Chen Nian looked at that place and instantly remembered where it was. Yufei, isn't that a very big playground over there? Chen Nian said. Yes, it's there. Have you been there? Yang Yufei turned her head and looked at her good friend. Yes. My parents are having military training there. Let's go quickly. I want to see my parents. When Chen Nian heard that it was that playground, the fear he had felt instantly disappeared. Let's go, let's go. Yan Yufei was also very excited when she heard Chen Yan'an say that Chen Yang was also on the playground. She likes Chen Yang, the uncle who gave her a Zero figurine and a Tiga astrolabe, very much. At this time, Chen Yang, who was practicing marching on the playground, didn't know that the two little ones were coming towards him. He stared straight ahead with a determined look, and his movements were so standard that even the instructor couldn't see any problems. After these few days of military training, the instructor's most intuitive feeling is that Chen Yang's physical fitness is very good and his movements are very standard. If Chen Yang wasn't really only 18 years old, he would have suspected that this was a veteran coming to make trouble. Soon, a set of training ended and the instructor ordered a rest. Ah! Finally I can rest. Li Rui wailed and wiped his camouflage short-sleeved shirt on his face without caring about his image. In fact, he didn't need to care too much about his image, because there were only 4 girls in the entire computer class 1, so these 4 girls and other girls from the computer college formed a separate team for training. At this time, there were only boys in the team, so it was nothing to lift up the clothes to expose the belly. I told you that you were weak, but you still kept talking back. Look at Yutian, he's fat but he doesn't complain of being tired at all. Chen Yan looked at Li Rui with a teasing look on his face. Get out, get out. Li Rui rolled his eyes, walked to the water dispenser, picked up his water bottle and drank the rest in one gulp. Why didn't the uncle who picks up bottles come today? Yesterday, I only drank 2 sips of a bottle of water, and after the training, it was gone. Li Rui said, looking at the bottle in his hand. He should be expelled from school, said Chen Yang. Yesterday, their water bottles were picked up by an uncle who collected bottles, and they were picked up right in front of him. At that time, Chen Yang really wanted to shout out, but the instructor was standing in front of him, so he didn't dare to shout at all. I guess some students filed a complaint after the military training, and the school leaders handled it today. Beep, beep, beep. Gather. After resting for about 10 minutes, the instructor blew the assembly whistle. Chen Yang and others stood up from the ground, patted their buttocks, and then began to assemble. Outside the playground, Chen Yan'an and Yang Yufei climbed up the stairs happily, and then they saw the navy blue inside the playground. Wow, there are so many PLA uncles. Yang Yufei shouted loudly. Those are mom, dad, and their classmates having military training. Chen Yan'an corrected Yang Yufei. These past few days, after Chen Yang's detailed explanation, she also understood what Chen Yang and the others were doing. Moreover, Chen Yang also found the military training video shot on the Sentinel mode of WenJM9 for Chen Yan'an, so Chen Yan'an had some idea about military training. What is military training? Yang Yufei asked puzzledly. Military training. Chen Yan'an couldn't remember what the military training his father had told him about, so he was stunned. Nian, our football field seems to be occupied and we can't play. When Chen Yan'an was still wondering what military training was all about, Yang Yufei discovered that the playground was occupied by more than 3,000 people and said with a look of disappointment. Let's go find Dad. It didn't matter to Chen Yan'an that she couldn't play football. She just wanted to find her father now. Okay. Yang Yufei nodded. Since they were already here and Nian's father was here, she might as well accompany Nian to look for him. So the 2 little ones rushed into the playground and started looking for their parents. The military training for college students is not that strict. Yesterday, there was even an old man who picked up bottles and stole students' water bottles. Plus, the weather was good today and it was the weekend, so there were actually a lot of primary and secondary school students walking around or watching. Therefore, adding 2 more first-grade students will not have any impact on so many students. However, the 2 little ones did not stay at the edge of the playground, but wandered around the playground looking for someone. Children are fearless and don't care what other people think. At this time, Chen Yang, who was conducting Q training, turned around and suddenly saw Nian, who was dressed in a familiar manner, and Yang Yufei, who was holding a football. Is that Nian? Chen Yang took a careful look and confirmed that the 2 little cuties were indeed Nian and Yang Yufei. After all, Nian's outfit and Yang Yufei's signature short hair might make them look like the same thing when they were alone, but when they were put together, he could confirm their identity. Why did they come here? Chen Yang frowned slightly. But at this moment, he turned around again. There was no way. Even if he was observing Chen Yan'an, after these few days of training, he turned subconsciously when he heard the instructor's command. On the other side, in Chinese language and literature class 2, and Yu Wei was also conducting Q training. When the 2 little cuties walked along the perimeter of the playground to the Q area of the Arts and Science Department, she also saw Chen Yan'an and Yang Yufei. She was as curious as Chen Yang. Why did the two little ones appear here? Did Su Meng bring them here? Chen Yan'an and Yang Yufei walked around, looking for Chen Yang and Yue. However, the playground at this time was full of people wearing camouflage uniforms, and everyone was wearing hats. To the two children, it was almost a blue ocean at a glance, and they could not find Chen Yang and Yue at all. Yufei, I can't find my parents. Chen Yan'an looked at Yang Yufei, his lips drooped, and he was about to cry. I didn't see my uncle or aunt either. Yang Yufei also scratched her head. There were so many people that she couldn't tell them apart. Chen Yan'an grabbed Yang Yufei's hand in panic, just like how panicked he was when he couldn't find his parents on the street. In the team, when Chen Yang turned left and started marching in the front row, he saw Chen Yan'an and Yang Yufei again. Less than 30 meters away, he saw Chen Yan'an standing at the edge of the playground, about to cry. Sit down. Following the instructor's order, Chen Yang stood still, gritted his teeth, and shouted, Report. Chapter 31 in Yue, be good, Nian Nian, mommy is here. At this time, Yue, who was training silently in the team, also made the same move as Chen Yang. Chen Yang was so far away from Chen Yan'an, but he could see that little Yan'an was about to cry. How could Yue, who was even closer, not see it? At this time, Yue and the others were also doing Q training. After they walked past in a line, they turned around and watched their classmates walk. After Yue turned around, she happened to see Chen Yan'an standing at the edge of the playground and about to cry. In just a moment, Yue made her choice. When she shouted report loudly, she didn't even realize that she had already shouted it. When the instructor shouted speak, she was stunned. She seemed to have shouted report just now. However, Yue did not freeze in surprise. In less than 2 seconds, she walked out of the queue and stood at attention to report, Instructor, I have something to deal with. The instructor frowned when she heard this. She looked at the incredibly pretty girl in front of her and asked, What's the matter? Yue turned her head to look at the little hand holding Yang Yufei at the edge of the playground, and looked around at Xiao Nian Nian in panic, and suddenly remembered her childhood. At that time, all the children in the school were picked up by their parents, and I was the only one who went to and from school alone every day. There is no other way. Grandma has to do odd jobs every day to earn money to support them. If they come to pick me up, their family can only survive by relying on the government's minimum living allowance. At that time, what she envied most was Xiaoxi from the next village. Her father drove her to and from school every day. She did not envy Xiaoxi's family for having a car, but only envied Xiaoxi for having a father and a mother. Report to the instructor, my daughter is looking for me. She can't find me and is about to cry. I'm going to comfort her and will be back soon. All the thoughts in her mind flashed through her mind, and Yue raised her head to look at the instructor, and said these words without any timidity or stuttering. Your daughter? The instructor looked at Yue and was confused for a moment. The girl in front of him was only about 18 years old. She already had a child? Yeah. Yue didn't want to deny that Nian Nian was not her daughter, even though she felt that it was not reasonable for her to have a 6-year-old daughter at the age of 18. However, she just didn't want to deny it, not only because she had been without parents since she was a child. Go ahead, I'll give you 10 minutes. The instructor looked at the girl who was usually introverted but now looked at him bravely, nodded and said, Thank you, instructor. Yue smiled, then turned around and ran towards Chen Yan'an. Instructor, my daughter is looking for me. She can't find me and is about to cry. I'll go comfort her and be back soon. It cannot be said that the speech styles of the future young couple are the same, but it can be said that there is no difference at all. Where is it? On Chen Yang's side, because of the existence of the system, the instructor did not question the authenticity of what Chen Yang said, and could only say that the system was awesome. Chen Yang raised his hand and pointed at the two little ones on the edge of the playground. The one wearing the little skirt is my daughter. The instructor saw that the little girl was about to cry because she couldn't find her parents, so he nodded and said, 10 minutes. Thank you, instructor. Chen Yang nodded, then turned around and ran quickly towards Chen Yan'an. Chen Yang and Yue basically submitted their reports at the same time and left the team at the same time. When Chen Yang ran forward about 10 meters, he saw a slender blue figure running out of the team and heading towards the edge of the playground. Anon? Chen Yang was stunned. He didn't expect that Yue would report and leave the team to coax Chen Yan'an. He also couldn't imagine how Yue mustered up the courage to do this. So he hurriedly sped up, and the students and instructors in the School of Design who were training felt a gust of wind passing by them. What just happened? The students, who were standing upright and not daring to turn their heads, muttered in confusion. In Chinese language and literature class 2, Ding Jiaxue and others were a little confused when they saw An Yue running out of the playground. They didn't hear clearly the conversation between An Yue and the instructor just now, and thought that An Yue was not feeling well or something. An Yue, who had left the team, came to Chen Yan'an faster than Chen Yang. Seeing that Chen Yan'an was about to cry, little Yang Yufei was coaxing little Nian Nian like a little adult. She was born in the year of the dog, 1 year older than Nian Nian, but was born in the 12th month of the lunar calendar, so she went to the same class as Nian Nian. As the older sister, she naturally had to take on the responsibility of comforting her younger sister at this time. Nian Nian Nian. Because she ran a little fast and had just been training, and Yue was a little out of breath at this moment. She called Chen Yan'an's name softly, then squatted in front of Chen Yan'an. When Chen Yan'an heard his mother's voice, he hurriedly looked up at An Yue. The moment she saw her mother, the little girl's mouth pursed and she burst into tears. Woo, Mom, Mom. Chen Yan'an hugged An Yue's neck and cried loudly. Okay, Nian Nian, be good, don't cry, Mommy is here, Mommy is here. And Yue didn't think about why Chen Yan'an appeared here at this moment. She just wanted to hug the little girl, so that she wouldn't be afraid, so that she wouldn't feel wronged, and so that she wouldn't cry. Mom. I'm sorry, I originally wanted to come out and play, but Dad said that you are all in military training here, so I just wanted to find you. But you are all wearing the same clothes, I can't find you at all. Woo. Nian Nian is so scared that I can't find you, woo woo. Chen Yan'an had been lost once before, and her father didn't recognize her. This time, she suddenly found herself in a place where she couldn't find her parents, so she was naturally scared. Her 6-year-old head couldn't even wrap its head around the idea that if she followed Yang Yufei back home, her father would come to pick her up soon. All she could feel was the panic and fear of not being able to find her parents. It's okay. Mom doesn't blame Nian Nian. Don't cry. And Yue held Chen Yan'an in her arms and continued to coax her, not realizing that Chen Yang had stood behind her and Chen Yan'an at some point. Chen Yang looked at An Yue coaxing Chen Yan'an, shook his head helplessly, then reached out and touched Yang Yufei's head. Uncle! Yang Yufei raised her head and looked at Chen Yang, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. She secretly brought Chen Yan'an out. If she made her cry and couldn't be comforted, then she would be really doomed. Chen Yang nodded, then looked at Chen Yan'an. When Chen Yan'an heard Yang Yufei calling him uncle, he looked up and saw Chen Yang. Dad. Chen Yan'an looked at Chen Yang, and a trace of panic suddenly flashed across her tearful little face. Now that she was no longer in a state of panic about not being able to see her parents, she realized that she seemed to have gotten into trouble. Come. Daddy, give me a hug. Chen Yang reached out and pulled An Yue up, then looked at Chen Yan'an with a doting look. Dad. Seeing that his father didn't scold him, Chen Yan'an rushed into Chen Yang's arms, trying to get away with it with his cuteness. Chapter 32 Nian Nian, Daddy, spank Nian Nian's little butt. Chen Yang was a little helpless about Chen Yan'an, who tried to get away with it by being cute. After all, she was only 6 years old and was definitely dependent on her parents. Nian Nian, tell Daddy why you came here. Chen Yang hugged Chen Yan'an, wiped the tears from her face, and asked softly. Uncle Yang and Aunt Su are both out. Yufei said she wanted to take me to play football. We went downstairs, and Yufei pointed at the place where you guys were doing military training and said it was where we played football. Then, I wanted to come find Mom and Dad. After I got here, there was no place to play football, so I wanted to find you guys. But you are all wearing the same thing. I have been looking for a long time but can't find it. Chen Yan'an has a strong ability to organize language. At the age of 6, he can explain this matter very clearly. He is simply a little genius. Chen Yan'an looked at Chen Yang with his big, blinking eyes, looking so cute that it was hard to get angry at all. You. Chen Yang raised his hand and gently tapped Chen Yan'an's forehead. The little girl shrank her neck and squinted her eyes, but it didn't hurt at all. He. Chen Yan'an laughed cheerfully, put his arms around Chen Yang's neck, and kissed him on the face. Sorry to trouble you, Anan. Chen Yang turned his head and looked at An Yue, who was standing next to them and looking at the two of them with a smile on her face, and said, No. It's okay. After the incident, Yue, who was full of courage just now, suddenly became nervous. What she is worried about now is how to explain to her classmates and instructors that she has a 6-year-old daughter. Are you trying to say that you have become someone's stepmother? System. Looking at Yue's nervous expression and the curious eyes of her classmates, Chen Yang suddenly realized that he had a system that was constantly changing the perceptions of people around him. No one would think there was anything wrong with having a 6-year-old daughter, but Yue didn't have a system. So he called the system in his mind. Receive. After the system replied, the eyes around suddenly became friendly. The system is awesome. Chen Yang smiled, then looked at Yue, who was still a little nervous. It's okay. You go back first. I'll put these two little guys in the car and then tell Teacher Su. Chen Yang looked at Yue and said. Okay, then you should settle Nian down. And Yue nodded. She didn't have as sharp a sense as Chen Yang. People around them were still looking at them, and she thought they were malicious looks. Nian, listen to your father, okay? After Yue finished speaking, she gave Chen Yan some instructions. Yeah, Mom. Chen Yan nodded and pointed at his own face with his little finger. Yue smiled dotingly, then moved closer to Chen Yan, kissed her on the little face, then turned around and ran towards her class's team. Chen Yang put Chen Yan down, holding a little cutie in each hand, and walked to the car. Chen Yang's car was parked behind the cafeteria opposite the playground, where there was a marked parking space. Along the way, Yang Yufei, holding the football, looked nervous. She was very afraid that Chen Yang would call Su Meng to complain, but she didn't dare to say anything to Chen Yang. Looking at the nervous Yang Yufei, Chen Yang reached out to open the car door and rubbed her head. Don't worry, I won't tell your mother. But don't run around next time. If you get lost, your parents will be worried, okay? To put it bluntly, Chen Yang is just a child who just turned 18 years old. Child helping child, there is no need for Chen Yang to complain. Thank you, uncle. I won't take Nian around anymore. Yang Yufei said hurriedly when she heard that Chen Yang would not complain. It's you who shouldn't run around, not Nian. Do you understand? Chen Yang reminded again. I understand. Yang Yufei nodded heavily. Okay, get in the car. I'll play a cartoon for you. After my military training is over, let's go out for dinner together, okay? Chen Yang looked at the two little ones and said. Okay. Okay. The two said in unison and then looked at each other, extremely happy. Chen Yang smiled and nodded, then put the two little ones in the car. He asked Xiaoyi to turn on the rear air conditioner, adjust the temperature, and play the classic Ultraman Tiga for them. After finishing all this, Chen Yang closed the car door, took out his cell phone and called Su Meng. On the other end of the phone, Su Meng was shopping in the supermarket, and then she received a call from Chen Yang. Hello, Chen Yang, aren't you in military training? What's wrong? Su Meng asked as he put a bottle of soy sauce into the shopping cart. It's like this, Teacher Su. Nian called me and said she wanted to come and see what my military training was like. Isn't it cool today? I asked Nian to bring Yufei over here. They just watched it for a while and are now watching Ultraman in my car. I'm calling you to tell you that you might get home and be worried if you can't find your child. Chen Yang smiled and told a white lie. Is that so? It's okay, I thought something was wrong. Nian is amazing. She can remember the way at such a young age. Su Meng said with a smile. This is all thanks to Yufei. Yufei often comes to the Shiyuan playground to play football, so she remembers the route much better than Nian. But Yufei's idea of playing football has failed. We have occupied the entire playground, so she can't even play with the ball. Chen Yang replied with a smile. This kid often goes to the West Garden playground to play football by himself. Okay, then you guys come to my house for dinner after the military training. There won't be any military training tonight, right? Su Meng asked. No, then we will come to bother you later. Chen Yang said. Okay, then go train first. Su Meng nodded and hung up the phone. Chen Yang smiled and put away his phone, then opened the car door and looked at Yang Yufei, who was looking at him nervously. I told your mom that you guys came because Nian wanted to watch my military training. Don't let it slip when you go back, okay? Chen Yang looked at Yang Yufei. I'm sorry, uncle, next time I go out, I will definitely call my parents in advance. Yang Yufei looked at Chen Yang with gratitude. Okay, keep watching. Chen Yang reached out and rubbed Yang Yufei's short hair, then reached out and pinched Shan Yan Yan's little nose, closed the car door and turned around to go for training. As for In Yu Wei, after she returned to the team, she thought the instructor would question her, but she found that he didn't. During the break, Ding Joshua asked her, and after she said it was her daughter, Ding Joshua and the others were just curious and did not wonder why she had a 6-year-old daughter at the age of 18. And Yu Wei can only attribute all this to the tolerance of modern college students. After the military training, Chen Yang took In Yu Wei and the two children to Su Meng's house for a meal. Then after sending In Yu Wei back to the dormitory, he took Nian Nian home. After returning home, Chen Yanin behaved very well. He brought slippers and drinks to Chen Yang and took the initiative to wash his own socks, which almost made Chen Yang laugh. It seems that this person, no matter how old or young, knows that they can only be forgiven if they behave well after making a mistake. After taking a shower and going to bed, Chen Yanin looked at Chen Yang, who was leaning against the bed and playing with his phone. After rolling his eyes a few times, he puffed up his little face and lay in Chen Yang's arms, saying cutely, "Dad, spank Nian Nian's little butt. Nian Nian knows she's wrong." Chapter 33 Military training is over. Chen Yang's heart almost melted when he saw the super cute little girl lying on him, pouting and letting him spank her little butt. How can there be such a cute species? Chen Yang put down his phone and reached out to hug Chen Yanin. As a result, the little guy thought Chen Yang was going to hit him, so he quickly reached out to cover his little butt, raised his head and looked at Chen Yang timidly. "Dad, can you not hit me too hard? I'm afraid of the pain." Seeing Chen Yanin's timid yet brave appearance, Chen Yang suddenly became playful and looked at the little girl with a stern face. "Do you really know you are wrong?" Chen Yanin nodded, stretched out his little hand and grabbed Chen Yang's arm. "Dad, I will definitely not run around next time." Chen Yang continued with a straight face, "Then stick your little butt over here and lie down." Chen Yanin's face suddenly fell, and she moved down reluctantly, then lay on Chen Yang's legs, sticking up her little butt, waiting for Chen Yang's punishment. Seeing Chen Yanin covering her eyes with a nervous look on her face, Chen Yang couldn't help but want to laugh. Then he gently raised his hand and slapped the little girl on the butt. Bang! "Okay, get up. This won't happen again. Got it?" Chen Yang said with a serious face. "Then, did Dad forgive me?" The little girl couldn't get up, so she twisted her body on Chen Yang's legs and said, "Whether I forgive you or not depends on your performance. If Nian Nian can come and give Dad a kiss right now, I will forgive you." Chen Yang said with a smile. Beep beep beep. Then, Chen Yang happily received a kissing package, which included kissing on the left and right cheeks, forehead, and chin. The little girl even kissed Chen Yang's eyes one by one. "Ha ha ha. Dad forgives you." Chen Yang threw Chen Yanin up and caught her again, and the little girl giggled non-stop. "Dad." Chen Yanin lay in Chen Yang's arms, calling sweetly. "Nian Nian loves Daddy the most." Chen Yanin murmured. "Dad loves Nian Nian the most, too," Chen Yang said while touching Chen Yanin's head. "No. Mom said that Dad loves Mom the most. Mom and Dad are the true love, Nian Nian is just an accident." Chen Yanin pouted, as if blaming her mother for stealing her father from her. "Mom was just joking with Nian Nian. Mom and Dad love Nian Nian more than themselves," Chen Yang said with a smile, touching Chen Yanin's head. He didn't expect that In Yu Wei, who was such a coward, could say such words. "Hee, I knew that Mom and Dad love Nian Nian the most." Chen Yanin laughed happily and rubbed his little head in Chen Yang's arms. "Okay, now that my butt has been spanked, it's time to get some sleep." Chen Yang pinched the little girl's nose and said, "Okay. But, Dad, can I sit in the playground and watch your military training tomorrow?" Chen Yanin looked at Chen Yang, grabbed Chen Yang's fingers, and carefully asked for his opinion. "Why? Aren't you having fun playing with Yufei?" Chen Yang asked doubtfully. "I'm happy, but I want to look at you more. The little girl is so dependent on her parents." "Well, let's call Yufei tomorrow, and the two of you can watch for a while and then go to the car to rest, okay?" Chen Yang said. "Okay." Chen Yanin was so happy that he rolled over on his little pillow and fell asleep in less than 2 minutes. The next day, Chen Yang got up early and made breakfast for the two of them. After eating, Chen Yang first called Su Meng and said that he wanted to invite Yufei and Nian Nian to come out together to get some fresh air and experience some national defense education. After hearing this, Su Meng wanted to agree, but Yufei's grandparents were passing by Jiangqing today, so Yufei had to accompany the old couple. Su Meng originally planned to bring Nian Nian to Yufei's grandparents, but when she heard Chen Yang say that Nian Nian wanted to watch Chen Yang's military training, she could only apologize. It's okay, Teacher Su. Yufei's grandparents finally came here, so of course we need to take care of them first. Chen Yang replied with a smile. Su Meng, okay, I'll go pick up Nian Nian on Monday afternoon. Chen Yang, okay, thank you Teacher Su, goodbye Teacher Su. Su Meng, goodbye. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yang looked at Chen Nian and said, Today, you are the only one sitting in the car. Are you feeling bored? Chen Nian shook his head, as long as I can see my parents, Nian Nian won't be bored at all. Chen Yang touched her head, then took Chen Nian downstairs. Arriving at the playground, Li Rui and his friends were already squatting in front of the parking spaces. Seeing a few energetic young men, Chen Yang smiled and took Chen Nian out of the car. While asking the valet to help park the car, he walked towards Li Rui and the others. Why did you bring Nian Nian here today? Li Rui asked puzzledly. Yes, although the temperature has dropped a few degrees in the past 2 days, it is not much cooler, said Zhang Yutian. The sign that the weather wasn't completely cold was that they were still wearing blue and white short-sleeved shirts. Nian Nian wants to come along and see for herself, so let her walk around the playground first. If she gets bored, she can just sit in the car and cool off, said Chen Yang. That's fine. Let the children receive national defense education as early as possible. Ha ha ha. Zhang Jianwu said with a smile. As a native of Guangxi province, he started military training in kindergarten. While they were chatting and laughing, people from Anyue's dormitory also came over. Zhang Yutian took the initiative to greet He Dandan. The two had a good chat in the past few days and the progress was smooth. After the military training, they planned to go out for a walk and find an opportunity to confess their love, and then it would be natural for them to be together. Mother! When Chen Nian saw Anyue, she called out in a coquettish voice, ran to Anyue and hugged her arms. Nian Nian. Anyue squatted down, hugged Chen Nian and kissed her tender little face. You are Nian Nian, so cute. Ding Joshua looked at Chen Nian with an anti-smile on her face. Auntie Shui. Chen Nian looked at Ding Joshua and called for help obediently. I've never seen Nian Nian before. How did she know how to address me? Did you two teach her? Ding Joshua was stunned for a moment. I taught her. When we first met that day, Nian Nian was sitting in the car. Chen Yang guessed that Nian Nian met Ding Joshua in the future or in a parallel universe, so he took the initiative to explain. Oh. Soon, the military training began. Chen Nian first squatted on the edge of the playground and watched Chen Yang and the others train. When the sun rose and the temperature went up, the little girl ran back to the car. Chen Yang put his watch on her in advance, so the car could be unlocked as long as the girl approached it. After getting in the car, the smart scene that Chen Yang had set in advance was activated, the rear air conditioning was automatically adjusted to 26 degrees, and the projector automatically fell and turned on. Xiao Nian only needs to call Xiaoyi and the Hongmeng cockpit will help her complete all operations. Over the next few days, the temperature rose again. When the military training was about to end, Chen Yang and others were taken to the Jiangcheng Garrison shooting range to conduct live fire shooting. Looking at the 56.5 rifle in his hand, Chen Yang couldn't help but shook his head. Then, under the guidance of a professional shooting instructor, he lay on the ground and aimed at the chest ring target opposite. Bang! After 5 bullets, the shooting instructor instructed Chen Yang to check the magazine while looking at the target paper through a telescope. Then, he was shocked. Fuck! 50 rings? The news soon reached the ears of a vice president in charge of military training. I remember that the last time we had a student who passed the military training in Jiangda was in 2017, right? The vice president looked at the officer with the rank of colonel beside him and said, I was transferred here just last year. Why are you asking me? The colonel looked at the vice chancellor and rolled his eyes. No matter what, this kid, a model soldier in military training, can't escape. The vice principal nodded with satisfaction. Chen Yang's perfect shooting score did not attract widespread attention, and only a few people in the School of Computer Science knew about it. Some people who knew about it were shocked, some were jealous, and some just wanted to show off. If I fight hard, I can get full rings. These are the sour words that a classmate named Li said after seeing Chen Yang got the full ring. They are enough to make a ton of cold dishes. With the end of the shooting, the military training for the 2025 freshmen of Jiangnan University has also come to an end. The military training began at 8 a.m. on Friday, September 19th. As Jiangnan University is a century-old university, the military training is not something that can be concluded by simply following a guideline and performing a few sets of military boxing and dagger exercises. Chen Yang was dazzled by the various wonderful performances. With the end of the performance, Chen Yang was also awarded the honorary certificate of military training model. And Yue, who was standing in the audience, looked at Chen Yang, who turned around and saluted with his certificate of honor, and smiled faintly. Chapter 34 Taken Yue out to play. Come on, you two stand together, I'll take a picture of you. After the military training, Ding Joshua took out a digital camera from somewhere and said to Chen Yang and in Yue. Student Ding, can you take a picture of the two of us too? That's right, Jia, take a picture of the two of us too. Zhang Yutian and He Dandan said with a smile. Okay, take pictures, and we'll take pictures together later. If nothing unexpected happens, they will never wear this outfit again after wearing it today. It would be nice to take a photo as a souvenir while they still have some feelings for it. Chen Yang looked at the shy Yue, shook his head and smiled, then pulled her to his side. Ah! And Yue exclaimed, startled by Chen Yang's sudden action. Chen Yang, you scared our Weiwei, you have to pay for it. Bai Lu folded her arms and looked at Chen Yang, saying with a teasing look on her face. I'll give her my compensation, is that okay? Chen Yang spread his hands. Hey, Weiwei will faint from joy. TSK. He Dandan covered her mouth and said with a smile. Chen Yang turned his head and looked at Yue, who was lowering her head with a shy look on her face, and a smile appeared on his face. No matter how sweet the love words were, they could not overcome the girl's momentary shyness. All right, stop making trouble. Ding Joshua, can we still shoot? Seeing that several girls were still planning to tease Yue, Chen Yang was afraid that they would ruin the mother of their child, so he spoke hurriedly. Clap, come closer. Weiwei, please raise your head and be more generous. Look at me, yes, look at me. And Yue timidly mustered up her courage, but the moment she raised her head, she subconsciously turned her head slightly and looked up at Chen Yang's handsome profile. Crack! Ding Joshua looked at this scene and quickly pressed the shutter. Thus, a photo of a girl looking at a boy lovingly was born. This photo will be the greatest masterpiece of my life. Looking at the photos in the camera, Ding Joshua liked them more and more, and she felt her blood sugar was rising. Chen Yang didn't know what Ding Joshua had just photographed, but that didn't stop him from wanting to have a photo with Yue. Remember to send it to me when you get back. Chen Yang looked at Ding Joshua. No problem. Ding Joshua made an okay gesture. After the photo shoot, the timid Yue stood on the edge again, quietly watching Ding Joshua taking photos of He Dandan and Zhang Yutian. Compared to Yue's reservedness, these two are much more relaxed. Seeing them arm in arm with each other, others would think they are good friends, good brothers. I'll take you out for a walk later, wanna go? Chen Yang looked at Yue, who was looking down at something beside him but definitely not at her toes, and asked in a low voice. Ah? Hearing this, Yue raised her head and looked at Chen Yang like a frightened little rabbit, and asked naively. Student Yue, where did your courage go when you mustered up the courage to run across half the playground to coax Nian Nian? Why are you so cowardly now? Chen Yang looked at Yue, who had a huge change before and after, and seriously doubted whether this girl was a top hunter or was reborn. Your claws are so fierce to me. After being glared at by Chen Yang, Yue immediately lowered her head and uttered something in dialect in a wrong tone. Chen Yang scratched his head, then reached out and held her little face. Suddenly, the girl's eyes involuntarily looked at Chen Yang. Would you like to go out for a walk later? Chen Yang said with a straight face, speaking in Sichuan and Chongqing dialect. Yes. And Yue nodded. Her big watery eyes made it look like she was about to cry. She was so timid and cute. That's all. Chen Yang let go of Yue, and then he saw the girl squatting on the ground with her face covered, but her ears gradually turned red. When roommates from both sides saw Chen Yang bullying Yue, they just smiled. Yue usually keeps her head down blankly, and her emotions don't fluctuate much. Only Chen Yang can make Yue have big emotional changes and show such a little girl-like attitude. This may not be a bad thing for Yue. Soon, Ding Joshua finished taking pictures of Zhang Yutian and the other man. After taking photos of the two pairs, the two dormitories took photos again separately, and then the two dormitories took photos together again. Well, the photographer randomly caught a wild one, and it was barely usable. After the photo shoot, Li Rui looked at Chen Yang and said with a smile, "Brother Yang, we agreed to have a social gathering after the military training. Let's do it today." Chen Yang took out his phone and checked the time. "Sorry everyone, it's past 11 o'clock. My daughter finishes school at 4:30 this afternoon. I plan to take An out for a walk this afternoon. Including eating, it will only take more than 3 hours." He looked up at the students in the 2 dormitories and said, "Tomorrow night, everyone is free, okay? Okay, then I'll listen to Brother Yang." Okay. It's settled then. So, Chen Yang and Yue went back to the dormitory to take a shower and change clothes. Then Chen Yang drove to pick up Yue, and the two went straight to Wanda. Today, Yue wore a purple floral V-neck dress. Her hair was not tied up, but simply draped behind her head. She didn't wear any makeup, and her face was bare, but she looked energetic. There were 2 small pimples on her forehead, which should have been caused by the sun exposure during the military training, but it didn't affect her beauty at all. She still has the same skin color as when Chen Yang first met her, which shows that the bottle of sunscreen is still trustworthy. In the elevator, Yue stood in the corner, protected by Chen Yang behind her. The nervousness she had felt when getting off the car slowly calmed down. "Last time, Dr. Lin asked me to take you out more often. After we finish eating, I'll take you to catch a doll, and then we'll go to the museum. It's been hot lately, and it's not very suitable for outdoor sightseeing. What do you think?" Chen Yang looked down at Yue and said with a smile, "Well, I'll listen to you." Yue spoke in a low voice, her ears slightly red. She remembered what Dr. Lin said last time, "Go out with your girlfriend more often." So, are I and Chen Yang considered dating now? After picking up Nian this afternoon, how about we go to the movies in the evening? Chen Yang didn't notice Yue's rosy little ears and continued speaking. "Yes. All is fine." Yue continued to play ostrich, her voice so soft as a mosquito, that if there was no one in the elevator, Chen Yang would not have been able to hear it. Bite. The elevator stopped on the 5th floor. Chen Yang reached out and took Yue's hand and walked towards Hey De Leo. For people who don't eat hot pot as a meal, the only disadvantage of Hey De Leo is that it is expensive. Apart from that, there are no other disadvantages. Before they even entered the door, a waiter came up and took the 2 of them inside. After they entered, they were given aprons, hot towels, and they didn't even have to serve the dishes themselves. By the way, this was also Chen Yang's first time at Hey De Leo. He had seen how good Hey De Leo's service was on Douyin before, but now that he was sitting here, he realized that the service was really damn good. Chapter 35 Treasure Girl. At this moment, Yue was not as calm as the last time she ate hot pot in another shopping mall. Faced with the waiter's service, the girl was a little overwhelmed and held the chopsticks tightly. She watched the waiter bring the diced beef and chopped celery and put them in front of her. Yue looked at these 2 things and had no idea how to eat them. She raised her head awkwardly and looked at Chen Yang, her flustered eyes looking like she was about to cry. Seeing Yue's tense expression, Chen Yang gave her a reassuring look, then looked at the waiter. "Excuse me, this is our first time eating Hey De Leo. May I ask how do you eat this diced beef and chopped celery? Is it in a mixing bowl?" The waiter smiled kindly, and then began to explain how to eat these 2 things. Chen Yang also learned new knowledge. On the other side, the nervous Yue also breathed a sigh of relief, and began to put the diced beef and chopped celery together according to the waiter's instructions, and scooped 2 spoonfuls of soup from the 3 fresh pot into the bowl. As the aroma of celery and beef cubes spread, Yue also sniffed gently. "What a nice smell." The girl raised her head and looked at Chen Yang, her big eyes twinkling, just like Nian. "I didn't expect this thing could be eaten this way. I've learned something new," Chen Yang said with a smile. "Many first-time customers want to eat this. By the way, I see your girlfriend doesn't have a hairband. Do you need us to help her prepare one?" The waiter glanced at Yue's smooth wrist, turned to Chen Yang and asked with a smile. "Yes, please." Chen Yang nodded. "It's okay, this is what we should do." The waiter smiled and brought over a brand new hairband. Chen Yang took it, stood up and walked behind Yue, grabbed her waterfall-like long hair and tied it up. "Your hair quality is better than last time. It's not so dry anymore." Chen Yang touched Yue's hair and said with a smile. I used the conditioner and my hair feels better." Yue said in a low voice. "You still need to improve your nutrition. Your hair is not good because of lack of nutrition." Chen Yang said. I eat much better now than before." And Yue muttered. In the past, when she was at home, she could not eat meat for 10 days or half a month. After she went to school, she could eat meat every day, and it was not expensive. She could have a big beef bun for breakfast for 3 yuan, a serving of kung pao chicken for lunch was only 3.5 yuan, plus rice for 4 yuan, and a serving of hot dry noodles for dinner was less than 2 yuan. She made nearly 900 yuan a month as a part-time worker, and she could save some of the money to send back to her grandmother. It's not like I haven't seen you eating in the cafeteria these days. A meal costs only 3 or 5 yuan. It's a wonder you can eat well. Chen Yang looked at Yue, who was already satisfied with the status quo, and said fiercely, "It's really good." And Yue muttered in a low voice, "What did you say?" After being with this girl for a long time, Chen Yang also learned a few words of Sichuan and Chongqing dialect. "Nothing, nothing." And Yue waved her hand and stared at the tripe in the pot, wondering if it was cooked. "I have a suggestion, please consider it." Chen Yang looked at Yue, who was lowering her head, and suddenly said, "You say." And Yue raised her head, glanced at Chen Yang, and then looked away. When Nian Nian was not around, she was still a little timid and didn't dare to stare at Chen Yang all the time. "From now on, if you don't have evening self-study, come to my house and we'll cook and eat together. Nian Nian also likes the food you cook," Chen Yang said with a smile. "Okay." And Yue was thinking of refusing, but when Chen Yang offered Nian Nian, the ultimate imperial weapon, and Yue instantly had no idea of refusing. However, her little self-esteem still made her put forward her own request. I can't eat for free. I'll have to pay a little for the food, even though it's not much." And Yue raised her head and glanced at Chen Yang, then lowered her head again. She was prepared to pay 200 yuan for groceries. In fact, for her, when she was at home with her grandmother, she could not spend 200 yuan a month. But she also knew that Jiangcheng was not home. At home, they only needed to spend money to buy seasonings. They could grow other vegetables themselves, raise chickens to lay eggs, and pump water from the well. In Jiangcheng, everything costs money. 200 yuan may be enough to buy a few pounds of beef and 2 boxes of milk. At the beginning, I only earned more than 880 yuan a month from my part-time job. I had to keep some for breakfast and lunch, some for phone bills, electricity bills, and sanitary napkins, and I had to transfer 300 yuan to my grandmother to buy medicine for her. Although my family receives some government subsidies, as I have become an adult, the 600 yuan monthly orphan aid is no longer available, and I have to set aside part of it to buy medicine for my grandmother. Although it is very likely that grandma saved the money for herself. Chen Yang picked up a piece of tripe for Yue with chopsticks, and then planned to reject her proposal, but seeing the persistence in the girl's eyes, Chen Yang was silent for a few seconds and nodded. "Okay, we are raising a daughter anyway, so it's okay for you to pay a little." Chen Yang felt something was wrong after he said that. It seemed that he had not yet told Yue that she was Nian Nian's biological mother. However, Yue didn't seem to care about this. When she heard Chen Yang's agreement, she was obviously relieved. At the same time, she smiled at Chen Yang, thanking him for taking care of her pitiful self-esteem. "Eat, and after dinner, go catch the dolls." And Yue nodded. "So expensive?" Looking at the bill printed out by the waiter, Yue was dumbfounded. The meal cost more than 400 yuan, which is almost as much as my monthly food expenses. Thinking of this, Yue bit her lip, took out her cell phone and transferred 400 yuan to Chen Yang. "Why are you transferring money to me?" Chen Yang was just about to ask the waiter for a few bags of melon seeds when he suddenly saw a message on his phone. A's meal money, and the money for buying groceries this month. Yue raised her head and looked at Chen Yang, and said seriously, my salary hasn't been paid yet, so can I give you the change next time?" Looking at Yue with a serious face, Chen Yang sighed helplessly in his heart, wondering how his future self would succeed. How many years does it take to meet such a treasure girl? After thinking for a while, Chen Yang reached out and touched her hair. "Forget about the small change. When you get your salary, just buy me a cup of milk tea." And Yue immediately nodded happily. Chen Yang smiled and did not argue with the girl about the AA issue. Instead, he turned to ask the waiter for a dozen more bags of melon seeds. This stuff is really addictive. Carrying a bag of melon seeds, Chen Yang took Yue downstairs to a claw machine store. Looking at the rows of claw machines in front of her, Yue examined them curiously. When Yue saw a little boy of 8 or 9 years old holding an Ultraman and it fell at the entrance of the cave, she felt regretful along with him. Chen Yang opened his phone to look for group purchases while observing In Yue's expression. And Yue looked even more naive and adorable. Chapter 36 In Yue, I am lucky to meet you. The machine in this claw machine charges 2 coins for each grab, so Chen Yang directly bet on 200 coins. Swoosh. It was not until she heard the sound of falling game coins that In Yue shifted her gaze from the claw machine to Chen Yang. Have you ever caught a doll before? Looking at In Yue, Chen Yang asked with a smile. And Yue shook her head. In the past 10 years, she had to consider even the issue of survival carefully. Entertainment was an extremely luxurious thing for her, let alone catching dolls. Seeing In Yue shaking her head, Chen Yang smiled. I haven't caught it either, so we now have another first time together. Holding a basket of game coins, he put away his phone and said with a smile. A hint of joy rose in Yue's heart, and then she followed Chen Yang closely, wandering in front of each claw machine. Don't keep following me. Look up and see which doll you like. We can smash it out with money. Chen Yang turned his head to look at In Yue, who was leaning behind him with her head down. He grabbed her little hand and pulled her in front of him, saying helplessly. I don't know. I don't know which one I like. And Yue looked at the various strange dolls locked behind the glass and shook her head blankly. Among the dolls, she only recognized a few pictographic animals, and the only cartoon character she recognized was Ultraman. Aren't you from Sichuan? How about we catch this giant panda? Chen Yang stopped in front of a claw machine filled with giant pandas, pointed at the adorable panda dolls inside and said. Chen Yang clearly felt that In Yue was in a much more cheerful mood. Bring it on. Chen Yang pulled In Yue to his side, then put 2 coins into the claw machine. As the cheerful music of the machine sounded, Chen Yang began to operate the joystick to aim at one of the giant pandas. Left, a little more to the left. And Yue stared at the claw inside the glass cabinet and said in a low voice. A little to the left? Chen Yang felt that he was aiming correctly. Could it be that he was too tall and was looking off center? However, he still did as In Yue said and moved slightly to the left. Is it okay? After moving a little, Chen Yang turned and looked at In Yue. Okay. And Yue nodded. Come on, take a picture of this. Chen Yang smiled, pointed to the button on the lower claw and said. I'll do it. And Yue pointed at herself. If you don't press it, these 2 coins will be wasted. Chen Yang threatened the girl. Snap. As soon as Chen Yang finished speaking, and Yue quickly reached out and pressed the button of the lower claw. Leave. The claws descended, and Yue nervously grabbed Chen Yang's arm, her eyes fixed on the glass cover. As the claw fell, Chen Yang clearly felt that it was biased to the left. However, when the claw reached the bottom, it just happened to cover a giant panda doll. Fuck, the trajectory of this claw bullet is to the left. Chen Yang felt like he had fallen into He Changwang's clutches. He turned around in surprise and looked at In Yue. And Yue lowered her head shyly. I just saw a sister move a little to the left when she grabbed it. Chen Yang immediately gave In Yue a thumbs up. Sister, you have the potential to be a sniper. And Yue was stunned when she heard this. Sniper? What does that mean? Someone with a tricky look in his eyes? And Yue, who didn't understand Chen Yang's joke, pouted and turned to look at the claw machine. In the cupboard, the giant panda was hung up by its claws. Just when Yue thought that the doll would be safely brought to the entrance of the cave and then fall out, the claws suddenly loosened halfway, and the doll fell steadily to a position 0.01 centimeter away from the entrance of the cave. The kind that's next to the hole. Ah. And Yue showed a lost expression. 2 coins were wasted like this. Okay, don't be disappointed. If they can catch them every time, the owner of this shop will be able to run away with his betting on his back tomorrow. This claw machine has a program. We can catch it if we try it a few times. Chen Yang reached out and touched the top of Yue's head and said with a smile. Why not catch him? Waste of money. And Yue looked at Chen Yang and said in a low voice with a conflicted look on her face. She didn't want to ruin the atmosphere. The environment she grew up in had always told her that such behavior was not worthwhile. I bought it from a TikTok group, and I can't return it. Weren't you just watching a young lady catching this panda? Did she catch it? As Chen Yang spoke, he quietly changed the subject. Woo. And Yue shook her head. That means our chance is coming soon. Come on, you do the operation this time. Chen Yang threw in 2 more coins and then gave up his position. And Yu Wei was a little timid and refused to step forward. She was afraid of messing up. Although she knew that Chen Yang would tolerate her, that was not a reason for her to act recklessly. Her grandmother taught her since she was a child that she should not take other people's kindness as what she deserves. If she wants to get something, she has to give something in return. If you keep dawdling, we won't be able to go to the museum later. Chen Yang looked at Yu Wei and said helplessly, "Don't rush me." And Yu Wei turned to look at Chen Yang, her big watery eyes, looking like someone who had been bullied. Chen Yang couldn't help but reached out and pinched her little face. The feeling was similar to Nian Nian's little face, but the feeling in his heart was somewhat different. And Yu Wei puffed up her face and Chen Yang's hand slipped away. The girl showed a cute little expression, then turned around and began to try the operation. Leave. With a throw sound, the claws once again firmly grasped a giant panda. But this time, after the claw rose, it did not release, but moved until it was just above the cave entrance before releasing. Bang! And Yu Wei looked at this scene in disbelief. He was caught? Sharp. If I had let you come just now, you would have caught him in one go. Chen Yang looked at Yu Wei and said with a smile. You lied to me again. And Yu Wei muttered. Hey, what are you talking about? How did I lie to you, and again? Chen Yang bent down and fished out the giant panda, stuffed it into Yu Wei's arms, and made the gesture of a husky pointing at people. You lied to me and said that this will be wasted when the time comes. In fact, you should lower your claws when the time comes. And Yu Wei pointed at the claw lowering button and said with a pout. Oh, you found me. Then I can only kill him to silence him. Chen Yang stretched out his hands and put his palms around Yu Wei's fair and slender neck. He felt that the touch was so good that he wanted to plant strawberries for her. And Yu Wei felt the warmth of the big hand on her neck, her little face turned red all the way to her neck, and her head was so shy that it seemed like smoke was coming out of it. You said this claw machine has a program, but in fact, you could have caught it just now. It's not that I'm lucky. Although Yu Wei was grabbed by the neck by Chen Yang, she still mustered up the courage to speak in a low voice. That means I'm lucky. I'm lucky enough to meet you. Chen Yang let go of Yu Wei's neck, rubbed her head with his big hands, and said seriously. No. And Yu Wei held a cute panda doll in her arms, raised her head and looked at Chen Yang with red cheeks. Although her voice was trembling, she spoke in a more serious tone than Chen Yang. It's me. I'm lucky to have met you. Chapter 37. This is not a trouble, it is our beautiful memories of each other. Chen Yang couldn't tell who of the two was luckier. Their meeting this time was because of Nian Nian and the system, and the advancement of their relationship was also because of Nian Nian and the system. Chen Yang had no idea about the original trajectory of how he and Yu Wei met, fell in love, got married, and gave birth to the lovely Nian Nian. Maybe it's on the military training ground, maybe in the cafeteria, maybe in the library, maybe in many places where we might meet. But life is a game that has no save function once it starts. Since the planner has added Nian Nian and the system this time, their early meeting is beautiful and lucky. Then, let's continue our good fortune, okay? Chen Yang looked down at Yu Wei and said softly. And Yu Wei lowered her eyebrows and nodded slightly, no longer as brave as before. Go, keep catching. In the next hour, the two caught 7 more cubs, a total of 8 including the panda, 5 of which were caught by Yu Wei. I didn't expect you to be an expert at catching dolls. Bring Nian Nian with you next time, then you won't have to worry about the little girl not being able to catch what she likes. Chen Yang put on the transparent backpack full of dolls, looked at Yu Wei and said with a smile. I'd rather not do that. It's too expensive. It's not good to instill this habit in children. And Yu Wei waved her hands hurriedly. She had now naturally assumed the role of a mother. Although she didn't know how other mothers educated their children, being thrifty and not extravagant have always been the fine traditions of the Chinese nation. We're just letting her get in touch with these things. We've been keeping her locked up in our own little world. If a little yellow-haired guy shows up and takes her to grab a doll and tricks her away, won't we both cry to death? Chen Yang said with a smile. When Yu Wei heard this, an image of a little yellow-haired boy riding an electric bike and hugging Nian Nian suddenly appeared in her mind, and she felt a chill. Still, I'll still listen to you. And Yu Wei felt that her own way of education might not be suitable for the current situation. After all, her growing environment was not good, and she didn't have a mother. It's not just the father's job to educate his children. As a mother, you should also shoulder your responsibilities. Seeing An Yue looking a little depressed, Chen Yang reached out and touched her head, saying with a smile, I. An Yue subconsciously wanted to refute that she was not Nian Nian's mother. But she held back the words when they came to her lips. She is a little greedy now. She wants to be with Chen Yang and be Nian Nian's mother. Let's go. It's only a little after 2 o'clock. It's just in time for us to go back and pick up Nian Nian after visiting the museum. Chen Yang raised his wrist, looked at his watch and said, And Yue forced herself not to think about those bad things and instead looked forward to the experience of visiting a museum for the first time in her life. Jiangbei Provincial Museum. It is not the same place as the Jiangcheng Museum where Chen Yang ran a long way to last time. There is no comparison between a city level and a provincial level. There are several national treasures in the Museum of Jiangbei Province. Even though it is the off-season for tourism, the two of them had to queue up to enter the museum. There was a small incident when entering the door. And Yue didn't bring her ID card, but now everyone can use an electronic ID card. When An Yue authenticated her real name on Alipay, she also authenticated her electronic ID card, so she wasted a few minutes at the door. I'm sorry. I didn't know you needed an ID to enter a museum. After entering the museum, An Yue lowered her head and spoke in a low voice. It's okay. I forgot to bring it when I went to Jincheng to visit the museum during the summer vacation. It's not a big deal, and the problem is solved. Chen Yang reached out and pinched her little face and said, I always cause trouble to the people around me. I almost messed up even a visit to a museum. And Yue pursed her lips. This is not a problem caused by you, this is a beautiful memory we have for each other. If we are old and lying in bed reminiscing about our love, and everything turned out to be smooth sailing, then we won't even have anything to tease each other about, right? Chen Yang coaxed her softly. This girl was too prone to inferiority complex and self-denial. I really don't know how she grew up over the years. She must have been bullied a lot, right? Really? There was a layer of mist in Yue's eyes, and she looked at Chen Yang with hope. Of course it's true. Or, if you don't want to date me, just pretend I didn't say anything. Chen Yang said. No. I don't want to. And Yue hurriedly grabbed Chen Yang's hand, but before she could finish her sentence, she saw Chen Yang looking at her with a smile. You bullied me again. And Yue's face turned red again. Let's go. Let's go see that sword that's over 2,000 years old. When you go to the northwest, I'll take you to see that mean horse. It's really fun. Chen Yang smiled and took An Yue's hand, dragging her towards the museum's entrance. And Yue looked at Chen Yang's profile and hummed. I'll go wherever you take me. When traveling during the hottest weather in summer and the coldest weather in winter, it is suitable to visit indoor landscapes such as museums. As a liberal arts student, An Yue was able to explain the origins and historical background of some cultural relics during the visit, so Chen Yang also gained some knowledge. The two of them took a quick look around and stopped in front of some important cultural relics. It took about an hour and a half to finish the tour. After a while, when it's not too hot, we can go out and see some natural scenery when we don't have classes or on weekends. Whether it's Jiangcheng or Jiangbei Province, there are many fun and interesting places. Chen Yan looked at An Yue, who was obviously much more relaxed, and said with a smile. And Yue turned to look at Chen Yang and gave a faint smile. Let's go and pick up Nian Nian. Chen Yang reached out to fasten An Yue's seatbelt, then called Xiaoyi and asked her to navigate to Jiangda No. 1 Primary School. Then, Chen Yang lightly held the steering wheel and let Xiaoyi drive by herself. The 25 Model M9 has 4 laser radars and L3 level autonomous driving, making driving extremely easy. At 4:30 in the afternoon, at the gate of Jiangnan University No. 1 Primary School, when Chen Yan saw Chen Yang and An Yue appear in front of him together, he was extremely happy. Dad, Mom. The little girl first threw herself into An Yue's arms and kissed her on the face, then turned her head to kiss Chen Yang. Looking at the elf-like little girl, Chen Yang reached out, took her small school bag, and touched her head. Teacher Su, I will treat your family to a meal at noon tomorrow. Thank you for taking care of Nian Nian during this period of time. Chen Yang looked at Su Meng, who was holding Yang Yufei's hand, and said with a smile. You can treat me to a meal, but don't be extravagant, and you must bring Nian Nian along. Su Meng said with a smile. Okay, then we'll go first. Chen Yang smiled and nodded. Okay, goodbye Nian Nian. Goodbye Aunt Sue, goodbye Yufei. Goodbye, Uncle and Aunt. After the two children said goodbye to each other, Chen Yang and his family of three got in the car. Nian Nian, do you want to watch a movie? Chen Yang turned to look at Chen Nianen and said with a smile. Yes, yes. Chen Nianen clapped her hands. So, let's continue eating out this afternoon? Chen Yang looked at Yue. Listen to Nian Nian. And Yue reached out and touched the little girl's face and said, I want to eat the twice-cooked pork my mother made. Chen Nianen licked his lips as he spoke. Then we have to go buy some meat first. Chen Yang remembered that there was no pork in the refrigerator at home. Coarse hair. Chen Nianen pointed with her little hand and shouted loudly. Let's go. Chen Yang navigated to a nearby supermarket and set off. Chapter 38 Nian Nian, Dad, have you gotten Mom back? In the supermarket, Chen Yang was holding Chen Nianen's hand and pushing a cart behind them, while Yue was in front, selecting suitable ingredients in the vegetable section. To make twice-cooked pork, you need garlic sprouts and chili peppers. And Yue likes to add a little onion, so she also picked 2 onions. Chen Yang, who was standing behind, looked at Yue, who showed no social anxiety at all when facing this scene. He didn't know whether she was used to the scene of buying groceries or was not nervous being with Xiao Nian. Or both. Are there any cucumbers left at home? When passing by the cucumbers, Yue turned to Chen Yang and asked. She remembered that Chen Yang especially liked to eat cold cucumbers. It seems to be gone, right Nian Nian? Chen Yang looked down at Chen Nianen. I'm just a little kid, and you ask me, I already worry about going to school every day, okay? Chen Nianen raised his head and looked at Chen Yang, looking like a little adult. Ha ha ha. He's a little devil. Chen Yang was amused by Chen Nianen's sudden words. Yue, who was standing in front of the cucumbers, picked up 2 cucumbers and put them in the bag, and couldn't help laughing. Dad, I want to eat some cold eggplant. Chen Nianen giggled and pointed at the eggplant next to the yellow cucumber. Okay, then we'll just have 3 dishes this afternoon, okay? Chen Yang touched Chen Nianen's little head. After picking out a piece of pork belly in the fresh meat section, Chen Yang and his family of 3 returned home. It was just a few minutes after 5 o'clock. Chen Yang turned the air conditioner in the living room to the maximum speed, and the house quickly cooled down. Chen Yang, I'll change my clothes before cooking. In case this skirt gets dirty. Yue walked into the kitchen and was about to start processing the ingredients, looked down at her purple skirt and said in a low voice. She asked Ding Joshua to help her buy this skirt. It cost 128 yuan from Pinduoduo. She bought it specially to wear on her date with Chen Yang. If it got dirty now, she would have nothing to wear when she went out to see a movie later. Go look in the closet in the second bedroom. I bought you a few sets. They're all washed and hung up. Chen Yang was packing Chen Nianen's school bag at the moment, and he looked up and said, You bought me clothes? Yue was stunned for a moment, then washed her hands under the faucet, tore off a piece of kitchen towel to dry them, and turned to the second bedroom. The bed in the second bedroom is a wooden bed, about 1.5 meters long. There is also air conditioning, but the bed is not made. There is also a small desk. The cabinet has a lotus glass sliding door, which is a decoration style from more than 10 years ago. Yue opened the door and saw all kinds of dresses from top to bottom, all of which looked so beautiful. Well, at least for Yue, these were the clothes that she was willing to stop and look at but not buy when she was shopping before. Yue looked at the clothes in front of her, and a layer of mist gradually covered her watery eyes. She hadn't cried for a long time. Over the years, she never cried when she encountered difficulties and setbacks, or when she saw other people having parents. But when she saw the colorful closet full of dresses in front of her, she couldn't help but want to cry. Grandma, I seem to have met a good person. In the living room, seeing that the door of the second bedroom was closed, Chen Nianen approached Chen Yang like a thief. Dad. Chen Yang was looking at the Chinese textbook with messy drawings on it by Chen Nianen. When he heard the little girl calling him, he just said Chen Nianen secretly glanced at the second bedroom, then leaned over to Chen Yang's ear and said, Dad, did you get Mom back? Hearing this, Chen Yang closed her Chinese textbook, then looked down at the little girl. Are you so anxious? Chen Nianen nodded. Yeah, I want Mom and Dad to hold me to sleep together. Chen Yang smiled and reached out to scratch her little nose. We have to get Mom back little by little, understand? Mom is willing to watch a movie with us now, maybe she will sleep with Nian Nian soon. Chen Nianan said when he heard this, and was obviously a little disappointed. How about I ask you tonight and let Mom sleep with you? Chen Yang looked at the little girl's lost expression and said tentatively. Chen Nianan was like Tiga who borrowed the light of the children, his eyes were so bright that they seemed to be glowing. But you can't ask Mom and Dad to sleep with you, okay? Chen Yang looked at the little girl and stretched out his little finger. Yes, let's make a promise and stick to it for 100 years. Chen Nianan smiled brightly and stretched out her hand to make a pinky promise with Chen Yang. What are you two doing? And Yue changed into a black short-sleeved shirt and shorts and walked out of the second bedroom. She looked at the father and daughter and asked in confusion. Let's play a game. Chen Yang smiled and winked at Chen Nianan. Mom, do you want to come with us? Chen Nianan obviously inherited her father's intelligence. If she were like her mother, she would be exposed by now. You guys watch TV for a while, the meal will be ready soon. And Yue smiled faintly, rubbed her slightly red eyes with her hands, then turned and went to the kitchen. Looking at Yue's busy back, Chen Yang turned on the TV for the little girl and then went to the kitchen. Aren't you going to accompany Nian Nian? And Yue turned and looked at Chen Yang. You need someone to accompany you too. Chen Yang looked at her. I'm an adult, I won't get lost. And Yue turned her face sideways to wash the vegetables. You look so silly, I was really worried that you got lost in the kitchen. Chen Yang smiled, reached out to take out a head of garlic, squatted down and started peeling it. You got lost in the kitchen, huh? And Yue wrinkled her pretty nose, turned around and glared at Chen Yang's back. I want to discuss something with you. Chen Yang didn't notice Yue's little action, and spoke while peeling garlic. You and I, no need to discuss. And Yue said softly. Don't go back at night. Nian Nian wants to sleep with her mother. Can you sleep with her at night? Chen Yang turned his head to look at Yue, and was obviously stunned when he saw Yue washing meat. Then, what about you? After being stunned for 2.5 seconds, Yue continued to rub the pork belly in her hand and asked in the Sichuan Chongqing dialect. I'll sleep in the second bedroom. There's a bed over there too. Just spread out a sheet. Chen Yang said. Okay. But I have to go back to the dormitory to get some things tonight. And Yue said while biting her lips lightly. Okay. Chen Yang nodded, feeling secretly delighted. It took Yue an hour to prepare the meal. After Chen Yang and the others finished their meal, they packed up, changed their clothes and went out. They arrived at the cinema at just 7:10. The movie started at 7:20, so I arrived on time. September in the Gregorian calendar is a time when there is no village or store nearby, and there is only one foreign animated film in the cinema that is suitable for a family of 3 to watch. There were quite a few people watching the evening show, mostly parents accompanying their children on the weekend. The age difference between Chen Yang's family of 3 really stands out in the crowd. And Yue, who came to the cinema for the first time, found everything very novel. The funny expressions of the animated characters on the screen made the girl smile from time to time. When Chen Yang occasionally glanced sideways and met Yue's gaze, he could see the girl's bright eyes. The movie was about to end, and Chen Nianan, who was sitting in the middle, suddenly reached out and pulled Chen Yang over. Chen Yang got close to the little girl and heard her whisper in his ear, Dad, Mom looked at you a total of 32 times just now. Chapter 39, Nian Nian loves her father a little more than her father loves her. Chen Yang reached out and rubbed the little girl's head. He naturally knew that Yue was looking at him, because he had just looked at Yue at least 50 times. That old saying is quite true: if you're not looking at me, how do you know I'm looking at you? Dad, I think Mom should agree to sleep with me tonight. The little girl looked at Chen Yang without saying anything, then leaned over and whispered in Chen Yang's ear. Then you have to comfort your mother well later, okay? Chen Yang also whispered in the little girl's ear. Yeah. Chen Nianan nodded heavily, like a little soldier about to go to the battlefield. The movie ended with a burst of cheerful music. A film suitable for children must have a family-friendly plot, even if it is a foreign film. Many children were holding their parents' hands and excitedly discussing what had just happened. Chen Nianan was no exception. It was around 9:10 when we finished watching the movie. The school dormitory closes at 11 o'clock on weekends, so it wasn't too urgent. After getting in the car, Chen Yang asked Xiaoyi to go to Dormitory 17 of the Faculty of Arts and Sciences of Jiangnan University. With the smart driving function turned on, Xiaoyi drove steadily. Seeing her father driving towards her mother's dormitory, the little girl suddenly became anxious. She looked at the front row hesitantly, then turned to look at An Yue, whose eyes sometimes fell on Chen Yang's face and sometimes on hers. She reached out and grabbed An Yue's arm and shook it gently. "Mother." The little girl's soft and sweet voice was so adorable that An Yue had originally devoted half of her attention to Chen Yang, but instantly all of her attention was shifted to Chen Nianen. "What's wrong, Nian Nian?" An Yue reached out and touched the little girl's soft hair. "Mom, can you sleep with Nian Nian tonight? Nian Nian wants to sleep with you." Chen Nianen pouted her little mouth and her big eyes blinked, making her even more adorable. "Didn't Dad tell you? Mom has already promised Dad that she will sleep with you tonight." In front of Chen Nianen, An Yue spoke without any hesitation or nervousness. Although she didn't know how to be a qualified mother, she knew that as a mother, she must never set a bad example for her children. For example, he speaks haltingly and doesn't seem confident. She was completely different in front of Chen Nianen and in front of her classmates, friends, and Chen Yang. "Great." Chen Nianen clapped his hands happily first, then looked at An Yue. "Mom, we were together just now, and Dad didn't have time to talk to me." The little girl is very sensible. She knows that she must not say bad things about her father at this time, nor can she say that her father has forgotten, otherwise it will give her mother a bad impression and her father may have to sleep on the sofa again. After all, in the little girl's impression, her mother would often shout "I'm in Shudao Mountain," and then her father would sleep on the sofa at night. However, if I let Dad go now, I will definitely act like a spoiled child to him when we are alone later. She knows how to manipulate Dad. The little girl gave a thumbs up to her own cleverness, then hugged An Yue's arm and rubbed her face against it, looking extremely happy. 2. An Yue looked at Chen Yang, who was serious and happy without thinking much about it. "I was thinking of giving the little girl a surprise after I took you to get the things, but now the surprise is gone." Chen Yang smiled and looked back at the mother and daughter. "Well, with intelligent driving, I can look back with confidence." If it was a traditional fuel car or other brands of intelligent driving models, Chen Yang really wouldn't dare to look back. "Oh." And Yue smiled and reached out to touch Chen Nianen's little face. Along the way, Chen Nianen looked at the scenery outside the window curiously, and An Yue followed her to look. The mother and daughter were children who had not grown up, and this was the time when they were most curious. Soon, the car arrived at the downstairs of An Yue's dormitory. The girl reached out and touched Chen Nianen's head, then got out of the car and went upstairs to get some clothes. "After all, if I want to sleep with Nian Nian at night, I have to take a shower and change clothes." Chen Nianen leaned on the car window and watched his mother walk into the dormitory building. Then he climbed onto the central armrest and looked at Chen Yang fiercely. He, Dad is a bad guy. Mom clearly promised to sleep with Nian Nian a long time ago, but you didn't tell me and asked me to ask myself. It's so bad." The little girl pouted and looked unhappy. Chen Yang was stunned for a moment when he heard that. He turned his head to look at the little girl who was lying on the armrest and glaring at him. He was instantly melted by her cuteness. He reached out and pulled Chen Nianen from the back seat into his arms, and kissed the little girl on the face. Even if Daddy kisses me 10 more times, I will never forgive you." Seeing Chen Nianen trying hard to hold back her laughter and having an unhappy expression on her face, Chen Yang kissed her tender little face 11 times. "Okay, Daddy kissed Nian Nian 11 times. Can Nian Nian forgive Daddy?" Chen Yang asked with a smile. "Woo, if Dad makes me some fish balls tomorrow, I'll forgive him." Chen Nianen looked at Chen Yang, his bright eyes rolled around and he spoke. "No, we have to have lunch with Aunt Sue and Yufei tomorrow at noon, and Mom and Dad have to eat with their roommates in the evening, so Dad will make it for you the day after tomorrow at noon. How about that?" Chen Yang reached out and touched the little girl's face and said. Speaking of which, the stir-fried fish dish is quite a challenge for Chen Yang. He has only made it once at home, and that was under the guidance of his mother. "Oh well." Chen Nianen nodded happily, then held Chen Yang's head and kissed him 13 times on the face. Chen Yang counted and waited for Chen Nianen to finish kissing him, then asked her with a smile, "Why did Nian Nian kiss Daddy 13 times? Chen Nian lay in Chen Yang's arms and said softly, because Nian Nian loves Daddy, even more than Daddy loves Nian Nian." Chen Yang was instantly moved by Chen Nianen's words. How could he have such a well-behaved daughter? He kissed the little girl on the forehead again. "Daddy loves Nian Nian as much as Nian Nian loves Daddy." He. The little girl smiled happily. In the dormitory. Looking at Yue packing her little clothes, Ding Joshua, who was sitting on a chair watching TV series, was stunned for a moment. Wei, why are you packing your underwear? Hearing this, Yue paused for a moment, then whispered, tonight I want to sleep with my daughter. What? Bai Lu, who was getting out of bed, almost stepped on empty air and fell. She held onto the bed railing and looked at Yue in shock. You are going to go out and live with Chen Yang now? He Dandan felt that she and Zhang Yutian were progressing fast enough, but unexpectedly, Yue was even faster. No. Yue waved her hands hurriedly, I sleep with Nian. The three girls were silent for a moment after hearing this, while Yue continued to clean up. After Yue had packed up, Ding Joshua suddenly spoke. Wei, do you really want to be with Chen Yang, a man with such a big daughter? I admit that he is handsome and rich, but this. Yue smiled and shook her head. I know, but my encounter with him was all because of Nian. You know, I didn't dislike Nian at all the first time I saw her. I would be nervous in front of Chen Yang, and I would be nervous in front of you, but I'm not nervous at all in front of Nian. The first time Nian saw me, she called me mom. She has no mother and I have no mother either. At this point, Yue took a deep breath, as if she was a little out of breath after saying so many words in one breath without pausing. So, I don't want her to be like me and be without a mother. I am willing to be Nian's mother and accompany her as she grows up. And now I can't leave Chen Yang anymore. After saying that, Yue walked to the table, unplugged her cell phone charger, put it on, smiled at her roommates, then left the dormitory carrying her clothes. Chapter 40 How can I support you and your daughter without making money? When going downstairs, Yue was very happy. There is no conflict between becoming Nian's mother and being with Chen Yang, right? Walking out of the building and looking at the Jinrueho's Wenjie M9 park not far away, she couldn't help but quicken her pace, even jogging, and ran all the way to the car, opened the door and got in. Upstairs, Ding Joshua and the other two were standing at the window watching this scene. After looking at each other, they all sighed. I never thought that Wei didn't have a mother. Bai Lu said in a daze. Do you remember where Wei's family is from? Ding Joshua suddenly said. It's not Sichuan, ah. He Dandan said this and suddenly reacted. In the dormitory, I only saw Wei talking on the phone with her grandma. Maybe her parents are. Ding Joshua said bitterly. No wonder Wei sticks to Chen Yang even though she knows he has a daughter. She is too kind and too pitiful. Bai Lu shook her head. Everyone, please take good care of Wei from now on. If Chen Yang dares to treat Wei badly, I will tear his head off. Ding Joshua gritted her teeth. +1. Plus 10,086. Sister, this joke is too old. As long as it works. Yue didn't know about the discussion in the girls' dormitory, and perhaps even if she knew, she would just laugh it off. After so many years, she has long been accustomed to life without her parents. She only occasionally feels envious when she sees other families of three. Normally, she can live on her own. At this time, Yue got in the car and looked at Chen Nian lying in Chen Yang's arms, and asked with a smile, Nian, what are you doing lying in Daddy's arms? Chen Nian blinked his eyes, Dad brought me here, and he said he loves me the most. The fight among princes has always been like this, not to mention the love of the head of a family. The little girl is only 6 years old, but she already knows how to compete for favor. Well, while Mom and Dad haven't completely reconciled yet, I should consolidate my position in the family first. Then Mommy loves Nian the most, why doesn't Nian come over and hug Mommy? Yue smiled and opened her arms to Chen Nian. Good. The little girl stretched out her voice, then Chen Yang picked her up and put her back in the back seat. The little girl then climbed into Yue's arms and kissed her 13 times affectionately on the face, treating her equally. You know, Nian just said that she loves me a little more than I love her. TSK. Chen Yang was like Iron Man who heard little Morgan say I love you 3,000 times and showed off to Yue. Oh, Dad, please don't say that. The little girl turned her head and glared at Chen Yang fiercely, then buried her red face in Yue's chest, just like when she was a child feeding on breasts. Yue patted Chen Nian on the back. Mom said Dad is a bad dad and made fun of our Nian. Chen Nian still buried his head and refused to get up. Yue had no choice but to carry the little girl all the way to the doorstep of her home. Nian, we're home. After Chen Yang got out of the car, he walked to the door, opened it in the air, and said with a smile to Xiao Nian who was still lying on Yue's chest. Dad. Chen Yan'an raised his head, jumped out of the car, looked up at Chen Yang, grabbed Chen Yang's hand and said something sweetly. Chen Yang stretched out his other hand and touched the top of her head. I want you to carry me upstairs, otherwise Nian Nian will continue to be angry. Chen Yan'an said with a cute look on his face. Okay, it's Daddy's fault. Daddy will carry you upstairs. With his physical fitness at the peak of human strength, it would be easy for him to hold An Yue. At this moment, An Yue also got off the car carrying a small bag. She didn't say anything to Chen Yan'an, but just looked at the father and daughter with a smile. After carrying Chen Yan'an upstairs, the little girl's shyness was long gone. Knowing that her mother would sleep with her tonight, she was so happy that she almost lost herself. You go take a shower first, I'll make the bed for you. An Yue glanced at Chen Yan'an who was running around, pursed her lips and looked at Chen Yang, and said softly. Okay, I'll go wash first. Chen Yang nodded. Taking a shower was quick anyway, and it would only take him 10 minutes at most. An Yue looked at the closed bathroom door, went to the cabinet in the master bedroom and found a 4-piece set. Nian Nian, don't you have any extra pillows and quilts at home? Looking at Chen Yan'an who was like a little follower, An Yue asked. It seems not. Dad just bought 2 pillows and this quilt. Chen Yan'an pointed at the 1.8-meter long bed in the master bedroom and said. Luckily the weather is hot now. The heat in Jiangcheng during this period is so intense that covering yourself with a blanket is purely out of respect for your belly button, but there is no pillow. An Yue thought about it, then found a few of Chen Yang's clothes, stuffed them in a pillowcase and put them on the bed in the master bedroom. Then she took Chen Yang's pillow to the second bedroom and began to make the bed. Soon, Chen Yang came out of the shower wearing shorts and a vest. You two go wash up. Chen Yang looked at An Yue and Chen Yan'an who were sitting on the sofa and said. Okay. The mother and daughter nodded slightly. I seem to have forgotten to buy you pajamas. Why don't you wear my short-sleeved shirt when you sleep at night? My short-sleeved shirts are big and comfortable. Chen Yang looked at An Yue. Everything is fine. When An Yue heard that she had to wear Chen Yang's short-sleeved shirt, she subconsciously wanted to refuse, but when the words came to her lips, she gave the decision-making power to the other party. Chen Yang originally thought that An Yue would refuse, but the girl agreed to anything. Chen Yang was stunned for a moment, then smiled and nodded, went to the master bedroom, got his own white short-sleeved shirt and handed it to An Yue. After An Yue took it, she pulled Nian Nian and ran to the bathroom. The mother and daughter went to take a shower, and Chen Yang went to the master bedroom to take his mobile phone charger and computer to the second bedroom. Sitting at the desk in the second bedroom, Chen Yang turned on his computer and started the programming software to process an outsourced order he had received 2 days ago. These are some contents of the Hongmeng app of a large internet company. There aren't many things, and the price quoted is 20,000 yuan, requiring it to be completed within 2 weeks. Chen Yang now only has the last bit left. Chen Yang, who was concentrating on typing on the keyboard, did not notice that An Yue and her daughter had already finished washing up. An Yue, who had just finished blow-drying her hair outside, looked at Chen Yang's room, the door of which was wide open and the light was on, and walked in puzzledly. Naturally, the little follower Chen Yan'an followed her in as well. Seeing Chen Yang working attentively in front of the computer, An Yue walked behind Chen Yang and looked at the professional terms, some of which she didn't even recognize, in confusion. Dad, what are you doing? Chen Yan'an's childish voice sounded behind Chen Yang. Dad is making money. Chen Yang turned around and looked at the mother and daughter, and his eyes lit up instantly. It's not a big deal that the little girl is wearing her own pajamas, the main thing is An Yue. She wore her loose short-sleeved shirt, which just covered her hips. The pair of white, straight and slender long legs under the short-sleeved shirt looked like they could really last her a year. Both mother and daughter had their hair down, and they looked very alike standing together. You're still working so late, you should go to bed early. An Yue said softly. We need to make money. If I don't make money, how can I support you and your daughter? Chen Yang reached out, took An Yue's little hand and placed it on his shoulder, and said softly. Chapter 41 Nian Nian, what, are you disgusted? I can support myself. An Yue, who had temporarily forgotten what it was like to be nervous because Nian Nian was by her side, was made shy again by Chen Yang's sudden words. She blushed and lowered her head. She wanted to pull her hand back but couldn't, so she could only mutter to herself. Chen Yang patted An Yue's hand, turned around and looked at the 2 babies, one big and one small. I will make money to support you first. When I am too old to make money, you will have to support me. As he spoke, Chen Yang reached out and scratched Shan Yan Nian's nose and said, I will make a lot of money to support my parents in the future. Chen Yan raised his little hand, full of fighting spirit. After saying that, the child turned around and looked at his mother. Two of the three members of the family have expressed their opinions, and now you, Mom, are the only one left. And Yu Wei felt a little embarrassed by Chen Yan's gaze. She suppressed her shyness and stammered, I also work hard to make money to support you. Great. Chen Yan jumped happily, clapped her hands, and held Chen Yang's arm with one hand and Yu Wei's arm with the other. She was like a happy person, bringing full of positive energy to Chen Yang and Yu Wei. You guys go to sleep. I only have about an hour of work left. I'll go to sleep after I'm done. Reaching out and touching Chen Yan's little face, Chen Yan looked up at Yu Wei and said, After I coax Nian to sleep, I'll come over to accompany you. And Yu Wei looked at Chen Yang's profile, thought for a while and said, No. Let's accompany Dad together. The little girl looked at her parents and said seriously, Okay, then I'll try to be quick. Chen Yang nodded with a smile, not refusing the company of the mother and daughter. And Yu Wei and Chen Yan lay on the bed in the second bedroom, holding Chen Yang's tablet and watching Ultraman with headphones on. Chen Yang looked at the mother and daughter, and they also raised their heads and glanced at Chen Yang. Chen Yan smiled sweetly and made a face at Chen Yang, while Yu Wei gave Chen Yang an encouraging look, and then the two of them lowered their heads and continued to watch Ultraman. Chen Yang turned around and put his hands on the keyboard. His heart could not calm down for a long time. He felt as if he was hit by something at that moment, warm and sour. The little girl couldn't stand staying up late after all, and fell asleep while watching. And Yu Wei took care of Chen Yan and made sure she slept properly, and then pulled Chen Yang's coat over Yan's belly. Looking at Chen Yan sleeping soundly, and Yu Wei smiled and then thought of the conversation she had with her roommate in the dormitory before. Changing her posture, and Yu Wei sat cross-legged on the bed, raised her head to look at the back of Chen Yang who was working attentively, and her heart was filled with infinite tenderness. I feel like I really can't leave you. And Yu Wei didn't know when she started to have this idea. Maybe it was the moment Ding Jiaxue asked her, or the first time she saw Chen Yang. Another hour passed. Around 11:30 in the evening, Chen Yang finally finished all the work. With Lei Jun's computer skills, handling such a simple problem was a piece of cake. Chen Yang packed it up and sent it to the other party, and then just waited to receive the money. After closing the computer, Chen Yang turned his head to look at the bed and found that Yu Wei was looking at him, and little Chen Yan had been sleeping for who knows how long. Falling asleep? Chen Yang looked at Yu Wei and asked in a low voice. Yeah, are you done with your work? And Yu Wei nodded and replied in a low voice. Well, I got 20,000 yuan. Chen Yang made a two gesture, looking happy. You're awesome. And Yu Wei was obviously stunned for a moment when she heard the number 20,000, and then she praised sincerely. How can you be Nian's father if you are not capable, right? Chen Yang smiled, then stood up and walked to the bed, stretched out his hands and gently picked up Chen Yan. Why don't we just sleep here and not wake her up? And Yu Wei said. It's okay. This girl sleeps like a dead pig. Come on, you should go to bed too. Chen Yang smiled, then went out and walked all the way to the master bedroom. Gently putting the little girl down, Chen Yang smiled and turned to look at Yu Wei who was following him closely. Go to sleep. Chen Yang looked at Yu Wei, reached out and rubbed her hair, and spoke softly. Okay, you should go to bed as well. And Yu Wei nodded, then walked to the bed, took off her shoes and got into bed. Chen Yang's gaze followed Yu Wei's jailer all the way until Yu Wei placed her long legs, which were longer than his life, on the bed. Only then did he belatedly retract his gaze. Ahem. Good night. Chen Yang scratched his head awkwardly, looked at Yu Wei who had obviously noticed his gaze and lowered her head shyly, not daring to look at him, and said, Good night. And Yu Wei pulled the quilt over her legs, revealing a pair of small feet that were swinging nervously outside the quilt. Chen Yang took another look, then reluctantly closed the door for the mother and daughter and left. As the door closed, Yu Wei, who was lying on the bed, sat up gently, lifted the quilt, looked at her little feet, and gently curled her toes. Why does he like watching this? And Yu Wei's pretty face blushed, then she hid the jailer under the quilt, reached out to turn off the light, tucked the quilt corner for Nian, and lay down to sleep. Chen Yang returned to the room and secretly cursed himself for being a pervert, but then he started to convince himself. Who made Yu Wei grow up in her own aesthetic taste in every aspect? I am definitely not a foot fetishist, absolutely not. Turn off the lights, get on the bed, and lie down straight with the light from your cell phone. Then you feel something wrong under your head. Is this a buckwheat pillow? What does an Yue use as a pillow? Chen Yang really didn't notice that the number of pillows was wrong. After thinking about it, he lay on the bed, opened his phone, and started shopping online again: pillows, quilts, blankets, electric toothbrushes, sheets, pajamas for an Yue, etc. After placing the order, Chen Yang put down his phone and went to sleep. The next morning, Chen Yang was woken up by the urge to urinate. He staggered to the bathroom in a daze, took a shower comfortably, and when he went out he saw an Yue busy in the kitchen. Turning his head to look at the TV displaying the time in standby mode, Chen Yang scratched his head and "It's only 6:30 and you're up? Why don't you sleep a little longer on the weekend?" And Yue turned around and looked at Chen Yang, who had just woken up and didn't notice her, and showed a silly smile. "It's expensive to buy breakfast outside. I'll make it for us." While Chen Yang was talking, he strolled to the outside of the kitchen, leaned against the doorframe, and watched an Yue working non-stop. Compared to him, an Yue's movements were undoubtedly much more skillful, and it was obvious that she cooked frequently at home. "I don't know what you're used to eating. I'll just make something casual." And Yue turned around and looked at Chen Yang, who was leaning against the doorframe and looking at her, feeling a little shy, and spoke softly. "Chinese people all have similar tastes, just don't make breakfast too spicy." Chen Yang smiled. "We Sichuanese do eat spicy food for breakfast, but Nian Nian is a child, so I just made some porridge, steamed some sweet potatoes and corn, and a few steamed buns." And Yue said softly, "I think you should eat something lighter like us. Eating too spicy food for breakfast is not good for your stomach." Chen Yang smiled and walked over to helping Yue. Why don't you go get some sleep or wash up? I'll be here." And Yue reached out and put her hair behind her ears and whispered to Chen Yang. He was really too close, and Yue was a little nervous. "Okay, I'll go wash up then." Chen Yang smiled, then went to the bathroom to wash his face and brush his teeth. After Chen Yang finished washing up, little Chen Yan also climbed out of bed, rubbed his sleepy eyes, walked out of the bedroom, and looked hazily at his mother in the kitchen and his father in the bathroom. "Dad, Nian Nian wants to pee." Chen Yan pouted at Chen Yang and opened her arms for a hug. "You are so grown up, do you still need your dad to help you pee?" Chen Yang walked over, picked up Chen Yan, kissed her on the little face and said, "Daddy, carry me to the bathroom." The little guy doesn't have a bad temper when waking up, but he can't change his habit of acting like a spoiled brat early in the morning. Okay. So Chen Yang carried the little girl to the bathroom. After she finished peeing, she moved a small stool and started washing her face and brushing her teeth. After she finished washing, and Yue's breakfast was ready. "Wow, the porridge my mother cooked is so delicious." Chen Yan wrinkled his nose, took a sniff, and shouted exaggeratedly, "Ha ha ha." Chen Yang looked at the little girl with a smile. It was really a joy to have her at home. Chen Yan picked up the spoon, scooped a spoonful, touched it with his lips, and handed it to Chen Yang. "Dad." The little girl called out sweetly. Chen Yang thought that the girl felt it was too hot and wanted him to blow it, so he blew it twice symbolically. "Dad, drink." Chen Yan shook his head and moved the spoon closer. "You drink, Daddy won't drink." Chen Yang smiled and said, "Why? Are you disgusted?" The little girl thought Chen Yang disliked her touching him with his lips, so she pouted immediately. "No." Chen Yang shook his head. How come this girl suddenly became a dramatic actress after a nap? "Humph. If you don't drink, I will." Chen Yan shook his head, took back the spoon and stuffed it into his mouth, then made a face at Chen Yang. Chapter 42 Aren't there no giant pandas in our world anymore? You are really good at it, Nian Nian. Chen Yang looked at the little girl's adorable appearance and wished he could go out and kill all the yellow-haired guys within 100 miles. If such a lovely daughter finds a partner in the future, I will cry myself to death, right? And Yue looked at Chen Yan and Chen Yang acting coquettishly, seeming to be thinking about something. The little girl's emotions came and went quickly, and soon she handed the spoon over again. This time, Chen Yang drank a spoonful of Chen Yan's porridge generously. He had to admit that the porridge fed by his daughter was more delicious than his own. After Chen Yan fed his father, he did not forget to give his mother a spoonful as well, making sure both were served equally. And Yue looked at the spoon that was in Chen Yang's mouth 10 seconds ago, her pretty face blushed, but in the end she did not refuse Nian Nian, and slightly opened her red lips to put the spoon in her mouth. Hee hee. Chen Yan smiled happily, and the family of three had a joyful breakfast. After dinner, the three of them sat on the sofa at home and watched TV. Chen Yang searched for a movie about Neza, and the three of them watched it together as a family. Chen Yang had watched this movie in the cinema during the Chinese New Year, and at that time he went with his cousins. Now watching it with his wife and children, it was a completely different feeling. At around 10 o'clock in the morning, Chen Yang's mobile phone suddenly received a text message notification, indicating that 20,000 yuan had arrived in his account. As expected of a major internet company, this is 996 or 007. Chen Yang smiled and was about to put his phone in his pocket when he suddenly received a notification from WeChat. When he opened it, it was from the client who was in charge of outsourcing with him. "Dirk, brother, your skills are awesome, are you interested in taking another order?" Chen Yang smiled and replied, "As long as the price is reasonable, I'm fine with it." "Dirk, okay, the price will definitely satisfy you." "Dirk, it's still a technical issue with the same software, 20W, but it's quite urgent and needs to be completed within 10 working days. Do you think you can take it?" Chen Yang replied, "Okay." "Dirk, okay, you are so open-minded. I will send you the specific requirements right away." "Thank you." Chen Yang, okay. A 20W task naturally requires signing a contract, and the other party quickly sent over the development requirements and the electronic contract. Chen Yang looked at it and found no problem, so he signed it. Then he hugged Chen Yan and looked at the development requirements. This is an app with over 1 billion users. Chen Yang is responsible for the architecture and details of some of its contents. The task is not difficult, but the software engineers of this large internet company are not good at the Hongmeng framework and they are unwilling to cooperate. Recently, domestic chip production capacity has increased. Huawei Xingyao mobile phone, priced at 1,999 yuan, has directly defeated its competitors. A CEO named Zhao said, "Whoever gets the Kirin chip will win the world," which directly made the market share of Hongmeng's system return to its peak in 2019. Therefore, the other party had to speed up the process, and Chen Yang came at a good time. After a quick look, Chen Yang found that this thing was just difficult, and the workload was not large. For him, working 3 hours a day would almost complete it in 7 days. "I'm going to kill you all." Chen Yang smiled slightly, then put down his phone and continued to watch a movie with his wife and children. At around 11:30, Chen Yang and the other two changed their clothes, went downstairs, and headed towards the restaurant they had agreed on. Chen Yang learned that Su Ming's family were all from Jiangcheng, so he chose a Jiangbei restaurant. They had a very enjoyable meal. The two children got together and drank their drinks to their heart's content. Su Meng and Yue did not stop them and let the two little ones eat and drink as much as they wanted. After dinner, Yue was going to work part-time at the library, so Chen Yang sent Yue back to school and then took Chen Yan home for a nap. When he got up in the afternoon, he turned on his computer and worked for 2 hours, and then he received a video call from Yue. On the other side of the video, Yue was sitting on a chair with 3 attractive young girls behind her. "Handsome Chen, where are we going to eat tonight?" Ever since they found out that Yue had no mother, Ding Joshua and the others hadn't said anything. They also felt that Chen Yang was really good to Yue, so they took the initiative to tease her. "You are a local of Jiangcheng, and you are asking me about someone from another place?" Ding Joshua is a genuine Jiangcheng native, and Chen Yang only found out about this when he sent Yue to the library this afternoon. "Then I'll arrange it for us. By the way, will you bring Nian with you?" Ding Joshua smiled and nodded, then asked again. "Yes, the little girl can't be left alone at home," Chen Yang said. "Then, let's choose a quieter place where we can eat and play," said Ding Joshua. "Okay." Chen Yang nodded. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Yang drove to pick up his 3 roommates, while Ding Joshua called a car, and the 2 groups arrived at a farmhouse one after another. After getting off the car, Chen Yang looked at the beautiful scenery and immediately fell in love with it. "Wow! There are ducks." Chen Yan pointed at the ducks in the pond not far away with his little hand and shouted happily. "Here you can eat, sing, and fish. Fruits and vegetables are all grown by ourselves, and the prices are reasonable. How about this place? Is it okay?" Ding Joshua looked at Chen Yang, put her hands on her hips and said with a smile. "Satisfied, quite satisfied. Let's go, let's eat first. My daughter is almost as hungry as my son." Chen Yang reached out and picked up Chen Yenin, smiling and joking. Ha ha ha. The place chosen by Ding Joshua was really good. After dinner, several people went to the next door to sing some songs. Because there were children around, no one drank alcohol, but the atmosphere was very good. Mainly because Chen Nianan was so cute that she melted the hearts of a group of college students. They all clamored to have a daughter. After eating and drinking, everyone went back to their homes. And Yue Wei continued to follow Chen Yang home, and seemed to have gotten used to this pseudo-cohabitation life. The next day, the weather was very good, with the highest temperature only 25 degrees, so the family went out to visit the natural scenery. Chen Yenin clamored to go to the zoo, so Chen Yang and others went to Jiangcheng Zoo for a tour. Dad, a giant panda. It's actually a giant panda. Chen Yenin pointed at the giant panda and was so happy that he almost jumped up. What's wrong with the giant pandas? There are many giant pandas in my mother's hometown. Let's go to my mother's house to see them, okay? Chen Yang smiled and touched Chen Yenin's head. Didn't Dad say that there are no giant pandas in our world anymore? Why are there pandas again now? Did Dad lie to me again? The little girl pouted and said unhappily. This. Chen Yang was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then suddenly a cold sweat broke out on his back. He reached out and picked up Chen Yenin and touched her head. His heart was beating fast, but he said, then Daddy remembered it wrong. I'm old now, and Nian Nian will have to support me from now on. Chen Yenin was instantly amused by Chen Yang's funny expression. He giggled and touched Chen Yang's face. It's okay, Dad. Nian Nian, grow up quickly and make money to support Dad. Chen Yang smiled, then reached out and patted Chen Yenin on the back, but his heart was filled with mixed emotions. Chapter 43: A False Alarm? The World of the Future. No more giant pandas. This is really not good news for Chen Yang. He did not think about why Nian Nian traveled through time and space or parallel universes to come to him, or he subconsciously did not think about it. But Nian Nian suddenly said that there will be no giant pandas in the future world. This. For Chinese people, there is no need to explain what a giant panda is. In a sense, this thing is more precious than humans. It has even surpassed the concept of a national treasure and has become a cultural symbol. If aliens invaded and asked humans to choose between the Siberian tiger and the giant panda to become extinct, humans would choose the giant panda without hesitation. Note that it is the choice of mankind, not the choice of the Chinese. However, there are no giant pandas in the future world. All of a sudden, all kinds of strange ideas flooded into Chen Yang's mind, including alien invasion, drastic changes in the global environment, revival of spiritual energy, and weird invasion. What's wrong with you? And Yue did not hear the conversation between Chen Yenin and Chen Yang, and was still concentrating on watching the panda. Although she is from Sichuan, she had never left the mountains before she was admitted to university, so the cute giant panda in front of her was very attractive to her. Moreover, Chen Yang got her a giant panda doll the day before yesterday, and now these giant pandas look even more adorable. However, although when Yue was looking at the panda, she would occasionally turn her head to observe Chen Yang and Chen Yenin. This time when she turned her head, she noticed that there was something wrong with Chen Yang's expression. It seemed as if Chen Yang saw or thought of something horrible. Are you all right? Seeing that Chen Yang didn't answer, and Yue reached out and gently tugged at the corner of Chen Yang's clothes, and asked again. No. I'm fine. Chen Yang didn't know that his face looked quite ugly at this moment, even a little pale. He responded to Yue with a smile, keeping some terrible guesses in his stomach. But, Dad, you look so ugly. Chen Yenin looked at Chen Yang and said with a worried look on his face. Is that so? Chen Yang reached out and touched his face, then moved closer to the glass of the panda house, where he could just barely see his own face in the reflection. Looking at his pale face, Chen Yang frowned slightly and sighed softly in his heart. It turns out that he is still young and naive, and his mentality is easily revealed on his face. Chen Yang, are you sick? And Yue stood on tiptoe, put the back of her hand on Chen Yang's forehead to try it out, then took it back and put it on her own forehead to try it out. Maybe there are too many people here and it's a bit boring. Let's go out and see the giant pandas outside. The panda house in Jiangcheng Zoo is divided into indoor and outdoor areas. It is a little cooler indoors as it has air conditioning, but it is not very hot outdoors today either. Then let's go out. I'll hold Nian Nian. And Yue reached out to take Chen Yenin. It's okay, let me hold you. Chen Yang shook his head. Although Nian Nian was not heavy, she still weighed more than 20 kilograms. Dad, please put me down. I can walk by myself. Just now, Chen Yan'an couldn't see the giant panda because she was too short, so Chen Yang held her. Now that she saw that Chen Yang looked unhappy, she took the initiative to ask to get off by herself. Okay, then Nian Nian must hold mom and dad's hands tightly. Chen Yang smiled, put Chen Yan on the ground, and then started the communication system in his mind. System, can you explain it? The system cannot answer this question, but there are no supernatural phenomena in the world right now, and no traces of life have been detected on any planet other than Earth within the solar system. The system replied. Then, what happened on Earth a few years, or 10 years later? Why did the giant panda become extinct? Besides the giant panda, have other animals become extinct? Chen Yang held Chen Yan'an's hand, feeling extremely heavy-hearted. System, can you help me gain some power to destroy the world? For example, let me become Ultraman or Super Saiyan or something like that. Chen Yang asked the system in his heart. A row of black dots floated across the system panel in front of Chen Yang, and the system seemed to be speechless because of Chen Yang. Damn it, this feeling of knowing the future but not being able to grasp it is really fucked up. Chen Yang cursed in his heart, then looked at a giant panda rolling in the bamboo forest and took a deep breath. After leaving the panda house, Chen Yang gradually stopped himself from thinking about this matter, and his complexion gradually became much better. And Yue and Chen Yan'an saw that Chen Yang had no more questions, so they didn't say anything else. In the afternoon, the weather gradually became warmer, so Chen Yang and his family of 3 went home. In the living room, the 3 of them sat and continued watching the movie. After watching for a while, Yue went to the bathroom. While Yue was in the bathroom, Chen Yang gently embraced Chen Yan'an, reached out and touched her little head, and asked in a low voice, Nian Nian, tell Dad this morning that Dad lied to you that there were no giant pandas in the world. Can you tell Dad how Dad lied to you? When the little girl heard Chen Yang mention this again, she pouted her lips. Although she was reluctant, she still said in a baby voice. When Nian Nian celebrated her birthday this year, she told her father that she wanted to raise a panda. But her father said that there were no pandas in the world anymore and we couldn't raise one. Humph, Dad just doesn't want to buy a panda for Nian Nian, and he even said there are no pandas in the world. Dad is so stingy. When Chen Yang heard this, a black line suddenly appeared on his forehead. He spent a long time thinking about whether it would be an alien invasion or a revival of spiritual energy in a few years, but it turned out to be a misunderstanding? So these are all ways to coax your children? You damn girl. Chen Yang reached out and pinched Chen Yan'an's little face, changing her expression several times, and said speechlessly. Wow, Mom, Dad is bullying me. Chen Yan'an looked at Yue who came out of the bathroom, and immediately raised his hand to ask Yue for help. I didn't hurt you, stop pretending. Chen Yang glared at the little guy. We. Chen Yan'an laughed. Okay, Nian Nian, Daddy is telling you, we can't raise pandas ourselves, okay? If you keep a panda, your parents will be arrested by the police, and then you will be left without them. Chen Yang let go of the little girl's face, reached out and rubbed her hair, and said. Woo. Then I don't want a panda anymore, I want Mom and Dad. Chen Yan'an immediately made his own choice. No matter how cute the panda is, it can't compare to its parents. Chen Yang smiled, reached out and held Chen Yan'an in his arms, and his heart finally settled down. What are you two talking about? And Yue squatted in front of the sofa, picked up an apple, peeled it and asked with a smile. This girl wants to have a giant panda. Chen Yang shook his head and said. Nian Nian, you can't keep giant pandas. And Yue looked at Chen Yan'an and said with a smile. Nian Nian wants Mom and Dad, not a panda. Chen Yan'an said, shaking his head. So good. I'll give you an apple as a reward. And Yue cut a piece of apple and handed it to Chen Yan'an's mouth. Chen Yan'an reached out and took a bite, and then handed it to Chen Yang's mouth. This time, Chen Yang learned from the last lesson and swallowed it in one gulp. He. The little girl smiled happily and nestled in Chen Yang's arms like a kitten. Chen Yang looked at this scene, and after a few seconds of pause, he smiled with relief. It was just a false alarm. Nian Nian's arrival might have been an accident, that's all. Chapter 44 in Yue, hello, Auntie. In the past 2 days, in addition to accompanying Chen Yan'an out for a walk, Chen Yan and Yue also experienced some things that college students must experience. For example, competing for elective courses, choosing physical education, selecting class leaders, etc. As for elective courses, Chen Yang specifically discussed with Yue Wei to choose those that could be diverted, otherwise there would be no one to take care of Nian Nian at night. As for sports, the two were more casual. Chen Yang chose football and Yue Wei chose table tennis. They both chose the same sport as their roommates. The two had not yet experienced the troubles of physical education classes in college and did not know what they would face in the future. After finishing all this, it was already the next day. The next day, Monday, September 22nd, the freshmen, who had completed military training, officially started classes. I'm going to the morning 8. Why does our class start at 8 a.m. 3 days a week? Damn it! Those bastards in class 3 only have one early morning class a week, damn it! In the dormitory, Li Rue was washing his face while cursing. A group of freshmen who had just been lying down for 2.5 months had long been accustomed to the rhythm of sleeping until they woke up naturally. 15 days of military training could not change their biological clocks at all, not to mention these 3 guys who had been lying down for another 2 days. Let's go quickly, Brother Yang said he has saved a seat for us. Zhang Yutian raised his wrist to look at the bracelet and said helplessly. Wait for me a minute, I'll brush my teeth and wash my face. As Li Rue spoke, he quickly put on his shorts and walked to the sink with his bare chest. The first class of the second class in college is the famous advanced mathematics. For those 985 students who could answer at least half of the last big question in the college entrance examination, the content at the beginning was naturally not that difficult. In particular, the lectures by the advanced mathematics professor were quite lively and interesting, and the students were very interested in listening to them. In the blink of an eye, a week passed, and Chen Yang and his classmates gradually got used to university life. And Yue Wei works part-time at the library every day at noon. Chen Yang comes to the library with his computer to accompany her at noon these days. When neither of them had their first class in the afternoon, the girl came and lay down beside Chen Yang after finishing her work, and fell asleep listening to the sound of Chen Yang typing on the keyboard. Chen Yang had his fourth class on Wednesday afternoon, but Yue Wei didn't have it, so Yue Wei went to pick up Chen Yan that day. Fortunately, Jiangda No. 1 Primary School is not far from the library and the teaching building of the School of Literature. Chen Yan also has his third class on Wednesday afternoon, so it's just the right time to pick up little Nian Nian after class. Sunday, September 28th, a day off. Primary school students need to go to class on this day, but for college students like Chen Yang, there is no difference between Saturday and Sunday. And Yue Wei even has a class on Saturday, so Chen Yang and Yue Wei stayed at home to rest that day. And Yue Wei did not go to the library to work part-time at noon. She got up in the morning to prepare meals for Chen Yang. After Chen Yang sent Nian Nian back, she stayed at home with Chen Yang. After almost a month of adjustment, Yue Wei gradually got used to the life of a family of 3. She no longer thought about the fact that Chen Yan was not her biological daughter. In the second bedroom, Yue Wei was leaning against the head of the bed, holding a level 6 vocabulary book and silently memorizing words, while Chen Yan was sitting at the desk working. Because he went out to play last Sunday, and because of the giant panda blunder, Chen Yang's work progress was a little slow, but not by much. After sending Nian Nian to school in the morning, Chen Yang came back and worked for 2 hours. After eating the lunch made by Yue Wei, Chen Yang seized the time and quickly typed out this last bit. Phew, done. As the last line of code was completed, Chen Yang stood up, stretched his neck, and said to Yue Wei, who was leaning on the head of the bed with a smile. You're awesome. And Yue Wei looked at Chen Yang and smiled sweetly. Nun. After stretching his muscles, Chen Yang knelt at the end of the bed, looked at Yue Wei, who was leaning against the headboard with her face bare, and called out. What happened? Seeing Chen Yang staring at her, Yue Wei's heartbeat suddenly accelerated and she became subconsciously nervous. Your social phobia has improved a lot, hasn't it? Chen Yang asked with a smile. Well, it seems to be much better. And Yue Wei also felt the changes in herself during this period of time. In the past, when she went out, she didn't dare to raise her head to look at people. After the 3rd year of junior high school, she was even more invisible in the classroom, and only knew how to lower her head to read books and do exercises. But now, she can openly tell the cafeteria auntie what dish she wants to eat, have a brief exchange with classmates who are returning books to the library, bravely pick up Nian Nian from school, and bravely look Chen Yang in the eye. Of course, if you ignore her accelerated heartbeat and feverish cheeks other than when she picked up Nian Nian, she is no different from a normal person. By the way, are you going home for the National Day holiday? Chen Yang turned over and lay flat on the bed, looking at Yue Wei, who was so beautiful from this death angle from bottom to top, and asked softly. Yeah. And Yue Wei nodded gently. Grandma is alone at home, and I'm out at school. the less I see her, the less I see her. And Yue said this very easily. She experienced the pain of losing a loved one when she was very young. Her grandmother was already in her 70s and had some old age diseases. Perhaps one day when she was in class at school, she would suddenly receive the news of her grandmother's death. Would you like me to go back with you? Chen Yang narrowed his eyes and spoke softly. Don't. And Yue waved her hand subconsciously. Why? Are you disgusted? Chen Yang imitated the words he learned from Nian Nian and looked at Yue with a smile on his face. No. Grandma is old, and you still take care of Nian Nian. Although Nian Nian is very cute and Grandma will definitely like her, but. And Yue waved her hands helplessly, not knowing how to explain to Chen Yang for a moment. Chen Yang leaned back twice, then sat up and grabbed Yue's helpless little hand. I understand. These 3 simple words slowly calmed Yue's panicked heart. Thank you, Chen Yang. Next time I go home, I will definitely take you back with me. It's very strange. Neither of them actually said that they liked the other, or said anything about being together, but they had already tacitly accepted that the other was their significant other. Chen Yang's reason is because Nian Nian and the system both said that Yue is Nian Nian's mother, so what about Yue? Okay, I'll wait. Chen Yang smiled and nodded. After sitting on the bed for a few minutes, Chen Yang suddenly felt like he was going to poop. I need to go to the bathroom. Chen Yang smiled, got out of bed and prepared to get his phone to go to the bathroom, but he found that only 3% of the battery was left. Oh, I forgot to charge it. Chen Yang had no choice but to take his phone to the bedside table and plug it in, then went to the bathroom with the tablet. And Yue continued to lean against the head of the bed and look at the words. Less than 2.5 minutes later, Chen Yang was just getting into the groove in the bathroom when his cell phone suddenly rang in the second bedroom. And Yue turned her head and took a look, and the 3 words A's mom suddenly appeared on the screen. Chen Yang, your mother's phone number. And Yue shouted loudly in the second bedroom. However, Chen Yang, who had the bathroom door closed and was playing Douyin out loud, didn't hear anything. And Yue wanted to take her cell phone to find Chen Yang, but she was afraid of seeing Chen Yang going to the toilet. After the phone rang again for a few seconds, and Yue gritted her teeth, picked up the phone and answered it. You little brat, why did you take so long to answer? Well. On the other end of the video, Li Ru shouted as usual after answering the call. However, she was instantly stuck when she saw that the person answering the call was an incredibly beautiful girl. Ah. Hello, Auntie. Chen Yang. He went to the bathroom. When he comes back, I'll ask him to call you back, okay? And Yue looked at the phone timidly, trying her best to make her voice less trembling. She wanted to make a good impression on Chen Yang's mother. However, she had no way of controlling her voice, and she used up almost all of her strength to say just 20 or so words. Okay. Li Ru also reacted. She looked at Yue on the phone and didn't know what to do for a moment. If she hung up, it would not be a good idea. But if she didn't hang up, she was not ready to meet her daughter-in-law. And Yue didn't dare to hang up. She quietly looked at Chen Yang's mother on the phone. She was a very gentle woman. Ahem, that girl, what's your name? After more than 10 seconds of silence, Li Ru coughed lightly, then changed the topic with a smile. Chapter 45. I'm sorry, Chen Yang, I embarrassed you. When Yue saw that Li Ru not only didn't hang up the phone, but also took the initiative to ask her name, her brain was not enough for a moment, and she could only answer Li Ru's question instinctively. Auntie, my name is Yue. Hearing this, Li Ru showed a loving smile that she had only shown after hearing that Chen Yang was admitted to Jiang University. Yue, what a nice name, Auntie, can I call you Wei? Facing Li Ru's initiative to get close to her, and Yue felt a little warmer in her nervousness, and then nodded timidly, yeah. After a brief exchange, Li Ru's IQ, which she inherited from Chen Yang, finally regained its high ground. She looked at the timid girl on the phone, and her lifelong experience immediately made her realize that the girl in front of her was very nervous, and not because of the nervousness of meeting her girlfriend's mother. Wei, don't be nervous. Auntie likes you very much. Since Chen Yang is not here, I will hang up first. When Chen Yang comes back, let him call me, okay? Li Ru spoke as gently as possible as she took care of this incredibly beautiful girl. Thank you, Auntie. I'm not afraid of you. I'm a little socially anxious. I'm sorry. And Yue's eyes were red. She felt like she was finished. She was like this the first time she spoke to Chen Yang's mother. She was so useless. It's okay, Wei Wei. Auntie really likes you, you don't have to apologize. Li Ru felt distressed when she saw An Yue apologizing to her with tears in her eyes. Son, where did you find such a cute and beautiful girl? Thank you, Auntie. An Yue nodded and tried her best to control her trembling body, but she felt that she had no control at all. Don't be afraid, kid, adjust your mood, don't be nervous, and relax. Li Ru said softly. Inhale, exhale. An Yue took a few deep breaths, then turned her gaze to Li Ru on the phone again. You're so good. Li Ru gave a comforting smile. Auntie will hang up now. When Chen Yang comes back, ask him to call me. Okay. Okay, Auntie. And Yue nodded heavily. Beep. Li Ru hung up the phone on her own initiative and then frowned. This brat, he didn't even tell me when he found a girlfriend. Besides, is he going to rent a house or stay in a hotel? It's been less than a month since school started, and you've already tricked a girl into bed? Various images flashed through Li Ru's mind, including the image of her holding her grandson before Chen Yang graduated from university. As for An Yue, after hanging up the phone, her heart was still beating rapidly. It wasn't until 2.5 minutes had passed that An Yue finally relaxed. Without the tense emotion just now, An Yue thought of Li Ru's gentle voice and the warm feeling just now. Thinking back to what Li Ru said, she seemed not so nervous anymore. More than 10 minutes later, Chen Yang came out of the bathroom holding the tablet. Chen Yang returned to the room and looked at An Yue, who was sitting on the bed with a dazed look on her face. He glanced at her in confusion, then walked up to her and waved his hand in front of her. Ah! An Yue dodged back like a frightened little rabbit, then raised her head and looked at Chen Yang timidly. Why have you become a bullied little rabbit again? Chen Yang reached out and rubbed her head, asking with a smile. I'm not a little rabbit. An Yue muttered. Then why do you look like you've been bullied and absent-minded? Chen Yang sat next to her and asked softly. After hearing this, An Yue was silent for a few seconds, then she unplugged Chen Yang's phone and handed it to him. Just now when you were in the bathroom, your aunt called. I called you but you didn't hear me, so I answered. An Yue's words completely confused Chen Yang. My mother? Video of the fight? Chen Yang scratched his head, looked at An Yue, and hurriedly flipped through his phone. Well. Auntie asked you to call her back when you come back. As An Yue spoke, she moved her long legs, and then prepared to get out of bed, find her slippers, and go outside to avoid the limelight. Although Chen Yang's mother was very gentle, she was still afraid. My mother isn't mean to you, is she? Although Chen Yang knew his mother well and knew that there was a high probability that his mother wouldn't be mean to An Yue, who knew if his mother would suddenly go crazy? No. Auntie was very, very gentle. She comforted me and told me not to be nervous. I feel like I may have embarrassed you. Just now when I was talking to Auntie, I was, just like now, stuttering. An Yue stood in front of Chen Yang, like a child who had made a mistake, pouting her lips and speaking with a gloomy face. Chen Yang put down his phone, reached out and grabbed her little hand, and said softly, Don't worry, my mother must like you very much. Anyone who sees you like this will like you. Chen Yang knew that the girl lacked confidence because of her childhood experiences, but he was confident that if he brought such a beautiful daughter-in-law back home, his mother would probably wake up laughing in her dreams. And Yue didn't know what to say. She just lowered her head and let Chen Yang hold her little hand, gradually relaxing her heart. I'm calling my mom via video. Are you going to stay here or go out, or stand at the door and eavesdrop? After the girl's mood improved a little, Chen Yang picked up the phone and asked with a smile. I'm going out. Upon hearing this, An Yue fled away in a hurry, forgetting even her cell phone. Cell phone. Chen Yang took An Yue's cell phone and chased after her. Oh. An Yue took the phone, then ran to the sofa in the living room and sat cross-legged, daydreaming about something. Chen Yang turned on the TV for her and the air conditioner in the living room. He rubbed her head and then returned to the room and called his mother on video. On the other side, Li Ru was sitting on a chair feeling very uncomfortable. She was at work this afternoon and on a whim she wanted to call her son to ask if he would be back for the National Day holiday, but she ended up encountering this incident. Now she was eager to know whether this pitiful-looking girl was her future daughter-in-law? If so, how advanced are they now? With all these messy thoughts in mind, Li Ru finally received a call from her son. However, this time Li Ru did not start the familiar mother-daughter affectionate exchange as soon as the call was connected. Instead, she gently called out, "Son." Chen Yang instantly got goosebumps all over his body. "Mom, do you remember when I fell into a bowl of noodle soup and got my butt burned when I was a kid?" Chen Yang seriously suspected that his mother had been possessed by another spirit. "Stop talking nonsense. You clearly burned your right foot, and you're trying to play tricks on your mother here, right?" Li Ru rolled her eyes and said, "Ha! Fortunately, she's my biological mother." Chen Yang pretended to breathe a sigh of relief. "Wei Wei isn't with you?" Li Ru asked after seeing her son's reaction. "Yeah, she's outside and can't hear what we say." Chen Yang nodded. Although this house is old, the sound insulation is really good. He didn't hear any of Wei shouting in the bathroom just now. Of course, it may also be that the girl is not in the habit of shouting loudly. That's good. Come on, son of a bitch, tell your mother the truth. What happened between you and Wei Wei? Where are you now? How far have you two progressed? Li Ru started the 3-court trial. Chapter 46 Nian Nian, Dad, I want to go home to see my grandparents. Facing his mother's interrogation, Chen Yang honestly confessed, part of it. She and I are in a relationship, but we haven't officially confessed our feelings yet. Chen Yang said softly. What do you mean by being in love? We're living in the same room, but this is still just a relationship? I'm telling you, Chen Yang. I gave birth to you and raised you, not for you to harm other girls. Other girls were also born by your father and raised by your mother. If you dare to hurt Wei Wei, I'll break your dog legs. Li Ru looked at Chen Yang and said seriously. Oh my god, what are you thinking about? Don't you know who your son is? And Yue is quite socially anxious, so I am helping her recover now. I don't plan on doing anything excessive to her until she gets better. Chen Yang said helplessly. Just tell me, my son is not the irresponsible type. Tell me roughly what happened to Wei Wei? It looks like he was bullied growing up. He feels very insecure and trembles with fear when he sees me. Li Ru smiled. He didn't really think that Chen Yang would do anything bad, but Chen Yang was only 18 years old after all, and had just left home not long ago. What if something went wrong? I don't know the details. I mentioned to her before that I would talk to her about her past when I had the chance, but I felt that talking about that would probably make her social anxiety worse, so I didn't ask any more questions. All I know is that she is from Sichuan and has only a grandmother. It must be because of her orphanage and the environment she grew up in that she has some social anxiety. Chen Yang doesn't know much more than Li Ru. An orphan, no wonder this child. Li Ru's already soft heart felt even more distressed. Okay, since you know your limits, then give me some benefits and don't end up hurting the girl. Do you hear me? Li Ru looked at Chen Yang and said seriously. Don't worry, Mom. Chen Yang nodded. This was the mother of his child. How could he bear to hurt her? By the way, will you come back for National Day? Li Ru asked. We'll see when the time comes. Chen Yang now doesn't know whether he should go back or not. After all, if he goes back, he must take Nian Nian with him. If he takes Nian Nian with him, he will have to explain a lot to his family. For outsiders, you can use the system to handle it, but for family members, you still have to give a reasonable explanation. Okay, then you can watch it then. If it doesn't work, we can come and see you. Li Ru thought for a moment and said. Well, let's go over there and take a look. Chen Yang nodded. Okay, remember Wei Wei said that I like her very much and your dad will definitely like her too, so tell her not to be nervous or afraid and just treat us as family, okay? You kid, choose your words carefully. Don't do what you did online, where the mother-in-law asked her son to pass a message to her daughter-in-law, but ended up getting the meaning the other way around. Li Ru instructed Chen Yang. I know, you still don't believe me? Chen Yang smiled and nodded. Okay, then you guys go do your work, I'm hanging up. Li Ru nodded and hung up the phone. Chen Yang smiled, threw his phone on the bed to continue charging, then turned and walked out of the second bedroom. In the living room, Yue was not watching TV at all. The TV was playing commercials while she was in a daze. The fight is over. Chen Yang walked up to Yue and waved at her. What did Auntie say? Yue stood up, crossed her hands, and spoke nervously. My mom said that she likes you very much and told you not to be nervous or afraid. My dad will like you too and told you to just treat them as family members. Chen Yang repeatedly Ru's words almost word for word. Really, really? And Yue raised her head and looked at Chen Yang, a hint of joy revealed in her beautiful almond eyes. Of course. You are such a beautiful, considerate, and good cook. They can't find a daughter-in-law like you even with a lantern, okay? Chen Yang walked up to the girl with a smile, pinched her face, and said with a smile. Don't do this. I'll be embarrassed if you say that. And Yue lowered her head and her voice was so soft that Chen Yang almost didn't hear it. Okay, don't be nervous. They are all very good people. My dad used to be a soldier. If you can't trust me, you can at least trust the PLA uncles, right? Chen Yang pulled in Yue to sit down and said with a smile. Aha! In fact, and Yue was not that nervous just now, it was just that Chen Yang's words daughter-in-law made her shy. Sitting on the sofa, the two watched TV for a while, and then Chen Yang went to pick up his daughter at a certain time. Chen Yanin is still the same. After a day of study, he is still full of energy and extremely happy when he gets home. Nian, what did you eat at school at noon? After arriving home, Yue took the initiative to ask. Wow, fried meat with celery, stewed pork ribs, and eggplant. The little girl counted on her fingers. Chen Yang smiled, put Chen Yanin's school bag on the sofa, and looked up at Yue. How about we cook hot pot at home this afternoon? Yue thought about it and said. As a Sichuanese, she loves hot pot, but eating out is too expensive. If she eats at home, 100 yuan is enough for 3 people to have a good meal. Yeah. Before Chen Yang could say anything, Chen Yanin jumped up. You two have already discussed it, what else can I say? Come on, let's go out and buy some food. Chen Yang spread his hands, stood up and walked to the door to change his shoes. Let's go. After returning home, Yue began to prepare the ingredients and stir-fry the base. Chen Yang and Shan Yan helped, and soon the 3 of them were eating authentic Sichuan hot pot. After finishing their meal and cleaning up the kitchen, the 3 of them sat in the living room to watch TV. Now there is no homework for first graders, so it is a time for children to relax when they get home. Time soon came to 7 o'clock. Watching the news broadcast by CCTV1 about the upcoming National Day holiday, Chen Yanin suddenly turned around and hugged Chen Yang's arm. Dad, it's National Day holiday, should we go home? Chen Yanin looked at Chen Yang, his big eyes blinking, looking so cute and adorable. Do you want to go back? Chen Yang looked at Chen Yanin. I miss my grandparents. Nian nodded. Bite. I detected that my daughter wanted to go home to see her grandparents during the National Day holiday. As a qualified father, how could I let my daughter not see her grandparents during the holiday? Please take your daughter home during the National Day holiday. Task reward, a 550 square meter fully decorated large flat in Jiangcheng Wangjiang Center, with 5 parking spaces. Shen Yang was stunned when he saw the system task that suddenly popped up in front of him after more than half a month. The mission was not a big deal. Since Nian wanted to go home to see her grandparents, he would just take her back. They would have to see them sooner or later anyway. And there are rewards, so why not make some money? Okay. Let's go home on the 11th. Thinking of this, Chen Yang reached out and touched the little girl's head and said. Yeah. Chapter 47 in Yue, can you hit me a little more gently? I'm afraid of the pain. The next day, Chen Yang received his own 20W. This way, he would no longer be short of money in the short term. Moreover, through the courses in the past few days and the part-time job during this period, he also confirmed that his computer level of Lei Jun was really strong. In Mr. Lei's words, it's a bunker. Being a software engineer at the technical leadership level is not just a boast. However, in class, Chen Yang tries to be as low-key as possible. Others go to the computer science department of Jiangnan University for the scholarships, the high-paying jobs after graduation, and the happy life. Chen Yang now has a high-paying job, a car, and will soon be able to buy a house. Last night, Chen Yang also checked the price of a 550 square meter apartment in Jiangcheng Wanjiang Center. It can only be said that he loves the system second only to Yue, Nian, his parents, and his sister. A large flat worth 30 million is a reward if you say so. And now, he has the happiest life of his life. I just spend my days in school enjoying my youth. Compared to Chen Yang, who was already very satisfied, Zhang Yutian and his friends are very anxious recently. Elective courses, dating, student union, clubs, class leaders. Compared with Chen Yang, these people are real college students. Dirk, Master, your technology is really amazing. During the National Day holiday, our company has no orders for the time being. If you need to take orders, I can introduce you to a few. The second class on Monday is college English. In the lecture hall, Chen Yang looked up at the beautiful teacher who was teaching in pure English on the podium. He could barely understand what she was saying, and replied with his phone, "Okay, you can send the other person's WeChat to me." Dirk, okay. This is a classmate of mine. He works for a company that provides autonomous driving solutions for new energy vehicles. People who work on new energy vehicles are very generous. Chen Yang smiled and said, "I am not interested in who the other party is. I am only interested in money. You provide the money and I provide the technology. It is a fair trade." Dirk, I like straightforward people like you. I'll return the WeChat to you. I'm going to be busy now. We'll work together again if there's a chance. As he spoke, the other party sent a WeChat message. After Chen Yang was added, the other party quickly explained his task requirements and quotation. A part of a small upgrade of the intelligent driving system. The quotation was 500,000, and it was required to be completed within 2 months. If it could be completed within 1 month, another 200,000 could be added. After Chen Yang thought about it, he decided it wasn't difficult and accepted the offer directly, mainly because the other party offered a lot of money. He usually has nothing to do except attending classes. When he is idle in the library at noon with that silly boy, he might as well earn some pocket money. The get out of class will end soon. Chen Yang was about to go to the School of Arts building to wait for Yin Yue when he was stopped by Zhang Yutian. "Brother Yang, will you go home in October?" Zhang Yutian asked. "Go back." Chen Yang nodded. "Well, let's get together tomorrow night. My birthday is on October 1st, so we can celebrate it in advance." Zhang Yutian said. "Okay, no problem." Chen Yang nodded and was about to leave when he saw the boy was being shy, so he continued to ask, "Tian'er, you're not going to confess your love to Yidandan on your birthday, are you?" Zhang Yutian's eyes widened immediately after hearing this. "How did you know?" "I didn't even tell Li Rue and the others about this." Chen Yang smiled and said, "Really? I just said it casually. Are you really going to confess your feelings?" Zhang Yutian gave Chen Yang a thumbs up. "Brother Yang is Brother Yang, awesome, you can guess it even with a few guesses." "Guess what? Why is Brother Yang so awesome again?" Li Rue, who came out with a school bag on his back, asked as soon as Zhang Yutian finished speaking. Zhang Jianwu followed closely behind him, also showing a curious look. "I was planning to confess my feelings to Yidandan on my birthday tomorrow night, but this guy guessed it before I even told Brother Yang," said Zhang Yutian. "I thought what?" Li Rue shook his head, then suddenly realized, "What? What did you say? Are you going to confess your love to Yidandan?" Li Rue's voice attracted the attention of half of the people in the corridor of Ifu building. "What are you making so much noise for?" Zhang Yutian rolled his eyes at Li Rue. "Let's go, let's talk on the way. If you need any help, I can communicate with Anin and the others in advance," said Chen Yang. "It's true." So, on the way, Zhang Yutian began to tell Chen Yang and others about his plans, and the 3 military advisors also expressed their opinions. As for whether Yidandan would accept it, that was a small problem. The 2 of them had 2 meals a day on time, and even went out to see a movie and held hands. They were probably secretly in love with each other. This confession is purely a clarion call of victory. I think we should put out some candles. What era is it still putting heart-shaped candles? I think you should rent a car, or borrow Brother Yang's car, and put some flowers and balloons in the trunk. Get lost, the first time I put the stuff in the trunk of my car was to confess my love to Anin. I can even pay for you to rent a Xiaomi SU7 Ultra. What? Brother Yang, you and classmate Anin are not together yet? Aren't you living together? You know she's socially anxious, and I'm afraid if I tell her directly that I like her, I'll scare her away. As Chen Yang's 3 military advisors were talking, the topic eventually turned to Chen Yang's own problem. Okay, stop arguing, just follow my method and set off the fireworks. When she is attracted, I will come out holding the flowers. Zhang Yutian said. I'm sorry, Tian'er, I just checked. Fireworks are prohibited in Zhongcheng. Last year during New Year's Eve, a college student in a certain place was imprisoned for a year and 2 months for setting off a Gatling gun. You must know that, right? Chen Yang took out his cell phone, handed it to Zhang Yutian and said. It's over. The late emperor banned fireworks before he even started his career. Li Rue said with a smile. What should we do now? Zhang Yutian was confused. Did he really have to put candles or flowers in the trunk? What I mean is, Tianer, just buy a bunch of flowers and wait there. I'll get in touch with An and the others, and when we get there, we'll play some music and you can just kneel down on one knee and confess your love. The two of them are now just like Chen Yang and An Yue. The only thing missing is I like you, will you be my girlfriend-boyfriend? There is no need for any romantic ceremony at all. You can save those tricks of yours for when you propose to her, ah. Looking at Zhang Yutian's thoughtful expression, Chen Yang said again. Okay, I'll do as you say. Zhang Yutian gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. Okay, I'm going to go find my son Han In first, you guys can have fun by yourselves, bye. As Chen Yang spoke, he took out his cell phone and called in Yue, while heading towards the cafeteria. At noon, the two of them usually eat in the Meiyuan canteen because it is close to the library, and the girl can go to her part-time job after eating. Soon, Chen Yang arrived at the Meiyuan canteen and found the girl who had already prepared food for him at the location wherein Yue took the photo. I only eat this little, but you're willing to buy so much for me. Chen Yang looked at the watery soup in the girl's plate, then looked at his own plate which was full of meat, and reached out and rubbed her hair hard. If you want to make money, you must eat well. The girl glared at Chen Yang gently, reached out to smooth her hair, and then spoke softly. And Yue, I'm telling you, you've been too nice to me, I'm going to beat you up. Chen Yang sat down and passed some of the meat from his plate to the girl, and said seriously. And Yue was stunned when she heard this, then she lowered her head and silently picked at the food on the plate. Chen Yang thought An Yue was using silence to resist silently, but after about half a minute, she suddenly raised her head and looked at Chen Yang. Can you hit me a little more gently? I'm afraid of the pain. Chapter 48. Speak up, why don't you speak? And Yue has not watched the TV series Ordinary World and she doesn't like watching short videos, so she didn't get Chen Yang's joke. However, the girl expressed her love for Chen Yang with the most sincere heart. The words "can you hit me a little more gently?" made Chen Yang's heart melt. Seeing the girl looking at him pitifully, Chen Yang couldn't help but reach out and pinch her face. You silly girl, why are you so cute? Faced with Chen Yang's praise, and Yue felt a flash of joy in her heart. She lowered her head slightly and ate the meat that Chen Yang picked up in small bites. Have you bought your ticket home? Afraid that this silly girl would blush again, Chen Yang did not take the initiative to flirt with her, but changed the subject. Not yet, not yet. And Yue shook her head. Just say you're stupid? If you don't grab your ticket for the National Day holiday in advance, you may have to walk back home. Looking at this silly girl who didn't have much common sense, Chen Yang took out his mobile phone helplessly, opened the ticket purchasing app, and then he remembered that he still didn't know where this silly girl's hometown was. Where is your hometown? Chen Yang asked in a buzzing voice, chopsticks in his mouth. Yingchuan. And Yue said softly. Yingchuan? Chen Yang was stunned for a moment. Yeah. And Yue nodded slightly. You? Chen Yang swallowed, his voice a little dry. He knew that An Yue was from Sichuan and had no parents, but he did not expect that An Yue was actually from Yingchuan. Considering that they are the same age and their birth dates, he has already guessed the reason why An Yue became an orphan. Chen Yang's throat was choked, unable to utter a word. Many words he wanted to say were stuck in his throat, but he felt that no matter what he said, he would not be able to comfort the girl in front of him. No tickets? Just when Chen Yang's eyes were sore, and Yue raised her head, looked at him with a smile and asked. I'm watching. Chen Yang hurriedly controlled his emotions. The girl herself didn't have much emotional fluctuations, but he ended up crying here. After saying that, he quickly lowered his head and began to check the tickets from Jiangqing to Yingchuan. The second-class seats are all sold out, only the first-class seats are left, and it seems that it can only go to Mao County. Yingchuan does not have a high-speed rail, but the neighboring Mao County is only about 50 kilometers away from Yingchuan County. Just buy it in Dujianjian. My home is in Yingxiu, which is only about 20 kilometers away from Dujianjian. And Yue said in a low voice. Chen Yang remained silent upon hearing this and just searched for the ticket silently. I've bought it, but there are no second-class seats left, only first-class seats, and you need to transfer. Can you find a car by yourself? Chen Yang bought the ticket silently, put down his phone, looked at An Yue, and said softly. I came here alone. It's okay. I'll transfer the ticket price to you. And Yue smiled and stretched out her little hand to touch Chen Yang's face, wanting him to not be unhappy. And Yue. Chen Yang reached out and grabbed Yue's hand, looking at her seriously and shouting her name loudly, "Don't talk to me about money, okay? I can afford to support you." This was the first time Chen Yang refused money from the girl. Maybe it was because he felt sorry for her, or maybe it was for other reasons, but Chen Yang just didn't want Yue to transfer money to him, not at all. "You, don't be angry, I won't say anything." Being suddenly scolded by Chen Yang, and Yue pouted and lowered her head. She wanted to take her hand back, but Chen Yang held it tightly. After dinner, the two went to the library. And Yue had a part-time job, so Chen Yang sat on the floor where she worked part-time and found a position where he could see the girl to write programs. This is at least 50,000. If you are not proactive in making money, there must be something wrong with your brain. As for Yue's past, Chen Yang has guessed it to be almost correct. It is really hard for him to imagine how this silly girl has survived the past decade. However, he did not ask Yue, nor did he take the initiative to talk about these topics, to avoid Yue recalling those unhappy memories. After picking up Nian Nian in the afternoon, Shen Yang created a group with everyone in the two dormitories except Dandan. Ding Joshua? Ding Joshua, what group is this? Group message reminder, I don't drink Sprite and changed the group name to Zhang Yutian Military Advisor Support Group. By Lu? Shen Yang, brothers and sisters, this group is to help Zhang Yutian confess his love tomorrow night. Ding Joshua and Dandan didn't peek at the screen, right? On the other end of the phone, Ding Joshua looked at the words typed by Qin Yang on the screen with an expression like an old man on the subway looking at his phone. She raised her head and looked at Dandan who was sitting on the bed diagonally opposite her, then turned her head to glance at Bai Lu who had the same expression as an old man looking at his phone on the subway. Bai Lu, at Zhang Yutian, come out and tell me, what is going on? You haven't confessed yet? Ding Joshua, yes, I heard from Dandan that you two kissed, so why aren't you together yet? Chen Yang, good fellow, I just called him good fellow. Zhang Yutian blushed instantly after seeing the message sent by Ding Joshua, and then, in accordance with the principle of letting a friend die rather than letting me die, he directly tagged Chen Yang. At Chen Yang and Yue are living together, but they haven't confessed their love yet. Then, Zhang Yutian saw that his message was withdrawn at lightning speed, and then he was banned from speaking. Chen Yang, Yutian, what do you think if I send a message to Dandan now? Chen Yang, speak up, why don't you speak? Chen Yang, you are silent. Does that mean you agree with what I said? I think this is fine. I will help you express your feelings. Li Rui, at Chen Yang, Zhang Yutian said he was wrong. Li Rui, photo Zhang Yutian kneels and begs for forgiveness. Chen Yang, oh. Sorry, I forgot to mute you, Saorui. As Chen Yang spoke, he lifted the ban on Zhang Yutian, and then began to assign tasks according to what they had discussed at noon. Then, OK gestures appeared in the group. Time flies and it is the next night. After Chen Yang's family of three had dinner in the afternoon, Chen Yang took Yue and Chen Yan into a KTV that Zhang Yutian had booked in advance. When college students celebrate their birthdays, 9 out of 10 of them go to KTV, and Zhang Yutian also arrived early and made some arrangements. Chen Yang bought a Huawei Band 10 in advance as a birthday present for Zhang Yutian. At around 7 o'clock, Ding Joshua and Bai Lu came to the door with Dandan as agreed in advance. Bang! Bang! As soon as they entered the door, Li Rui and Zhang Jianwu, the two bodyguards on the left and right, took out the fireworks tubes they had prepared in advance, which scared Dandan. After realizing what was happening, Dandan looked at Zhang Yutian in surprise as he was walking towards her with a bouquet of flowers, and couldn't help but cover her mouth. On Chen Yang's side, he played the song I Just Love You by David Tao which he had prepared in advance. With the gentle background music, Zhang Yutian stepped forward and began to confess his feelings. Chapter 49 You can bully me if you want, I won't run away anyway. Dandan. I do. Chen Yang picked up the microphone and was about to add some background music for the two of them, but Dandan's words I do cut off the atmosphere. No. Sister, are you too anxious? Will it not delay his conversation? Bai Lu was stunned. Where could someone confess his love? Confession. He didn't say as many words as you did. Okay, I'm jealous, everyone. Li Rui clapped the firework tube in his right hand against his left palm and spoke with envy. It's none of your business, I want to. Dandan looked at the group of people who were looking at her with contempt, rolled her eyes and went up to hold Zhang Yutian's arm. Yeah. In the atmosphere where only the accompaniment was left, it was Xiao Nian Nian who broke the silence, clapping her hands and dancing happily. A kiss, a kiss, a kiss. Zhang Jianwu loved watching the fun the most. He waved the fireworks in his hand and shouted loudly. Then the others followed suit and shouted, including Xiao Nian. Well, there are children here. As a result, before Zhang Yutian could finish his sentence, he Dandan stood on tiptoe and kissed Zhang Yutian on the face. Xiao Nian quickly covered her eyes. Chen Yang also reached out and picked her up, watching the scene with an anti-smile on his face. Shame on you, Zhang Yutian. You've brought shame to us Northeasterners. A grown man was forcefully kissed by a woman. Where did your Northeast manly temperament go? Bai Lu watched the scene, feeling both disappointed with He Dandan for giving up her talent for nothing and helpless with Zhang Yutian for hesitating and not taking any initiative. Okay, the atmosphere is here, let me give you a good day song. Chen Yang smiled, clicked to change the song, and then sang good days directly. Little Nian Nian also took the microphone and sang along with Chen Yang. You know what, although the little girl had a baby voice, she sang very beautifully. And Yue looked at the happy father and daughter, and clapped her hands gently while sitting next to Ding Jiaxue. And when she saw Zhang Yutian and He Dandan being so sweet together, her heart was filled with ripples. Because there were children around, and Chen Yang said he would go home the next morning, the group only ordered a box of wine, and some extra juice, fruit platters, barbecue and the like. Li Ruwei and the others gathered together to drink, while Chen Yang held Xiao Nian and in Yue and drank beverages. What are your plans for National Day? When the party was about to end, Chen Yang asked while eating melon seeds. We are planning to go shopping around. I saw the weather forecast saying that the weather in Jiangchang will be okay during the National Day holiday and the temperature will drop. We haven't had a good time shopping during this period. Zhang Yutian and He Dandan said. My school football team has a football match with the neighboring University of Science and Technology. If I go home, it might be the third. Li Ruwei likes to play football and has good skills. After the military training, he joined the school football team and is now a main player. I'm going to go home, said Zhang Jianwu. I want to go home too. Bai Lu raised her hand. There is no need to talk about Ding Jiaxue. She is a local of Jiangcheng and it is only 2 subway stops for her to go home. Then everyone, whether you are going home or not, please be safe. We will get together again after the holiday, Chen Yang said with a smile. Okay. Then let's retreat. I think Nian Nian is about to fall asleep. He Dandan looked at Chen Nian who was dozing in Yue's arms and suggested. Okay, let's retreat. I wish Tiana a happy birthday in advance. Thank you, brothers. Why, you only thank your brothers but not your sisters? Ding Jiaxue took Yue's arm and said with a smile. Okay, thank you sisters too. Zhang Yutian smiled bitterly, then bowed with both hands and begged for mercy. Let's go. So, the group left the KTV. Chen Yang and Yue did not drink. Li Ruwei and the other 6 drank a box of wine, which means 2 bottles per person on average. Even if they had absorbed enough alcohol and went to the traffic police to blow the whistle, they would not meet the drunk driving standard. So Chen Yang and Yue did not care about them. After saying goodbye, they went to the parking lot. On the way, Chen Yang took Chen Nian from Yue's arms, and the little girl fell asleep on Chen Yang's shoulder. Yue has a high-speed train at 8:05 tomorrow morning, so she packed her luggage this afternoon and put all her things in the trunk of the car. Going down to the basement, Chen Yang stood in the elevator holding Nian Nian and Yue. He took out his mobile phone, clicked on parking and designated driver, and waited for the car to pick him up. While waiting for the bus, he turned to look at Yue and found that the girl seemed a little worried at the moment, with her head down, not knowing what she was thinking. What's wrong? I'm going home soon, can't bear to leave me? Chen Yang looked at Yue and asked jokingly with a smile. However, Chen Yang did not expect that the girl only hesitated for a moment and then nodded slightly. Yue hummed softly, causing Chen Yang's heartbeat to slow down by half a beat. If you admit it directly like this, I will think of bullying you. Chen Yang put his phone in his pocket, reached out and touched Yue's little face, and spoke softly. You can bully me if you want, I won't run away anyway. Yue squinted her eyes and looked at Chen Yang. Every word was like a thin needle piercing Chen Yang's heart. It didn't hurt, but it was an indescribable feeling. For a moment, Chen Yang didn't know how to respond to Yue's words. He felt like a mentally retarded person in front of the girl. This girl's ability to seduce people was simply terrifying. No, who is the prey? Chen Yang thought to himself. While Chen Yang was silent, the car had arrived outside the elevator and started honking and flashing its horn. And Yue took Nian Nian and got on the back seat, and the family of three headed towards their warm little home. After returning home, Chen Nian fell asleep, so the two did not wake her up. The weather was not very hot today, and the girl did not sweat much, so they put her on the bed and let her sleep. The two adults lined up to take a bath because they had to go home the next day. After washing, Chen Yang pulled in Yue to sit on a small stool and used a hairdryer to blow her hair. And Yue sat on a small stool with her back against Chen Yang's legs. She had an urge to go home with Chen Yang, but she knew that she had to go back to see her grandmother and tell her about her love affair. She had to tell her that she had found someone worthy of her trust. After blow-drying her hair, and Yue gently packed Chen Yang's luggage. After Chen Yang sent her to the high-speed train tomorrow morning, he would also drive home. It was more than 1,000 kilometers for both of them to go home. Chen Yang set out at 8 in the morning and it was estimated that he arrived home at 10 o'clock in the evening. Chen Yang sat on the bed, stretched out his hand and let Chen Nian hold one of his fingers, then watched Yue busy herself quietly. He doesn't have many things, and he has some clothes to change into at home, so it's mainly Xiao Nian's clothes. It took about half an hour to clean up, and it was not until 10:30 that Yue finally finished. Your computer and other things, remember to take them with you. You must bring the charger with you, okay? And Yue warned. Good. Chen Yang nodded and looked at her, his eyes gradually becoming gentle. Chapter 50. I like you very much. Why are you looking at me like that? Reaching out to wipe the sweat from her forehead, and Yue lowered her head slightly and asked shyly. You look good. Chen Yang raised a smile, walked up to her, pulled her out of the bedroom, came to the living room, and closed the door of the master bedroom. And Yue was brought to the living room by Chen Yang, and she hid behind Chen Yang, not letting Chen Yang notice the joy in her eyes. By the time Chen Yang looked at her, she had already lowered her head and was acting like an ostrich again. Are you sleepy? The air conditioner in the living room was blowing hard, blowing away the last of the summer heat in Zhangchang. Shen Yan leaned against the back of the sofa, turned to look at Yue, and asked with a smile. I'm sleepy, but I want to see you more. And Yue launched another straight attack, catching Chen Yang off guard again. Shen Yang stared at the girl without blinking, bared his teeth, then reached out and clamped the girl's face, using a little force to change the shape of the girl's flawless face. And Yue, tell me the truth, have you been secretly reading any dating guides? Chen Yang asked seriously. I was just looking at it on my phone. They all say that you should be straightforward when talking to boys and don't make them guess. And Yue avoided looking into Chen Yang's eyes and spoke vaguely. Do you know that you are committing a foul by doing this? Now you have taken the initiative and I have become the prey. How can I do this? Chen Yang let go of the girl's face, poked her plump face with his fingers, and said. If it's you, I'm willing to take the initiative. I don't know if it's because they are about to part, or if Yue has really overcome her fear, or if Dandan and Zhang Yutian being together has stimulated her, but she is particularly proactive tonight. From reluctant to let go in the beginning, to won't run away, to take a closer look, and now willing to take the initiative, Chen Yang felt as if he had unknowingly fallen into the love net woven for him by the girl. What did you say? Chen Yang wondered if he had heard it wrong. This silly girl actually said so many things that were inconsistent with her personality today. I'm afraid that if I don't take the initiative, I will lose you. I can't bear to leave you. I like you, I really like you very much. And Yue turned her head and looked at Chen Yang's eyes with her big watery eyes without blinking. After saying this, and Yue's face turned red from the half of her ear that was exposed from her temples to her fair neck, and even to her two lotus root-like arms that were exposed. The girl's lips trembled slightly, as if she had used up all her courage. She didn't know what was wrong. Maybe it was because they would not see each other for several days, or maybe it was because she had liked Chen Yang so much. At this moment, the girl overcame her fear, overcame her long-standing inferiority complex, and expressed her feelings openly. Chen Yang looked at Yue in front of him, and his throat seemed to be choked by something. It was touching, unexpected, and an indescribable happiness. Chen Yang, you. And Yue looked at Chen Yang, biting her lower lip lightly, as if waiting for the final judgment. Wait for me. Wait for me 3 minutes. After Chen Yang finished speaking, he grabbed his cell phone and keys and rushed out. And Yue looked at Chen Yang's back as he disappeared at the door, was stunned for a moment, then smiled slightly, and sat quietly on the sofa waiting. She was not afraid of scaring Chen Yang away. After all, Nian Nian was still sleeping in the room. She was now wondering where Chen Yang was going. Unfortunately, her little head filled with love was unable to think rationally. After Chen Yang went out, he didn't wait for the elevator at all. He walked downstairs along the stairs in less than a minute, then jumped into the car, took out a box from a small storage box on the left side of the driver's seat, turned around and ran directly upstairs. Chen Yang went upstairs faster than he went downstairs. It only took him 2.5 minutes to stand at the door. He looked at Yue sitting on the sofa without blushing or panting. Breathe. Chen Yang took a deep breath, then walked up to Yue with his hands behind his back. Nun. I like you too, I like you very much. From the first moment I saw you, I was sure of you. So, will you be my girlfriend? As Chen Yang spoke, he took out the box that he had prepared before the military training from behind him and prepared to kneel on one knee. Don't! And Yue hurriedly grabbed Chen Yang's arm to prevent him from kneeling down. Men are the heaven to women. How can the heaven kneel to the earth? And Yue looked at Chen Yang stubbornly and said, Then, are you willing? Chen Yang did not argue with the stubborn girl, but opened the box, revealing an exquisite gold ring inside. You just went downstairs to buy this? Looking at the ring in the box, and Yue said with a silly look on her face. Are you stupid? How can I run from home to the gold shop and buy this in 3 minutes? Do you think I'm Superman? Chen Yang rolled his eyes. This silly girl was really cute in her silly way sometimes. So, did you buy this in advance? Only then did Yue react. Chen Yang nodded. When did you buy it? And Yue asked. Before the military training. Chen Yang said with a smile. So, are you willing? Chen Yang took out the ring and looked at Yue. I do. I'm really, really willing. As if she was afraid that Chen Yang would not believe her, and Yue even reached out to grab the ring and put it on herself. Be good, I'll put it on for you. Chen Yang held the box between his little finger and palm, then grabbed Yue's left hand and spoke softly. And Yue nodded, staring at Chen Yang with her big watery eyes, not willing to blink. It was not until Chen Yang put the ring on the middle finger of her left hand that she woke up from her dream. I am really together with Chen Yang. I've been feeling really good lately, I can hardly wear my ring anymore. Chen Yang looked at the ring that was worn somewhat tightly on the middle finger of Yue's left hand and said with a smile. Then change the finger and wear it. And Yue said softly. Change your finger? Chen Yang was stunned for a moment. The ring finger represents marriage, and the index finger represents unmarried, and also represents courtship. It can be worn. When he bought the ring before, he bought it according to Yue's middle finger of left hand, but Chen Yang has been feeding the girl too well during this period. Although her figure is still so well proportioned, her originally skinny fingers have grown some flesh now. And Yue looked at Chen Yang with a smile, took off the ring with some effort, and then put it on her ring finger. Silly girl, the ring finger on your left hand represents being married, so you should wear it on your index finger. Chen Yang reached out and grabbed her hand, wanting to change her finger to wear it. But Yue used her right hand to protect her left hand, and then looked at Chen Yang shyly. Anyway, I will marry you sooner or later, so it doesn't matter which finger I wear it on. Chapter 51 Chen Yang, you are Nian Nian's biological mother. And Yue, your attack power tonight is quite strong. Chen Yang couldn't remember how many times Yue had seduced him tonight, but it was just hard to describe. And Yue twisted the ring on her left hand with her right hand, lowered her head and said nothing, pretending to be an ostrich. Looking at the silly girl, Chen Yang smiled, reached out and held her in his arms. And Yue's delicate body trembled violently, and then she lay quietly on Chen Yang's shoulder. She had been looking forward to this moment for a long, long time. A shoulder for her to lean on, an embrace that makes her feel comfortable, a moment where she doesn't have to think about anything and can just enjoy her own happiness. And Yue was sure that she was happy at this moment. She didn't know if there was anyone in the world who was happier than herself at this moment, but she must be the happiest. Even Chen Yang could not compare to her. Chen Yang gently placed his hand on Yue's back and patted her subconsciously. The body of the girl in his arms was soft and a little thin. He could smell the fragrance of shampoo and shower gel at the tip of his nose, as well as a smell that he couldn't describe. Chen Yang. and Yue called softly. Yeah. Chen Yang nodded. Chen Yang. And Yue shouted again. Yeah. Chen Yang responded in a slightly louder voice. Chen Yang? And Yue called out with a hint of playfulness. I'm here. Chen Yang responded, imitating Xiao Ai's voice. Chen Yang, I like you so much. And Yue whispered while lying on Chen Yang's shoulder. I like you too. Chen Yang responded to Yue's confession tirelessly. Hearing Chen Yang's response in her ear, and Yue raised her head and looked at Chen Yang's face, revealing a smile that captivated everyone. Chen Yang swore that this was definitely the most beautiful smile he had ever seen since he could remember. Perhaps only the smile that his parents showed when they saw him for the first time after giving birth to him could surpass Yue's smile at this moment, but Chen Yang could not see it and could not remember it at that time. You told me before that you wanted to hear about my past. I'll tell you now, okay? And Yue looked at Chen Yang infatuatedly and said. Well, I told you I'd be a good listener. Chen Yang nodded. After you listen to this, don't dislike me. And Yue pouted. No. Chen Yang shook his head. And Yue smiled and let go of Chen Yang. They walked to the sofa and sat down. And Yue lifted her two slender white legs and placed them behind her buttocks. She sat sideways and looked at Chen Yang, while Chen Yang sat cross-legged. The two of them faced each other. Then, Yue began to talk about her past. My earliest memory is of a cap badge. After I grew up and saw the scene on TV, I realized that it was the cap badge of the PLA uncles. That cap badge is my only memory of the earthquake. Later, my grandmother told me that my parents died to protect me, but I don't even know what they look like. I've only seen half of my mother's face in half a photo. I really want them to come and see me in my dreams, but I don't even know what they look like. Every time I dream, I only see half of my mother's face and my father's face that seems to be blurred. And Yue was sometimes depressed and sometimes excited, but her voice was controlled within a small range. Father and mother-in-law, they must love you very much. Chen Yang reached out and grabbed Yue's hand and spoke softly. They love me very much, they love me with their lives. I know that I don't have to envy other students who have parents to pick them up, parents to attend parent-teacher conferences, and parents to take them out to play on weekends. But I can't help it, Chen Yang. You know, every time I see other classmates' parents coming to pick them up, or see a family of 3 on the streets of town visiting the earthquake memorial, I'm so envious, so envious, so envious. At that time, I even wondered why they risked their lives to save me, why they didn't take me with them, why they left me alone with my grandma. Looking at Yue, who was a little excited, Chen Yang leaned over and gently held Yue in his arms. After taking a few breaths of young energy in Chen Yang's arms, Yue's emotions quickly stabilized. As I grew up, I gradually figured it out. I am the only continuation of their lives in this world, and the only proof that they once existed in this world. So, I must live well and work hard to live. Whether it's for them, for grandma, or for myself, I must work hard to live a better life. When I was in elementary and middle school, my classmates would often laugh at me for not having parents and use my name to make fun of me. At that time, I even complained about why they gave me such a name that would be misunderstood and laughed at. But after entering high school, I figured it out. My name was given to me by my parents who loved me the most. So what if they laughed at me? It's just that my personality and social anxiety were already deeply rooted at that time. Even if no classmates laughed at me in high school, I had no intention of socializing with others. My grandmother was very worried at that time. She asked me how I would live in this condition. When Yue said this, she raised her head and looked at Chen Yang with a smile on her face. Chen Yang touched her head and it felt smooth. After entering high school, I started to study hard. When my grandmother found out that I was admitted to Jiangnan University, she took me to my parents' grave, crying and laughing. It's not a grave, it's just a tombstone, it's empty inside. During the summer vacation, I went to the restaurant in town to wash dishes and pick up packages, then came to school, and then, I met you. You know what happened next. And Yue recounted everything that had happened to her in a light-hearted manner. She didn't tell me any details about the hardship she had experienced, but Chen Yang could imagine how a child who had no parents, or even lost her parents before she was weaned, grew up without any abnormalities. All the suffering you have experienced has now become your motivation to move forward. Unknown. After listening to your story, I only saw a girl who overcame difficulties and worked hard to move forward, but I didn't see a little girl who was knocked down by suffering and could not get up. I'm so proud of you. Chun Yang looked at In Yue and said seriously. Thanks. Thank you for your recognition. I'm really afraid that you will look down on my past and look down on me for not having parents. And Yue hugged Chun Yang and spoke softly. How could I dislike you? I feel sorry for you so much. Chen Yang patted In Yue's back and comforted her. Chen Yang. After enjoying Chen Yang's embrace for a few seconds, In Yue raised her head and looked at Chen Yang again. What's wrong? Chen Yang looked down at her. I told you my story, so, can you tell me your story? For example, Nian Nian's mother. And Yue bit her lower lip lightly and spoke cautiously. Chen Yang reached out and touched her head. I was planning to tell you about this recently, but I was afraid you wouldn't be able to accept it. Although it sounds a little unbelievable, you may not believe it yourself. But I'm going to tell you this. You are indeed Nian Nian's biological mother. Looking at In Yue, Chen Yang said as he asked the system to remove the modification of In Yue's thoughts. Chapter 52 Nian Nian, Mom and Dad, can you sleep with me? I am Nian Nian's biological mother? How is this possible? Although In Yue had thought that she and Chen Yang would have a baby as cute as Nian Nian in the future, that was in the future, not now. In the past 6 or 7 years, is she sure that she has never left Yingxiu Town and has never come into contact with any boys? Moreover, due to malnutrition, I had my first period at the age of 13. When I was 11 or 12, I had no ability to have children. She is from the future. But she is indeed our biological daughter. Chen Yang looked at In Yue and told her the secret. As for whether electronic devices would eavesdrop and then be known to other people, Chen Yang was not worried at all. Before I had the system, I was timid and submissive, fearing that my daughter would be kidnapped. After I had the system, if I was still timid and submissive, then wouldn't the system have bound me in vain? The host is right. The system voice was quite excited. The future? The future? And Yue looked at Chen Yang with a look of shock. Here's what happened. Chen Yang briefly told In Yue about his first meeting with Nian Nian. But In Yue felt like she was in a dream. Even after Chen Yang finished speaking, she still felt dizzy. So, there's nothing to worry about, Mom. I am Nian Nian's biological mother. Nian Nian is my biological daughter? After listening to this, In Yue suddenly looked at Chen Yang with excitement. That's right. Nian Nian is our biological daughter, the kind that we love so dearly. Chen Yang nodded. I woo. After In Yue nodded twice, she suddenly burst into tears. What's wrong? Why are you crying all of a sudden? Chen Yang touched In Yue's hair and hurriedly comforted her. I always thought that you had another woman before me, and gave birth to Nian Nian. I always feel that I am not the only one for you. Although I don't mind, but I've always been so conflicted. Now it's finally okay. I am your only one, and you are my only one, woo. It turns out this is what In Yue cares about. Alright, stop crying. It's my fault for not telling you right away. Chen Yang patted In Yue on the back and continued to comfort her. After 2.5 minutes, In Yue finally calmed down. Okay, there's no need to worry about it anymore. Let's raise Nian Nian together and let her live a peaceful life in this era, Chen Yang said. And Yue nodded heavily. If she had only put herself into the role of a mother before, then from now on, she really regarded herself as a mother. Dad. Mother. What are you doing? Why don't you sleep? Just as the two were hugging each other, a soft and tender voice suddenly came from behind them. Mom and Dad are back together. Are you happy, Nian Nian? Chen Yang looked at the little girl who was only wearing shorts and a vest, with her hair loose, and looked at them while rubbing her eyes sleepily, and said with a smile. Really? Little Nian Nian woke up almost instantly. Her big eyes, which had been squinting just now, opened like a bell in an instant, and her whole body revealed a happy expression. It must be true. Look, Mom and Dad are hugging each other. Chen Yang said with a smile. Yeah. That's great. Dad, you're awesome. Chen Yan ran between the two of them in her little slippers, looking extremely happy. Then, Mom and Dad, can you sleep with Nian Nian tonight? Chen Yan raised his head and looked at the two of them with hopeful eyes. None. Chen Yang threw this question to In Yue. No problem, Mom and Dad will sleep with you. And Yue touched Chen Yan'an's little head generously and said, "Yeah." Little Nian Nian was so happy that she climbed onto the sofa, kissed Chen Yang and Yue on the face, then slipped down from the sofa, went to the second bedroom to eat, and ran to the master bedroom holding Chen Yang's pillow and quilt. And Yue stood up with a smile to help Shan Yan, while Chen Yang looked at Yue's back with a conflicted look on his face. This girl, has she been lusting after my body for a long time? That night, Yue slept very comfortably, and all her worries were solved at once. Although I will be separated from Chen Yang for a short time tomorrow, what does it matter? The two of us were destined to be together, and we would have an adorable daughter in the future. In Yue's view, all of this is something very, very worth being happy about. As for the matter of two people sleeping in one bed, not to mention that there was Chen Yan'an in between, even if there were only two of them, Yue would not refuse. Half a month ago, she would no longer refuse Chen Yang. At 6:30 in the morning, Chen Yang and Yue were awakened by the alarm clock. Although Yue slept well, she slept too little, so she was still a little groggy. How about I go to the high-speed rail station by myself, and you and Nian Nian can sleep for a while, and then get up at 8 o'clock and set off? Looking at Chen Yang picking clothes from the closet, Yue said with heartache. Don't worry, I'm in good spirits. Chen Yang smiled, not looking sleepy at all. Well, take a break at noon. Yue looked at Chen Yang and warned. Chen Yang nodded, then went to wash up and pack up his computer. Yue also quickly woke up Chen Yan'an. After the mother and daughter finished washing up, Yue changed her daughter's clothes and tied her hair. At exactly 7 o'clock, the three of them went downstairs, bought some steamed dumplings at the breakfast shop at the door, and had a simple meal in the car. Chen Yang ate while driving towards the high-speed rail station. After Yue finished eating, Chen Yang took out a mobile phone from the storage box beside his right leg and handed it to Yue behind him. Here, take it. What? Yue was giving instructions to Shan Yan when she suddenly saw the box handed over by Chen Yang. New phone. Chen Yang said without turning his head, well, the main reason is that looking back is illegal. Otherwise, with the assisted driving capabilities of the Wenjie M9, looking back for a few seconds is not a problem. I already have a cell phone, you don't have to give me a new one. Yue waved her hands hurriedly. Be good and take it. Your phone is 5 years old. I'm afraid your phone will run out of battery while you're on the road. I won't be able to find my wife, and Nian Nian won't be able to find her mother. Chen Yang said jokingly. No. It's not that serious. Yue muttered. Here, you have to learn to change your role. Chen Yang has something in mind. Yue understood instantly. Now, she is not just Chen Yang's girlfriend, but also Nian Nian's mother and Chen Yang's future wife. Then, I'll take it. Yue said in a low voice. Here. Chen Yang smiled and then concentrated on driving. At 7:19, Chen Yang parked the car in the parking lot of the high-speed railway station. After passing the security check together, Chen Yang and Chen Yan'an took Yue to the ticket gate and began to wait. When you get to Chengdu, give me a video call. Chen Yang touched Yue's hair and spoke softly. Yeah. Yue nodded. During your lunch break, give me a video call as well. Chen Yang also nodded. Soon, the time came to 7:40. As people were returning home for the National Day holiday, the high-speed rail had a large passenger flow. Ticket checking was originally scheduled to start 15 minutes in advance, but today it was started 20 minutes earlier. Nian Nian, say goodbye to your mother. Chen Yang picked up Chen Yan'an. Goodbye, Mom. Nian Nian will miss you. Chen Yan'an looked at Yue obediently. Mom will miss you too, Nian Nian. Yue really couldn't bear to part with Chen Yang and his daughter. Yan'an, goodbye. Chen Yang looked at Yue and felt even more reluctant to leave. Drive safely. I'm going to miss you. Yue looked at Chen Yang and bit her lips slightly. I'll miss you too. Chen Yang nodded. Chen Yang held Chen Yan'an and stood beside the queue, and accompanied Yue to the ticket gate. Only after he could no longer see Yue's back did he hold Chen Yan'an and leave the high-speed rail station. Nian Nian. Let's go home. Go home. Chapter 53 Mom and Dad's Little Angel. Yue found her seat, carrying her suitcase. She turned to look out the window, imagining the direction where Chen Yang and Nian Nian were, and cast a gentle look in their direction. Sitting in the spacious first-class chair, she felt that everything was a bit like a dream. Last night, in just over an hour, what happened seemed a little unreal. It was not until the high-speed train started that she looked at the brand new mobile phone in her hand and the beautiful ring on her finger that she realized all this was not a dream. While in the waiting hall, Chen Yang had already replaced the two mobile phones and was now transferring data. There aren't too many things in Yue's phone. Usually when we change phones, the WeChat and QQ chat records take up the most memory, but on hers, they take up the least. Within 2 minutes of departure, Yue had completed the phone change. She began to enter fingerprints and 3D facial recognition as she had done before when she played with Chen Yang's phone. After finishing everything, Yue carefully put her old cell phone into her school bag. This old phone was given to her when she was working during the summer vacation. The owner of the store saw that she was still using a feature phone and it was inconvenient to contact her without WeChat, so he gave her his old phone. From childhood to adulthood, apart from those stupid little kids in her class who laughed at her for not having parents in her name, she had not encountered much maliciousness. Most of the survivors in Yingxiu town have been dependent on each other since that year. Kindness between people is actually the norm in this society. Opening WeChat on her new phone, Yue sent a message to Chen Yang, telling him that the bus had already left, and then once again reminded him to drive carefully. National Day coincides with the Mid-Autumn Festival, and during the 8-day holiday, there are too many people traveling or returning home. Chen Yang waited in line for 5 minutes at the Jiangqing North Expressway exit before he could get on the expressway, and this was with ETC. At this time, Nian was sitting in the back row, lying on the extremely comfortable zero-gravity seat, watching cartoons, feeling so comfortable. The little girl seemed to enjoy the process very much. She would sit up from time to time to look at the scenery on both sides, and then lie down again to continue watching cartoons. Because he was driving his precious daughter, Chen Yang drove with full concentration even though he trusted the assisted driving of the M9. He possesses peak human physical fitness and reaction abilities that surpass those of top racing drivers. Although Chen Yang has only driven on the highway twice, and both were highways in the northwest with low traffic volume, Chen Yang's current driving skills are not much worse than those of experienced drivers with 3 to 5 years of experience. After walking for about 2 hours, Chen Yan fell asleep in the back seat. Chen Yang continued driving without stopping until 12:30, when he stopped at the Wudong Mountain Service Area. During the National Day holiday, don't even think about charging stations. Chen Yang plans to fill up the tank when he leaves later. Compared to pure electric vehicles, the only convenience of extended range vehicles is this. I woke up the little girl, took her to the service area to eat something, and then took her to the toilet. Chen Yang, who was standing at the toilet door waiting for Nian, was full of random thoughts. Something like Nian was kidnapped by human traffickers in the toilet, or she slipped in the toilet. In short, it was very confusing. From the time Nian went in to the time she came out, Chen Yang saw that everyone who came out of the women's restroom looked like a human trafficker, all neurotic. People coming out of the ladies' room looked at Chen Yang's nervous look. The younger ones thought that this handsome guy was a little bit crazy, and only those who were older and had children and became mothers would smile knowingly. Finally, after 5 minutes, Chen Yan came out of the bathroom, shaking his wet little hands. The moment he saw Chen Yang, he ran over and threw himself into Chen Yang's arms. Chen Yang's heart finally settled down. However, the little girl hugged Chen Yang, rolled her big eyes, and then rubbed her wet little hands on Chen Yang's clothes. Hey! Girl, why don't you rub it on your clothes? Chen Yang hurriedly grabbed Nian's 2 little hands and rubbed them hard on her face. He. Dad, I was wrong. No. The father and daughter were playing happily, skipping all the way to the car. Dad, give me your phone. I want to video call Mom. After getting in the car, Xiao Nian stretched out her hand to Chen Yang. Give. Chen Yang handed the phone to Chen Yan. The little girl quickly unlocked the phone and called in Yue. Mom! Nian looked at Yue, who was a little dazed on the phone, and called out very cutely. Yan. And Yue woke up instantly when she heard Chen Yan's voice. She adjusted her sitting position slightly and looked at Yue with a smile. Mom, I want to complain to you. Just now, when I came out of the toilet and washed my hands, Dad pulled my hands and wiped them on my clothes. Chen Yan glanced at Chen Yang cunningly, and then complained to Yue. And don't listen to this girl's nonsense. It was obviously her who wiped her wet hands on me first. Chen Yang said, turning around and pinching the little girl's face. You stinky girl, you're trying to turn the tables, right? I'll spank you when I get home tonight. Chen Yan immediately admitted his mistake and then pitifully grabbed Chen Yang's arm. Dad, I was wrong, please don't spank me, okay? When Chen Yang heard the little girl's cute voice, his anger instantly subsided. However, in order to educate the child, he deliberately put on a stern face, "Let your mother judge whether you should be spanked or not." On the other side of the phone, and Yue listened to the father and daughter making a fuss, with a smile on her face that was harder to suppress than AK. When she heard Chen Yang cue her, and Yue looked at Nian Nian on the other side of the screen seriously, "Nian Nian, do you think you did the right thing?" And Yue gave the choice to the little girl. I just want to make mom and dad happy. It must be very tiring for dad to drive. If he is thinking about Nian Nian bullying him, he won't be sleepy while driving. Chen Yanin said in a low voice with a pout. When Chen Yang and Yue heard the little girl say this, they were stunned for a moment. Chen Yang even reached out and pulled Chen Yanin from the back seat into his arms, placed the phone on the center console, and pinched Chen Yanin's little face. "Nian Nian, you are truly a little angel sent by God to mom and dad." Chen Yang was really touched. This little girl, just as she had said before, loved him a little more than he loved her. Then Nian Nian doesn't need to be spanked anymore. Chen Yanin chuckled. "We still have to fight. But I love you." Chen Yang reached out and gently patted the little girl's butt, causing Chen Yanin to giggle. And Yue also smiled happily. She had been feeling a little uncomfortable before because of being separated from the father and daughter, but now after hearing their voices, she felt fine instantly. After placing Chen Yan in the passenger seat, Chen Yang talked to Yue on the phone for about 10 minutes, then hung up the phone and continued on his way. Chapter 54 Nian Nian, Grandpa and Grandma, I'm back. If there is no traffic jam on the highway during the National Day holiday when traveling long distances, it would definitely be abnormal. The only question is whether the traffic jam is big or small. Perhaps it was Xiao Nian that brought Chen Yang luck, as he only encountered two small-scale traffic jams along the way, one lasting 10 minutes and another lasting half an hour. The luckiest time was when they were about to enter Shijing after passing the Qinling Mountains. Chen Yang just ran past a group of cars in front of him when the cars behind him were blocked by traffic police. The rest is smooth sailing. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, Chen Yang returned to his small county town. We're home. Looking at the four big words Jiajinyu mansion above the entrance of the community, Chen Yanin clapped his hands happily. Here, send a message to mom, dad, to stop the car. Chen Yang handed the phone to Chen Yanin in the back row and said with a smile. Okay. Chen Yanin took out his cell phone and sent a voice message to Yue, who had already arrived home. Chen Yang drove the car directly to the door of the community's underground garage. System. Receive. As the railing slowly rose, Chen Yang smiled slightly, then drove the car to the underground garage, found his own parking space and parked it. The parking space was bought when the family bought the house in 21 years. It is a parent-child parking space. When Chen Yang parked his car forward, he blocked his father's car inside. At this time, Chen Yanin had already reported to Yue, and Yue was a little worried about how Chen Yang would explain Yanin's affairs to his family. At this time, Chen Yang was also worried about this matter. It was quite shocking for my son to bring home a granddaughter when he went to college, let alone bring home a son for his parents' sake. Still a 6-year-old adorable baby. This is simply trampling on my parents' values. However, we are already home. We can't sleep in a hotel tonight, right? While Chen Yang was struggling, Xiao Nian had already jumped down, hugging Chen Yang's school bag and her own school bag. Dad, open the trunk door, we haven't taken our big box yet. Looking at the dazed Chen Yanin raised his head and said with a smile. You go stand in the back and just lift your feet and the trunk will open. Chen Yang walked over with a smile, then held Nian in his arms and used her little feet to open the trunk, then took out the box containing their clothes. Pulling the box towards the elevator, Chen Yang reached out and touched Nian's head, and received a sweet smile from Nian in response. Nian. For some weird reasons, your grandparents might be shocked when they see you later, but they won't disown you. Don't be scared, okay? Chen Yang looked at his precious daughter and suddenly felt that he should have told his parents in advance. Now he suddenly brought Nian back. What if his parents scared Nian? Just like, Mom, before, right? Xiao Nian asked. Chen Yang nodded. It's okay. Nian is so cute, Grandpa and Grandma will definitely like me. The little girl started bragging about her products like Wangpa selling melons. That's right, my Nian is so cute, Grandpa and Grandma will definitely like her. Chen Yang was also infected by the little girl's confidence. He then took Nian Nian to the elevator entrance and pressed the elevator button. Building 4, Unit 2, 301. Li Ru and her family of 3 were now thinking about whether they should call Chen Yang to ask if he had returned, but they were afraid of disturbing him as he was dating his girlfriend. Mom, isn't my brother going home for the holidays? Chen Min sat on the carpet watching TV, looked up at her parents and asked. I don't know. If brother doesn't come back, how about we take you to find him? Li Ru said with a smile. Yes, yes. Chen Min clapped his hands happily. At this moment, the smart door lock suddenly made a click sound, and then the voice of welcome home sounded on the smart speaker. Li Ru and the other 2 looked towards the door happily, but they heard a voice that confused and shocked them. Grandpa and Grandma, we are back. What caught my eye was a delicate and pretty girl who seemed to be about the same age as Chen Min. Some of her features were very similar to Chen Min's, but she looked more like Chen Yang. After all, Chen Yang was raised by Li Ru with great difficulty. Dad, Mom, Chen Min, I'm back. Chen Yang walked in carrying a box and looked at his parents and sister somewhat embarrassedly. As for Chen Yanin, Chen Yang had given her a heads up in advance and she knew that her grandparents would be shocked, so she stood in front of Chen Yang obediently carrying her little school bag. She was so adorable. Know this. After Li Ru came to her senses, she stepped off the carpet to put on her slippers, but she was so flustered that she put on the wrong slippers. One was hers and the other was Chen Wu's. Introduce me. My daughter, your granddaughter, Chen Min's niece, Chen Yanin, Nian Nian. Chen Yang pointed at Chen Yanin and said with a forced smile. You stole a child and came back? As the son of the police chief, you can't do anything stupid. Chen Wu looked at Chen Yang and said with a frown. Deputy, deputy. Chen Yang looked at his father and said with a smile. Then I am also a section-level cadre. Chen Wu scolded with a smile, saying that there was a regular in front of the word deputy, so he was at the section level. The position of director was also held by the deputy county magistrate, so he was a deputy director. In the economically underdeveloped area in the northwest, Chen Wu retired from the army and became a full-time section chief at the age of 41, which is considered a young cadre. Just be honest. After Chen Wu finished scolding Chen Yang, he was about to continue asking questions, but was stopped by Li Ru. My son just came back. Let's talk after we finish what's going on. Chen Wu was careless and couldn't see the relationship between Chen Yanin and Chen Yang, but Li Ru saw it clearly. Although she didn't know how her beloved son had such a big daughter at the age of 18, she was sure that this was indeed Chen Yang's daughter, not her husband's illegitimate daughter. After all, Chen Wu is a big and strong guy. With his genes, how could he have such a fate? Chen Wu frowned, glared at Chen Yang fiercely, and said nothing more. Nian Nian, right? Come, give Grandma a hug. After scolding her husband, Li Ru turned around, squatted down, looked at Chen Yanin, and smiled with her arms open. Grandmother. Chen Yanin was very friendly with his grandmother. When he saw his grandmother smiling at him, he happily threw himself into Li Ru's arms. Looking at Li Ru, who was only 40 years old, Chen Yanin reached out and touched Li Ru's face, and said with a smile, Grandma, how come you suddenly become so young? You have much less white hair. Li Ru was confused when she heard this. This should be the first time she and Chen Yanin met, but why did the girl say that she had become younger? Because she saw Nian Nian, Grandma was happy, so she became younger. Li Ru said with a smile. Grandpa has become younger too, he doesn't even wear glasses. Chen Yanin said this and then looked at Chen Wu and said with a smile. Grandpa is also happy to see Nian Nian. Although he didn't know why his wife said that, Chen Wu was used to it, so he just followed her. But why is Auntie so short? Dad. Is my aunt sick? Chen Yanin looked at Chen Min, who was a little jealous on the side, then turned to look at Chen Yang and said with a distressed look on his face. This. Chapter 55 Confession. There are many things that Chen Yang can lie to Nian Nian about, but the only thing he can't lie to Chen Min is this. If we just talk about age, Chen Yanin is more than 2 months older than Chen Min, one was born in March and the other in May. Chen Min was only 6 years old at that time. What do you mean? Li Ru and Chen Wu were both confused and didn't quite understand what Chen Yanin was saying. Auntie is not sick. Conan, have you seen it? Auntie took medicine similar to the one Conan took, so she became young again. Chen Yang had no choice but to make up some nonsense. After all, children are in the period of fantasy. Didn't you ever imagine yourself as the armor hero Ultraman when you were a child? Oh, so that's how it is. The little guy had only watched a few episodes of Conan with Chun Yang during this period, so he didn't know that Conan could change back to normal after drinking. If he knew, he might have secretly given Chen Min alcohol. Chen Yang, what are you putting? When Chen Wu heard Chen Yang coaxing his daughter like this, he frowned and was about to scold him, but was stepped on by Li Ru. Ouch! It hurts, it hurts. Wife, what are you doing? Chen Wu looked at Li Ru aggrievedly. If you can't speak, just shut up. No one thinks you're dumb. Li Ru rolled her eyes and cursed. Chen Wu immediately became dispirited. And Chen Yan'an smiled happily. Grandpa is still so afraid of Grandma, haha. Li Ru smiled when she heard this, and reached out to touch Chen Yan'an's little head. That's right, Grandma cured him very well. Chen Yang reached out and rubbed Chen Min's head. These two pig babies were his treasures, his daughter was a treasure, and his sister was also a treasure. Elder brother. Chen Min pouted at Chen Yang in grievance, as if she and Chen Yang were carved from the same mold. Min, be good. Chen Yang reached out and picked her up, then threw her high up. He. Chen Min was instantly happy, while Chen Wu was frightened watching from the side. Mom, please make us something to eat, we haven't eaten yet. Chen Yang turned to look at Li Ru and said with a smile. Okay, old man, come with me and cook. Li Ru smiled and nodded, put Chen Yan'an down, and then dragged Chen Wu to the kitchen. Chen Wu looked at Chen Yang reluctantly, but only got a gesture of encouragement from his son. Aunt. You are as tall as Nian. Chen Yang put Chen Min down as well. Chen Yan'an ran over and compared the heights of the two with his little hands, and said. Is your name Nian? Chen Min looked at Chen Yan'an timidly. She was not as brave as Chen Yan'an. A child of the same age suddenly appeared in the house, and she was not relaxed for a while. Chen Yan'an nodded and stopped crying. Now her grandparents, parents, and grandma all recognized her. Even if her aunt didn't, it would be fine to just play with her. Besides, my aunt looks so cute now. Nian, let's watch TV together. Chen Min seemed to sense Shan Nian's closeness to herself, so she took the initiative to grab her hand and prepared to run onto the carpet. Nian, change your slippers. Chen Yang looked at Chen Yan'an, who was still wearing sneakers, and said with a smile. Okay. Auntie, please wait for me, I'm going to change my slippers. So Chen Yan'an ran to the shoe cabinet and opened the door skillfully. Strange, why are Nian's slippers gone? Chen Yan'an muttered to himself, then found a pair of smaller slippers to change into, ran to the carpet, took off his shoes, ran over and sat on the sofa with Chen Min, and started watching TV. The classic Boonie Bears was playing on TV. The two little girls were watching and discussing the plot. Chen Yang changed his shoes and washed his face, then leaned back on the sofa and took out his cell phone to send a message to Yue. Not long after Yue arrived home, when Chen Yang got off the highway, Yue sent a message saying that she had entered the house. At this moment, she also took a photo of Chen Yang while she was eating. In the kitchen, Chen Wu closed the kitchen door and squatted down to peel garlic while asking, Wife, what's wrong with our son? I want to ask you but you won't let me. Chen Wu really doesn't understand now. Don't ask, don't tell, and don't care for now. Wait until Nian and Min fall asleep at night, then we'll ask them, understand? Li Ru, who was cutting vegetables, turned to look at Chen Wu and said. Okay. Chen Wu nodded helplessly, and continued to peel garlic. In less than half an hour, Li Ru had prepared 2 dishes, one plate of smashed cucumbers and the other one of stir-fried meat with celery. Her efficiency was indeed much higher than Chen Yang's. It would take Chen Yang at least 40 minutes to prepare these 2 dishes. Come on, Nian, son, it's time to eat. Li Ru came out with the dishes and greeted them with a smile. Here it comes. Chen Yang and Chen Yan'an shouted in unison. Chen Yan'an ran to get the chopsticks, but found that the chopstick holder was on the windowsill and he couldn't reach it. Chen Wu smiled, reached out and picked up Chen Yan'an. Chen Yan'an shouted thank you grandpa, which melted the old man's heart. If this is really my granddaughter, I will definitely take her to show off to them. Chen Wu thought so and shook his head. Everything that happened today seemed a little absurd to him. He even wondered if he had fallen asleep. Chen Yan'an sat on the chair and ate heartily while praising her grandmother's cooking, saying that it was better than that of her parents. This made Chen Yang roll his eyes and he said he would complain to her mother. Little Nian quickly begged for mercy, and then changed the topic by saying that the food cooked by mom and dad was only slightly worse than that cooked by grandma, which made Li Ru laugh continuously. After eating and drinking, the two little girls, Chen Yan'an and Shen Min, felt sleepy. However, little Nian Nian had to take a bath today because she didn't take a bath yesterday. So Li Ru took Shen Yan'an to take a bath. When Chen Yan'an was taking a shower, Chen Min was not asleep either, so Chen Wu only asked about some things about Chen Yang in school. Chen Yang told him roughly. When Chen Wu learned that Chen Yang shot 50 rings in shooting and was awarded the military training model, he patted Chen Yang's shoulder with satisfaction. The old man finally heard some good news today. After giving little Nian Nian a bath, Li Ru took Nian Nian to Chen Yang's room, and Chen Yan'an fell asleep almost as soon as he touched the pillow. Li Ru smiled and looked at her lovely granddaughter, then her face darkened. She turned and walked out of Chen Yang's room and closed the door. Chen Min, go back to sleep. Li Ru looked at Chen Min, who was still lying in Chen Yang's arms, with a stern face. Oh. Chen Min timidly kissed Chen Yang on the face, then turned around and ran back to the room and closed the door. Tell me, Nian Nian, what's going on? Li Ru asked with a straight face. Nian Nian traveled here from the future. She is my biological daughter, your granddaughter. Chen Yang confessed the matter honestly. Travel through time? Have you read too many novels, kid? Tell the truth and stop talking nonsense. Chen Wu also said with a stern face. Why would I lie to you? I'm lying to you. Can you give me a raise in living expenses or something? Chen Yang rolled his eyes and said. Nian Nian, did you really travel through time? Isn't it the sin you committed when you were 11 years old? Li Ru asked doubtfully. My favorite when I was 11 was Emperor Man. Chen Yang said speechlessly. But it's hard to convince us like this, son. Chen Wu said with a wry smile. Chapter 56, A Night Talk Among a Family of 3. How about we do a paternity test some other day? Chen Yang said tentatively. Forget it, Nian Nian, that girl, I knew she was my granddaughter the first time I saw her. That feeling of blood connection can't be wrong. You don't know, she and you when you were little were simply cut from the same mold. The nose is most similar to the eyes. Li Ru said with a smile. Now that you mention it, I also think Nian Nian and Chen Yang looked alike when they were children. Chen Wu realized it later. Stop farting. When Chen Yang was born, you were still in the army. I raised Chen Yang with all my heart and soul. Li Ru rolled her eyes and said. Mom. Mom. I just ate, don't make me vomit. Chen Yang said with a twitching mouth. What's wrong? You're in your mother's belly, your poop and pee are all in the amniotic fluid, but you're still eating and drinking like normal? Li Ru looked at Chen Yang and said with a smile. Vomit. Chen Yang started vomiting instantly. Okay, stop being so mean. Let's stop asking about Nian Nian's origins right now. No one is allowed to mention it again. Now tell us, how did you meet Nian Nian? Li Ru asked. So Chen Yang simply told her about what happened when he met Nian Nian on the way to the museum. After listening to Chen Yang's very logical explanation without any loopholes, Chen Wu stretched out his hand and scratched his head. There really are so many strange things in this world. Chen Yang nodded, and then warned his father, Dad, don't tell anyone about this. Chen Wu glared at his son and said, your father, know better than you. Only we know about this. Li Ru nodded. By the way, Nian Nian's mother, is she Wei Wei? Li Ru suddenly asked again. Right. Chen Yang nodded. No. What Vivi? Who is Wei Wei? Chen Wu was confused again. Didn't I tell you? My son's girlfriend. Li Ru said. You didn't even mention it? Chen Wu looked innocent. That means I've finished my work these past few days. As you know, our company needs to arrange holiday work before National Day. Li Ru smiled awkwardly and gave a brief explanation. After finishing speaking, Chen Wu looked at Chen Yang and said, So, you met Nian Nian first, and then you met Nian Nian's mother? Chen Yang nodded. The old couple nodded and began to digest the information they had just received. After a long while, Chen Wu looked at Chen Yang and said, I will go to the company tomorrow to find someone to handle Nian Nian's household registration issue. I will just register her as Min Min's twin sister. What do you think? Chen Yang waved his hand. No need, Dad, I have solved Nian Nian's household registration problem, just wait for me. As he said that, Chen Yang turned around, took his school bag, and pulled out the household registration booklet and Nian Nian's ID card. Father-daughter relationship? Where did you find such a strong connection? Nian Nian's grandpa is the director of the Jiangcheng Public Security Bureau? Looking at the household registration booklet in his hand, Shen Wu had a face full of black question marks. Don't talk nonsense, Wei Wei is an orphan and she only has a grandmother at home. Li Ru rolled her eyes and said, Dad, just think of me as someone who has connections that are more powerful than XXX in the country. Don't ask me about other things. I won't tell you even if you ask me. Okay? Chen Yang would not tell anyone about the existence of the system. He would take the secret to the grave even after his death. Shen Wu continued to be confused. Okay, if my son says you can't ask, then don't ask. So, what are you going to do next? You go to school while taking Nian Nian with you? Li Ru glared at Chen Wu again, then looked at her son and said, I've also found a school for Nian Nian over there. She's in the 1st grade now, just like Chen Min. Chen Yang said. What school? Isn't it some private institution? Chen Wu asked. The first affiliated primary school of Jiangcheng University. What school are you talking about? Chen Yang said. You arranged for Nian Nian to go to such a good school? Why do I feel like I don't recognize you anymore? Nian Nian is a time traveler, are you also a time traveler? Shen Wu looked at Chen Yang and said in shock. Even if I travel through time, I'm still your son. You have nothing to worry about. Chen Yang rolled his eyes. How can you talk to your father without any respect? Shen Wu stretched out his hand to hit him, but Chen Yang quickly dodged and smiled at Chen Wu. Are you living in a rented house over there? Li Ru asked. Chen Yang nodded. Can you two 18-year-olds take good care of Nian Nian? You told me before that Wei Wei is not your girlfriend. So you are the one taking care of Nian Nian by yourself? Li Ru said a lot in one breath. We're already together. Now we both take care of Nian Nian together. And Aunt's cooking skills are second only to you, Mom. Besides, you know my skills in taking care of children. I have watched Chen Min grow up since she was a child. Ask her father if he knows how to change a child's diaper with his hands. Chen Yang said with a smile. Go away, I can still do this little job. Shen Wu rolled his eyes at Chen Yang, then looked at his wife with some guilt. Li Ru ignored Chen Wu and looked at Chen Yang again and asked. Do you have enough money? Rent a house, buy clothes for the kids, feed them. Even if you cook, that's a lot of money for a month. Li Ru looked at her son worriedly. Don't worry, Mom. I make a lot of money writing programs for people online. I made enough money to buy a car before, so I drove back this time. Chen Yang said. Buy a car? What car did you buy? Chen Wu asked doubtfully. Ask the World M9. Chen Yang said. Ask about the M9? The one worth more than 500,000 yuan? Chen Wu instantly became jealous. He had lived for most of his life, and he was still driving the La Vida he bought in 2018, but his son immediately bought an M9? I can lend it to you for a few days during the holidays. Chen Yang said with a smile. My son has made great progress. Li Ru looked at Chen Yang with a smile, now she was finally not worried anymore. Hey. Chen Yang chuckled and said that no matter how wonderful his life was now, he would always be a child who would never grow up in front of his parents. Ah, that's not right. You're on the highway during your internship, right? You definitely didn't put up an internship sign. Come on, the total fine is 400 yuan. Do you want to pay by scanning the QR code or in cash? Chen Wu looked at Chen Yang, smiled and took out his mobile phone to open the payment code. Just deduct it from next month's living expenses, okay? Chen Yang rolled his eyes at his father. This old man was just envious of him for being able to drive an M9 at such a young age, and he was just being jealous. Your living expenses are all given by your mother. Do I dare to ask her for money? Chen Wu rolled his eyes. Then I will pay the fine to the state. What? You are the executive deputy director of the County Public Security Bureau, and you are planning to embezzle my 400 yuan? Chen Yang said with a smile. You little brat, can't you give your father some money to buy cigarettes? The price of Hei Lansao has increased recently, it's 20 per pack. Shen Wu smacked his lips. I suggest you quit, thank you. Chen Yang rolled his eyes, but still secretly transferred 1,000 yuan to Chen Wu. If you transfer less, mom will turn a blind eye. If you transfer too much, it will be easily confiscated. 1,000 yuan is exactly right. Okay, we've said almost everything we need to say. Go to sleep. You've been driving all day. Li Ru looked at the father and son bickering, smiled and shook her head, then stood up and spoke. Okay, let's go to bed. Sleep. Chapter 57. Nian Nian is very happy to see her father, and her father must be very happy to see his own parents. After Chen Yang returned to the room, she found that Xiao Nian Nian was looking at her with her big watery eyes and was not asleep at all. Baby, why are you awake? Shen Yang walked over to Chen Nian and sat down, then he reached out and held the little girl's hand and asked. Shoo? Dad, don't tell Grandma that Nian Nian was pretending to sleep. Nian Nian made a hushing gesture to Chen Yang and spoke in a baby voice. Okay, Dad won't tell Grandma. Chen Yang whispered, nodding to Chen Nianen. After that, Chen Yang asked again, Can Nian Nian tell Dad why you pretended to sleep? Chen Nianen sat up after hearing this, and lay in Chen Yang's arms, whispering in his ear, Nian Nian is very happy to see her parents, and she will have endless things to say. Dad must be very happy to see your parents, too, and he will have endless things to say. Chen Yang was instantly warmed by the little girl. This little girl loved her family with the purest love. I really don't know which young man will get the chance in the future. Thinking of this, Chen Yang wished that the system could give him a yellow hair disappearance spell with a radius of 200 kilometers, and activate it wherever he went. Why is Nian Nian so well behaved? Chen Yang hugged the little girl, kissed her on the face several times, and said, Hee, didn't Nian Nian tell Daddy that I love Daddy the most? Chen Nianen said in a low voice. Chen Yang patted the little girl's back, took off his shoes, got on the bed, rolled around on the bed, and put Nian Nian on his stomach. Shaoyi. I am here. Turn off all the lights. Receive. This house was bought in 21 years and renovated in 22 years, so the home furnishings inside are all Huawei's whole house smart ones. Chen Yang, who was only 15 years old at the time, argued hard and got the living room headlight, which was supposed to be a red 5-pointed star, changed to an OP smart headlight. The TV in the living room was also changed from Changhong to a Huawei smart screen, and the traditional curtains were changed to smart electric curtain machines. He could turn off the lights and curtains by just shouting while lying in bed. It was so convenient. At first, Chen Wu and Li Ru were not quite used to it and thought it was more convenient to use their hands. After they got used to it, they cursed Xiaoyi as a mentally retarded person in the house all day long because this guy was getting more and more accustomed to hearing the dialect, and it took a long time to wake him up by speaking Mandarin. Chen Yang remembered that the original intention of buying this house was because it was conveniently located to Chen Wu's workplace. The County Public Security Bureau is right next to the community. Chen Wu doesn't have to drive to work every day. If he forgets to sign in, he can just stand at the balcony window and shout towards the Public Security Bureau. It is very convenient. Go to sleep, baby. Tomorrow when you wake up, Dad will take you out fishing. Chen Yang put Chen Nian aside, reached out and patted her belly, and said, Okay. That night, Chen Nian slept very comfortably, and Chen Yang also slept soundly. Early the next morning, after Chen Yang got up, Li Ru had already prepared breakfast. When Li Ru saw Chen Yang carrying Chen Nian out of the room, she was stunned for a moment. Then she realized that she was suddenly holding her granddaughter and had become a grandmother. Grandmother. Chen Nian rubbed his eyes sleepily, looked at Li Ru and called out in a baby voice. Hey, Nian Nian, go wash up quickly and have breakfast after that. Li Ru said with a smile. Okay. Let Nian Nian go wash up. Chen Yang went to pee, then went to Chen Min's room and pulled Chen Min up. Brother, let me sleep a little longer. Chen Min pouted and looked at Chen Yang, which was also very cute. Hurry up and get up. Your niece gets up earlier than you. Hurry up and I'll take you fishing. Chen Yang said with a smile. All right. Chen Min lay crouching on the bed reluctantly, and finally got up after hesitating for several minutes. When Chen Yang carried Chen Min out of the room, Chen Wu was standing behind Chen Nianen, watching his precious granddaughter wash up. Dad, isn't there a bathroom in your room? Why did you come out? Chen Yang looked at Chen Wu and asked. I want to see my granddaughter, can't I? Chen Wu rolled his eyes. Okay, Director Chen, you have the final say. Chen Yang rolled his eyes in the same way, which made Chen Min chuckle. Dad and brother, they look alike. Breakfast consists of steamed buns, rice porridge, 3 side dishes, and a boiled egg. The most suitable breakfast for Chinese babies. Dad, are you on duty during the National Day? Chen Yang looked at Chen Wu and asked. Today is a day off. I was on duty yesterday. I will be on duty again on the 8th, unless there is anything serious. I will be free for the next few days. What's going on? Chen Wu said. What I mean is, should our family go on a trip? I went out alone after the college entrance examination, and you two old people haven't had much fun. The farthest place Chen Min has been to since she was a child is the city, and that was when she was born. She has no memory of it. Chen Yang said. Okay, but you just came back yesterday, why don't we go out and play tomorrow? Chen Wu thought about it and said. That's fine, what do you think, Mom? Chen Yan looked at Li Ru. I can do anything. The temperature has dropped recently. As long as you don't go to the mountain city, I think other places are pretty cool. Li Ru obviously also made a strategy. Then come back tonight and let's discuss it. Then we can decide where to go. Chen Yang said. Become. The plan to travel was decided. After eating, before 8 o'clock, Chen Wu insisted on taking Chen Yang to see the car. Li Ru was also very interested and wanted to see what her son's car looked like. So, the family of 5 came to the underground garage. No, how did your car get in? You have to record your information before you can get in, right? Chen Wu looked at Chen Yang. Mountain people have their own clever ideas. Why do you care so much? Put all the fishing furniture in your trunk and mine, and let's go fishing and go back to our hometown in the afternoon. Chen Yang said. Well, if you don't tell me, I won't bother to ask. Here are the keys, move it yourself. As he said that, Chen Wu threw the car key of his La Vida to Chen Yang, and Chen Yang smiled and ran to the trunk to move things. The two little ones, Chen Yanan and Chen Min, happily followed Chen Yang to help move the things. They were too heavy to carry the fishing boxes and other things, so one of them took a bucket and the other took a scoop net. After 2 or 3 trips, Chen Yang moved all of Chen Wu's belongings into his trunk. Get in the car and let me experience Huawei's intelligent driving. Chen Wu smiled, then took his family of 5 to a nearby fishing ground and fished for 2 or 3 hours. Around noon, they returned home. Chen Yang's hometown is in a village about 20 kilometers away from the county seat. After his grandparents passed away 3 years ago, the old house has been basically uninhabited. He only comes back to his hometown during the holidays to get together and talk to some family members. Chen Yanan and Chen Min were very curious about things in the countryside and ran around everywhere. Li Ru followed behind the 2 little girls to prevent them from running around or touching anything. Chen Yang and Chen Wu came to the main house and opened the door they had not entered for more than 2 months. It's quite clean. Chen Yang said. I cleaned it once during the summer vacation. Chen Wu walked towards a photo wall with a smile, pulled a towel from the wash basin rack, and began to wipe the dust off it. Dad, these are all photos of you when you were in the army, right? Chen Yang came to Chen Wu, looked at the photos and said. Well, this photo was taken when I won my first third-class merit. This photo was taken when I graduated from military school. This photo was taken when several comrades were discharged from the army. This one is. Chapter 58, Didn't you rescue your daughter-in-law? This photo was taken in 2008 during the earthquake relief work in Yingchuan. Chen Wu pointed to a photo in the middle and said to Chen Yang. Where do you say? Yingchuan? Chen Yang turned to look at Chen Wu and said with surprise. Yingchuan? To be precise, it's Yingxiu town where the epicenter is. When Chen Wu said this, his face did not look very good. In that earthquake, more than 6,000 people died in Yingxiu town. He vaguely remembered the scene when he rescued a little girl who was less than 1 year old from the rubble. The child's parents protected their daughter with their own bodies. This kind of scene is not unique there. Well. Chen Wu sighed and reached out to continue wiping the glass. Dad, there's something I have to tell you. Chen Yang looked at Chen Wu and put his arm around his shoulders. You say. Chen Wu did not stop, but continued to wipe the glass. Nian Nian's mother is from Yingxiu town. Chen Yang said. What? What did you say? Chen Wu was stunned for a moment, turned around and grabbed Chen Yang's arm, his hands shaking. I mean. Maybe you rescued your daughter-in-law yourself. Chen Yang said with a smile. You are all born in the year of the pig, right? Chen Wu looked at Chen Yang and asked. Um. Chen Yang nodded. Your mother told me last night that she is an orphan? There's only a grandmother at home taking care of her? Chen Wu asked again. Chen Yang continued to nod. Has she ever told you how her parents? Chen Wu felt that there seemed to be something wrong with what he asked, and the words were stuck at his lips. And Anne's parents were indeed killed in that earthquake. She told me that her earliest memory was this cap badge. As Chen Yang spoke, he raised his hand and pointed to one of the photos on the wall. In the photo, Chen Wu was wearing a military cap with a shining badge on his cap. That's right, that's right. Even if it wasn't me who rescued him, it was my comrade in arms who rescued him. Chen Wu nodded excitedly. I remember that I did save a few children, but I have forgotten the details. There was only one little girl who was less than a year old whom I remember very clearly, because her parents protected her under their bodies, and I personally took her out of her parents' arms. Chen Wu sat on the sofa, reached out to take out a black Lancao, lit it, and spoke while smoking. Dad. Let's go to Yingchuan. Go take a look at the places you've been to and see what Yingchuan looks like now, okay? Chen Yang looked at Chen Wu with emotion, and always felt in his heart that the little girl who was protected by her parents and then carried out by Chen Wu was in Yue Wei. After all, I already have a fucking system, so even if this happens a little more coincidentally, it's logical, right? Okay. We have discussed this matter between us, so it's useless even if your mother objects. Chen Wu took a sip of Hei Lanzhao and said in a deep voice. What's the use of my objecting to anything? Just then, Li Ru walked in with a cute baby in each hand. Mom, Dad just told me that she went to Yingchuan to help with the earthquake relief 17 years ago, and she also went to Yingxiu Town. And then, she is from Yingxiu Town. Chen Yang said. No wonder this child has such a hard life. Li Ru instantly felt sorry for Yue Wei. She couldn't help but wonder, if she and Chen Wu died in the earthquake, how would Chen Yang grow up all alone? Especially since his grandparents passed away 3 years ago, how can a 15-year-old boy live without his relatives? Mom, I just discussed with Dad that we should go on a trip tomorrow and go to Yingchuan. If possible, let's stop by Anne's house. Chen Yang said. What are you talking about? If we go there, we must go to Wei Wei's house. Old Chen, let's go back this afternoon. Let's go out and buy some local specialties to bring back tomorrow. Our daughter-in-law has a grandmother. This is our first visit, so we need to be polite. If possible, I'll go there and propose marriage to my son. What do you think? The two little ones did not come in, but wandered around the yard curiously. Li Ru leaned against the head of the Kong, looked at Chen Wu and said. Ah? Are you proposing marriage now? Chen Yang was stunned. You two even have a daughter, and you're planning to let Wei Wei run away without proposing marriage? Be careful or I'll break your legs. Li Ru glared at Chen Yang. Chen Yang pursed his lips and looked at his father. I'm fine. Anyway, Chen Yang's car is big enough to fit it. Chen Wu said. It's settled then. By the way, judging from the expressions on your faces, it seems like you've made more than just a decision, right? There is no better person to know a son than a mother, and no one knows a husband better than a wife. Li Ru has lived with Chen Wu for more than 20 years. To be honest, Li Ru can tell what he is farting just by sticking out his butt. This black Lancao is not just for the purpose of smoking. This kid Chen Yang said that our daughter-in-law was most likely rescued by me personally. Isn't it a coincidence that the only little girl I remember who I rescued really fits what Chen Yang said? She was born in the year of the pig, and her parents died trying to protect her. It feels a bit like it was arranged by fate. As a party member, Chen Wu is destined to have only one belief. However, at this moment, he felt that the fate of his family was a little unpredictable. Oh. You're still complaining. You are so lucky. If Wei Wei was really rescued by you personally, then that's the merit you, Director Chen, have accumulated over several lifetimes. Li Ru rolled her eyes and said. Don't say it, don't say it. If this is true, I can brag about it to my comrades for the rest of my life. Chen Wu said with a smile. That's it. Okay, I'll go clean up and see what I can cook. Let's have a simple meal and then go back to the county town and go shopping. Li Ru said. What are you still eating? Let's go back to the county town. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll treat you guys to a meal. Chen Wu waved his hand, threw the cigarette butt on the ground and stomped it out, then stood up and said. Throw your cigarette butts in the ashtray, or I'll eat you. Li Ru glared at Chen Wu and said. Okay, I'll pick it up, I'll pick it up. Chen Wu was helpless. Even though Director Chen scolds everyone at work, when he gets home, his wife is still the most important. Dad, aren't we having dinner at home? Chen Yan'an, who was having fun in the yard, looked at Chen Yang, who had himself on his left hand and his aunt on his right hand, and asked. Yeah, brother, where are we going now? Chen Min also asked. Grandpa is treating us to a meal today. Let's go back to the county town and have a meal in a restaurant. Chen Yang smiled and touched his forehead to Chen Yan'an, saying with a smile. Yeah. Thank you, Grandpa. Grandpa is so nice. Chen Yan'an shouted at Chen Wu, who was walking in front of him. Hey, Nian Nian is so good. Chen Wu turned around and said to Chen Yan'an with a smile. We. Chen Yan'an smiled, then looked at Chen Min. Both girls were extremely happy. Chapter 59. What is the difference between this and buying insurance for a family flight? Shen Yang did not plan to tell Yu Wei about going to Yingchuan. After all, Shen Yang was not sure about the girl's mind. What if he told her and she disagreed? Wouldn't the plan fail? Of course, Shen Yang also knew that since the girl was so obedient to him, she would definitely not refuse. This arrangement also has the intention of giving her a surprise. It takes about half an hour to drive to the county town. There is a Zhangji Sichuan restaurant at the bottom of Chenyang community. Chenyang's high school graduation banquet was held here and the food tastes pretty good. Hey, Director Chen, how do we arrange this? The boss happened to be in the store today. In a small county town, there are only a few prominent people. People like those who work in the catering industry must know all the county leaders. Seeing Chen Wu, Zhang Hongting hurried forward and took out a cigarette from his pocket as he walked. Chen Wu took the Zhanghua cigarette from Zhang Hongting's hand and put it on his ear, causing Zhang Hongting to be half a beat slower in taking out his lighter. It's better not to smoke in public places. Is there any private room available right now, Boss Zhen? Chen Wu smiled and said to Zhang Hongting. Yes, leader, your criticism is correct. Of course there is a private room. Thanks to Director Chen's care, we have reserved a private room for you. Let's go to the second floor. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongting hurriedly responded to Chen Wu's words, and then took Chen Yang and his family to the second floor. As he walked, Zhang Hongting winked at the store manager, who quickly arranged for 2 waiters to come over and greet him. Just find a small bag, and we can sit together as a family and eat and talk at the same time. Chen Wu said to Zhang Hongting as he walked upstairs, holding Chen Min's hand. Then I'll take you to the tea room. The other private rooms can seat at least 12 people. Zhang Hongting suggested. Just a normal small bag will do, just don't use the same one from last time. Chen Wu waved his hand. Okay. So, Zhang Hongting brought Chen Yang and others to a very elegant box with windows facing the street, and the view was just right at the moment. Boss Zhang, just go and do your work. Let the waiter serve us. Looking at Zhang Hongting busying around pouring tea and turning on the air conditioner, Chen Wu spoke hurriedly. Okay, then I'll go down first. If you have anything, please ask the waiter to call me. Zhang Hongting smiled, nodded, and bowed before leaving the box. Less than 10 seconds after Zhang Hongting left, there was a knock on the door. After getting Chen Wu's permission, the waiter pushed the door open. Chen Wu handed the menu to Chen Yan'an and said with a smile, Nian Nian, order whatever you want to eat. Grandpa will pay for it today. Chen Yan'an sweetly said thank you Grandpa, and then ordered a plate of fried bacon and a plate of fried pork with chili peppers. Fried pork with chili peppers is her favorite, while fried bacon is Chen Wu's favorite. Listening to Chen Yan'an speaking to the waiter in a baby voice, Chen Wu became more certain that Nian Nian was a person who had traveled from the future. You know, even Shen Yang didn't know that he liked to eat fried bacon. Then, Shen Yang and Li Ru each ordered a cold dish and a soup and asked the waiter to prepare them. Old Chen, the owner of Zhangji Sichuan Cuisine, seems to be a little interested in you? Li Ru looked at Chen Wu and said. Those of them who run the catering business must have information about us county leaders. Also, last year, Zhang's Sichuan restaurant was robbed. There happened to be a power outage in the West District at that time. I led a team to solve the case and recover their losses. In July, Chen Yang's graduation banquet was originally scheduled for 680 yuan, but he ordered 880 yuan. This can be considered as returning the favor. Chen Wu said. So that is how it is. Li Ru nodded. Chen Wu had never told her about these things, and she didn't ask. Anyway, over the years, although Chen Wu was not absolutely selfless in his work, he definitely did not accept bribes or abuse his power. It is enough to be true to one's conscience. After dinner, Chen Wu paid the bill and took Li Ru shopping. After spending more than 3,000 yuan to buy some local specialties, Li Ru also ordered some handmade oil cakes and finally returned home. No? How much did you buy? And cigarettes and alcohol? Can Wei Wei's grandmother smoke and drink? Chen Yang, who was in charge of looking after the children at home, felt numb when he saw the things scattered on the floor. Even if Grandma Wei Wei doesn't smoke or drink, doesn't Wei Wei have other relatives? Li Ru glared at Chen Yang. My dear mom, what's the difference between what you are doing and buying insurance for a family flight? That's Ying Chuan. Even if Wei Wei has relatives, how many are left? Chen Yang said helplessly. My mother is following local customs and buying too much. Hiss. Wife, my son is right. Chen Wu said as he changed his shoes and stood there in a daze. What's right? Don't you know that too much courtesy is not a problem? We came to propose marriage, and we only brought a few oil cakes and a few bags of apricot meat. Aren't you afraid of being beaten out? Attitude is the most important thing, you know? It's not the time for us now. You can marry a wife just by carrying a bag of steamed buns. Li Ru rolled her eyes and said. That's true. Chen Yang and Chen Wu did not object anymore. After deciding where to go, Chen Yang and others stopped worrying about it. In the afternoon, Chen Yanan and Chen Min were playing in the living room with Li Ru and Chen Wu, while Chen Yang was working in the room. This time he was going on a long trip and might not have free time, so Chen Yang just used his full speed in the afternoon. At about 5 or 6 o'clock, and Yue Wei sent a message asking what Chen Yang was doing. Chen Yang made the video call with a smile. On the other end of the phone, and Yue Wei was doing CET4 questions in her room. Seeing Chen Yang calling her via video, and Yue Wei subconsciously looked outside, and found that her grandmother was not there, so she answered the call. I work to earn money to support my wife and children. What about you? Chen Yang replied with a smile. You, don't talk nonsense. And Yue Wei blushed immediately after hearing what Chen Yang said. Her little face turned red and she pouted, looking very cute. You are my girlfriend and the mother of my child. Isn't it wrong for me to say this? Chen Yang said with a smile. Yes, that's right. But, you. And Yue Wei didn't know how to respond to Chen Yang's words. She instinctively felt that what Chen Yang said was wrong, but she had no way to refute it. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. What are you doing? Chen Yang smiled and said. I'm doing level 4 questions. And Yue Wei turned the camera over and showed Chen Yang the test paper on the table. We can't sign up for level 4 this semester? I can only register next semester, right? Chen Yang said. Yeah. I don't know. I just saw Jia Jia and the others doing it, so I followed suit. And Yue Wei shook her head in a daze. Then don't tell them yet. They will know when they sign up. Chen Yang said with a wicked smile. Ah. And Yue Wei opened her mouth in daze, somewhat confused about Chen Yang's train of thought. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Chen Yang laughed out loud, his girlfriend was so cute. Nian Nian. Is Nian Nian with you? And Yue Wei looked at Chen Yang and missed him. I asked her to come in. Nian Nian. Nian Nian, Mom is looking for you. Chen Yang shouted loudly. Here I come. The little girl ran in happily, stood behind Chen Yang, and looked at Yue Wei on the phone. Mother. Chapter 60 Go to Yingxiu. Nian Nian. Hearing Chen Yan's sweet voice, Yue Wei felt much more at ease. The family of 3 had just met yesterday, but she missed her child so much. She thought, this must be the love a mother has for her child, right? Mom, what are you doing? The little girl looked at Yue Wei's sweet smile and became very attached to her. Chen Yang reached out and rubbed the little girl's face, then handed her the phone. Chen Yanan sat on the bed with his cell phone and chatted with Yue Wei. Because Chen Yang had told Chen Yanan not to tell Yue Wei that they were going to look for her, Xiao Yanan didn't tell her. The mother and daughter talked for more than 10 minutes. Yue Wei said a few more words to Chen Yang, then hung up the phone reluctantly. Dad, I want to talk to Yu Fei on the phone for a while, is that okay? Watching Chen Yang put away his phone, Chen Yanan suddenly said while hugging Chen Yang's arm. Of course you can. How could your father not agree if Nian Nian talks to her good friend? Chen Yang said with a smile. The two little ones have always had a good relationship. They had said they would play together during the National Day holiday, but in the end one had to go back to his hometown and the other also had to go back to his hometown. So Chen Yang made a video call to Su Meng. On the other end of the phone, Su Meng saw Chen Yang suddenly called her via video and answered the call in confusion. "Chen Yang, what can I do for you?" Su Meng looked at Chen Yang and asked with a smile. "My little baby misses your little baby, so she begged me to call you." Chen Yang said with a smile. "Ha ha, Yufei is the same. She was asking me this morning when she could see Nian Nian. I didn't tell you because I was afraid of disturbing your family reunion." Su Meng said with a smile. "That's a coincidence, isn't it?" Chen Yang smiled, then gave the phone to Chen Yenin. Su Meng also called Yang Yufei. The two children held the phone and chatted until dinner time, then they hung up reluctantly. After dinner, Chen Wu and his friends went to bed early. Chen Yenin didn't sleep at noon today, so after accompanying Chen Yang to work for a while in the evening, his eyelids slumped. By the time Chen Yang noticed it, the little girl had already fallen asleep hugging Chen Yang's pillow. "This girl." Chen Yang smiled, picked up Chen Yenin, put her down, and then covered her with a blanket. "Dad. Baji, Baji. I want ice cream." Chen Yenin smacked his lips, looking so adorable. Chen Yang then remembered that he seemed to have never bought ice cream or anything like that for Chen Yenin in all these years. Children are all greedy cats. Their adults also eat ice cream and drink milk tea, but Chen Yang has never bought them for the little girl. "Dad will buy it for you tomorrow, okay?" Chen Yang coaxed the little girl who was eating ice cream in her dreams. Nian Nian naturally couldn't hear what Chen Yang was saying. She turned around and fell asleep on the quilt. The next day. 6 o'clock. Chen Yenin and Chen Min, who were still sleepy, were woken up by Li Ru. Chen Yenin got up so early for the first time and was still a little reluctant to get into bed. He buried his face in Chen Yang's arms and muttered reluctantly. "Nian Nian, we have to go see Mom today, you can't stay in bed, okay?" Chen Yang patted Chen Yenin on the back and said with a smile. "Okay, I'll get up right away." When the little girl heard that she was going to see her mother, she was so happy that she jumped out of Chen Yang's arms in a flash. "Don't run around, Daddy will help you get dressed." Chen Yang hurriedly pulled the little girl over and put clothes on her. After washing up and having breakfast, Chen Yang's family of 5 got in the car and set off. "Why did you buy a 5-seater? If you bring your partner along, won't there be enough space?" In the passenger seat, Chen Wu looked at Chen Yang and asked. "The big 5-seater looks comfortable. The trunk could hold more." Chen Yang said. "Forget it. If you want to go out with your partner there, you can just rent a car. Anyway, it's very convenient to rent and return cars anywhere in the country now." Chen Wu said this. "All right." Following the navigation, Chen Yang and his party first drove on the provincial road for more than 30 kilometers, then got on the highway near Liangcheng and headed towards Yingxiu town. The total distance from home to Yingxiu town is more than 800 kilometers. 2 people take turns driving. Including toilet breaks in between, we set off at 7 o'clock and should arrive at 5 or 6 in the afternoon. However, this plan cannot keep up with the changes. There are too many people traveling during the holidays, and traffic jams are likely to occur on the roads. There are always some idiots who drive with their butts. Chen Yang and others were stuck in Jianyu for more than 2 hours. However, the two little ones were very happy. When the traffic was stuck in a jam, the two little girls got out of the car and played landlord with a little girl in another car under the central isolation belt, which made Chen Yang laugh. And Yue sent messages at noon and in the afternoon, asking Chen Yang what he was doing today. When Chen Yang was too busy driving back, he asked his mother to help him go back. No one told Yue that they were going to look for her. When Yue learned that Chen Yang's family of 5 were going out for a trip, she was envious but more worried about their safety. She told Chen Yang to take good care of Nian Nian and his family. "Old Chen, why don't you call your 5th uncle and ask him if there's any smoke coming out of the ancestral graves? Where did this kid find such a good partner?" When the woman heard that we were going out to play, she didn't bother Chen Yang, but just told him to take good care of Nian Nian and us. "Oh, I wish I could hug her right now," Li Ru said. "Is it necessary to make the ancestors' graves smoke? This wife was rescued by me personally. He should thank me the most." The road was finally open, and Chen Wu drove the car forward slowly, and spoke to Chen Yang and Li Ru without turning his head. "Dad, if it's really you, I'll give you an M9 on your birthday." Chen Yang looked at Chen Wu and said seriously. Do you keep your word? Chen Wu's eyes lit up instantly. One word of advice. Chen Yang nodded. Son, how about we compromise? You don't have to give me an M9, just buy me an M8. Even if I didn't rescue your wife, we rescued her together. Chen Wu looked at Chen Yang with a smile. Get lost, stop taking advantage of your son. If you want to buy a car, earn your own money. Li Ru glared at Chen Wu. I only get a small salary every month, and I give it all to you. If I want to buy a car worth more than $500,000, I have to take bribes. Chen Wu said with a look of grievance. You dare? If you dare to embezzle, I will send you to jail myself, do you believe it? Well, Li Ru works in the county court. After all these years, have you ever seen me be greedy for even a penny? Really? Chen Wu muttered. Chen Yang and the two kids just smiled and watched them bickering. At 8:30 in the evening, the group arrived at Yingshou town. Since we had booked the room in advance, it wasn't too much trouble. Shall we go now, or tomorrow morning? Chen Yang looked at Li Ru and asked. Call Wei Wei and ask her. If it's convenient, go now. Some of the things in our car will go bad if we leave them there tomorrow. Li Ru said. Okay. Then I'll fight. Chen Yang said, took out his cell phone and called in Yue. Chapter 61 Mom, we're here to find you. In the room, after washing up, and Yue went to bed early. After Yingxiu was rebuilt, and Yue and her grandmother moved to the town. The old house had long since become a ruin, but her grandmother would grow vegetables and crops in the fields near the house and go back to take care of them on weekends or holidays. Although Grandma felt bad about the expenses of living in town, she had become indifferent to it after experiencing life and death and losing her son and daughter-in-law. She sometimes wondered, if her family had stayed in the old house at that time, no one would have come to rescue them until the corpse started to stink. Fortunately, the son and daughter-in-law were doing business in the county town at the time. Although the son and daughter-in-law were killed, the granddaughter was rescued by the People's Liberation Army. Therefore, the old man did not rebuild the house in his hometown, but lived in the town. After reconstruction, Yingshou town is generally dominated by low-rise buildings, and has very good earthquake resistance. Over the years, earthquakes have occurred several times. Although they were not very strong, the elderly were very panicked every time there was an earthquake. Fortunately, they were safe and sound every time. These 2 days, after Yue returned home, she told her grandmother that she had a boyfriend. Grandma didn't object, but just asked Yue to bring Chen Yang to her as soon as possible. She was afraid that if she passed away suddenly one day, Yue would meet the wrong person and have no one to support her. Yue also understood what her grandmother meant. She just smiled at the time, and then secretly wiped away her tears before going to bed at night. The next day she would tell her grandmother that Chen Yang was a very good person, and then she would tell her grandmother what happened at school, describing her experiences with Chen Yang in a subjective and objective way. After listening to it, Grandma also had a general impression of Chen Yang, and told Yue not to tell Chen Yang about the family situation for the time being, so as to avoid his parents' dislike. When Yue heard this, she shrank her neck timidly, because she had already told Chen Yang everything about her family. According to Chen Yang's personality, and with Nian around, he should have already told his family about his affairs. However, Chen Yang's mother shouldn't dislike him, right? But what about Chen Yang's father? Where is Nian's aunt? When Yue thought of this, she felt a little at a loss. When Grandma saw Yue's appearance, she just sighed and could only hope that Chen Yang's family would not dislike them. Seeing her grandmother silent, Yue felt guilty and a little worried. In addition, Chen Yang's family went out for a trip today, so she was a little worried the whole day. At this time, Yue was sitting on the bed, holding her mobile phone and browsing Chen Yang's circle of friends, feeling very nervous. Ding ding dong dong. Suddenly, the cell phone in her hand rang, startling Yue. When she saw that it was a video call from Chen Yang, Yue felt a little embarrassed as if she had been discovered spying on someone else's secret. However, Yue still answered the call quickly. She wanted to know how Chen Yang and the others were doing and whether they arrived safely. Compared to her own mood, she cared more about the safety of Chen Yang and Nian. Wei Wei, what are you doing? Chen Yang sat on the sofa in the hotel and asked Yue, who had her hair loose and no makeup on. I'm playing with my phone on the bed. Are you all safe? Yue pursed her lips and spoke softly. We just arrived. You and Grandma haven't slept yet, right? Chen Yang asked. No, Grandma is watching TV. Although the old man is old, his eyes are very bright and he is neither nearsighted nor farsighted, so he still likes to watch TV series even in his 70s. Well, there is something I want to tell you, don't be afraid. Chen Yang nodded when he heard it, and after considering his words, he spoke to An Yue carefully. Well, what? An Yue felt distressed when she heard this, fearing that Chen Yang would tell others that his father did not agree with them. If it were any other time, An Yue would definitely not have such wild thoughts, but it was different these past 2 days. Her grandmother's silence, coupled with her own wild thoughts, made the girl very conflicted. Chen Yang didn't notice that the girl was too nervous. He was about to say something when Chen Yanin, who had just come out of the toilet, ran up to Chen Yang. Before Chen Yang could stop the little girl, she stuck her head out and shouted at An Yue in the video. Mom, we're here to see you. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang slapped his forehead, reached out and pulled Chen Yanin aside, and looked at An Yue with some embarrassment. Nian. What did Nian say just now? An Yue thought she had heard it wrong and even suspected that it was a child talking nonsense. Just as Nian said, our family has just arrived in Ningxiu town. My mom meant to ask you if Grandma is asleep. If not, let's just pay her a simple visit now. I brought some local specialties from home. If I leave them in the hotel or car, they might go bad by tomorrow morning. Chen Yang scratched his head and said with a silly smile. You didn't lie to me? Are you and your uncle and aunt really in Ningxiu now? An Yue thought Chen Yang was joking with her. Why would I lie to you? Nian can testify. As we all know, children don't lie. Chen Yang turned the phone towards the sneaky Chen Yanin. When the little girl saw An Yue in the camera, she immediately showed the same silly smile as Chen Yang. An Yue, who was feeling nervous, was immediately amused by Nian's appearance. Hee, Dad, look, Mom is smiling. Chen Yanin said to Chen Yang with a grin. Why did you guys come here suddenly? It's not that I don't welcome you, it's just that you should give me a heads up so that Grandma and I can buy something to treat you. There is nothing at home now, not even good tea leaves or cigarettes. When An Yue saw Nian's look, she immediately knew that Chen Yang had not lied to her. She got out of bed, put on her shoes, and walked towards the living room. I wanted to give you a surprise. We planned to arrive at around 5 or 6 in the afternoon, but as you know, there was a traffic jam on the way. Chen Yang said with a wry smile. I'll ask Grandma first, don't say anything. An Yue glared at Chen Yang, then put her phone in her pocket, walked out of the room and went to the living room. In the living room, a little old lady with half-white hair and sunken eye sockets, but very energetic, was leaning on a simple sofa watching TV. Compared with the 75-inch Huawei smart screen in Chen Yang's home, this TV is small and old. The old man bought it from a scrap collection station for 100 yuan. It was originally bought so that An Yue could have a TV to watch, but now it has become an entertainment product for the old man. Grandma, Chen Yang and the others are here in Ningxiu. He's in the hotel right now. He said he brought a lot of stuff with him and asked if he could come to his house right now. An Yue said in a low voice. Of course I can. What are you talking about, you idiot? They're already at my doorstep, how can I stop them from coming? The supermarket is still open. I'm going to buy some groceries. You change your clothes and go pick them up. Got it? Upon hearing this, Grandma quickly got up, turned off the TV, and prepared to go out to buy groceries. Grandma, please walk slower. Good. After watching her grandmother leave, An Yue took out her cell phone and glared at Chen Yang. I'm going to change my clothes now, and then I'll send you my location. You drive to the gate of the community, and I'll come out to pick you up. An Yue said. Okay. Chen Yang nodded, and then went to report the situation to his parents. Chapter 62 Grandma, it's him. Mom, are you guys done packing? Anan asked us to come over. I heard from Anan's grandmother that he still needs to clean up and cook for us. Chen Yang came to the next room, knocked on the door and said. You kid, why don't you let Anan stop the old man? Why are we still cooking so late? Can't we eat outside? Li Ru looked at Chen Yang with resentment. Wife, this is the old man's gift. It's our first visit. It would be wrong if you didn't let him cook. Sometimes, Chen Wu is more reliable than Li Ru. Okay, I've let you be the good guy, and I'll be the bad guy, okay? Li Ru rolled her eyes. Hey, Chen Yang, Chen Min will sleep with you tonight, okay? Chen Wu uttered a hey, then pulled Chen Min aside and spoke to Chen Yang. No problem. But be careful, the soundproofing in this hotel is average. Chen Yang smiled. Earthquake-proof buildings usually use fire-resistant and lightweight materials, so the sound insulation effect is average. Go! 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 Hurry and clean it up. Chen Wu cursed with a smile. You old thing, what nonsense are you talking about in front of your son and daughter? Li Ru glared at Chen Wu with reproach, and then glared at Chen Yang. Chen Yang looked innocent and said he knew nothing. But Chen Min really knows nothing. Chen Yang drove according to the navigation sent by An Yue and arrived at the gate of a residential area. From a distance, Chen Yang saw An Yue wearing the purple dress she wore when they first dated. Chen Yang didn't expect that An Yue actually brought this skirt back. In fact, An Yue brought the skirt back home because it was the one she wore on their first date and it was quite commemorative. After all, I can't wear skirts anymore. In addition, the skirt was relatively cheap, and An Yue was afraid of losing face for Chen Yang if she wore it outside, so she took it back. I didn't expect it would come in handy today. Seeing Chen Yang's Wenjie M9 with a golden red color slowly approaching, An Yue's already uneasy mood became even more nervous. Before she went to visit Chen Yang's parents came to her house first, which caused her social phobia to relapse. However, even if Chen Yang drove slowly, it was still faster than An Yue expected. In just over 10 seconds, the car stopped in front of An Yue. Everyone got off the car quickly, and An Yue saw Li Ru, whom she had seen in the video before. Anan, let me introduce you. You've seen my mom. This is my dad. Is he not as handsome as me? This cute little girl who is the same age as Nian Nian is my sister Chen Min. Chen Yang came up to An Yue with a smile and introduced his family to her. Hello, auntie, hello, uncle, hello, Chen Min. An Yue forced herself not to be nervous or afraid. Although her voice was trembling, she finished the greeting without stuttering. Don't be nervous, Wei Wei. We all like you very much, and your uncle likes you too. Chen Yang told me about Nian Nian. You are our future daughter-in-law. No one can change this fact. I don't know what our relationship will be like in the future, but we are willing to treat you as a family member from now on. Okay? Li Ru walked forward, held An Yue's hand, and said with a smile. Thank you, auntie, An Yue's eyes were moist. She looked at Li Ru with gratitude, feeling relieved. Wei Wei, if Chen Yang bullies you, just tell your uncle and I will beat him up. Chen Wu smiled and looked at An Yue and said. No. Uncle, Chen Yang, he is very good to me. An Yue hurriedly protected Chen Yang. That's Dad. How could I possibly bully Anan? Don't look for a reason to beat me up, okay? You may not be able to beat me now. Possessing the peak physical fitness of humans, even if Chen Yang has never learned fighting, he can react to Chen Wu's moves. You little brat, you're going to turn the world upside down just because you've entered college? Your father is always your father. Chen Wu looked at Chen Yang with a look of disbelief. An Yue held Li Ru's hand and watched the father and son bickering, and her mood improved a lot. Hello, sister-in-law. At this moment, Chen Min, who was holding hands with Chen Yenan, stepped forward and shouted to An Yue with a smile. An Yue's face turned red. She was nervous in front of Chen Wu and Li Ru, but when facing the little cutie Chen Min, she was a little at a loss. Chen Min felt shy when she heard the word sister-in-law. Wei Wei, take us to meet your grandma? Li Ru reached out and touched Chen Min's head, then looked at An Yue and said. Okay, auntie, let me take you to park the car downstairs. It's still a bit far to walk in from here. An Yue said softly. Then the four of us will squeeze in the back, and Chen Yang, you drive and take Wei Wei with you. Li Ru picked up Chen Yenan and said. Okay. Chen Wu also picked up his lovely granddaughter. Uncle, please sit in the front. I'll just hold Nian Nian in my arms. An Yue said hurriedly. It's okay, you need directions, sit in the front. This car is quite spacious. I'll hold Chen Min and your uncle can hold Nian Nian. Li Ru smiled and got into the car directly. Okay. An Yue sat in the front row timidly, then gave directions to Chen Yang. After walking for a little over a minute, they stopped under a building. My grandma shouldn't be back yet, let's go upstairs first. After getting off the car, An Yue looked at Chen Yang and others and said. It's okay. We'll wait for the old man downstairs. The air here is much better than our hometown. It's good to breathe some fresh air after sitting in the car all day, Li Ru said. Okay, okay. And Yue Wei didn't know what to do. Although she was well behaved and sensible, she had no experience in entertaining guests and could only choose to listen to her elders. 6 people, 4 big and 2 small, stood downstairs. Little Nian Nian quickly ran into Yue Wei's arms and called her mother, being very affectionate. Chen Wu and Li Ru also tried their best to avoid the topic of each other's parents and childhood, and asked about things that happened in college. After waiting for about 10 minutes, an energetic old lady walked over from under the street light. Seeing this, Yue Wei hurriedly put Chen Nian down and went to meet her. Chen Yang also knew that this was Yue Wei's grandmother, so he went up to her and took the 2 bags from the old woman. You must be Yan Yang, you are so handsome. The old lady spoke Trump with a strong accent, but it was understandable. It was obvious that Grandma was trying her best to take care of Chen Yang's inability to understand the Sichuan and Chongqing dialects. Hello Grandma, I'm Chen Yang. Chen Yang looked at the old man and greeted him politely and generously. Good boy, where are your parents, are they here? Grandma smiled and nodded, then said to Chen Yang. They're all here, Grandma. At this time, Chen Wu and Li Ru also walked over 2 steps slower than Chen Yang. The street lights in the community were very bright. Looking at Chen Wu and Li Ru walking towards her with smiles on their faces, Grandma suddenly raised her hand and rubbed her eyes hard, then suddenly quickened her pace and came to Chen Wu. Chen Wu was startled and wondered what Grandma was going to do. As a result, he saw Grandma's eyes suddenly moisten. She held Chen Wu's arm with trembling hands, turned to Yue Wei and said excitedly. Wei Wei, it's him, it's him, it's him. Chapter 63 A Destined Couple. What? Grandma, where are your claws? Yue Wei looked at her grandmother who was so excited that she couldn't speak while grabbing Chen Yang's father's arm. She hurried forward and grabbed her arm, speaking nervously. It's him, Wei Wei, it's him. Grandma observed Chen Wu carefully and became more certain that she had not recognized the wrong person. Our friend, little Neza. Suddenly, Chen Yan said this, completely destroying the somewhat tense atmosphere at the scene. Puff. Chen Wu couldn't help laughing out loud, and Li Ru quickly pinched him. Grandma was also brought back to reality by Chen Wu's laughter. She raised her hand to wipe her tears, then turned to look at Yue Wei and said seriously, Wei Wei, kneel down and kowtow. Yue Wei was stunned for a moment, but still listened to her grandmother obediently and was about to kneel down as soon as she bent her legs. Wait a minute. Wife, hurry up, hold Wei Wei. Chen Wu saw Yue Wei was about to kneel down and wanted to reach out to pull her, but he felt there was a difference between men and women, so he hurriedly spoke to Li Ru. Li Ru was a little slow, and when she went forward to pull, Yue Wei was already kneeling on the ground. Girl, don't pull her, don't pull her. Wei Wei's head has to be eaten no matter what. Not only she has to eat it, but I, an old woman, have to eat it too. Grandma was in tears, but she was not crying because she was sad. Instead, she was excited and moved. Auntie, don't do this. Wei Wei, you get up first. Can we talk it out first? No, you can't kowtow at all. Chen Wu was completely confused by Grandma. Child. Thank you so much, Auntie. I. Grandma laughed and cried, and even made Yue Wei, who was kneeling on the ground, cry. The 2 little ones stood aside, and were terrified when watching this scene. Chen Yan thought that it was his words little Neza that made their mother cry, and he also burst into tears. Chen Min was so scared that she didn't know what to do and could only comfort her niece like a little adult. Chen Yang, who was carrying 2 bags of meat and vegetables, was already dumbfounded. He feels like an outsider now and really doesn't know what to do. Chen Yang, why are you standing there? Come and pull your wife up. This girl must have suffered a lot. She's so strong that your mother, who has been sitting in an office for more than 20 years, really can't pull her up. Li Ru turned to look at Chen Yang, and said with helplessness towards Chen Yang and heartache for Yue Wei. Oh. Chen Yang hurried forward and picked up Yue Wei, leaving Li Ru stunned. Chen Yang, who had pulled his wife up, then turned to coax Chen Yan and was so busy that he was at a loss. When Chen Min saw that someone was taking care of her niece, she timidly came up to Li Ru and grabbed one of her fingers, fearing that she would get lost. At this time, Chen Wu was still arguing with Grandma. Auntie, please don't cry, don't cry. We are all a family from now on. You cried as soon as you saw me. People thought I was a young person bullying an old person. Chen Wu had no choice but to resort to provocation. Let's see who dares to gossip. Grandma and glared with a lot of momentum. However, after Chen Wu said this, she finally stopped crying. Young man. 17 years ago. Perhaps you don't remember me, old woman. But I remember you. I will never forget you in my life. You dug Wei Wei out of the rubble with your own hands. I remember that there was an aftershock at that time, and a brick this big fell down and was about to hit Wei Wei. Wei Wei was so young at the time, if she had been hit, she would have been dead. You blocked the brick with your back without saying a word. I saw it clearly. You are Wei Wei's savior. You gave her a second life. Grandma looked at Chen Wu, grabbed his hand, and spoke tremblingly. Every word was spoken clearly. Auntie, look at what you said. Protecting the people is the responsibility of every soldier. Besides, if you hadn't told me, I would have almost forgotten that I blocked a brick. Chen Wu looked at Grandma with a smile. You forgot that's because you saved so many people. But I can't forget. Grandma shook her head and spoke in a trembling voice. Aunt. Maybe this is fate. 17 years ago, Chen Wu saved Wei Wei. 17 years later, Wei Wei and our son are together. You asked Wei Wei to kowtow to us. Why don't you save this gift for when the children get married? Li Ru stepped forward, took Grandma's hand, and spoke softly. Okay. That's great. Grandma turned around and looked at Chen Yang, who was a little younger than Chen Wu when she first met him. She then looked at An Yue who was standing in front of Chen Yang, smiled and nodded. At this time, An Yue was already dumbfounded. She had never imagined that the PLA uncle her grandmother had always told her about, who had rescued her from the rubble, was actually Chen Yang's father, her future father-in-law. Could it be that this is really fate? Chen Yang. An Yue raised her head and looked at Chen Yang who was holding Nian Nian, and her tears couldn't stop flowing. Are you touched? Chen Yang looked at An Yue and asked with a smile. An Yue nodded heavily. So, we are destined to be together. It was destined 17 years ago. Even if Nian Nian wasn't here, we can still be together, right? An Yue looked at Chen Yang and said excitedly. Isn't that nonsense? If we are not together, where does Nian Nian come from? Chen Yang pointed at Chen Nianen and rolled his eyes. I jumped out from between the rocks. Chen Nianen had stopped crying a long time ago. Listening to what her parents said, the little girl spoke happily. Puff. And Yue burst into laughter, and the way she cried and laughed at the same time was very cute. Aunt. Let's go up first. We brought a lot of stuff from home, and they broke after being in the car for a long time. Li Ru grabbed Grandma's hand and said softly. Okay. Go home. Auntie will make you something delicious. Grandma nodded heavily, took Li Ru's hand, and walked upstairs step by step. Auntie, is the government's policy for post-war reconstruction okay? Chen Wu looked at Grandma and asked. Thank you, country. If it weren't for the country's help, Wei Wei and I wouldn't have been able to make it these years. Grandma was quite excited when she talked about this. Things will get better and better. We will be a family from now on. Chen Yang and I will take care of you in your old age. Chen Wu said softly. Need not. My old lady is in very good health. As long as you treat Wei Wei well, I will die with a smile on my face. Grandma turned around and looked at An Yue who was walking with Chen Yang, smiled and patted Li Ru's hand and said. Grandmother. Chapter 64 Nian Nian, I don't want to eat how to win a chordata. And Yue really felt that all this was like a dream. Out of nowhere, my boyfriend suddenly became the son of my savior? Looking at her grandmother holding Li Ru's hand tightly and Chen Wu talking behind her, her eyes became moist again. My grandmother is old and raised me, and all she wants is to find a good family for me. Before, and Yue was still worried whether her grandmother would be worried or something like that. After all, she was going to a stranger's home, even if the boy loved her very much and they would have a lovely baby in the future. But Grandma was still worried after all. But now, the man she is going to marry is the son of her savior, the son of one of the people her grandmother trusts most in her life. In this way, her grandmother should be able to rest assured, right? And when she heard Chen Wu say that he and Chen Yang wanted to take care of her grandmother together, she just felt so happy. Isn't it the greatest happiness for a woman to be able to marry into a good family in her life? Mother! Nian Nian nestled in Chen Yang's arms, looking at her mother's laughing and crying expression, pouting and shouting. Mom is fine, Mom is happy. And Yue reached out and touched Shan Yan's little face, and felt that at this moment, she was the happiest person in the world. After entering the room, the simple layout of the room made Grandma and Yue feel a little shabby. I've been sick these years, and Wei needs money for school, so the decoration of our house is a little shabby. You, don't mind. Grandma rubbed her hands and said embarrassedly. It's okay, Auntie. We all came from the countryside. We went back to our hometown yesterday. A home is not about how luxurious it is, but about who lives in it. This home has you and Wei. Even if it is simple, it is still a warm home. Li Ru said with a smile. My daughter's words are so sweet. Wei, take out the yogurt that your Aunt Lu brought a few days ago. Grandma is going to cook. Grandma said with a smile. Auntie, let me help you. Li Ru followed Grandma. It's not right to let guests cook. My girl, sit down, sit down. Grandma said hurriedly. Auntie, we are not guests, we are a family, and we should not have different opinions. Besides, it will be faster if we two do it. Li Ru said with a smile. A family. Yes. Then let's go together. Grandma smiled and nodded, patted Li Ru's hand, and the two walked towards the kitchen together. In the living room, Yue was busy running around. She went to the inner room, opened a box of yogurt, and took out a few boxes. Then he made tea for Chen Wu. Uncle, no one at home smokes, there are no cigarettes and no ashtrays, I'll go downstairs and buy some now. And Yue saw Chen Wu twirling the lighter and said timidly. It's okay, Wei, you sit down. I don't smoke very often, I only smoke occasionally when I'm working on a case, so you better stop being busy, Chen Wu said hurriedly. And Chen Yang looked at Chen Wu with contempt. This old man almost eats cigarettes as meals, and this time when he went out, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to buy He Lanzhao cigarettes outside, so he prepared a pack of them in the car. Okay. And Yue didn't know whether what Chen Wu said was true or not. She just knew that Chen Wu worked in the Public Security Bureau. She thought it would be a headache for him to handle the case, right? Mom, I want a hug. Although Chen Yan sought his mother tonight, he had never been hugged by her. Seeing that her mother was no longer busy, she immediately came over and said to Yue with hopeful eyes. Be good, Nian, mommy will hug you. And Yue reached out and picked up Chen Yan, looking at Chen Wu apologetically. Anan, sit down, let's talk about something. Chen Yang looked at Yue and said. And Yue held Chen Yan and sat on a small stool, while Chen Min came into Chen Yang's arms. Because their hair was tied by Li Ru, their hairstyles are exactly the same. Chen Yang's aesthetic taste follows Li Ru's, so the clothes he bought for Nian are similar in style to the clothes Li Ru bought for Chen Min. Two little girls with the same hairstyle, the same dress and similar looks sitting together look like a pair of twins. Nun. You and Grandma can go out and play with us tomorrow. Chen Yang told the plan he had prepared earlier. Going out to play? I wonder if Grandma is willing. And Yue is definitely willing, but she doesn't know what her grandmother's wishes are. Given Grandma's current attitude, she will definitely agree. Don't worry. Chen Yang looked at Grandma who was cooking and talking with Li Ru in the kitchen, and said to Yue with a smile. Then I'm fine. It's just that our car can only seat 5 people. If we add Grandma and I, there won't be enough space. And Yue said cautiously. We had already made preparations before we came. My dad rented a car. 2 cars together are enough. Chen Yang said. Is that so? And Yue whispered softly. The two of them cooked very quickly. In less than an hour, 6 dishes, 3 meat dishes and 3 vegetable dishes, were on the table. I don't know what you like to eat, but these are all home-cooked dishes. My daughter helped a lot. Grandma rubbed her hands and said with a smile. Very good, Auntie. Chen Wu stepped forward, took the old woman's hand and asked her to sit down first. We have already eaten tonight, you guys eat. Grandma struggled to get up. Auntie, just sit down and eat with us and chat. Li Ru also massaged Grandma. All right. Wei, pour some water for your uncle and aunt. Well. At the dining table, Chen Yang and others were feasting. The food is delicious. The advantage of home cooking is that it basically suits everyone's taste. When Grandma cooked the dish, she took into consideration Chen Yang's family's habit of eating spicy food and basically didn't put much chili in it. And Yue sat between Li Ru and Chen Nianen, picking up food for Nian Nian from time to time. Nian Nian, what do you want to eat tomorrow? Mom will make it for you. And Yue subconsciously touched Chen Nianen's head and said, anything except how to win a core data. Chen Nianen said as he boredly stirred the rice in his bowl with chopsticks. She really doesn't like rice. Okay, mommy won't do it. And Yue said with a smile. Chen Yang reached out and pinched Nian Nian's face and smiled. It seems that the future in Yue must have given Nian Nian some how to win a core data, and the little girl remembers it clearly. Grandma was a little confused when she saw this scene. Aren't these two cute little girls twins? Aren't these two Chen Yang's sisters? How come? Wei Wei claims to be the mother of this little girl named Nian Nian? Aunt. Things might be a little complicated to explain. But Nian Nian is indeed the biological daughter of my son and Wei Wei. Nian Nian, she is from the future. Li Ru didn't know whether the old man could understand, but she still explained. Oh, I see. Just like Silly Girl traveled from 2060 to 2006, right? I watch TV dramas too, so I understand. Grandma said with a smile. Ha! I'm glad you understand. Li Ru breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect that the old lady was such a fashionable one. But on second thought, Magic Phone was a TV series 17 years ago. 17 years ago, Grandma was only in her 50s, right? Thinking of this, Li Ru looked at Grandma and Yue with heartache again. They must have suffered a lot. Chapter 65, Proposal. After dinner, Chen Yang and Yue took the initiative to wash the pot. The elders and children sat in the living room and started talking. Chen Wu asked about some of the local policies in recent years. Grandma said that they were all good. Although the grandfather and grandson did not live a wealthy life together, and she could not give Yue a complete and happy childhood, the result was good after all. Now the child has grown up and even become the daughter-in-law of her savior. Grandma would never have dared to think of this in her dreams. In the kitchen, Chen Yang and Yue were not washing the dishes or pots obediently. Instead, they were occasionally chatting and touching each other like cats and dogs, having a lot of fun. Xiao Yang. Can I call you that? And Yue turned to look at Chen Yang and suddenly spoke in a low voice. Okay, you can call me whatever you want. When buying the high-speed rail ticket for Yue, he looked at Yue's ID card and knew that Yue was a few months older than him, so there was nothing wrong with her calling him Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang. I really like you so much. And Yue lowered her head and wiped the dishes while murmuring softly. She really liked Chen Yang very much, especially when she knew that their fate was arranged together 17 years ago. That love became even stronger. This feeling is stronger than a green plum falling from the sky. A drop of green plum from the sky is nothing. I was dug out of the ruins by my future father-in-law 17 years ago. This is the bond between us. And Yue thought in a somewhat childish way. I like you so much, too. Fate has already intertwined us. No one can separate us. No one can. Chen Yang turned to look at Yue and spoke affectionately. When the two of them cleaned up the kitchen and went out to the living room, Li Ru and Chen Wu looked at each other and then looked at Grandma. Aunt. This time our family came here, partly because I wanted to see our compatriots who died that year. But the most important thing is to come and see you. By the way, let's settle the matter of the two children. You know, the two children will definitely be together in the future, and we may even have a daughter. And they both like each other and are willing to do it. Of course, we are not trying to steal your granddaughter. The two children are still in school, so our plan is that when they are on vacation, they will spend half of their time in each of our two homes. During the Chinese New Year, our whole family will come to spend the New Year with you. What do you think? Chen Wu said to Grandma with a smile as they had agreed beforehand. Need not. No need to accompany my old lady. It's Wei Wei's blessing that you guys like her. She married Yang Yang, that's what she should do. Our whole family owes you, and her dead parents owe you too. I agree to their marriage. You are all a good family. If she goes to your house, I will feel relieved even if I die immediately. Grandma burst into tears and said with emotion while holding Chen Wu's hand. Grandmother. And Yue looked at Grandma with resentment. Don't cry, Wei Wei. Growing old, getting sick, and dying are normal in life. I know my own body well. Ever since you told me that you had a boyfriend, what I've been most worried about is that he will look down on your family background. Grandma doesn't have the ability to prepare a generous dowry for you, and I'm afraid you'll be bullied by him when you get married. But it's okay now. The man you are going to marry is the son of our benefactor. Don't worry, Grandma. Don't worry, Grandma. Grandma Ann said with emotion. Auntie, you don't need to worry about the dowry. We don't have the custom of having the same amount of dowry as the bride price. We will follow the rules of our place and give Weiwei the highest standard of betrothal gifts. After they get married, we will bring you to live with us and take care of you until the end of your life. Li Ru looked at Grandma and then said seriously. Need not. No, no. We can't afford the bride price, and you don't have to give a dowry. The relatives on Weiwei's father and mother's side are either dead or gone. I don't need to go with you. I will just stay here and maybe one day I will go to see my old man. Weiwei's dad, mom, grandpa, and the others are waiting for me downstairs. The old lady's obsession over the years has been to take care of Weiwei and see her grow up. Now that she sees Weiwei happy, she is already very satisfied. Auntie, don't talk nonsense. You still have to watch Weiwei get married and help her take care of the children. You will definitely live a long life. Li Ru grabbed Grandma Ann's hand. She and Chen Wu were the youngest children in the family. In addition, due to the masks in the past few years, both sets of parents could not cope with it, so they died one after another. So when she heard Grandma Ann say this, she felt sad. Okay, my girl, I'll listen to you. I'll listen to you. Don't cry, ah. Grandma Ann held Li Ru's hand and comforted her. The proposal went smoothly. The two of them are in a relationship that is approved by their parents. Although they are not engaged yet, it is not much different from being engaged. All they have to do next is wait until they are both 22 years old to get the marriage certificate. Chen Yang looked at Weiwei, and Weiwei also looked at Chen Yang with tears in her eyes and smiled shyly. Yeah. Mom and Dad are together again. Chen Yan clapped her hands and said happily. I have a sister-in-law too. Chen Min was also smiling and dancing happily. Seeing the two little ones so happy, the whole family also smiled happily. After finishing speaking, Chen Wu suggested taking the old man out for a walk. Grandma Ann did not refuse this time. She also wanted to get out of the mountains where she had lived for so many years and see the outside world. She also wanted to see the Amei sect, Xingqing sect, and Leshan giant Buddha on TV, and see Mount Wudong, so that her life would be worthwhile. Then, tomorrow we will go to pay tribute to our compatriots who died, and then set off to see the monkeys in Mount Amei first. Chen Wu said with a smile. Okay, let's go see the monkeys first. Chen Yang, you have to protect Nian Nian and don't let her get caught by the monkey. Li Ru looked at Chen Yang and said jokingly. How dare this beast? Chen Yang cursed, but was also eager to try. He had heard that the monkeys in Mount Amei were very capable, and he wanted to see them for himself. Dad will definitely protect me. Chen Yan hugged Chen Yang's neck and spoke affectionately. That's a must. Dad will definitely protect you and Mom. Chen Yang touched Chen Yan's head and said with a smile. What about me, brother? Now that you have a daughter, do you no longer want a sister? Chen Min grabbed Chen Yang's arm and pouted her lips in grievance. Aunt, you have your own father too, don't steal my father. Chen Yan held Chen Yang's arm like a puppy guarding its food. Elder brother. Dad. The two little girls each held one of Chen Yang's arms and shook him, almost making him dizzy. Protect them all, protect them all. Oh, there's really nothing I can do about you. Chen Yang shook his head helplessly, held the two little ones in his arms, and said helplessly. We. Chapter 66. You raised me, and I will take care of you when you grow old. At night, Grandma Ann wanted to let Chen Yang and others stay overnight, but Li Ru said that the hotel there had been booked and it would be a waste if they didn't stay. Grandma Ann didn't try to persuade her any further. Early the next morning, after Chen Yang and others had breakfast, they bought some memorial items and went to the Earthquake Memorial Hall to mourn the compatriots who died in the earthquake. After the tour, Chen Yang drove Chen Min, Nian Nian, grandmother and Weiwei, while Chen Wu and Li Ru took a taxi. They arrived at Dujianjian. Chen Wu rented a car and headed towards Mount Amei. In the next few days, Chen Yang and others had a great time in Sichuan and Shu. They played until October 6. Chen Wutsai chose to go home on the 7th because he had to go back to work on the 8th. Unfortunately, I have to tell you that high-speed rail tickets are no longer available. At night, in a hotel in Rongqing, Chen Yang looked at Chen Wu and the other man and said with a smile. What? No tickets? Then let's walk back? Chen Wu was dumbfounded. Don't be in a hurry. Although there are no high-speed rail tickets, there are still plane tickets. I bought plane tickets for the three of you. I'll take you back on the plane tomorrow. Chen Yang looked around and found that the high-speed rail tickets were indeed sold out, so his parents had to trouble him and take a plane back. You are so young and you speak half of your words. Who did you learn this from? Li Ru reached out to hit Chen Yang, but was stopped by Chen Min in front of Chen Yang. Don't hit my brother. The little girl spoke in a baby voice, which made Li Ru laugh. Ha, Min Min is so good, brother likes you the most. Chen Yang reached out and picked up Chen Min, kissed her on the face, and said with a smile. Brother, when will you come back? Chen Min is reluctant to leave Chen Yang. As far as she can remember, her brother has been the one who has accompanied her the most. Especially during the lockdown due to the epidemic, 3-year-old Chen Min loved to pull Chen Yang's long hair. It was so much fun. Therefore, the little girl is particularly dependent on Chen Yang. When Min Min has a holiday, my brother will be back. Chen Yang touched Chen Min's head and said with a smile. All right. The little girl looked lost. Min Min, you must listen to your teacher at school and don't be naughty at home, okay? Chen Yang instructed the little girl. Yeah, well, it's holiday time, my brother is going to bring my niece back, I want to play with her. Chen Min said. Okay, but you can't teach Nian Nian to swear, understand? Chen Yang remembered what Nian Nian had told him before, about the bad and cowardly things that Chen Min had taught her. I don't even know how to swear. The little girl looked innocent. Slippery. Chen Yang reached out and pinched her nose, then put her on the ground. Looking at the little girl's reluctant eyes, Chen Yang suddenly had an idea. Dad, how about transferring Chen Min to my place and letting her go to school with Nian Nian? After Chen Yang finished speaking, Chen Min's eyes obviously brightened. Go away, don't even think about kidnapping my daughter. Go play with your own daughter. Chen Wu was like an old cow protecting his calf. He hugged Chen Min in his arms, fearing that Chen Min would be snatched away by Chen Yang. He knew that Chen Yang had the ability and the charm. Didn't you see that the little girl's eyes were lighting up? You can really consider it. The teaching conditions in Jiangcheng are many times better than those in our small county town. Mom, what do you think? Chen Yang didn't have this sudden idea, he just thought that letting his sister receive a better education would be a good thing anyway. Li Ru also fell into deep thought. She must be reluctant to let Chen Min leave her. This is her daughter whom she risked half her life for. How could she bear to let her leave her? But then again, the educational conditions in Jiangcheng are definitely much better than those in their county. Please think about it. Chen Yang also knew that the old couple needed to consider it carefully, so he didn't say anything else, but waved to Chen Wu. Dad, come here. Chen Wu looked at Chen Yang and asked in confusion, what? Chen Yang smiled and said, come here and you'll know. Chen Wu frowned, then slowly walked up to Chen Yang. Chen Yang put his arm around his father's shoulders and sat on the small sofa in the hotel. Where's your cell phone? Chen Yang looked at Chen Wu. Yes. Chen Wu handed his Mate 70 Pro to Chen Yang. After Chen Yang took it, he opened it with his fingerprint and directly downloaded an AITO app for Chen Wu. While downloading and registering, Chen Yang said, choose whichever you want. After saying that, Chen Yang handed the phone back to his father. Dad was just joking with you, why did you take it so seriously? I'm used to driving that car, it would be a shame to sell it now. You have to support your wife and children with your earnings, so don't spend it recklessly, Chen Wu patted Chen Yang on the shoulder and said with a smile. Don't worry, Dad. I will get about 700,000 by the end of the month, so just relax and enjoy yourself. You raise me, and I will take care of you when you grow old. Chen Yang put his arm around Chen Wu's shoulders. His father didn't have any particular hobbies in his life. He had been a soldier for more than 10 years and a policeman for nearly 10 years. His only hobbies were cars and fishing. The fishing resources in their small county can only be described as scarce. There are only 1 or 2 places near the county where you can fish, but neither of them can be said to be shabby. Now that Chen Yang can make money, he wants his parents to live happily and comfortably. You little brat, your father is in the prime of his life. Who knows, in 2 years, I might be promoted to director and deputy county chief. Chen Wu cursed with a smile. Choose one for yourself. Chen Yang pointed at his phone and said with a smile. Then Dad, you're welcome. I'll just ask the entire world M7. M8 M9 is too ostentatious. When your father becomes the director of our provincial department, you will give me the whole world M9. Chen Wu patted Chen Yang on the shoulder, then clicked in and selected a new top of the line Wenjie M7. Okay, then this one, buy it using your app and put it in my name. Chen Yang said. Okay, I'll listen to you. Chen Wu smiled and nodded. Then, Chen Yang started to help Chen Wu and chose Jiangcheng as the experience store and the car pickup store. After getting the car, he would drive it for a while and drive it back to Lao Chen when he had time. Oh, that's right. When you get back, remember to take the time to pick up the package. I bought you some goodies. After Chen Yang finished, he handed the phone to Chen Wu and said with a smile. What good stuff? Chen Wu looked at Chen Yang in confusion. Some fishing, not worth much. Chen Yang smiled and left Chen Wu's room. Hey, you only buy things for your dad, don't you have a mom? Li Ru looked at Chen Yang and said with a complaining look on her face. The express delivery is sent to your home. Just go back and pick it up yourself. Fill in your phone number. Chen Yang waved his hand and closed the door. This young man is so cowardly. He spends money lavishly now that he has money. He doesn't even know how to save it for himself. Li Ru looked at the direction where Chen Yang left with a complaining look. I don't know who just said, you don't have a mother. Chen Wu imitated Li Ru's tone and said with a teasing look on his face. Go away, you may be jealous, but you are also worried about your son's money. I'll drive for a while until the car comes back. Li Ru said. How about you check your phone first? Chen Wu pointed at Li Ru's cell phone and said. My phone? Li Ru was puzzled, then picked up her mobile phone and found that a Hongmeng intelligent driving app had appeared on her phone at some point. When she opened it, the order column showed that Chen Yang had ordered a GJR7 for her at some point, and she was still the owner. What the hell, you bought me a car, really? Li Ru said, picked up her phone and went to Chen Yang's room. Chapter 67. As long as Dad is around, every day is a surprise. In the end, Li Ru still couldn't defeat Chen Yang. The main thing was that little Nian Nian was shouting, Grandma, please accept it, Grandma, please accept it. The little girl didn't know that Chen Yang spent more than 300,000 yuan, and she had no idea about money at all. But even if she knew, she would probably say that she would buy it for her grandmother when she grows up. Li Ru held her phone and walked out the door while nagging, You little bastard, you should have told me before ordering the car. Buy a purple one. I'm old, really. Chen Yang sat on the sofa holding Nian Nian in his arms. If he hadn't seen Li Ru's mouth grinning like a lotus flower, he would have almost believed it. At 10 o'clock the next morning, Chen Yang sent Chen Wu and his family of 3 to Chengdu Airport. Nian Nian, are you happy to go home and see your grandparents this time? Holding Chen Nian, Chen Yang looked at Chen Wu and his wife and asked with a smile. Happy. Nian Nian said with a smile. Mom and Dad, did you hear that? Nian Nian said she was very happy to see you. Chen Yang looked at the 2 elders. Nian Nian is so good. Grandpa and Grandma are very happy to see you. Li Ru walked up to Chen Nian and touched his little head, speaking affectionately. When I have a holiday, I will come back to see my grandparents. Chen Nian blinked his big eyes at his grandparents and spoke in a baby voice. Okay, then I'll make delicious food for you every day. Li Ru nodded. Grandpa will take you to the police station to play then, okay? Chen Wu also looked at Chen Nian and said. Don't want. Nian Nian is so cute. If we go to the police station and are targeted by bad guys, and if Nian Nian is stolen, Mom and Dad will definitely be very sad. Chen Nian buried his head in Chen Yang's arms and spoke loudly. Ah ha 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 ha. This little girl, those bad guys would have stuffed their heads into their pants, or into the cracks in the ground when they saw your grandfather. How dare they secretly read your name? Chen Wu felt that he was not qualified enough as the deputy director. For the sake of his granddaughter, he needed to become the director. Now he could put those connections that he had never used to use. Loliolu. Little Nian Nian turned around and stuck out her tongue at Chen Wu, then turned around and buried her head in Chen Yang's arms. Chen Yang patted the little girl on the back, and she finally got comforted enough to run. After more than 10 minutes, the family of 3 walked towards the boarding gate. Goodbye Grandpa, goodbye Grandma, goodbye Auntie. Goodbye Nian Nian. Only after seeing the three people disappear through the ticket gate did Chen Yang carry Nian Nian and walk towards the parking lot. Bite. It is detected that Nian Nian is very happy about the reunion with her grandparents. The conditions for completing the task are met. Mission completed. Congratulations to the host for winning a 550 square meter finely decorated large flat in Jiangcheng Wangjiang Center and 5 parking spaces. Please select the floor, decoration style, and furniture style you like. A system panel automatically appeared in front of Chen Yang, displaying a 3D model of Jiangcheng Wangjiang Center, with a bunch of decoration styles and furniture styles next to it. The system is fully serviced. Let's go with the 33rd floor. Nian Nian's birthday is on March 3rd. As for the decoration style, from the pile of decoration styles given by the system, Chen Yang chose one that looked appealing and locked it directly. As for the furniture style, just follow what comes with the decoration style. By the way, can the room be turned into a Huawei Whole House smart system? No problem, it has been modified to pre-install Huawei Whole House Intelligence, and the home appliances have also been modified to Huawei Whole House Smart Appliances. The host's applicable smart scenes have been automatically loaded, linked with the host's car, and bound to the host Huawei Smart Life app. The series of prompt sounds from the system made Chen Yang smile with joy. System, I am blessed to have you. Chen Yang nodded with satisfaction. Now, when he returned, he only needed to move Nian Nian's clothes and other things over, and then he could move in directly. As for the house over there, I can keep it for the time being, and I can stay there with Yue occasionally. The host is my blessing. Related formalities and information, the smart door lock mechanical key has been placed in the trunk of the host's car. The face and fingerprint of the smart door lock have been entered. The host needs to enter the corresponding information for Yue and Chen Nian and later. Parking space information is also bound to the car system, and you can use the parking space to parking space assisted driving function to automatically park in the corresponding parking space. Chen Yang from system service felt a little embarrassed. This was simply too thoughtful. Love you, system. The host should love his daughter even more. The system responded mechanically and then disappeared. Chen Yang shrugged, thinking that this is indeed a nanny system, serving his daughter wholeheartedly. After bringing Nian Nian back to the hotel, Chen Yang picked up Yue and Grandma and returned to Yingxiu. On the way, Yue and Grandma kept shouting that they didn't send Chen Wu and the others off, but Chen Yang said it was not necessary and it would be troublesome to take a car to the airport. After sending Grandma home, Chen Yang and his family of 3 helped clean up the house. Chen Yang secretly left 5,000 yuan for Grandma, then said goodbye to Grandma and left with Yue. These 2 days are the peak return period. Tomorrow, the 8th, is the last day of the holiday. Yingxiu is more than 1,200 kilometers away from Jiangcheng. Add on the traffic jam during the return peak period, and it is definitely impossible to get there in 1 day. Although Grandma wanted to stay with Yue for a while longer, she was also worried that Chen Yang would be tired from driving, so after preparing meal for the 2 adults and 1 child, she reluctantly saw the 3 of them off. Looking at Yue who was sitting in the passenger seat and looking a little depressed, Chen Yang reached out and grabbed her hand. When the holidays come, I'll go home with you to pick up Grandma, okay? Chen Yang looked at Yue with a smile. No. No need, Grandma told me to spend the new year at your house. Just go home and stay for a few days after the new year. Yue said softly. Grandma, she's afraid of causing trouble for us. Don't worry, we'll go together. If Grandma doesn't go with us, I won't leave. Chen Yang imitated Sun Wukong and acted like a cheater. Puff. Yue felt much better instantly when she saw Chen Yang acting funny. Okay, don't be unhappy. When we get to Jiangcheng tomorrow, I'll give you a big surprise. Chen Yang said. Then you can treat me to hot pot, okay? Yue looked at Chen Yang and proposed the surprise she wanted. Is this the surprise you wanted? Chen Yang turned and looked at Yue. I want to eat, too. I want to eat hot pot too. The pretty girl in the back row was also shouting loudly. Okay, let's eat hot pot. 2 useless little girls, can't you think big? Chen Yang complained with a happy look on his face. As long as Dad is around, every day can be a surprise, hee hee. Chen Yanan chuckled. I thought so too. Yue held Chen Yang's right hand and responded to Nian Nian's words. Good. Then let's go have a good hot pot. Then. Go get a real surprise. Chen Yang said. Yeah. Chapter 68 New Home. At night, Chen Yang and his family of 3 stayed temporarily in a city along the way and rested for the night. In fact, Chen Yang was not sleepy. With his current physical condition, he would not feel sleepy even if he drove for 3 days and 3 nights. But just because he isn't sleepy doesn't mean others aren't sleepy? Especially on the way back from the National Day holiday, some drivers who can only drive on the highway less than 3 times a year drive at a snail's pace on the highway. Coupled with the poor visibility at night, the safety factor is greatly reduced. Chen Yang himself is not afraid, but what about his wife and children? Moreover, Chen Wu and Li Ru would not agree with Chen Yang driving late at night. Just as I checked into the hotel, Li Ru called me. Stayed in the hotel? That's good, don't drive at night. In Li Ru's opinion, Chen Yang was just a novice driver who had just learned to drive and had no time to react to some unexpected situations. Chen Yang, let me tell you, it's fine if you drive on the highway during your internship, but if you drive while fatigued again, I'll call and report you. At this time, Chen Wu's voice came from the side. And Yu Wei was taking off Chen Yang's slippers. She couldn't help laughing when she heard Chen Wu's words. Little Nian Nian also ran over and hugged Chen Yang's legs, wanting to see her grandfather. Chen Yang reached out and picked up the little girl, and said with a dark face, I saw that you just signed for the fishing gear I bought for you. As the saying goes, you should be grateful to your son now that you have received it, right? Chen Wu chuckled when he heard that, and Li Ru turned the camera to Chen Wu. I will always remember my son's kindness, but you should also keep safety issues in mind. You are a father already, why are you still as willful as a child? Chen Wu was dismantling his fishing gear in the living room at this time. There were a lot of fishing gear in the living room, and he estimated that the packaging boxes could be sold for dozens of dollars. Am I such a fool? Come on, is there anyone who wants to talk to our most adorable little girl, Nian Nian? If so, raise your hand. Chen Yang rolled his eyes and turned the camera to Chen Yanin. Have. Chen Wu, who was installing accessories on the fishing box with an electric drill, immediately raised his hand, the electric drill in his hand still turning. Chen Yang handed the phone to Chen Yanin, then put her on the bed. The little girl went to talk to her grandparents and aunt. At this time, and Yu Wei also came over with the unpacked slippers and squatted in front of Chen Yang. I'll do it myself. Chen Yang was taken care of like this by his parents when he was a child. Ever since Chen Min was born, he has been the one taking care of others. How could he have the chance to be taken care of by others? Seeing in Yu Wei being so submissive, he was really a little uncomfortable. Lift your feet. The girl raised her head, her beautiful eyes were tender and her lips, which looked moist due to the lipstick, were slightly opened, and she spoke in a commanding tone. Chen Yang had no choice but to sit down on the edge of the bed and raise his feet. After Yu Wei untied Chen Yang's shoelaces and changed his slippers, she carried Chen Yang's shoes to the shoe cabinet and then started to change her own shoes. You're too nice to me, you're going to spoil me. Chen Yang looked at Yu Wei and said helplessly. Then I will spoil you for the rest of my life. And Yu Wei muttered with her head down. Fortunately, Chen Yang had good hearing, otherwise he really wouldn't have been able to hear it. You. Chen Yang reached out and ruffled the girl's hair lovingly, then pinched her little face. The girl showed a sweet and innocent smile and blinked her big eyes at Chen Yang. Nian Nian, who was lying on the bed, was secretly turning her head to look at her parents' intimate gestures while playing a video call, and she also showed the same smile as in Yu Wei. After Nian Nian finished her call, Chen Yang ordered some takeout. The family of 3 had a simple meal and went to bed early. The next day, Yu Wei slept until 7 in the morning and woke up on her own as if she had a biological clock. When Chen Yang got up, Yu Wei had already come back with breakfast. Aranan has made great progress. He even dares to go out to buy breakfast by himself? Chen Yang looked at Yu Wei and said with a smile. This is all because of you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't dare to go out. Yu Wei looked at Chen Yang with a sweet smile and said. Don't give me all the credit. You are strong and brave enough. Chen Yang got up with a smile. Little Nian Nian also woke up, rubbed her eyes and called out Mom and Dad. She was so cute. Yu Wei and Chen Yang smiled, then Chen Yang went to wash up, and Yu Wei helped Chen Yan dress. After they finished packing, they set off again at 8 o'clock. The scenery along the way was beautiful. Although there were occasional traffic jams, Chen Yang was in a good mood. My wife and children are around me, and the little girl in the back seat is chattering, which is particularly healing. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Yang got off the highway at Jiangqing North. Are you all hungry? While waiting for the traffic light, Chen Yang asked with a smile. Well, Nian Nian's stomach is about to collapse from hunger. Chen Nian touched her belly and said pitifully. Then let's go eat first. After dinner, I'll take you to see the surprise. Chen Yang said with a smile. Yeah. Near Jiangcheng University, Chen Yang found a Haidilao restaurant. Maybe it was because it was the end of the holiday, so not many people came to eat. Also, it was not too late for dinner, so Chen Yang and his family of 3 ate without waiting in line. After dinner, and Yue thought Chen Yang was going home, but as they walked, and Yue realized that this was not the direction for home. Xiaoyang, where are we going? And Yue looked out the window and asked puzzledly. I'll take you to see our new home. It's also our home. Chen Yang smiled and let Xiaoyi take them to Jiangcheng Wangjiang Center. A new home? You bought a house? And Yue looked at Chen Yang and said in surprise. Well, I did make a little money, he. The system rewards him because he completes the system's task equals the money he earns. There is nothing wrong with that. We now have our own home? And Yue's heart trembled slightly. Just like in the movie The Horse Herder, I found a home. A place with you is called home, without you, it's just called a house. Although Chen Yang is young, he understands that home is where his family is. Xiaoyang, you are so awesome. Dad is awesome. The two beauties in the back row shouted at Chen Yang. Oh, I'd be proud if you said that. Chen Yang chuckled. It takes more than 10 minutes by car from Jiangcheng University to Jiangcheng Wangjiang Center. While they were talking, the car automatically parked in the parking space. After getting off the bus, the elevator entrance is just 2 steps away, and the parking spaces provided by the system are all very convenient. After taking the elevator card and some information from the trunk, Chen Yang walked into the elevator holding the timid and curious Chen Nian's hand. They went all the way to the 33rd floor, and after getting out of the elevator, there was a spacious corridor that belonged to them. Independent entrance hall, with 2 entrance doors on the left and right sides, you can enter from either door. Chen Yang took in Yue's hand and walked forward for facial recognition. After opening the door, Xiaoyi's voice rang out, and the curtains and corresponding lights lit up. How about it? Take a look, do you like it? Chen Yang turned around and said to Yue, who was holding Chen Nian's hand with a smile. Chapter 69, we just want our names to appear on a certificate. Like. But how big is this? And Yue couldn't close her mouth and looked at the room in front of her in amazement. 550 square meters. This is my first time here too. Let's explore our home together. Chen Yang smiled, then took Yue and Chen Nian by the hand and started wandering around the room. As Yue followed Chen Yang around, she found herself in someone else's house. Xiaoyang, is this house not built yet? How did we end up in someone else's room? And Yue looked around timidly and said to Chen Yang. This policy belongs to our family. The living room and dining room are on the south side, and the bedrooms are on the north side. Let's go check out the sleeping area. The 550 square meter house is very large, with 2 living rooms and 2 kitchens, 1 Chinese kitchen and 1 Western kitchen. There are 4 bedrooms, and Chen Yang almost got dizzy from looking around so many big ones. Wow, I like this room. When they walked to a bedroom decorated in blue and pink style, Chen Nian pointed at the room and said happily. Okay, this room belongs to Nian from now on, okay? The little girl has to sleep alone eventually. After all, if she always sleeps with her parents, when will she have a younger brother or sister? Nian is a big kid now, and she can sleep by herself. Chen Nian raised his little hand and said with a little pride on his face. Yes, but at this stage, Nian still has to sleep with mom and dad. And Yue reached out and touched Chen Nian's head. Chen Nian was also reluctant to sleep separately from her parents. Since she could remember, she would only occasionally run to another room for no apparent reason at night. The rest of the time, she slept with her parents. Chen Yang looked at Yue, feeling puzzled. Is this girl too shy to sleep with me, or does she feel the time is not right? Chen Yang didn't understand, but at this stage, he should just boil the frog in warm water and take it slow. The girl is still young after all. Although I have accepted the fact that I am Nian's mother, there are some things that I still have to do step by step. Xiaoyang, should we go back and move all the things in the house here? And Yue looked at Chen Yang and said in a low voice. Just bring our clothes here, and put the rest over there. If you get lazy and don't want to come back, you can live over there. Chen Yang said. Well, that's fine. And Yue nodded, and Chen Yanan naturally had no objection. What say could a little girl of only 6 years old have? So, Chen Yang and the other person went back and moved their things back. Because it was still early, the three of them, after taking a shower, curled up on the sofa in the living room and watched TV programs on the 100-inch screen. Xiaoyang, I always feel it's not real. Is this really our future home? And Yue looked at the extravagantly large TV opposite, turned to look at Chen Yang, and said timidly. Chen Yang said nothing, but got up and went to the study to get the property certificate and other things. After opening it, and Yue looked at Chen Yang's name on it and finally breathed a sigh of relief. After we get married, I'll add your name to it. Chen Yang fanned himself with the property certificate and said with a smile. No need. I'm not a materialistic girl. You and I just need a certificate with both of our names on it. And Yue looked at Chen Yang, shook her head, and said with a blushing face. Chen Yang paused in his fanning motion, moved slightly closer to Yue, and stared at her straight. Little Ninian covered her eyes, leaving a particularly large gap with her little hands, and sneaked a peek at her dad kissing her mom. Then your idea may fail. Our names appear on one certificate so many times. Nianyan's birth certificate, the birth certificates of Nianyan's brothers and sisters, and many, many more certificates. Chen Yang reached out and rubbed in Yue's hair, saying with a smile. I won't tell you anymore. And Yue's pretty face flushed. She turned her head and hugged the pillow and buried her face in it, leaving only her eyes exposed. But the ears that were exposed outside the hair were completely red. After reading for a while, Chen Yang went to the study to work. During the National Day holiday, Chen Yang took some time to write a little, but not much. If you want to earn the extra 200,000, you have to speed up. And Yue originally wanted to persuade Chen Yang not to be too tired and to rest early, but after thinking about it, she didn't say much. After coaxing Nian Nian to sleep, she went to the study, got a bottle of soda water for Chen Yang and placed it on the table, then curled up on the small sofa in the study to play with her cell phone. At about 12 o'clock, Chen Yang finally caught up with some of the progress. After drinking some soda water, he was about to take a rest. When he turned around, he saw Yue who had fallen asleep on the small sofa. This silly girl. Chen Yang looked at Yue, shook his head with heartache, then walked up to the girl and picked her up gently. And Yue felt the change in gravity, but she did not wake up. Instead, she hugged Chen Yang's neck, buried her head in Chen Yang's arms, and sniffed the smell in Chen Yang's arms. As if she smelled a scent she liked, the girl slept more soundly. Carrying Yue to the master bedroom, Chen Nianan slept in the middle of the big bed, with an ugly sleeping posture. After putting Yue on the bed, Chen Yang went to the study to get her cell phone back to charge it, and then went to bed and slept on the other side of Chen Nianan. Chen Yang took out his cell phone, turned off the lights in the room, and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, at the familiar time, Chen Yang and Yue got up together. Yue was responsible for making breakfast, while Chen Yang was responsible for taking care of Xiao Nian. The two had a clear division of labor and finished the work quickly. At 7:20, the family of three went out on time. It was not the morning rush hour at this time, and the bus arrived at the entrance of Jiangda No. 1 Primary School in just over 10 minutes. Coincidentally, Su Meng also came to see Yang Yufei off. After the two children met, they were so happy that they almost jumped for joy. Watching the two little girls running into the school, Chen Yang looked at Su Meng and said, "Does Teacher Su have morning 8? Su Meng nodded. "It's in the Ifu building, not too far away, it only takes a few minutes to walk there." "We are also taking classes in the Ifu building, let's go together," Chen Yang said with a smile. "Okay, then I'll take a ride on your car." Su Meng did not refuse. She walked here. After all, it was close, only about 10 minutes walk, and she could also exercise. Of course, if you have a car, you can just take it if you can. Soon, the car stopped downstairs of the Ifu building. And Yue's class was in the Arts College building next door, so she waved to Chen Yang and went next door. "Don't you take books to class?" Su Meng, carrying a bag, looked at Chen Yang, who was carrying a computer but no books, and asked. "There are a bunch of big kids in the dormitory." Chen Yang laughed. "I really envy the camaraderie in your boys' dormitory. When I was in college, there were 4 people in one dormitory, and 5 groups." Su Meng sighed. "The relationship in the boys' dormitory is relatively better." Chen Yang smiled. "I'm here, you go to class." I'll let Yufei come play with Nian Nian on the weekend, Su Meng said. No problem. Chen Yang nodded. Chapter 70 Aren't you two romantic? The first class on Thursday morning is college English. This kind of public class is actually the most boring. Chen Yang has computer skills at the level of Lei Jun, so English is not a problem at all. So, while the teacher was lecturing, he found a seat in the back row and sat down to type on the keyboard. The English teacher didn't say anything. In college, you can learn if you want to, but forget it if you don't want to. She just made it clear what she was supposed to say. Just don't ask me to help you out during the final exam. The morning class ended at 8 a.m. Chen Yang had no class in the second period, but Yue did have a class in the second period, so Chen Yang went to the library to continue writing code and charge his computer at the same time. His computer is a Huawei MateBook GT14. Although its battery life is much better than that of a gaming laptop, it is not as long as a professional work laptop. He can continue writing in his professional classes in the afternoon, so the battery still needs to be fully charged. And Yue's second class on Thursday morning is physical education. The whole dormitory chose table tennis. After finishing their physical training, they started to practice different balls. And Yue and 4 other girls were gathered around a billiard table. At this moment, He Dandan and Bai Lu were playing on the court. Wei, have you been at home all the time during the holidays? They all listened attentively in class. The first period in the morning was a professional course, so they didn't dare to speak at all. On the way, because the stadium was a bit far from the teaching building, they were in a hurry to get on the road, so they started chatting when they had some free time. The two of them stood beside the pool table, and Bai Lu and He Dandan, who were standing next to them, could hear their conversation. No, Chen Yang brought his parents and family to Sichuan, and we went out traveling together. And Yue spoke to Ding Joshua honestly. Well, there is a bit of boasting in her words, and the girl still hopes that her happiness can be seen by others. Chen Yang? Parents? Wait a minute. My CPU is overheating. Are you meeting your parents? Ding Joshua's voice was so loud that both He Dandan and Bai Lu heard it. What? Wei and Chen Yang met their parents? Girls are very gossipy when they start gossiping. The two girls stopped playing table tennis and came over with curious looks on their faces. Don't stop, the teacher will talk to you later. Ding Joshua looked at the two of them hurriedly. Wei, hurry up and tell me, then we can continue. He Dandan looked at Chen Yang anxiously. And Yue nodded with a slightly red face. No. Aren't you guys together? Why did you suddenly? Even your parents? Bai Lu asked doubtfully. We were together the night before National Day. Chen Yang confessed to me. As Yue spoke, she raised her slender little hand, revealing the golden ring on her left ring finger. Have you put on your rings? No. Zhang Yutian and I are both above board, but you two are sneaking around? Besides, what time was it when you returned? When did Chen Yang buy the ring? He Dandan said as she served the ball. He told me that he bought it before the military training. And Yue stroked the ring and spoke softly. Okay. This Chen Yang has been plotting evil for so long. No, is he so confident that he can take you down? Bai Lu gritted her teeth, as if the person Chen Yang was plotting against was her daughter. Well, actually, Yue is now the darling of their dormitory. It can only be said that Yue's only bad luck was that she lost her parents when she was a child. In the end, the parents sacrificed a future boyfriend to the gods. Even in a fantasy novel, she would be a girl of luck. Since she met Chen Yang, everything has gone smoothly for her. Chen Yang is even more mascot than a mascot. And Yue was a little embarrassed. Ding Joshua looked at Yue's expression and rolled her eyes. Look at her expression, the word being controlled is almost written on her face. How can Chen Yang not be confident? Jia. And Yue reached out and nudged Ding Joshua, muttering with a complaining look on her face. Okay, I won't say anything more. Tell me, why did Chen Yang's parents let you meet their parents so soon? What happened during this time? Tell us about it, we are so curious. Ding Joshua grabbed Yue's arm and said excitedly. Chen Yang and his friends are planning to come to our place for a tour. Isn't our home in Yingxiu Town, Yingchuan County? Uncle Chen happened to be one of the PLA soldiers who came to our town to help with the 2008 earthquake relief work, so they came over. And Yoe's language organization is a bit contradictory, which is somewhat inconsistent with her image as a saint of liberal arts. However, since it involved Chen Yang, Ding Joshua understood. I think coming to mourn the victims is secondary, the main thing is to see you, right? Bai Lu said teasingly. And Yue lowered her head and said nothing, which was considered as her agreement. And what happened next? Ding Joshua continued to ask. Chen Yang didn't tell me they were coming. When I found out, they had already arrived in Ningxiu. It was nighttime, and I picked them up at the gate of the community. Uncle and aunt both like me very much. But do you know what is the most unexpected thing for me? And Yue has also learned to keep people in suspense. What? The few people were so engrossed in listening that they didn't notice the changes in Yue. Chen Yang's father is the PLA soldier who personally rescued me from the rubble of the earthquake. My grandma was so excited that she asked me to kneel down to Uncle Chen. When Yue said this, her whole body was filled with a glow called happiness. Hashabi and Sak. When Ding Joshua heard this, she suddenly raised her hand and called for a timeout. What happened? And Yue was stunned. Wei, you and Chen Yang are the same age, right? Ding Joshua said. Yes, we are all born in the year of the pig. And Yue nodded. So, you two already had it in this world at that time? Ding Joshua is as stupid as a roe deer. Isn't that nonsense? Bai Lu rolled her eyes. Well. You didn't notice, did you? Chen Yang's father personally saved his daughter-in-law 17 years ago. This is so romantic, Wei. Ding Joshua felt like she was about to pass out from taking so much candy. Yes. Your fate was destined 17 years ago. It's not a green plum, but it's better than a green plum. And you met again on the campus of Jiangda University 17 years later. And they're in love. TSK. This is such a coincidence. He Dandan had an anti-smile on her face. I'm going to call my dad right now and ask him if he saved a little boy from drowning 17 years ago. Bai Lu took out her cell phone and prepared to call her father. Puff. And Yue and others couldn't help laughing when they saw Bai Lu's appearance. So now that you've met the parents, you should be considered engaged, right? He Dandan said. I don't think so. But, it's almost the same. And Yue bit her lower lip and said with some entanglement. Whether it counts or not is up to you. Let's go ask Chen Yang after we're done. He. Ding Joshua chuckled, then replaced He Dandan and went to practice basketball with Bai Lu. Chapter 71, Chen Yang must have saved the universe in his previous life, right? Time flies and it's time for lunch. Originally, the physical education class was held on the Shiyuan playground, which was closer to the Shiyuan canteen, but Yue's roommate came to the Meiyuan canteen in order to have the first bite of melon. When Chen Yang saw Yue's message, he realized that it was already 12 o'clock. After replying to the girl with an apology, Chen Yang saved the content, picked up his computer and went straight to Meiyuan canteen. When she arrived at the place, she found that Yue had already prepared food for her. But why are his 3 older sons here too? No, shouldn't you have brought your food back to the dormitory as early as 8 o'clock? Why are you here? Are you going to seek the far away instead of the near? Chen Yan looked at Li Rue and the other two and asked. Isn't this for eating melons? I heard you two are together. You didn't even post an official announcement on WeChat Moments? Do you want to be the king of the sea, kid? Ha! Li Rue looked at Chen Yang, who had not yet put the chicken leg into his mouth, and teased with a smile. Bring it here. Chen Yang snatched the uneaten chicken leg from Li Rue's chopsticks with one chopstick and took a bite. Chen Yang, you king bastard. Li Rue felt numb when he looked at his empty chopsticks. Isn't this bastard too much? I didn't post the official announcement on WeChat Moments choo because neither of us had a chance to take a photo together choo. We plan to go out this weekend choo and find a place to take a nice official photo before posting it gulp. Chen Yang talked while eating. Come to think of it, he was really hungry. He had just had a simple breakfast in the morning and had been writing code the whole time. It would be strange if he wasn't hungry. I think you just want to be the king of the sea. The grudge over snatching chicken legs is irreconcilable, and Li Rue is now a complete black man. I didn't send it either. And Yue suddenly raised her head and looked at Li Rue and said seriously. Li Rui, who was feeling sorry for his chicken leg, was so speechless after hearing In Yue's words. No. Sister-in-law, it's not. We were just joking around. We all see how good Brother Yang is to you. Sister-in-law, please don't be angry with Brother Yang. Li Rui quickly put down his chopsticks and said somewhat embarrassedly. Brothers may criticize each other, but they are clear about the principles. It's just a chicken drumstick. You're holding a grudge like that. Let's go to the library and have a cup of luckin coffee each, okay? Chen Yang glanced at Li Rui and said. Godfather, please accept my greetings. Suddenly, the silent Zhang Yutian and Zhang Jianwu followed Li Rui, stood up and bowed. Puff. Ding Jiaxue and several other girls were amused by the antics of Li Rui and the other two. He Dandan even reached out and pinched Zhang Yutian, feeling that it was a bit embarrassing to have this boyfriend around. After the three of them finished their greetings, they sat down and continued to eat. They didn't have breakfast, but ate a little after the first class. They were about to fall asleep when they returned home, but were called out by Ding Jiaxue and the others. After arriving at the cafeteria, the three of them thought it would be a waste if they didn't eat any, so they bought less. An 18-year-old boy is at the age when he can eat the most. He can easily finish a meal that costs only 10 yuan. By the way, it's time for you two to be together. I always thought you two were already together, but I didn't expect that you were still flirting before Dandan and I got together. Zhang Yutian looked at Chen Yang and said with a smile. On the way here, he Dandan and the others, after obtaining In Yue's consent, told Li Rui and the others the story of her and Chen Yang. So they probably know the whole story. It's also because we were provoked by you, otherwise we might still be twisted. Chen Yang smiled and looked at the girl who lowered her head with red earlobes, and showed a doting smile. Oh, look at Chen Yang's expression. He treats our Wei Wei like his daughter. Bai Lu looked at Chen Yang's smile and said with a teasing look on her face. Go away, why don't you find someone who can treat you like a daughter? Chen Yang rolled his eyes. I wanted to, too, but I called my dad and asked him if he had ever saved a little boy when he was a child, and he told me to get lost. Bai Lu shrugged. Ha ha ha. Chen Yang and others laughed out loud. Hey. And then, have you told them? Chen Yang reacted and looked at In Yue, who was eating her meal with her head down. They asked, and I told them. In Yue raised her head and spoke to Chen Yang cautiously. Just say it, let them be envious. Our fate is so divine that it's hard to even write a novel about it. Chen Yang chuckled. Ha! Ding Jiaxue let out a cry of disgust and moved a little further away from In Yue. Actually, she wasn't that far away, as she had originally filled up the entire stool, and now only half of it was exposed. Li Rui and the other two looked at Chen Yang with envy. Only boys can understand boys. Chen Yang must have saved the universe in his previous life, right? And Yue's face turned red again. Although her social phobia had improved a lot, she was still very shy. After dinner, Chen Yang took a group of boys and girls to the library. Each of them bought a cup of luckin coffee, and then went to the library with In Yue. And Yue worked part-time, and he watched the girl write code. Neither of them had classes in the afternoon, so In Yue found a book to read in the library while he continued to write code. After writing until 4 o'clock, the two of them packed up and went to pick up Nian Nian from school. As a result, just as the car arrived at the school gate, Chen Yang suddenly received a call from Su Meng. Teacher Su, what's wrong? After picking up the phone, Chen Yang asked in confusion. Chen Yang, please help pick up Yufei. Our college suddenly organized a meeting, and Yufei's father is still early after get off work. Please. Su Meng's voice sounded anxious. Teacher Su, you are being too polite. When I asked you to help pick up Nian Nian before, you didn't refuse me, right? I'm already at the school gate. I'll take Yufei to my house later. I have a class in the evening, so I'll bring her back on the way. Chen Yang said. Okay, thank you Chen Yang. On the other end of the phone, Su Meng stood at the door of the conference room and said with a smile. It's okay, Mr. Su, you go ahead and do your work. Chen Yang said. Okay, I'll hang up first. After saying that, Su Meng breathed a sigh of relief, hung up the phone, and went into the meeting room. Let's go buy some groceries later. There's nothing at home. Both of these big refrigerators are empty. And Yue said. Okay, it's a good opportunity for Yufei to have a taste of our cooking skills. Chen Yang smiled and nodded. Soon, Chen Yang and Yue saw two children, Chen Yanan and Yang Yufei, running out holding hands. Slow down. And Yue shouted at the two little girls. Mother! Dad! Anton! Uncle Chen! The two little ones called for help. Yufei, your mother said she has to go to a meeting right now, so please ask me to pick you up from school. Come back to my house with your uncle and play with Nian Nian for a while. I'll take you home after dinner, okay? Chen Yang squatted down and looked at Yang Yufei and said with a smile. Okay, I've been wanting to go play with Nian Nian for a long time. Yang Yufei nodded excitedly, and didn't seem unhappy at all that her mother didn't come. Okay, let's go. Chen Yang reached out and rubbed Yang Yufei's head, then took the two little ones into the car and drove towards Wangjiang Center. Chapter 72 in Yue, I want to learn how to drive. After parking the car in the underground parking lot, Chen Yang and his three companions did not go upstairs directly, but went to the supermarket area to buy vegetables first. Although Wangjiang Center is one of the most high-end residential areas in Jiangcheng, the items in the supermarket are basically the same as those in supermarkets outside, and some items are even cheaper. Chen Yang and Yue pushed the cart, and the two little ones wandered freely in the supermarket. They were not afraid that they would get lost, because the supermarket's stock clerks and waiters were basically watching them. In this neighborhood, the chances of losing a child are lower than the chances of winning the lottery. After buying some vegetables and fruits, the two of them went to Building C. After arriving home, Chen Yanan took the initiative to show off his home door lock's facial unlocking function to Yang Yufei, which made Yang Yufei very envious. After entering the room, Chen Yang and Yue washed their hands, changed clothes, and went to cook, while Liang Xiang wandered around the room. At present, the house has all the hard and soft furnishings, but other decorations that suit personal preferences are still empty. After the two little ones took a look around, they went to the living room to watch TV. Yang Yufei did not envy Chen Yanan's big house, as she herself did not come from an ordinary family. Su Meng is an associate professor at Jiangcheng University. Yang Wenhao, like Chen Wu, is a section chief civil servant, but he is a section chief in a provincial capital city. For a section chief in a provincial capital city at the age of 28 or 29, it can only be said that his future is limitless. Around 5:40, and Yue and Chen Yang prepared today's dinner. 1 braised prawn, 1 shredded pork with green pepper, 1 plate of smashed cucumber, and 1 stir-fried lettuce. Ever since we knew that Chen Yang liked to eat cucumbers, there are cucumbers in almost every dish at home. The last time they had dinner together, Chen Yang observed that Yang Yufei liked to eat rice, so she ate rice with Yue, while Chen Yang and Nian Nian ate steamed buns. After dinner, the elective course started at 7 o'clock in the evening. After dinner, they rested for a while at home. Before 6:30, Chen Yang drove Yang Yufei to school. Uncle Chen, can I play football with Nian Nian this weekend? In the car, Yang Yufei sat obediently in the back seat and said to Chen Yang. Of course, have you discussed it? After Chen Yang nodded, he asked again. Yang Yufei nodded heavily. Okay, then go play on the weekend. The weather has cooled down in the past few days, which is perfect for outdoor sports. Chen Yang said. Yeah, thank you, uncle. Yang Yufei nodded happily. While the two were talking, Chen Yang had already driven into Jiangda. After parking the car in the parking lot of the School of Information opposite the School of Planning to charge it, Chen Yang took Yang Yufei downstairs. Downstairs, Yang Wenhao, who had received a call from Chen Yang in advance, was already waiting. Teacher Yang. Chen Yang handed Yang Yufei to Yang Wenhao and greeted him with a smile. Sorry to bother you, Chen Yang. Yang Wenhao also smiled. Yufei and Nian Nian are having a good time, so we adults shouldn't be so polite. Chen Yang took out a box of Huangdalo cigarettes that he had kept in the car from his pocket, took out a cigarette and handed it to Yang Wenhao. He had observed that Yang Wenhao was a smoker. Teacher Su doesn't allow you to smoke at home, right? Why don't you sneak one in? Chen Yang said with a smile. Ah, okay, have one. Yang Wenhao smiled and nodded, took the cigarette, took out a lighter from his pocket and lit it. Yang Yufei looked at her smoking father with disdain and ran upstairs. I like you, kid. From now on, don't call me Teacher Yang. Just call me Brother Yang. I'm not much older than you. The relationship between men can often be established with just a cigarette. Yang Wenhao didn't think of Chen Yang as a freshman, so he just said with a smile. Okay, Brother Yang. Chen Yang was talking about this, but he felt something was weird. After thinking about it for a while, it seemed that the older guys in the dormitory had always called him Brother Yang. While smoking, Yang Wanhao asked Chen Yang how his life was in Jiangcheng, how his studies were going in school, etc. Chen Yang smiled and replied that everything was fine. Yang Wanhao also asked about the health of Chen Yang's parents. Chen Yang said that they enjoyed everything they ate, were in good health, and even went out to travel during the holidays. After finishing a cigarette, Yang Wanhao reached out and patted Chen Yang on the shoulder. Bring Nian Nian and your wife to our house for a visit on the weekend. Chen Yang smiled embarrassedly. Sorry, Brother Yang, there is only one day this weekend. I plan to accompany my wife to stroll around Jiangcheng, but Nian Nian can give you a day to play. The two little girls have made an appointment to play football this weekend. Yang Wenhao laughed loudly. Ah, Nian Nian is not a toy, give us another day to play with her. You just want to date your wife and don't want to take care of the child, right? Chen Yang pretended to be embarrassed and nodded. Okay, then send Nian Nian over this weekend, and Meng and I will take them to play football. Yang Wenhao nodded, indicating that it was no problem. Chen Yang thanked him, checked the time and found that class was about to start, so he hurried over to the School of Accounting. The elective courses are even easier than the professional courses, so Chen Yang specially chose those related to computers, which not only allowed him to earn credits but also saved him from having to study too much. During class, Chen Yang was holding his computer and writing code. Even if the professor saw it, he would not say anything. 3 out of 10 students in this class were holding their computers and writing code. Evening self-study was over at 8:40, and Chen Yang got home at just 9 o'clock. After entering the door, the little cutie jumped into Chen Yang's arms, showing warmth and care. And Yu Wei came over with some water, and Chen Yang handed the computer to Chen Yenin. The little girl took the computer and put it in the study, and considerately plugged in the charger. And Yu Wei and Chen Yenin had already taken a bath. After Chen Yang finished bathing, he watched TV for more than 10 minutes in the living room with the two beauties. As they watched, and Yu Wei suddenly leaned over and put her head on Chen Yang's shoulder. Seeing the girl being so intimate, Chen Yang was stunned for a moment. What's wrong? Chen Yang reached out and held the girl's hand, and asked softly. It just feels like you look so tired. And Yu Wei said softly. I'm not tired. With you and Nian Nian accompanying me, I feel full of strength. Chen Yang said with a smile. Xiao Yang. And Yu Wei called softly. Chen Yang nodded. I want to learn how to drive. And Yu Wei suddenly said. How? Suddenly thought of getting a driver's license? Chen Yang turned his head and looked at the girl and asked. I looked at our class schedule. You only have 8 a.m. 3 days a week, and when you don't have 8 a.m., you don't have classes in the morning. I'm at 8 a.m. 4 days ago, and I have a second class on the remaining day. If I learn how to drive, I can drive Nian Nian to school when you don't have to go to the morning office, and you can rest a little longer at home. And Yu Wei said while hugging Chen Yang's arm. Okay. Chen Yang didn't say anything like it was his duty to send them both to school. When a family is together, nothing should be done wrong. It's a good thing that Yu Wei is willing to take responsibility for sending the child to school. Chen Yang also wanted to be lazy and sleep in. Thank you, Xiao Yang. And Yu Wei looked at Chen Yang with genuine gratitude. She was afraid that Chen Yang would reject her, so she finally mustered up the courage to tell Chen Yang this. Fool. Chen Yang reached out and rubbed in Yu Wei's hair, then held her in his arms. Chapter 73. Our mom is too strong, there is nothing we can do. The night is not so quiet. Although the temperature in Jiangcheng has dropped in October, the highest temperature in the past few days is still 28 or 29 degrees. In addition, the greening of Wangjiang Center is well done, and at night you can faintly hear the chirping of cicadas and the sound of whistles on the river. Little Chen Yenin sat on the carpet, swaying his little feet as he looked at his father and mother who were snuggling together, his little mouth curled up in a beautiful arc. The little girl is very smart. Her parents' relationship is getting better and better, so she will be loved even more. However, children's emotions are always messy. At around 9:40, she was so sleepy that she was swaying. When Yu Wei saw her, the little girl almost fell headfirst on the small round table. Go to sleep. We don't have classes tomorrow afternoon. I'll see if there is a driving school near the school and take you to sign up. Chen Yang said. And Yu Wei nodded obediently, looking even cuter than Xiao Nian. Chen Yang smiled and stretched out his hand to pinch the tip of her nose, making the girl couldn't help but stick out her tongue at Chen Yang. Her cuteness was about to overflow. Parents with children basically can't sleep in the morning. That is what you see on Douyin, people asking people to run errands and take children to school. In reality, most parents, especially young parents, get up early to send their children to school before going to work, and then go to work during the morning rush hour. How can they have enough time to sleep in? Although Yue wanted Chen Yang to sleep in, the girl hasn't passed the driving test yet, and Chen Yang is busy with that task. If he works hard for a month, earning an extra 200,000 yuan is a good deal no matter how you think about it. Dad, don't forget the computer. Before going out, Chen Yanan, carrying his small school bag, looked at Chen Yang with empty hands, and hurried to the study room to take out Chen Yang's computer and charger. Oh, my little baby is the one who remembers it best. Daddy almost forgot it. Chen Yang reached out and touched Chen Yanan's little head, praising him generously. Hee, it was Nian Nian who helped Dad pack up and charge the computer last night. It doesn't matter if Dad forgot. Like a little angel, Nian Nian was making amends for her careless father. You're so good that Daddy feels a little distressed. Chen Yang picked up Chen Yanan with a pursed mouth and gave her a kiss on her little face. The scent of children's lotion mixed with the unique scent of the little girl entered his nostrils, making people feel refreshed early in the morning. And Yue watched from the side and reached out to touch Shan Yanyan's face lovingly. The little girl turned her head and pouted at Yue. And Yue leaned her face forward, and the little girl kissed her mother on the face, and then she giggled. Let's go to school. It's time to go to school. The little girl doesn't hate going to school, because there are teachers and friends she likes at school, and she can play with other kids. She is very happy. In the morning, Yue had the first class of the morning. Because it was a public class, Chen Yang did not go to the library, but accompanied Yue in the classroom to attend the class. When Ding Joshua and the others saw Chen Yang coming along, they were a little surprised. Is Chen Yang here to assert his sovereignty? Hey, what a rare guest, Master Chen. Ding Joshua said sarcastically. You played on my Oji all night last night, and you're acting weird this morning. Chen Yang rolled his eyes and said. Go! 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 I mean, this is your first time accompanying Weiwei to class. Why didn't I see you come before? Ding Joshua sat next to Yue and asked Chen Yang, who was leaning against the wall. You're talking nonsense. Nen and I weren't in a relationship before, but after we confirmed it, we had 8 days off for National Day and Mid-Autumn Festival. It's over. Classes only started yesterday. We either all have classes or your majors. How can I accompany her? Chen Yang looked at Ding Joshua speechlessly. It seems so. Ding Joshua scratched her head in embarrassment, but this woman was very open-minded, and after a few seconds of embarrassment, she stopped worrying about it. Chen Yang ignored Ding Joshua and watched the students from Chinese Language and Literature Class 1 and Class 2 gather together for an open class. I have to say that there are many girls in the Faculty of Arts, and quite a few of them are good-looking. When Chen Yang glanced around casually, he found that there were several people whose looks were comparable to Ding Joshua, but they were naturally no match for Yue. If her daughter Nen were put into a novel, she would definitely be a school beauty. But in reality, such things as school beauties basically don't exist. Which modern male university student is so idle as to select the campus beauties? Wouldn't it be nicer to play League of Legends in the dormitory? When Chen Yang took out his computer and was about to write code, he suddenly remembered that this was not his major, so would it be bad to openly type on the computer in class? When I looked, I saw that at least 3 out of 10 people had turned on their computers and placed them on the table. From Chen Yang's perspective, there were 2 people in the front row who had opened a novel website and were writing novels. TSK, it seems like there are experts everywhere. Chen Yang shrugged and ignored him, starting typing code on his own. The morning class ended quickly. Chen Yang put the computer into Yue's handbag and walked out of the teaching building holding her hand. When the boys in Chinese Language and Literature Class 2 saw that the prettiest girl in the class was already taken, they didn't beat their chests or stamp their feet, but they still talked about it. However, the personal qualities of modern male college students are quite good, especially in a 985 prestigious university like Jiangnan University, and they will not encounter any stupid behavior in asking for salary increase. After leaving the teaching building, Ding Joshua and others also prepared to go to the library to do their homework. Jia, Lulu, Dan, I'm going to sign up for a driver's license this afternoon, do you want to go? And Yue looked at her 3 roommates and asked curiously. Learning driver's license? Well, I do have this plan, but if I learn it now, won't it be too cold in a while? Bai Lu asked. Sisters, this is Jiangcheng, the temperature can be over 20 degrees in early December. 2 months is enough for us to learn, right? Ding Joshua said helplessly. Yes, I thought we were in northeast China. It's already below zero in mid-November in northeast China. Bai Lu said embarrassedly. We can only blame our country for being too big and our mother for being too powerful. There's nothing we can do about it. Chen Yang said with a smile. Ah, that's right. I remember at the beginning of the year there was a Korean guy who planned to ride the Silk Road, but he didn't even leave Xijing after 5 days. He Dandan covered her mouth and laughed. I know that one too. It was so funny. When I saw him shivering from the cold, I almost died of laughter. Ha 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 ha. Several girls were talking about it. Although An Yue had never heard of it, how could girls not share when they were together? Ding Joshua took out her cell phone, opened Douyin, and found the joke to show An Yue. And Yue couldn't help laughing as well. So, are you going to sign up or not? If you report it, please ask us which driving school nearby is reliable. I will also ask my 3 big boys. Chen Yang asked, looking at the 4 girls who were laughing happily. Report. The 4 of us will learn together. When I get my driver's license, I'll ask my dad to buy me a car. It doesn't have to be an expensive one, just a Wuling Hongguang Mini will do. I can drive out for fun on weekends, how great is that? Ding Joshua raised her hand and said. Okay, then I'll ask those guys in our dormitory. Chen Yang said, took out his phone, and tagged all the members in the dormitory group. Chapter 74. I already got my driver's license. When Chen Yang sent a message to the group, several people responded almost instantly. Zhang Jianwu, Brother Yang, do you want to apply for a driver's license? Li Rui, Jianwu, you are an idiot, Brother Yang has a driver's license, okay? Zhang Yutian, I want to sign up, too. Please take me with you. Li Rui, +1. Zhang Jianwu, +1. Well, boys can be slow in making a decision, but they can also be fast. For example, now, the dormitory has been approved unanimously. Chen Yang, okay, do you have any good driving school channels? I heard that college students can get cheaper driving schools. Are there any that have plenty of practice time and good instructors? Zhang Yutian, a senior from the Youth League Committee, said he would recommend a driving school to me, but after asking around, I found out that the school is kind of rubbish. Li Rui, there is a senior in our football team who has a car. He learned to drive last year. I think it was from a nearby driving school called Yutsai. I heard that the coach scolds people very fiercely. Zhang Jianwu, I don't know. I've been playing games in the dormitory recently. Chen Yang looked at Li Rui, the only one among the 3 who cursed harshly, and shook his head helplessly. Chen Yang, anyway, we don't have any classes right now, get out of here, let's go to Yutsai. It doesn't matter if the coach scolds students, as long as the person in charge teaches well and doesn't cheat students. Chen Yang's driving school in the county town was a rip-off. If Chen Yang's father wasn't the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, would he have gotten his driver's license in just 40 days? Dream on. Relatively speaking, driving schools near university towns pay much attention to their reputation, and at least they will not blatantly cheat college students. After all, among the group of college students, if you cheat them, they may not say anything, but they will say bad things about you when they go back. The university town is so small, and if word spreads from 1 person to 10 people, and from 10 to 100 people, your reputation will soon be ruined. The only comment given by Li Rui's senior on the football team was that the coach likes to swear, which means that swearing may be the biggest shortcoming. Otherwise, he would say that the other party was cheating him out of money. For college students, money is the most important thing. Li Rui, okay. Then, the 3 guys in the boys' dormitory started packing their clothes and going downstairs. Chen Yang and his group who were preparing to go to the library also stopped, then drove to the Ifu building parking lot and navigated to the Yutsai driving school. Li Rui and his 2 companions went downstairs, scanned a shared bike and rode all the way here. Driving in the school might not be as fast as riding a shared bike, so the 8 people from the 2 dormitories arrived at basically the same time. After parking the car in the parking lot of Yutsai driving school, Chen Yang and his companions found that it was quite large after they entered. This should be the practice site for the second driving test. There are 5 routes along the entire route, which is larger than the second driving test site in Jiangsu City. Shall we go and ask? Li Rui put his hands in his pockets and looked at Chen Yang. Look around first. Chen Yang shook his head, then took in You's hand and walked to a car that was practicing reversing into a parking space. Look, not at me. How did you get into college? You can't even see the point clearly, so you'd better not take the driving test. Come on, get off. You're on the line, idiot. Before he got close, Chen Yang heard a burst of loud curses coming from the passenger seat. You really like to curse, your reputation is well deserved. Chen Yang was amazed. Then he walked over to two students who were squatting under the shade of a tree and laughing. Classmate, does your coach also curse? Chen Yang said calmly. Hey, which coach in our driving school doesn't swear? The boy on the left took a sip of iced black tea and said with a smile. To be honest, Coach Lu's scolding was really harsh. Just now, a girl was even made to cry because of it. The boy on the right shrugged. Classmate, which coach are you from? Asked the boy on the left. Mine, Coach Lu's. Chen Yang pretended to be helpless and pulled in Yue to squat on the curb. Then you're in trouble. Everyone knows that Coach Lu is the most abusive person in the entire Yutsai teaching department. But the pass rate of students under Coach Lu is also the highest. I heard that there was a girl who failed the second part of the driving test 4 times. The driving school had no choice but to give her to Coach Lu. Last month, she passed. The girl even gave Coach Lu a banner. The two boys spoke in unison. I know about this, too. We were practicing driving together at the time. Wow, that scene. Chen Yang had a look of emotion on his face and spoke as if it were true. No way, classmate, you followed Coach Lu for a month and you still didn't pass the second test? The boy on the right looked at Chen Yang in confusion. Who said I was practicing for subject 2? I already got my driver's license a long time ago, and I've even bought a car. Chen Yang shrugged. So you are the senior who has already landed. Come on, touch my hand and breathe in some of my spiritual energy. The two boys were very familiar with each other and wanted to touch Chen Yang. Chen Yang pulled in Yue up with disgust. The two boys smiled but didn't stand up. They continued squatting and watching the coach scolding. The 6 people on Li Rui's side looked at Chen Yang and Yue wandering around in confusion, and reluctantly came to the shade of a tree to watch them practice driving. Xiaoyang, you are so amazing. Although Yue is naive, she is not stupid. She knows that Chen Yang's high emotional intelligence expression just now has basically revealed the information about the driving school. No rush, just look around, walk around, and learn more. There were a lot of people in the driving school, and Chen Yang was not in a hurry to make a decision immediately. Learning to drive is not like making a living. If you meet a good instructor who teaches you some practical things, it can really save your life at the critical moment. Chen Yang's half-baked driving skills were probably learned from his uncle Qin from the traffic police brigade. When Chen Yang visited the traffic police university during the summer vacation, he saw many tragic car accidents, so he knew that a qualified driving instructor is very important. After walking around for about 20 minutes, Chen Yang had roughly figured it out. This driving school does have only one drawback, which is that the instructor loves to scold people. But in this case, it can't be considered a disadvantage. Although the coach scolds harshly, he teaches seriously. He also did not find any coaches exploiting students. At least during the 20 minutes or so he was walking around, Chen Yang did not see any coach smoking students cigarettes or drinking students Red Bull. When Chen Yang was learning to drive, a student who was practicing with him brought Red Bull to his coach every day. He also brought a pack of cigarettes a day, and half of the pack went into the coach's mouth. The atmosphere in this small county town is really not that good. What's going on? Looking at Chen Yang and the other person coming over, Li Rui asked. Sure, this driving school is just like what you said. Apart from the fact that the instructor likes to swear, there aren't many drawbacks. Chen Yang said. Ah, swearing? Upon hearing the swearing, several girls immediately backed off. Although the coaches here like to scold people, their teaching attitude is very serious and they really teach well. If you listen to every word they say, it will save your life no matter you are driving or riding in a car in the future. Anyway, I plan to let in and apply for this driving school. If you can't stand it, I can help you find other ones. Chen Yan looked at Ding Joshua and the other 2 girls and said. I'll report it. It's just swearing. I don't believe he can be as dirty as my mother. He Dandan was the first to raise her hand and agree. I'll report it too. If he curses in the wrong way, I'll beat him up. Bai Lu also agreed. You all signed up, so if I don't, won't I be out of place? Forget it, I'll sign up too. Ding Jiaxue also agreed. Among the few people, she was the only one who grew up in a sugar jar. But seeing that her sisters all wanted to sign up, she had no choice but to agree. Okay, let's go. Chen Yang nodded, and without asking the three older boys for their opinions, he walked straight towards the driving school's office. As for their opinions? It's so funny. If three grown boys can't even get over this little hurdle, they might as well cut off their birds. Chapter 75. In Yue, I feel sorry for him. The driving school's office is very large, and there are several service desks inside. As soon as Chen Yang and others entered the door, two young ladies came to greet them. Are you here to sign up for a driver's license? One of the young ladies asked Chen Yang and others with a smile. Li Rui was about to nod, but Chen Yang asked first, how did you know we were here to sign up? There are so many people in this driving school, can't they just come here to complain? The girl opposite smiled and said, we basically all know the students who study in this driving school. As for complaints, there are rarely such large-scale complaints. Chen Yang nodded when he heard this. This driving school seemed to be becoming more and more interesting. 7 of them want to sign up. Are you going to study C1 or C2? Chen Yang turned and looked at everyone and asked. C1, a real man drives a manual transmission. Li Rui was the first to express his opinion. I'm learning C1 too. Zhang Yutian also expressed his intention to learn C1. I'll get C1 too. It's a little difficult, said Zhang Jianwu. Well, is there any difference between C1 and C2? He Dandan asked cautiously. C1 can be driven in both automatic and manual mode, but C2 can only be driven in automatic mode. I suggest you girls learn C2. The only manual transmission car left is Wuling Hongguang. Santana, a legendary car for driving schools, was discontinued in 22 years. Especially in the era of new energy, manual transmission has almost become a swan song. There are even fewer girls who drive manual transmission cars. What is automatic and what is manual? Bai Lu also scratched his head and said. Bang! Chen Yang raised his hand and patted his forehead. Let me put it this way. Learning manual transmission is like taking the 211 college entrance exam, and learning automatic transmission is like taking the college entrance exam. Do you understand? Chen Yang used an example that they could understand. Then it's not that difficult to get into a 211 university. Bai Lu muttered. Shut up. Chen Yang glared at her, and Bai Lu immediately wilted. 3 boys C1, 4 girls C2. Chen Yang made a decision immediately. If he continued arguing here, he felt that he would really become a coach at Yutsai Driving School. It's one thing for the coach to scold students, but the students really deserve to be scolded. Forehead. Students, are you sure you want to sign up? You should have asked before you came, right? The young lady looked at Chen Yang, knowing that he was the backbone of these people, and asked tentatively. It's just swearing. Arrange these 3 guys as Coach Lu. Chen Yang pointed at Li Rui and directly issued them death notices. What Coach Lu? Zhang Yutian looked at Chen Yang in confusion. Coach Lu is the least swearing person in this driving school. Chen Yang came up to them and whispered. The young lady looked at Chen Yang with a strange expression. This classmate is a bit sinister. As for the 4 girls, you can arrange everything for them. Swearing is fine. Just teach them well and don't charge them randomly or ask them to use their credit cards. Everything else is fine. Chen Yang said. Okay. The tuition fee for manual transmission is 2,399, and for automatic transmission it's 2,599. The young lady pointed to the price column hanging on the wall and said. Isn't there an all-inclusive class? The kind that includes the test fee, retest fee, and driving training fee? Chen Yang asked. Our driving school has its own test site for Subject 3. The place where we practice driving is also where we take the test. As for the second part of the test, the lines in our driving school are narrower than those in the test site. If you can guarantee the passing rate in the driving school, there won't be much problem in taking the test. The passing rate of Yutsai Driving School has always been the highest near the university town. As for the test fee, you can call the traffic police 12123 to make your own reservation. The driving school will only guide you in making the reservation and will not involve money. The young lady said with a smile. Okay, do you have any money? If you don't have any, I'll lend you some first. Chun Yang looked at everyone and asked. Manual transmission is 2,399, automatic transmission is 2,599, which are basically normal prices, especially in Jiangcheng. When Chen Yang first started studying, he was charged a fair price of 3,499, and it was also a regular class. After all, it doesn't cost Chen Yang any money to practice driving at the examination venue. Brother Yang, lend it to me first. I'll ask my dad for it at noon. Chen Yang, lend me some too. Zhang Jianwu and Bai Lu asked Chen Yang to borrow money. However, when they were asked for ID cards, it was awkward because only Yin Wei brought her ID card, the others did not. How about this, I'll process it for this student first, and then arrange a coach for you. You can follow along for a while, and if you're sure there's no problem, you can go down and bring your ID card to pay the fee. The young lady looked at everyone and said with a smile. Okay. A group of older men and women nodded awkwardly, and in the end, only Yin Wei successfully registered. Next, the few of them were taken by the young lady to Coach Lu. When Coach Lu saw 8 people coming at once, his face almost turned green. Shaoli, these people are not all arranged for me, right? Otherwise, it is said that Coach Lu is the most harsh in scolding people. With so many students assigned to him, he must have a headache. Just these 3. The remaining 4 girls are all studying C2. Miss Lee said with a smile. That's fine. Coach Lu breathed a sigh of relief. Coach Lu, please take them 3 to understand the basic process of learning to drive first. Shaoli looked at Coach Lu and said. No problem. Coach Lu looked at Li Rue and the other 2 and said with a smile. Coach Lu's other students looked at Li Rue and the other 2 with a gloating look on their faces, thinking that finally someone came to share Coach Lu's firepower with them. Shaoli took Chen Yang and 4 girls to the C2 driving practice place. More and more people are learning C2 now. Before, the registration fee for C2 was much cheaper than that for C1, but now the situation is the other way around. Yutsai Education also introduced a batch of C2 cars. Chen Yang took a closer look and saw that there was also a Xiaomi SU7. Let's assign you to Coach Yang. Shaoli pointed at a coach in his 40s holding a thermos cup and said. Okay. Chen Yang said it was no problem, and Yin Wei naturally had no problem with it either. Chen Yang hasn't seen this Coach Yang yet, but judging from the atmosphere, he seems okay. At least the students have more smiles on their faces than Coach Lu's students. Next, Yin Wei and the others briefly learned about the things to pay attention to when learning to drive. The instructor introduced them to the car models, gears, lights, and the significance of driving. Anyway, it's much more than what Chen Yang heard when he was learning to drive. It is worthy of being a professional, it is professional. After explaining it once, the coach invited them to try the car, but the coach would definitely sit in the passenger seat, ready to step on the brakes at any time. At first, the girls were quite timid. After all, they had taken the bus many times, but this was their first time driving. However, as Yin Wei took the initiative to get into the car, the competitive spirit of several girls was also aroused. In fact, Yin Wei was also very nervous, but when she thought about Chun Yang having to drive Nian Nian and herself to school every morning, she felt very distressed. Feeling sorry for Chen Yang, he seemed to have less fear of driving. Recalling what the coach had just said, Yin Wei carefully drove the car around the venue. Of course, the coach was helping her to brake, control the speed and turn the steering wheel. And when parking the car, Yin Wei also stepped on the brakes hard, which scared the coach. Mayanin is awesome. Chen Yang hugged Yin Wei, whose hands were shaking, and encouraged her softly. I will definitely study hard. Yin Wei looked at Chen Yang seriously. After driving it once, she didn't seem so scared anymore. Good. When you get your driver's license, I'll give you a car. Chen Yang touched her head and said encouragingly. Good. Yin Wei did not refuse Chen Yang's offer to buy her a car. After all, if she drove Nian Nian to school, what would happen if Chen Yang had a second class? Ding Joshua and the other 2 looked at Chen Yang and his partner showing affection, exclaimed, and then went up to test drive the car one by one. Chapter 76. You will be happy no matter what as long as I am with you. After registering in Yin Wei, I felt like I had accomplished a big thing. Under the guidance of the coach, the girl read a driving test handbook and then started to practice the questions of Subject 1. In the afternoon, Li Rue, Ding Joshua and others also went to register with their ID cards, and then started to practice questions for Subject 1. For a group of top students or college students with plenty of time, Subject 1 is basically not difficult. Those who are able to be admitted to Jiangnan University are basically the best in their provinces and the ones who are best at taking exams. Driving may be a little difficult for them, but getting a driver's license is not a big problem. The first class in the afternoon is Chen Yang's professional class. So she went to class. After finishing her part-time job at the library, Yu Wei returned to the dormitory and stayed for a while. After all, there is a dormitory and I can't stay outside all the time. Yu Wei also talked to her counselor about the issue of off-campus accommodation. Fortunately, Yu Wei's counselor was a man. When he learned that Yu Wei needed to live off campus, he said the same thing as Chen Yang's counselor: if there was a dormitory inspection, just tell him. Whether to ask for leave or not is just a matter of a word from the counselor. The better the university, the looser the management. The value of this statement is still increasing. After class, Chen Yang went to pick up Nian first, and then picked up Yu Wei and went home. Although tomorrow is Saturday, Xiao Nian still needs to go to school. Chen Yang and his classmates were much more relaxed, as they still had classes according to the schedule on weekends, so Chen Yang and Yu Wei happily got the no-class package. After sending Nian off in the morning, Chen Yang went straight home. And then, do you want to go out and play? Chen Yang looked at the money transferred by Zhang Jianwu and Bai Lu on his mobile phone, clicked the payment button, and said to Yu Wei, "Where are you going?" Yu Wei was leaning on the sofa, holding her mobile phone and doing the questions for Subject 1. When she heard Chen Yang asking her, she put down her mobile phone, raised her head and looked at Chen Yang pretentiously and asked, "How about going fishing? There are so many more fishing resources here in Jiangcheng than at home." Because of Chen Wu, Chen Yang successfully developed the bad habit of fishing during the summer vacation, and also developed the habit of watching fishing videos. In order to learn how to fish, he watched the videos of fishing masters such as Deng Gang, Lu Jiqian, and Jia Dongpu one by one. He went back to fish once during the National Day holiday, but was not very satisfied. He still longs for the feeling of catching a big fish. "Okay, I'll go with you. But you don't seem to have a fishing rod or anything like that?" Yu Wei nodded, indicating that it was no problem, but then she remembered that Chen Yang had nothing to catch, so she asked, "This is Jiangcheng, the headquarters of Tianyuan. Can't we find a place to buy fishing gear here?" Chen Yang smiled, then pulled Yu Wei to change clothes. After wrapping the girl tightly, Chen Yang, who was still worried, took out the unused sunscreen he bought during military training and applied it on Yu Wei. Then he clapped his hands in satisfaction, took the girl downstairs, and navigated to a fishing tackle store in Tianyuan. The fishing gear market is becoming more and more competitive nowadays. The prices in offline stores are basically the same as those online, and free gifts are given. Chen Yang bought a complete set of accessories, including a fishing box, a fishing umbrella, a stand, and a landing net. I also bought 2 Chinchuan 7s, 2 Mingjiang 4s, and various matching main lines, sublines, floats, and baits, which filled 2 boxes. It was also the first time for the boss to see someone buying fishing gear at one time, especially a young man. "Young man, this is not the way to upgrade your equipment. Why don't you buy some and try them out first, then buy more when they work well?" The boss looked at Chen Yang and said helplessly. Although he runs a fishing tackle shop, he is also a fisherman. What if this young man is a novice? This is not the right way to waste money. "It's okay, just help me tie a knot at the tip of the rod, and then wrap it with a handlebar tape. Giving me 2 towels and some small scissors, isn't that too much?" Chen Yang said indifferently. "How about this? I'll tie a knot on the 7.2 meter rod tip rope for you, the 7.5 meter Mingjiang 4 and the 8.1 meter Chinchuan 7. Once you're used to them, you can do it yourself, okay?" The boss said. "All right. By the way, boss, do you know of any silver carp and bighead carp fishing spots nearby that are suitable for beginners? I want to go and try it out." Chen Yang said. "You've just started learning how to fish for silver carp and bighead carp?" The boss was shocked. "This is indeed my first time learning to fish for silver carp and bighead carp. Before, I only fished for carp, grass carp and the like at home." Chen Yang said. "Then go to this fishing ground. Let's add WeChat and I'll add you to the group. Teacher Su is testing bait there today." The boss said. "Okay, thank you, boss." Chen Yang smiled and nodded. It took the boss just a few minutes to wrap the handlebars for Chen Yang, tie the knot on the tip of the rod, and then gave Chen Yang a rod bag. When loading things for Chen Yang, the boss discovered that the young man was driving an M9. Only then did he understand why Chen Yang was so generous. After packing his things, Chen Yang drove straight to the fishing spot that the boss mentioned. This is a silver carp and bighead carp pond with endless returns. It is not a wise move to open a black pit silver carp and bighead carp pond in Jiangcheng. After all, the fishing resources in Jiangcheng are too abundant. Whether it is wild fishing or reservoir fishing, the resources are so abundant. And then, don't you think it would be embarrassing if we couldn't catch any fish? Chen Yang looked at the huge fish pond, grabbed in Youwei's little hand and said, "It's okay. I'm with you. Even if you don't catch any fish, you'll still be happy today." And Youwei looked at Chen Yang and said with a smile, "How can you do that?" Chen Yang reached out and pinched in Youwei's nose, then put on his hat and went to the small room next to the fishing ground to find the boss. It is already past 9 in the morning, and most of the fishermen who should come have already arrived. Not to mention, there are quite a lot of people here, so the reputation should be pretty good, otherwise Su Yingzhou wouldn't come here to test the bait. After asking the boss, I learned that this is a standard silver carp and bighead carp pond with unlimited recooking, no limit on bait, limited rod length of 7.2 meters, and a total line length of 17.5 meters. The charge is 280 for 4 hours, and 50 per fish returned, which is a normal charge. I'm a newbie, can you give me a discount? Chen Yang looked at the boss and said with a smile. Newbie? The last person to say this was Teacher Deng. He has already ordered so many ducks and chickens. The boss rolled his eyes. Haha, I'm such a newbie. This is my first time fishing for silver carp and bighead carp, and I just bought the equipment half an hour ago. Chen Yang laughed. Okay, then, I'll give you 1 more hour, is that okay? The boss looked at Chen Yang and Youwei, who were obviously young and looked like students, and said after thinking for a while. Thank you, boss. You can take any fishing spot you want, right? You can sit anywhere, but you can't fish. If you move, the fishing box must move with you, said the boss. Okay, let's get ready. Chen Yang nodded, and then took in Youwei to get the equipment. After watching for a while, Chen Yang found that there was no one at the fishing spot in front of Su Yingzhou, so he carried the fishing box and sat down 2 spots next to him. And then, if you're too hot, just go sit in the car. Looking at it, and then looking at the big sun above his head, Chen Yang said, "It's okay. I'll sit with you for a while. If it's too hot, I'll go back to the car." And Youwei looked at Chen Yang with a smile. She was wrapped tightly with only her eyes showing. She looked very cute. Okay, let's start. Chapter 77, Planning to teach Youwei how to fish. Fishing is a very self-cultivating, but also very exciting sport. When the fish bites the hook and the float drops, all the cells in the human body will be mobilized, and adrenaline, dopamine and various hormones that can make people excited and happy will be secreted rapidly. The happiness it brings to people cannot be described in words. Holding an umbrella, Chen Yang prepared the bait according to the method he saw in the video, and then performed various operations such as adjusting the float. And Youwei took a small stool given by her boss and sat under the fishing umbrella to enjoy the cool air, but she didn't get much sun exposure for a while. But after a while, when the sun gets higher and higher, you can no longer enjoy the cool air. After adjusting the float, the bait is also ready. However, when it came to the actual operation, Chen Yang found that learning it was one thing and doing it himself was another. Although he can fish for carp, the technique of making bait for silver carp and bighead carp really requires some skills. After struggling for a long time, I finally threw the rod out, but it was moving all over the place and couldn't hit the right spot. Young man, is this your first time fishing for silver carp and bighead carp? Looking at Chen Yang hitting the water wildly, Su Yingzhou on the side turned around and asked with a smile. Yes, Mr. Su, I have fished for carp in my hometown before, but this is my first time fishing for silver carp and bighead carp. I watched Teacher Deng's videos and felt like I had learned everything, but actually practicing was a completely different story. Chen Yang looked at Su Yingzhou humbly. In fact, with his physical fitness at the peak of human level, he could basically become proficient in practicing for about half an hour. However, there was a professional master sitting next to him. If that person could teach him a trick or two, then maybe he could become the boss today. Come, let me show you. As Su Yingzhou spoke, he stood up and walked directly behind Chen Yang, saying with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Su. Look at me. All my equipment was bought an hour ago. Chen Yang pointed at his full set of Tianyuan equipment and said with a smile. As for fishing gear, you can use whoever's you are used to, but the silver carp and bighead carp bait from mine is the best. Suyin Zhou is the developer of bait, so naturally he has to praise his own products. I am a loyal fan of Teacher Deng, Chen Yang said with a smile. Suyin Zhou smiled without saying anything, then walked up to Chen Yang, bent down and picked up Chen Yang's bait basin, pried it twice with his hands, and then shook his head. You are a novice, so don't open it according to Teacher Deng's method. Open it a little drier. The water is so low that it will fall off easily when you throw it. Chen Yang nodded when he heard this. He also found that the bait fell easily when he was pinching it just now. He thought it was a problem with his technique, but it turned out that the water ratio was too high. Also, there are silver carp and bighead carp that can be reheated endlessly here. The distance between your hooks is too small. Do you know Huang Jin's 66 fishing method? Change to a black pit line. Suyin Zhou said, looking at the two boxes of line placed next to an UA, pointing at one of the boxes of black pit line. Okay. Chen Yang continued to nod, and then he rearranged the subline according to Huang Jin's 66 fishing method. He has fished for carp before, so he has no problem with the technique of casting the subline. Well, since you are Mr. Deng's idol, I won't teach you my method of casting. It's better to use whatever method you are used to. Come on, when you cast the rod, raise your right hand high and keep your left hand slightly lower. Swing it out, swing it out. When the bait reaches your fishing spot, press your hand down. Suyin Zhou took over Chen Yang's rod, and then demonstrated to Chen Yang how Deng Gang cast the rod. Chen Yang learned humbly. Here, try it. Chen Yang took the rod, recalled Suyin Zhou's way of casting in his mind, then pinched a ball of bait, put it on the subline, and gently swung it out. Look, it's straight now. And the bait didn't fall off. Just do it this way, fish well and try to catch the boss. Suyin Zhou said to Chen Yang with a smile. Teacher Su, can we take a photo together and get an autograph? Chen Yang looked at Suyin Zhou, put down the pole and asked with a smile. No problem. After I taught you a few tricks today, you can be considered half my apprentice. Ha ha ha. Suyin Zhou didn't know why, but when he saw Chen Yang, he wanted to come up and teach him a few tricks. Thank you, Teacher Su. Then, Chen Yang took out his cell phone and handed it to an UA, asking her to take a photo of him and Suyin Zhou. After taking the photo, Chen Yang asked a fishing friend to help take a photo of the three of them. And Yue was a little nervous at first, but when she saw Chen Yang's happy face, she smiled and stood on the other side of Suyin Zhou, mustering up the courage to look at the camera. Young man, fishing is a healthy sport, but it's not good to bring such a beautiful girlfriend out to bask in the sun. Suyin Zhou looked at Chen Yang, patted his arm and said, I'm willing to follow him. And Yue held Chen Yang's arm and said stubbornly, Okay, then go ahead and have fun, young man, be good to your girlfriend. Suyin Zhou smiled, turned around and went back to his fishing spot. And Yue twitched her nose at Suyin Zhou's back, then turned and looked at Chen Yang with a smile. Chen Yang reached out and pinched her cute little nose, earning a roll of the eyes from an Yue. The girl is becoming more and more cheerful now, and she even dares to roll her eyes at Chen Yang. Wear sun protection, we're going fishing. With the guidance of teacher Suyin Zhou, Chen Yang quickly caught his first silver carp and bighead carp. It seemed that the novice buff was here. In 3 hours, Chen Yang caught 6 fish and successfully brought them ashore. There were still 2 hours left to the end. 2 hours later, Chen Yang caught 5 more fish and made a net profit of 270 yuan for his boss. You still say you are a novice? I caught 11. The previous record was set by Mr. Huang Jin. The boss looked at Chen Yang and said with a resentful look on his face. Novice buff, purely a novice buff. Didn't you see that Teacher Su taught me how to cast the rod just now? Chen Yang's best at this moment is even harder to suppress than AK. Okay, you're welcome to come and play with me next time. The boss is also very generous. Although he is resentful, he has a repeat customer, right? Okay, when it's cooler in a few days, I'll teach my girlfriend how to fish. Chen Yang said with a smile. No problem. I'll give it to your girlfriend for free then. The boss smiled and nodded. As a fisherman, he knows fishing very well. Once you fall in love with it, you can never quit. If you can't make money from this guy, you can make money from his partner. Okay. After Chen Yang received the money, he took an Yue away. In the car, an Yue unbuttoned her sun protection clothes, revealing her white neck covered with a layer of sweat. Looking at Chen Yang's happy face, and Yue was also very happy. The source of her happiness is simple, she is happy when Chen Yang and Nian Nian are happy. Chen Yang likes fishing, so she accompanies him, helps him carry things, and gives him water. Her little happiness is that simple. Xiaoyang, are you really going to teach me how to fish? And Yue pursed her lips and looked at Chen Yang, suddenly remembering what Chen Yang had said to the boss before, and asked. Of course, fishing can exercise your body and make you more confident. Besides, the fishing community is cleaner than other messy communities. Of course, I'm referring to serious fishermen here. Chen Yang turned to look at Yue and said seriously. Okay, then I'll learn how to cook fish when I get back. When we're done, let's catch some edible fish and I'll cook it for you. And Yue smiled and looked at Chen Yang. Okay, no problem. Chen Yang reached out, held Yue's little hand in his, and nodded. Chapter 78 Nian Nian, Dad, can you play football with us? On the way back from the fishing ground, it was almost time to pick up Nian Nian, so Chen Yang and Yue went directly to the school gate, waiting to pick up the little girl from school. At about 4:20, Su Meng also arrived at the school gate. Chen Yang, Wei. I heard from Yufei that she wants to invite Nian Nian to play football tomorrow, is that right? Su Meng looked at the two of them with a smile, greeted them and then asked. Yes, she told me when I brought Yufei here last night. Chen Yang nodded. Yufei's father also told me that you two are planning to go on a date tomorrow? Su Meng looked at the two of them teasingly. What's the matter, Teacher Su? Are you also planning to go out on a date with Brother Yang? Chen Yang looked at her with a smile. Hey, we are all old, so you two young people should go out and have fun more. Su Meng said with a smile. We've actually already been out today. How about we both take our kids out to play tomorrow? Teacher Su, do you know of any places nearby suitable for kids to play? After going out fishing for a day today, Chen Yang felt a lot more relaxed. He will spend some parent-child activities with Nian Nian tomorrow. After all, children are still young and are forming their own worldview and values, so parental companionship is essential. And Yue nodded upon hearing this. Alright, I'll go back and discuss it with Yufei's father. Su Meng nodded. As the three of them were talking, the school bell rang. Chen Nianen and Yang Yufei were still the first group to walk out of the teaching building. The two little girls saw their parents from a distance and ran over happily. Dad, Mom. Little Nian Nian threw herself into Chen Yang's arms, and then sweetly called in Yue, who was standing next to Chen Yang, Mom. Hey, was Nian Nian bullied at school today? Chen Yang then remembered that he seemed to have never cared about Nian Nian's life in school. Is there any little yellow-haired boy who dares to bully the little girl? Is there any little yellow-haired boy who takes the opportunity to pull his little cotton-padded jacket's hand? Uncle Chen, I will protect Nian Nian. Yang Yufei raised her little fist and said cutely. I will protect Yufei too. The two little girls raised their hands, looking as if they were willing to go through fire and water for their friends. Ha ha ha. Chen Yang smiled and looked at the two children. They were really cute human cubs, and one of them was his own cub. How could he describe it? The only way to describe it was happiness. There were a lot of people at the school gate, and the two families did not stay there for long. Instead, they left after staying for a while. Su Meng said that she would have to talk to Yang Wenhao before replying to Chen Yang. Chen Yang nodded to indicate that it was no problem. After getting in the car, Chen Yang turned around and looked at his two babies, one big and one small, in the back seat. Go home and change your clothes, then we'll eat, watch a movie, go shopping, and buy some fall clothes. Chen Yang said. It was summer when Nian Nian traveled through time, and whether in Jiangcheng or Rongqing, the temperature was basically over 30 degrees. Now that the weather is getting cooler, we will soon be able to wear long pants and jackets. But Chen Nian at home didn't have a set of long clothes, so Chen Yang planned to go out for a walk and buy some clothes later. Yes. The little girl was so happy when she heard that she was going to buy new clothes. And Yue also nodded, indicating that it was no problem. So Chen Yang drove home first. He and Yue went fishing all day today, so there was no problem with the clothes they wore. They had short sleeves underneath their sun-protective clothing, so they just had to take off their jackets. But after sitting all day in such a hot day, I was already sweating. It's such a hot day, and I'm sitting in the cinema, smelling of sweat. The people next to me will probably curse at me. After returning home, Xiao Nian happily ran to pick out a pretty skirt for herself, while Chen Yang and Yue took showers in 2 different bathrooms. After Chen Yang came out of the shower, and Yue had not come out yet. She came to Xiao Nian and put on a pretty little dress for her. Soon, a delicate and beautiful little princess appeared in front of Chen Yang. Our Nian Nian is the most beautiful. Chen Yang hugged Chen Nianen and kissed her hard. Trojan horse. Chen Nianen also kissed Chen Yang back. The little girl's happiness was simple. In her little world, there were only her parents. Although she had a good relationship with Yang Yufei, they were friends, not family. In her world, only mom and dad are the best and dearest ones. Dad will buy you some ice cream later, okay? Chen Yang picked up Chen Nianen and whispered in her ear. Yes, yes. Nian Nian smiled happily and licked her lips. The temperature is still 27 or 28 degrees these days, so we won't be able to give ice cream to the little girl for a while. Woo! Just as Chen Yang was carrying Chen Nianen out of the room, the sound of a hairdryer rang in his ears. After Chen Yang walked over with the little girl in his arms, he saw An Yue blow drying her hair. Mother! Chen Nianen shouted loudly. An Yue turned around and looked at the father and daughter, smiled, and turned off the hairdryer. Wow, Nian Nian is so pretty, even prettier than mommy. An Yue praised. Mom is the most beautiful, Nian Nian is only the second most beautiful in the world. Chen Nianen slipped away from Chen Yang's arms, ran to hug An Yue's exposed slender, white long legs, and said with a smile. How do you know that? An Yue touched her head and asked with a smile. Dad said so. Dad said that mom is the most beautiful woman in the world. Nian Nian said obediently. An Yue's pretty face turned red and she looked at Chen Yang shyly. Chen Yang walked up to her, took the hairdryer from her hand, asked her to sit down in front of the dressing table, and blew her hair. Woo woo. The hairdryer was humming as An Yue untied Chen Nianen's hair and tied it into a hairstyle that was more suitable for the little skirt. After it was tied up, Chen Yang also blew An Yue's hair. I'll buy you some clothes today, too. Chen Yang looked at An Yue, reached out and took her into his arms and said. I've already spent a lot of your money, and I can't make any money. An Yue muttered. She really felt that she owed Chen Yang a lot. Silly girl. If you want to settle everything with me, then you really can't pay it back. Don't forget, you owe our family a life. Giving yourself to us is your only way out. Compared to your little girl's life, this little money is nothing. Chen Yang pinched her nose and looked at the girl's cute expression that kept changing. Chen Yang couldn't help but laugh. An Yue looked at Chen Yang with her big watery eyes, looking like she was about to cry because of being bullied. Chen Yang reached out and rubbed her hair, then turned around and went to the closet to pick out clothes for her. 10 minutes later, Chen Yang, wearing simple short-sleeved shirt, shorts and sneakers, came downstairs with the two princesses, one big and one small. After getting in the car, Su Meng suddenly called and said that they had discussed tomorrow's arrangements and the details would be sent to his mobile phone. Chen Nianen was sitting in the back row and didn't hear it very clearly. He thought he was going to be left to Yufei's parents because his parents were going on a date. So, she lay on the central armrest and looked at Chen Yang pitifully. Dad, can you play football with me tomorrow? Chapter 79. If you like it, I will wear it for you to see. Just as they arrived at the door of the basement, Chen Yang stopped the car and turned to look at Nian Nian. Chen Nianen thought his father would not agree to his request, so he quickly raised his hand and made a fingertip universe, just for a moment, just for a moment. After Yufei and I finish playing football, I'll go home and watch TV by myself. Mom and Dad, you guys go on a date. When An Yue heard Nian Nian talking about a date, her pretty face suddenly blushed, and she reached out and pulled Chen Nianen into her arms. Nian Nian, Dad has decided not to go out to play with Mom tomorrow. I will be with Nian Nian all day tomorrow and play football with you and Yufei. An Yue hugged Chen Nianen and spoke softly. Really? The little girl's eyes visibly lit up several nits. Of course. When has Dad ever lied to Nian Nian? Chen Yang reached out and touched Chen Nianen's little face and said. Hoof. Dad said he wanted to give Nian Nian a brother, but there has been no progress. Nian Nian pouted, looking like a bullied person. And Yue's face was already red because of the word date, but it got even redder when she heard the word brother. Then you have to ask your mother. Your father is a boy, and boys can't have children. Chen Yang turned to look at Chen Nianen and said with a smile. Dad bullies me because I'm a child, right? I know I came out of my mother's belly, but only when Dad loves Mom will there be Nian Nian. Oh. I understand. Dad, you don't love Mom anymore. The little girl is trying to sow discord for her brother's sake. Bang! Chen Yang reached out and tapped the little girl gently on the forehead. The little girl hurriedly made Tom's head-holding gesture and shrank pitifully into Inyowe's arms. He's a little devil. Chen Yang looked at Chen Yan'an's cute appearance, but he couldn't get angry after all. He reached out and pinched her little face, then turned around and drove. Chen Yan'an also knew that his father would never really hit him. Ever since he could remember, his father had always been extremely good to him, except that he would sometimes not be home for a while. Mother! Chen Yan'an hugged Inyowe's arm and rubbed his head on the 36D with an intimate look on his face. Inyowe reached out and touched the little girl's head, then hugged her and chatted with Chen Yang. It was rush hour when they went out at this time, but with the intelligent driving of the Wenjie M9 and Chen Yang's driving skills, there was no problem at all. Besides, the shopping mall is only 3 kilometers away from home, so it only takes a short while to get there. After entering the mall, Chen Yang and the other two went to have a meal first. Chen Yang and Nian Nian didn't like fancy Western steaks or Japanese food, so after walking around for a while, they finally entered a dumpling restaurant. There are quite a few people here, but there is no need to queue. Chen Yang likes pork and celery, so Inyowe ordered a 3-fresh dish. With Chen Yan'an, Chen Yang also ordered a dish with shrimps. No one in the family has any dietary restrictions, except Nian Nian, who doesn't like to eat Hotwinia cordata. After all, that thing is different from coriander. If you don't like it, you really don't like it. After dinner, the three of them went downstairs to buy clothes. When it comes to clothes and shoes, Chen Yang always buys the best and most expensive ones within his acceptable range. Good clothes are durable and won't break down after just one season. So, the family of three first went shopping for sports brands and bought some clothes for school. Sports brands are more comfortable to wear at school, and some sports brand sun protection clothing when fishing is also comfortable and breathable. After buying these, Chen Yang took Inyowe to the women's clothing floor and bought her some nice clothes. Chen Yang didn't know much about women's clothing brands, but there were not many on the entire floor that were suitable for Inyowe's girlish style. Inyowe was not used to wearing those very short JK skirts. Even though Chen Yang thought she would look good in them, seeing the girl's slightly resistant look, Chen Yang still didn't buy it. But when paying the bill, Chen Yang couldn't help but take a few glances. Inyowe bit her lip and looked at Chen Yang, then looked back at the JK suits, stretched out her little hand and pulled the arm of Chen Yang, who was checking out. "What's wrong?" Chen Yang looked at Inyowe in confusion and stopped scanning her face. Inyowe glanced at the clerk, then reached out and pulled Chen Yang in front of her, standing on tiptoe close to Chen Yang's ear. Do you like those clothes very much?" Inyowe spoke very softly, and luckily she was speaking in Chen Yang's ear, otherwise Chen Yang really wouldn't have been able to hear it. "Which ones?" Chen Yang was stunned for a moment, then looked in the direction Inyowe pointed. Forehead. After being discovered, Chen Yang scratched his head in embarrassment. If you like it, just buy it. I'll wear it for you to see when we get back." "But you can't wear it to school." When she saw Ding Joshua wearing this kind of clothes, she also thought it looked good, but she was still a little uncomfortable with wearing it to school. "No problem, I wouldn't want you to wear it to school. Of course, a good treasure should be hidden away to be admired by yourself. If you take the treasure away, will it still be yours?" Chen Yang is a vulgar man. He believes that his wife can wear as much as she can, and other people's wives can wear as much as they can. Chinese culture is extensive and profound, and it emphasizes that one should do to others what one does not want others to do to you. So Chen Yang bought 2 sets according to Inyowe's size. Inyowe has a very standard figure. When she tried other clothes in the store just now, they all fit her well. Chen Yang didn't let Inyowe try them on. If they don't fit her when she gets home, she can just return them for a return or exchange. After buying clothes for Inyowe, Chen Yang took the little girl to the children's clothing area and bought her some trousers and long-sleeved jackets for autumn. After the little girl put them on, she looked even better than the models on the wall of the store. The store manager even asked Chen Yang to take a few photos and stay, and the clothes would be given away for free. Chen Yang and Inyowe hurriedly refused, paid, and left. If that auntie just now knew that we have a baby as cute as me at home, she would definitely be envious. Chen Yan'an held his father's left hand and his mother's right hand, and said with a smile, "You mean aunt?" Chen Yang turned and looked at Nian Nian. Chen Yan'an said with a smile. "When we get home tonight, let's video chat with Grandpa and Grandma." "Can you talk to Aunt?" Chen Yang said. Okay, I miss my grandparents and aunt." Chen Yan'an jumped and laughed with joy. After putting the clothes in the car downstairs, the family of 3 went to see a movie and then went home. Today's parent-child activity ended successfully, and Chen Yan'an and In Yue were both very happy. However, you probably won TCJK uniforms today. After returning home, Xiao Niannian immediately made a video call to her grandparents and aunt. Chen Yang called the smart screen at home directly from the smart screen in the living room. Soon, the two families met in the living room. Grandpa, Grandma, Aunt. Nian Nian stepped on the carpet with bare feet, waved and shouted at Li Ru and the other two sitting on the sofa. Chapter 80. You are so beautiful. You are so handsome. Looking at their son, daughter-in-law and adorable granddaughter, the old couple instantly felt less tired after a day's work. Hey, Nian Nian, be good. The family of 6 chatted for more than 20 minutes, and the two little girls were so sleepy that their heads were shaking. Li Ru felt sorry for her granddaughter and daughter, so she said they could talk another day and asked Xiaoyi to hang up the video. Woo, Mom. Chen Yan'an lay in Yaowei's arms, with a silly sleeping face, murmuring. Be good, go to sleep. And Yue carried Chen Yan into the bedroom and put her on the bed. Chen Yang and Yue had already taken a shower in the afternoon, so they didn't take another one. They tidied up and went straight to bed. Lying on the bed, Chen Yang did not turn off the lights immediately. Instead, he turned his head and supported his head with his hands, looking at Yue, who was separated from him by a stone. Yue was wearing a simple short-sleeved shirt and shorts pajamas, with her two slender, white legs sandwiched between the blanket, looking extremely seductive. Yue, lying on her side, reached out and held Chen Yan'an's little hand, as if she felt that children were more fun. Nun. Chen Yang called out Yue softly. Yue raised her head and looked at Chen Yang. You're so pretty. Chen Yang praised sincerely. Yue immediately smiled and looked at Chen Yang with her pair of almond-shaped eyes, her eyes full of smiles. Thanks. Yue accepted Chen Yang's compliments generously and was not shy like she was outside. Maybe it's because the three of them are now lying on the same bed. Speaking of which, Yue seemed to be getting more and more accustomed to this. In fact, the most intimate contact between her and Chen Yang was just hugging each other. They never kissed, let alone any other more intimate behavior. Of course, it's not that the two of them were unwilling, but mainly because there was a lovely light bulb at home with a very high wattage. And with Yue's personality, it was naturally impossible for her to be affectionate with Chen Yang in school. Chen Yang looked at the sleeping Chen Yan'an, thinking that he had to send the little girl to her room as soon as possible. Xiao Yang. You are so handsome too. Yue stretched out the hand that was originally pinching Chen Yan'an's little hand, touched Chen Yang's arm, and spoke softly. Chen Yang also showed the same smile as Yue. The two of them stared at each other, and it seemed that the atmosphere was becoming more and more ambiguous. Woo! Suddenly, Chen Yan'an's mumbling in his sleep brought them back to reality. Sleep, sleep. Yue lay down, turned sideways with her back facing Chen Yang, and spoke in a low voice. Okay, okay. Chen Yang shook his head helplessly, reached out to turn Chen Yan'an over, and gently slapped her little butt. Woo! The little girl rubbed her little butt, then opened her arms and threw herself into Chen Yang's arms. Chen Yang touched Chen Yan'an's little face, kissed her on the forehead, and called Xiaoyi to turn off the lights. The next day, Chen Yang and others slept until after 8 o'clock and had a rare late sleep. I picked up my phone and saw that the league secretary had tagged all members, saying that there would be a league meeting in the afternoon and required them to attend. I took in Yue's phone and saw the same thing. There's nothing to do all day, just these rubbish meetings. Chen Yang directly replied that he had not received it, disrupting the formation of received, and then got up to pack up. Yue took out her phone and looked at the message, and immediately looked bitter. Xiao Yang. She went to the bathroom with her cell phone and looked at Chen Yang, who was brushing his teeth with a depressed expression. It was the first time that Chen Yang saw this expression on her face. It's harmless not to go to this stupid group meeting. Who is the league secretary of your class? Yue asked. Jia Jia. Yue scratched her head. No wonder the QQ avatar that mentioned all the members looked so familiar. Since they are one of us, there is no need to worry. The student union of a 985 university is not that stupid. Chen Yang waved his hand and said. Okay then, I'll tell Jia Jia. Hey! Jia Jia has sent me a message, saying that she has asked for leave for me. Yue said with a smile. Okay, tell her to find a time this week when you don't have classes and have a meal together. I'll treat her. Chen Yang smiled. Okay. After Yin Yue replied, Chen Yang stopped caring about it. As for the league's secretary of their class, if you dare to tell on him, he will fire you for being such a bastard. Everyone in the computer class knows that Chen Yang started using M9 when he was in college, and he has a very good relationship with his instructor. Speaking of which, let's treat the instructor to dinner tomorrow night. Chen Yang stroked his chin in thought, then asked Xiaoyi to add a memo to him. After packing up, Chen Yang changed Xiao Nian Nian into the children's version of the jersey and sneakers he bought for her at Nike Kids yesterday, and the family went straight to Jiangda. Jiangchang is much cooler today than yesterday, and is especially suitable for outdoor sports. After having a simple meal in the cafeteria, Chen Yang and his family of 3 reunited with Yang Yufei and her family of 3. After the group arrived at the playground, Yang Yufei, who was holding a football, suddenly fell in face. Because, at that time, a group of boys were playing football on the field, leaving no room for them to play. Although the 2 children only need a very small space, Yang Yufei, who has been playing football since she was a child, knows that playing with these older brothers can be very dangerous. Dad, why don't we go home and play? Chen Nian hugged Chen Yang's arm and whispered. There is a small football field downstairs in their community. Wait a minute. Chen Yang saw an acquaintance in the crowd and shouted, Brother Rue. Well, when I need you, you are my brother. Brother Yang? Li Rue, who was playing football, heard a familiar voice, turned around, and found Chen Yang standing outside the court, then trotted over. Are you guys training or playing a friendly match? Chen Yang looked at Li Rue and asked. What a bunch of random kicks. You brought Nian Nian with you as well? Nian Nian, do you still remember your uncle? Li Rue squatted down and looked at Chen Nianen, and asked with a smile. Uncle Li. Chen Nianen looked at Li Rue very politely and greeted him. Why? Li Rue smiled and nodded, then turned to look at Chen Yang. Are you guys planning to come here to have fun? Li Rue looked at Yang Yufei, who was holding a football, and Chen Nianen, who was wearing a sweater and sneakers. Yes, but this court is occupied by you. Can you think of a way to let the 2 of them have fun? Chen Yang pointed at the 2 children and said. No problem, let's take them both out to play. Just hold back a little. Li Rue worked part-time in Lanchang as a football coach for children during the summer vacation, so he has some experience. A large number of other school team members have taught children at nearby youth training centers and are considered semi-professionals. Moreover, these 2 cute little girls would probably melt the hearts of these boys. After a brief negotiation by Li Rue, most of the men said that it was no problem and they would take good care of the 2 children. So, under the encouraging eyes of Chen Yang and Su Mang, Chen Nianen and Yang Yufei ran to the playground and played happily under the leadership of a group of handsome young uncles. Chapter 81 Picnic. The kid's physical strength was not that good. He couldn't run anymore after playing for less than 40 minutes. However, the 2 little girls are still very energetic and can't sit still at all. Excuse me, brothers. Come, I'll give you some water. When a group of men brought the 2 children over, Chen Yang came forward with 2 bags of water and placed the water in front of them with a smile. Let's fight the rich. Li Rue smiled and picked up a bottle and unscrewed it. The other boys were also not polite. They shouted thank you Brother Yang while taking out water from the bag and unscrewing it to drink. Nian Nian, Yufei, are you happy? Chen Yang looked at the 2 cute babies with a smile. Happy. Thank you, Uncle Li, you are such a great football player. The person who praised Li Rue was naturally Yang Yufei. Ha ha ha, thank you for the compliment. Next time if you want to play, just tell your Uncle Chen and we'll find someone to play with you. I have to say that Chen Nianen and Yang Yufei are still very popular. After all, they are 2 super cute little girls. If this were given to 2 naughty kids, who knows how disgusted these boys would be. Haven't you seen that the online adoption of daughters that was very popular on the internet a few years ago were all raised by a group of boys? Thank you, Uncle Li. Chen Nianen and Yang Yufei shouted and laughed, which made Li Rue smile with joy. Well. It's you, old Chen. Otherwise, I'm just 18 years old, which is the right age for girls to call me brother. Li Rue looked at Chen Yang and said with emotion. Get out of here right now. Chen Yang rolled his eyes, then thanked the group of men, and then left with the 2 children. Li Rue, your roommate, are you really asking about the M9 world? After Chen Yang and the 2 kids left, the boy who played football with them asked in confusion. Well, it's not there. Li Rue pointed with his chin at the Jin Rue Hong M9 parked outside the playground and said. Rich people, awesome. Several male adults smacked their lips. The richest among this group of people is a sophomore boy, a native of Jiangcheng, who runs a hot dry noodles restaurant. And he just bought a Xiaomi SU7, a mid-range version at that. As a result, Chen Yang drove a Wenjie M9 directly. TSK, TSK, TSK. Chen Yang led the two little ones to the edge of the playground. At this time, Yue was sitting on the ground, doing the questions for subject 1 on her mobile phone. The girl didn't have much traffic knowledge, so she basically had to start from scratch, but she had one advantage that everyone else didn't have, which was that she was extremely serious. Judging from the progress, I should be able to learn quickly. Let's go, Anan. Chen Yang let go of the two little ones and stretched out his hand towards Yue. Yue nodded, reached out to grab Chen Yang's hand, and was pulled up by him. Yang Wenhao and Su Meng had already driven to the destination to pack up. The theme of today's parent-child activity is picnic. As locals of Jiangcheng, the two knew some places with better environments and suitable for picnics. Yang Wenhao and Su Meng were responsible for purchasing the barbecue accessories, while the drinks and snacks were given to Chen Yang's family. Yufei, do you have a change of clothes and shoes? When they arrived in front of the car, Chen Yang looked at Yang Yufei and asked with a smile. No. Yang Yufei puffed her lips, which was very cute. That's right, Uncle brought 2 sets, one for you and one for Nian Nian. Change your clothes and shoes, and then we'll set off again. Chen Yang opened the trunk and found 2 clothing bags containing 2 new sets of clothes and new shoes. Thank you, Uncle. The child had no idea of rejecting the kindness of other people, mainly because the other person was not someone else, but his Uncle Chen. If this were given to a stranger, the little girl would be more vigilant than an adult. But she said she would protect Nian Nian. Anan, please help them change. Chen Yang took out the 2 bags and spoke as he closed the trunk. Okay. Yue nodded, then took the 2 little girls into the car to change clothes. In less than a minute, Yue lowered the car window and let Chen Yang get in. Chen Yang praised the 2 children and Yue, and then drove to the supermarket first. The drinks in school were still a bit expensive, so Chen Yang bought some drinks at the supermarket and also bought a few boxes of ice cream and put them in the car refrigerator. The in-car refrigerator of the QN9 can be adjusted to 0. Although it cannot guarantee that the ice cream will not melt, it is still sufficient to keep it warm until the picnic. After following the navigation to the destination, Chen Yang discovered that this was a place similar to an open park. Because it was the weekend, many people set up tents and had picnics here today. Chen Yang, who rolled down the car window, could even smell the barbecue. After driving the car to where Yang Wenhao and Su Meng were, Chen Yang found that the couple had already started lighting the stove. Brother Yang, you picked a good place. After Chen Yang got out of the car, he walked towards the trunk and shouted to Yang Wenhao. These are all chosen by your teacher Su. I don't have the right to choose. Yang Wenhao said with a smile. Teacher Su's eyes for choosing a place are as sharp as her eyes for choosing a husband. Chen Yang smiled and praised both of them. Ha. Yang Wenhao and Su Meng smiled, then got up and went to the trunk to help move things. It was only at this time that they saw Yang Yufei, who had changed her clothes. Yufei, where did you get this dress? Su Meng looked at Yang Yufei in confusion. Uncle Chen gave it to me to wear. Yang Yufei helped hold 2 boxes of WAHA calcium milk, looked up and said with a smile. Chen Yang, why are you giving her new clothes? She can wear the ones she has now. Su Meng looked at Chen Yang with resentment. They both sweated a lot during the game, and those clothes must be uncomfortable for them to wear. It's just a piece of clothing. Teacher Su, is the help you gave me not worth a piece of clothing? Chen Yang smiled. Okay, I can't argue with you, Yufei. Have you thanked Uncle Chen? Su Meng waved his hands helplessly, then looked at Yang Yufei. Yang Yufei nodded obediently. That's good. Su Meng reached out and touched her daughter's head, then helped to move things over. Well. Chen Yang, are you fishing too? Yang Wenhao came to the trunk, saw the fishing gear in Chen Yang's trunk, and said with a smile. Brother Yang, when will I take you to discuss the boss's business? Chen Yang said with a smile. Forget it. With my skills, I can't even catch a crucian carp. Forget it. Yang Wenhao shook his head. Before he got married, he went fishing often. However, the fishing industry was not well developed at that time and fishing was only a hobby for a small number of people. It was not until he got married and self-media grew stronger that fishing truly became a national sport. Well, just pay more tuition and you'll learn it. I'll take you to play some other day. It will be fun once you become proficient in it. Chen Yang said with a smile. Okay, call me when you have a chance. Yang Wenhao nodded. Seeing the two grown men discussing, the four beauties, too big and too small, shook their heads helplessly, and then began to fiddle with these things. Chapter 82. If you don't leash your dog when walking it, I'll kick it. Chen Yang, we've known each other for such a long time, but I still don't know what your family does? Would you mind telling me? Chen Yang and three others sat on small benches, enjoying the warm breeze and letting the smoke from the barbecue grill drift into the river. Su Meng said to Chen Yang with a smile while flipping the skewers. It's not inconvenient. My parents are both civil servants. My dad is the deputy director of our county public security bureau, and my mom is the deputy director of the county court. Chen Yang said with a smile, and then glanced at Yang Wenhao. It's just that our place is poor, and there are too few promotion opportunities for young cadres. My dad is over 40 years old, and he is only at the level of a section chief. My mom is the same age as my dad, and she is only at the level of a deputy section chief. I don't know when the problem of a section chief can be solved. Yang Wenhao nodded. He knew a little that Chen Yang's family was in the northwest, and the chances of promotion for civil servants were indeed not as good as in first-tier cities and new first-tier cities, not to mention that Chen Yang's family was in a county town. When Su Meng heard that Chen Yang's parents were both civil servants, she couldn't help but look towards Chen Yang's car. At this time, two little girls were sitting in the open trunk and rummaging through the bracelets. However, although Su Meng was confused, he did not ask. After all, it was someone else's family affair. She also believed that parents who could raise a child like Chen Yang were not corrupt officials. Sister Su, I earned the car myself, it has nothing to do with my parents. They both still need my help from time to time. Chen Yang said with a smile. You earned it yourself? Su Meng doesn't know much about cars, but Yang Wenhao does. This Wenjie M9 costs more than 500,000 yuan. My computer skills are pretty good, and I can probably earn a few 100,000 for completing a task. Chen Yang smiled and said. Hundreds of thousands? You're not just okay, you're pretty okay, right? A professor in our school of computer science wouldn't dare to say that he can earn hundreds of thousands for a single mission, right? Su Meng exclaimed. It's definitely no match for the teacher. Chen Yang smiled modestly. Excessive modesty is actually pride. At such a young age, he doesn't want to learn anything else, but only learn some crooked ways from these officials. Su Meng looked at Chen Yang and said with a complaining look on his face. Sister Su, it's my fault, I'll punish myself with a bottle of wine. As he spoke, Chen Yang took the AD calcium milk from Inyowe's hand, and under Inyowe's somewhat silly look, he drank up the remaining half of the bottle in one gulp. Look, you stole your wife's wa and she's about to cry. Su Meng looked at Chen Yang with a smile and teased. Sister Su. And Yowe's face turned slightly red and she looked at Su Meng with annoyance. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Yufei, Nian, the barbecue is ready, come and eat. Su Meng smiled and then shouted to the two kids in the car. Okay. Here I come. Two little crickets slipped to the back of the trunk in their pupae form and jumped down with a plop. Children are light, so adults may need to bend their legs to cushion the height. However, the obstacle was more than half their height, so the two little girls had no problem at all. They jumped down and ran over quickly. Chen Yang, why don't you go and pick up your daughter? Su Meng looked at the two girls who jumped down and was still a little frightened. The kids are fine, and the grass here is soft. When I was 8 years old, I jumped from a height of 3 or 4 meters, and nothing happened to me after I patted my butt. Children are light and can take a beating much better than adults. Chen Yang said with a smile. That's true. I also remember when I was a child, I went back to the countryside and climbed trees with my friends. I fell from such a high tree and landed on my head. I just rubbed my skin and went home directly. I didn't even dare to tell my parents, haha. Yang Wenhao said with a smile. So, it's better to raise children in a rough way so that they don't get sick easily. Chen Yang said with a smile. Speaking of which, Yufei's birth was really difficult. I was studying at Shijing Jiaotong University at the time, and her father was working in Jiangcheng. When I found out, Jiangcheng had already been locked down. The child had never seen her father until she could talk. Su Meng said with a sigh. It's all over now, everything is fine now. Our country is becoming stronger and stronger, and the future will only be better. Chen Yang said with a smile. The two children didn't eat much, so they were full after eating a little. Chen Yang let the two of them start playing within his sight. Today is the weekend and many people are out playing. Chen Yang is keeping an eye on the two little ones all the time. Nian Nian also has a smartwatch on her, so Chen Yang turns on the alarm function when they go out to play. Once she runs out of a certain range, Chen Yang's phone will sound an alarm. Just as Chen Yang and the others were chatting, suddenly, a dog barking was heard behind them, followed by Chen Yan and scream. Chen Yang stood up suddenly and saw a black-headed Alaskan rushing towards Chen Yan and Yang Yufei with bared teeth. The two little ones were so scared that they stood still and dared not move. Grass. Seeing this, Chen Yang stomped his foot on the ground and rushed out like an arrow. The grass under his feet suddenly exploded as if it had suffered a heavy blow. Just as the Alaskan opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Chen Yan's arm, Chen Yang used a Leo kick and kicked the dog more than 10 meters away. Wow! When Chen Yan and Yang Yufei saw Chen Yang standing in front of them, they burst into tears. It's okay, it's okay. Be good, Nian Nian, the bad dog has been chased away, don't be afraid. Chen Yang picked up Chen Yan and Yang Yufei, holding them in his left hand, one in his right hand. Yufei! Su Meng and the others also ran over at this moment, reached out to hold Yang Yufei in their arms and coaxed her. Chen Yan was twitching and lying in Chen Yang's arms, obviously terrified. At this moment, a sharp and piercing voice sounded not far away. Ah! Son. What's wrong with you, son? Chen Yang and others turned around and saw a fat and big-eared woman holding Alaska, who was lying on the ground with more breathing than exhalation, and shouting. Okay. You killed my son, I want you to pay with your life. The dog owner stood up, looked at Chen Yang, and rushed over shouting. What are you going to do? Your dog almost bit the child, why are you still going to do it? Without waiting for Chen Yang to speak, Yang Wenhao stepped forward, frowned and looked at the other party. Yang Wenhao is at least a section-level cadre, and one who is less than 30 years old would be a key training target across the country. He has something called official authority. My son never bites anyone. You obviously killed my son. Everyone, come and see. These two grown men are bullying a weak woman like me. Chen Yang and Yang Wenhao were completely speechless. There are really all kinds of people these days. Professional matters should be left to professionals. Yang Wenhao shook his head, then took out his cell phone and called the director of the police station in the park. Hello, is this Director Liang? I'm Yang Wenhao from the Municipal Party Committee Office. Chapter 83. If you can't take care of Nian Nian, send her back. The woman on the ground was still making a scene, but the people around had just seen that it was this woman who was walking her dog without a leash, and the Alaskan was clearly going to bite the child. If the child's father hadn't reacted in time, who knows what would have happened to the little girl? Those two little girls are so cute and their father is so handsome. Soon, people around began to denounce the fat and big-eared shrew lying on the ground. What do you mean? I'm a girl? Shouldn't you help me? Am I the vulnerable group? The woman was a little bit unresponsive after being scolded. Normally she posts something on Zaya Honshu and the sisters all support her. Why are all these women scolding her now? You're worthy of calling a girl? Don't embarrass us girls, okay? Look at how fat and big-eared you are. You want to spend the rest of your life in jail for keeping a large dog like this without a leash? A fashionably dressed girl next to her looked at the woman sitting on the ground and started to mock her. Fuck, who are you calling fat and big-eared? Apologize to me, apologize. Ah. The woman stood up and rushed directly towards the girl. However, the girl was thrown over her shoulder and knocked down by the woman. Great job. Chen Yang gave a thumbs up instantly. Hey, I only practiced some taekwondo or something, I can't compare with you. The girl said to Chen Yang with a smile. Seeing this, and Yue on the side quietly moved closer to Chen Yang and declared her sovereignty. Help! He hit someone. It's so unfair. After being knocked down by an over-the-shoulder throw, the woman lay on the ground and started crying. However, no matter how much she cried, no one around her paid any attention to her. Even her companions quietly walked away, fearing that they would be affected by this idiot. As for her dog, who cares about dogs at this time? After Yang Wenhao finished the call, Director Liang and his men arrived in less than 5 minutes. Director Yang. Director Liang stepped forward and shook hands with Yang Wenhao. Thank you for your hard work, Director Liang. This is probably what happened. Yang Wenhao briefly told Director Liang what had just happened. Okay, the city has repeatedly issued regulations prohibiting the keeping of large dogs. Even if you keep a small dog, it must be kept on a leash and wear a muzzle, and it is prohibited from entering the park. Ma'am, you are suspected of violating the Jiangqing pet management regulations, and you almost hurt someone by bringing a dog with you. Come with us. Director Liang looked at the woman lying on the ground and spoke with an expression of enforcing the law impartially. I won't go with you, I won't go with you. You stinky policeman, are you bullying a girl like me? He killed my son, I want him to pay with his life, I want him to pay with his life. The woman screamed hysterically. Director Liang, isn't this suspected of intimidation? This must be dealt with seriously. Yang Wenhao looked at this scene and said lightly. By the way, Director Liang, I think I have a video of her dog almost biting my daughter. Please wait a moment. As Chen Yang spoke, he took out his mobile phone and turned on the sentry mode of Wenjie M9, and quickly found the video just now. When Chief Liang and a female police officer saw the critical moment in the video, their hearts almost jumped into their throats. Catch him and take him away. Ignoring the woman's continued hysterical screams, Chief Liang waved his hand and took his men to grab the woman. Mr. Chen, do you have any other requests? Director Liang looked at Chen Yang and asked with a warm smile. I need her to pay my daughter for the emotional damages and apologize. Chen Yang looked at Chen Yenin, who was in tears, and said to Director Liang. I understand. I will report the follow-up situation to Director Yang. Director Liang nodded. Being able to establish a relationship with Yang Wenhao, a popular figure among the city officials, was a very important resource for him. Brother Yang? Chen Yang turned and looked at Yang Wenhao. Then I'll have to trouble Director Liang. Yang Wenhao nodded at Chen Yang, then looked at Director Liang. Don't worry, Director Yang. I will enforce the law impartially and will never let any bad guy go. After Director Liang shook hands with Yang Wenhao again, he turned around and asked people to take the dead dog away, got in the police car and left. When the people around saw this scene, they applauded. After this incident, my happy day was turned into an unhappy one. However, it was mainly because the 4 adults were in a bad mood, and the 2 little girls were jumping happily again after a while. For Chen Yenin, his father just saved him like Ultraman, so he didn't need to be afraid at all. For Yang Yufei, her father called the police, took away the bad aunt, and captured the bad dog. He was also her protector. How could I be afraid when I have a father who loves me so much? When the 2 little ones were playing, they turned around and looked at their father from time to time, feeling very proud. Well, we are the ones who are in a bad mood now. Chen Yang shrugged and said helplessly. Children are still carefree. Yang Wenhao sighed. Alas, we have all grown up, and we think more. Chen Yang smiled and patted Yang Wenhao on the shoulder. At around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the 2 families returned to their respective homes. Little Nian Nian was not unhappy at all. After returning home, she excitedly called her grandparents to tell them about it. After hearing this, Chen Wu and Li Ru scolded Chen Yang. If you don't know how to take care of a child, send Nian Nian back to me. I can just quit my job and stay home to take care of the kids, but I'm still better than you, a 250-something. My mother didn't give Chen Yang any face at all and even scolded him so much that he felt ashamed. Mom, I have protected Nian Nian well, and besides, when I was a child, I was chased away from my home to my 4th uncle's home by the big rooster of my grandfather's house. My grandma didn't ask you to take care of me. Chen Yang said with a look of grievance. You're right. Didn't the chicken end up in your stomach? Li Ru rolled her eyes. Why do I remember that I didn't eat meat at that time? Chen Yang scratched his head. When he was a child, he vomited after eating rabbit meat. From then on, he never ate meat until he graduated from elementary school. This resulted in him being less than 1.6 meters tall when he graduated from elementary school. Later, when I entered junior high school and started eating meat, my height soared rapidly. By the 3rd year of junior high school, I was already 1.78 meters tall. In high school, I lost a few centimeters and reached my current height. Yeah? I don't remember. Since Nian Nian is fine, go and do your thing. I want to talk to Nian Nian and Wei Wei for a while. Li Ru rolled her eyes and then drove Chen Yang away. Chen Yang shrugged, reached out to touch Chen Nian and Yin You's heads, then turned around and went back to the study. Chen Yang didn't care what the three most powerful women in the family, the mother-in-law, daughter-in-law and granddaughter, said. He was writing code frantically at the moment. Yesterday, Chen Yang placed an order for keyboards, monitors, etc. on JD.com, and they were delivered to his home within 2 hours. Now that it is installed, the efficiency is much higher than before. Chen Yang was so busy that he forgot about the time. It was not until Yue came to call him for dinner that he realized it was already dark.